Chapter 15. Byron sipped on a long-necked Corona and smoked a Camel as he watched the show from the second-floor balcony, far removed from the mosh pit. Clore was prancing around on stage, snarling and growling into the microphone while the band and the backup singers provided atmosphere. The style of the band hovered somewhere between death metal, punk, and goth. Vistrot had created the band for Clore several years ago when she'd shown an interest in singing, and Peyote Dawn played several times a month here at St. Lucifer's, which Vistrot owned. After a while, she'd begun to draw in decent crowds and eventually became something of a success. The room tonight was crowded, the empty space near the ceiling filled with a blue thunderhead of cigarette smoke. Lights flashed, music swelled, and Clore began to sing. She didn't have what one would call a pretty voice, but it was raucous and edgy, with a wide range and surprisingly filled with emotion. As Byron listened, he could feel the hair stick up on the back of his neck. Pride surged through him. I do love her, damn it. No matter what she said herself, he was convinced that on some level she felt the same. They'd lived together for years, and though she slept around every now and then just to prove she could, she was basically faithful to him. He glanced at Kirnavar beside him, scowling deeply, dressed to the nines in a tailored suit. Byron was the one to look after him, and after her initial repulsion, Clore had not complained, which was further proof to the Australian that she cared for him. What do you think? He asked. Kirnavar had made a little mental progress toward sanity. Apparently being cared for, talked to and restrained frequently for misbehavior was having some effect. A psychiatrist had even prescribed a drug, which he was to take 3 times a day. Kirnavar looked alertly at Byron, then back at Clore, but said nothing, and the Australian didn't press him. Someone slid into the seat next to him, Loireau, smiling, in his typical Armani suit, which seemed incongruent amid the crowd, as did Kirnavar's. But with Kirnavar the suit was progress, while with Loireau it was simply irritating. So you decided to come? Byron said. Loireau shrugged. How could I not? It's her release party, after all. I think even Jean-Pierre might show up. You talked to him? Yeah, but... How's he doing? He looked pretty bad last time I saw him. Not great, but better. He took losing Danielle for a second time pretty good, all things considered. That's not the big news. There's news? 2 things. First, Vistrot called Jean-Pierre and told him we're going back after the Odd Flock, they're in Vegas, and we leave tomorrow. Second, and more interesting, we're getting a new member to the team. You're kidding. Well, tell me about him. Her. Name's Sophia. They call her the Ice Queen. I don't know much about her, except she comes from L.A. Interesting. But why? Who knows what goes on in Vistrot's head? Jean-Pierre said something about fresh blood, but he was vague. If you ask me, with the addition of Norman Bates over here the team is too large already. I'm inclined to agree, though I'd rather keep Kirnavar than Killian. The same goes for me, of course. You know how I feel about that prick. But Killian has a point, along with Clore, Jean-Pierre may be losing it. Jean-Pierre, murmured Kirnavar. The other 2 turned to look at him. Byron was thankful, it saved him from having to speak ill of the albino. Go on, he urged Kirnavar. Tell us how you feel. Do you like Clore's music? No. Byron tried to prod him with a few more questions, but Kirnavar remained silent. He may come round yet, said Loireau. He just needs time. Sure. Anyway, this new girl, Sophia, may be coming here tonight to meet us. Byron sipped his beer, mulled it over, then decided to make it more entertaining. Let's make a game of it. How? Let's see, how about if one of us spots her before she comes over, say the first one to do it gets $1,000 from the other. Money meant very little to them. There was so much of it to be had at their fingertips that even the smallest bet had to be substantial, just out of principle. I'm game, said Loireau. They shook on it, then turned their attention to the show. Clore was singing a ballad and the lights had dimmed. During the most emotional part of the song, her eyes fell on Byron and she winked. Byron nearly blushed. It was Loireau who spotted Sophia first. Enter the dragon, he muttered. Byron looked up and around, then caught sight of her. Exit a grand. Sophia entered, a small opened package in her hands, consulting a few pictures. She saw them and came over. She wore a sleek, glossy black outfit, zippered up the middle, with pants and sleeves, which only accentuated how long and graceful she was, and she walked in fashionable combat boots. Her black hair was tied back and her violet eyes nearly stabbed into Brian, they were so sharp. All in all, very interesting. As she approached the table, Byron and Loireau stood. You must be Sophia, Byron said. She smiled, seductive. And you're Byron, and you're Loireau. Vistrot gave me pictures of all of you so I'd know who to approach and a little note. She held up the package, sat it down on the table, written by him, so you'd know I was legit. She stuck out her hand. What's this? He looked at the hand and embraced her. Clearly, she was surprised. Loireau embraced her, too. She put a hand to her face. I wasn't expecting you to be so friendly. This is New York, after all. You've got a reputation to uphold. We're like a family, Loireau explained, and offered her a chair. No matter how much we bicker. Thank you, she said, accepting. The others resumed sitting, and Sophia ordered a daiquiri from a passing waiter, which was delivered promptly. Studying Kiernavar, she said, good evening. Kiernavar. That's his name, Byron told her, surprised again to feel a certain pride, this time for the lunatic. He'd actually introduced himself, in his way. Is he a member of the team? Vistrot didn't mention him or give me his picture. I'm sure he's trying to forget Kiernavar ever existed, Byron said. He was our latest addition to the team until you came. We picked him up about a week ago. Actually, it was Jean-Pierre who picked him, said Loireau. We still haven't figured out why. The albino tends to romanticize certain things, Byron said. Insanity is one of them. Really, we don't know why he did it any more than you do, so don't feel uncomfortable about it. Thanks. So you're saying Kiernavar's? I believe the scientific term is batshit. She studied Kiernavar, who was looking back at her. Are you okay, Kiernavar? Kiernavar, he repeated. Squish squash. Right. Well, it's refreshing to meet a nut who's taciturn. In my experience, it's usually the reverse. She watched the stage. She's good. She'll be glad to hear you say it, Loireau said. Flattery is a child's game, though it has its uses. She seemed suddenly cold to Byron. Then again, what had Loireau said, the Ice Queen? So, you're from L.A., he said. What do you do there? This and that. Not much of anything, really. That's why I came here. We're delighted to have you, said Loireau. She hunched over to sip her daiquiri and her outfit squeezed her breasts in a most titillating manner. Byron stirred despite himself. Come here alone? Loireau asked. Don't know a soul. Now you do. His voice was husky. Thanks. Loireau was evidently expecting something more, but Sophia held her ground. So what do you two do when you're not offing people, she said. If there was an insult there, neither of them recognized it. I don't know, Byron said. Whatever it is, we usually end up hungover afterwards. She laughed again, a pleasant sound. She raised her glass. Let's make a toast. To our future together. They all clinked glasses and drank. Would you like to come to Coir's big CD release party after the show? Loireau asked her. I'd be honored, she said. Can't wait to meet Coir. You'll get your chance, Byron told her. The show's almost over. Loireau grinned. Wait till she gets a load of you. Apprehension filled Byron. Coir might just go berserk at having a new member, especially another female, and kill Sophia, or the other way around. He wasn't looking forward to going backstage, and could feel the tension in his gut. Jean-Pierre approached. Sophia rose to meet him. For some reason, it was odd, Byron thought, seeing them staring at each other, trying to take the other's measure. Welcome to the party, the albino said, and gave a little bow to her before sitting down. Glad to be here. To Byron, he said, don't suppose Killian's going to show up, do you? I'll bet you $1,000 he doesn't, the Australian said. Jean-Pierre smiled. Another time. He summoned a waiter and ordered champagne, which was an odd thing to have at a rock club, but then Vistrot always had to add a personal touch. We'll dedicate this round to Coir. Byron nodded, and the Frenchman winked. Good to have you back, Jean-Pierre. Good to be back, the albino said. He reached for Sophia's hand, which was creeping toward her box of cigarettes. He brought her hand to his lips and kissed it. And with such lovely company. Loireau and Byron exchanged glances, their thought unsaid, on the rebound, poor bastard. Sophia did a strange thing. She took Jean-Pierre's hand to her own lips and kissed it. The same to you. Byron thought he could get to like Sophia and could tell from the expression on Jean-Pierre's face that the albino felt the same. The next few weeks could be very interesting. The crew settled in to watch the last few minutes of Coir's performance, which ended with a roar, then stood to clap. They finished their drinks and made their way into the chaotic backstage areas to find Coir in a makeup room removing the skull from around her eyes. A Ziploc bag of hallucinogenic mushrooms loomed on the counter near her elbow. She swiveled at the crew's approach. Immediately her gaze went to Sophia. Who's this? Sophia, a new member to our group, said Jean-Pierre. Oh, fuck, Whitey, not another of your strays. She came to us through Vistrat. Jesus fucking Christ, we could stand to lose a few members already. Well, she'll have to go through initiation or I quit this team right fucking now. We still haven't initiated this bloody bastard, she said, hiking a thumb at Kirnavar. Oh, she'll be initiated, don't worry. Now be civil, Claire. Bite me, Jean-Pierre. To Sophia, she said, so you're Vistrat's new mole. That's right, sister, said Sophia. Her stance widened, preparing for battle. Claire stepped back a foot, crouching a little as if she were about to lunge. Sophia smiled. Shall we piss for distance now? Claire glared at her, then swept her gaze over the others. Suddenly, Claire exploded in laughter, stepped forward and embraced Sophia roughly. Nice to see another cunt around here. Shit, can't wait till we get down to some good old-fashioned girl talk for a change. We'll do each other's fucking hair. Just don't make eyes at Byron here, he's mine. She patted Sophia on the back, then indicated her bag of shrooms. You trip, Soph? I'm from L.A. The crew ate the mushrooms there, then went back to the apartment that Byron and Claire shared, where many revelers had already arrived, all friends and associates of Peyote Dawn. After an hour the hallucinogens began to kick in, and Sophia lived up to Byron's expectations as a hard-living, hard-drinking shade, blending right in. Claire even invited her to spend the night, they'd pick up her clothes and stuff tomorrow on their way out of town, and she agreed. Around 4 in the morning, Byron began to come down, so he and Claire smoked a couple of joints, took some Valium and retired to their bedroom. Before climbing into bed, she picked up the phone and called someone. Martin Escott, she repeated, writing it down, Hamptons, huh? Okay, I've got it. Nice job tracking him down. I'll put your money in the mail tomorrow. What was that all about? Byron said when she'd hung up. Nothing, just some insurance, Claire said. Just in case. He patted the bed beside him and she scooted beneath the sheets. As he reached over her to switch off the lamp, he whispered I love you in her ear, but she was breathing heavily, eyes closed. He sighed, kissed her forehead and turned out the light. Asterisk. Sophia woke up on the couch around 10 in the morning to the smell of eggs frying. And something else, something horrible, underneath. She rubbed her eyes, lit a cigarette, and moved to the kitchen, where Byron made breakfast. You like omelets, he said. Nothing better. Where's Claire? Shower. She doesn't eat breakfast. Right. Any beer left? Help yourself. Ignoring the stench, she rooted around in the refrigerator and came up with a Shiner Bock. This was all so weird to her, this easy camaraderie, and she wasn't sure her acting talents were up to it. She was a loner, happiest in seclusion, but for the purposes of the assignment she had to be friendly. The assignment itself was nothing like she'd hoped. There would be no grand seduction of Vistrat, no cloak and dagger intrigue, and the only reason she'd agreed to it was because of the direct involvement with Ruger and Danielle. Maybe, if she couldn't find out why they were being hunted, she could thwart the hunt itself. At any rate, she'd come too far to go back now. Maybe she could turn her seductress impulses in the direction of Jean-Pierre, who was friendly with Vistrat. He could provide the access she needed, but the thought of sleeping with the albino turned her cold. If that was the only way. She and Byron breakfasted together, and she made an effort to return the light conversation that he put forward. Really, he was what she would call a nice guy, if in a bearish sort of way. Strange that he should be an assassin. And stranger still that he would be involved with someone like Claire, who was not what Sophia would call nice by any standards. Claire ambled in, dressed in a bathrobe with a towel about her head, sat down next to Byron and lit a cigarette. Nothing better than a post-shower smoke. Enjoy your omelet? Byron asked Sophia. Super. Something stunk, she thought. Something really fucking stunk. Well, I try. He smiled and glanced up suddenly at a just-arriving Kirnavar, naked and covered in his own feces. Oh, for God's sakes, protested Claire. Byron, you idiot, you forgot to give him his pills, didn't you? I guess I must have. Sorry. He turned to Sophia, who'd managed to keep her composure, and shrugged. He does this sometimes, part of his insanity, I guess. I'm sorry if it offends you. I've seen worse, she assured him. Well, go wash the bastard off and give him his bleeding pill, said Claire, and Byron disappeared with Kirnavar. So, Soph, how does all this strike you? You mean Kirnavar? Everything. Sophia smiled. I can't wait to hit Vegas. That's my girl. All quite a switch from L.A., I imagine. They talked for a few minutes about the differences between LA and New York before Byron and a very clean Kirnavar reappeared. The big Australian glanced at his watch. Time to go, ladies. They set out for Sophia's motel so that she could collect what belongings she wanted to bring with her to Vegas, then started towards Jean-Pierre's apartment for the noon meeting. Like his digs? Clore asked Sophia as they walked down the main hall. What happened here? Sophia noted the trails of blood and injured vagrants. Clore laughed. Jean-Pierre kidnapped Danielle and took her here, devil knows why. He wanted her to come back to him, I guess, but she didn't fall for it. See all these homeless bastards? Well, the albino's a powerful psychic and he can control all these wretches if he wants to. He couldn't kill dear Danielle himself, of course, so he sicked his little friends on her. Luckily for her, Ruger came along and played hero. Fucking pendejo. She stuck a finger down her throat and made gagging sounds. It was a stupid thing for Jean-Pierre to do, we could have killed him and been done with it, but no. To tell you the truth, I'm not sure that Whitey's got it in him to kill her. Fucking schmuck. I guess that's why you're here. At least we get a paid vacation out of it. Yeah, I guess. She seemed to be considering something and glanced at Byron, who watched her worriedly. This only made her smile broader. I'm missing something? Sophia said. Don't, Clore, Byron warned, but Clore just laughed. She hesitated, then seemed to decide to go ahead and say it. You want this team to be efficient, don't you, Soph? After all, you've got to report to Vistrat, so you have a stake in the team doing well, right? I guess. So if the team was inefficient, you'd want to repair it? Sophia could see it in her face. You mean removing Jean-Pierre? Stop it, said Byron. Clore patted his hand. Don't worry, lover. I'm only thinking about the well-being of the crew. Well-being, my ass. I thought we'd all agreed to give him a second chance. Doesn't he deserve that much? If that's what it takes to convince you. But will you come with me break with him if he fucks up again? She paused, then seized on something. Do you love him more than you love me? What are you talking about? I just feel loyalty to him, and I love you only as much as you love me. She grabbed his hand. I know. He looked at her, and his face was agony. Are you saying that? He shook his head. Because if you're saying that, if you really mean it, then yeah, I'll break with him if it comes to that. She pulled him down and kissed him. Then it's decided. I don't understand, said Sophia. Don't worry about it, Soph, Clore said. There's no way you can make up your mind until you've seen us in action, until you've seen the fucking albino refuse to open the emergency coffin of the Oddflock until nightfall so that he could keep his precious Danielle alive that much longer. Just keep your eyes open. Observe everything. Roger. And don't comment on Jean-Pierre's apartment. You know what they say about how only a fool would be his own attorney, well, the same thing applies to Jean-Pierre and interior decorating. The quartet made its way upstairs to the boss's lair and Sophia saw what Clore had been talking about. All those hooks and chains and sharp protrusions. Jean-Pierre waited in an uncomfortable chair in the living room while Laurent paced restlessly. Killian, the albino shouted and a small, dour man in a nice suit stepped inside from his position on the fire escape. This is Sophia. Sophia, Killian. Sophia kept her face impassive as she studied Killian, and, as he watched her, he began to scowl. So this is my replacement? I'm not a replacement for anyone, she said, but piss me off and you'll need one. He raised a hand to slap her. She brought a knee up to his groin faster than he could respond and, when he doubled over, struck him on the side of the head. He tumbled to the floor. She kicked him once in the stomach and then pressed her foot down on his chest. This settled, she said. You've gotta love her, don't you? Clore said. Okay, Sophia, you've made your point, Jean-Pierre said. Now cool down, both of you. Sophia lifted her foot and stepped back, while Killian stood and brushed himself off. She'll have to go through initiation, he demanded. Of course, said Jean-Pierre. In fact, I have a treat for all of us. You see, it seems lately that loyalty's become something of an issue. Clore groaned. Oh, come off it, Frenchie. You're not suggesting we all go through initiation again. That's it, exactly, only it's not a suggestion. We're doing it, like it or not. I think it's a good idea, said Byron. Thank you. Any other objections? This is ridiculous, said Killian. Sophia cleared her throat. Excuse me, but what is this initiation exactly? The albino nodded to Loireau. Explain. Loireau sighed. When we all banded together originally, we decided to share a bonding experience together. Basically, what it entails is this: we light some candles and some incense, draw some chalk patterns on the floor, drop some acid, meditate for a while, then strip naked and drink each other's blood. Everyone drinks from everyone else and allows him or herself to be drunk from, so that we all become intimate and share in each other's power, and we have an orgy. After that, we go for 4 solid days without feeding, and at the end of those 4 days we all go hunting together, then share each other's blood again. Have I missed anything? I think that about covers it, Jean-Pierre said. But why do you light the candles and the incense? Sophia asked. I thought we were all atheists here. Jean-Pierre answered, we're not praying to any divinities but to the natural forces and rhythms of the world, if there are any, to unify us and bond our life energies. It's really something we should start doing every year. It sounds like a bunch of mystical bullshit to me. Perhaps it is, to an extent, but it's the psychology of it all that counts. When we do it, we all become one with each other. He looked at Claire. It's very emotional, isn't it? Fuck you, paleface. You were in tears, too, if I remember. Weren't we all? Don't you dare single me out because I'm a woman. If that's what you think, then kiss my ass. Killian puckered his lips. She flew at him, but Jean-Pierre leapt from his chair and held her back. She wrenched herself free, breathing heavily, but made no more move toward Killian. Jean-Pierre lit a Pall Mall, looking each of his crew in the eye. Sophia was beginning to see why Vistrat considered him to be such a valued leader. He sucked a hit off the cigarette and smiled affectionately at everyone. This is exactly why we need to do this, he said. Do you understand now? He stared at Claire pointedly, saw her sneer start to fade, went over, patted her on the shoulder and kissed her forehead. To Sophia's surprise, Claire didn't pull away, though she became very stiff. Then he went over to Killian and did the same. Grabbing Killian's arm, he led the Daydog over to Claire and made them embrace. After their initial reluctance, they did, though it was a very brief contact. Now, said Jean-Pierre, are you all with me, and, just as importantly, are you with each other? Byron nodded. The others followed his lead. Good, now let's all start setting up the candles. They were shown several boxes, which held the necessary components to the ritual, and began arranging the ceremonial space. Jean-Pierre threw the blackout curtains over the windows so that they could feed during daytime, and Loireau broke out the LSD. After taking off their clothes, they all sat in the center of the chalk and candle pattern and dropped the acid. There were some nervous smiles from the group and Sophia could feel an excitement spreading up from her stomach and groin. They looked at each other pleasantly and reached for each other's hands. Then, feeling the presence and warmth of everyone else, they closed their eyes and began. Chapter 16. He's dead, the bartender said. I'm sorry, but Hoswell's dead. Ruger glanced at Danielle, whose face was sober. They had been inquiring all over Las Vegas for Hoswell, and everyone had the same story. An assassin had murdered the city's most powerful resident. He can't be, Ruger said. The man hired to kill him is dead. The bartender, a werewolf, this was an immortal dive, one of many, only shrugged. Sorry, but they must have gotten another hired gun to do the deed. Ruger narrowed his eyes. Where's the body? Laszlo's. Ruger looked away. It was the same answer he'd received before. Danielle drew him away. You're not going to get anything more out of that guy. But we killed Greggs. She grimaced. I don't know, babe. We've got to find out if Hoswell's really dead. I couldn't stand it if he was. I always wanted to return the favor, I guess. You've never really told me what happened between you. Were you and Hoswell lovers? He smiled. No. He saved my soul, maybe. At the very least, he saved me from myself. You mean, when you were evil, or whatever? There's no whatever about it, Danny. I don't believe in evil, but I was as bad as you can get. Hoswell pulled me out of it. Anyway, so we see if Laszlo's really got his body and we go from there. Where's Laszlo? About 70 miles outside of town at a little private airfield Hoswell owns, or used to. But I warn you now, Laszlo's elevator, the one that doesn't go all the way to the top in some people, it's in the basement, and if he thinks Hoswell's dead, he's probably gone completely insane. Hoswell saved his life about 100 years ago and ever since Laszlo's had an unhealthy fixation on him. That what you mean by insane? No, you'll have to meet him to see what I mean. Seems God and the angels have a personal relationship with Laszlo and he talks to them often. He frequently dresses like a priest and Hoswell humored him by building him a rather unusual mission. You'll see. Somewhat nervously, she ran a finger across the thin silver adornments that pierced her left ear. You can tell me, you know. I mean, about what happened, when you were, bad. He stared at her for a long while. At last he shook his head. Some other time, he said. She frowned. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When the sun set, they packed their bags and checked out of their hotel. Their new vehicle was a VW minibus with psychedelic flowers and peace signs painted on the outside and Mardi Gras beads hanging from the rearview mirror. A plastic Elvis jutted from the dashboard and a profusion of glow-in-the-dark stars stared down from the ceiling, walls and floor of the rear interior, creating a small but brilliant universe when illuminated by blacklight, which they were. Ruger and Danielle tossed in their 2 suitcases and she climbed behind the wheel. She started the automobile with a dusty roar and headed east toward the desert that surrounded Las Vegas. Once clear of the city, Ruger lit a cigarette, propped his feet up on the dashboard and turned on the radio. Aerosmith was singing Sweet Emotion. So tell me about Laszlo, she said. Like what kind of shade is he? A very rare one, what they call a Calgid. Never heard of them. They've got the power to resurrect the dead. In fact, whatever force created them made it imperative that they do resurrect the dead. They're a kind of vampire, really. They need human blood to live, but this blood must first be passed through a corpse. She made a face. Here's how it works, he said. The Calgid resurrects a dead person by giving the dead one some of its blood, then the zombie, or whatever you want to call it, feeds off a human and goes back to its maker so that the Calgid drinks from its zombie. That's disgusting. The Calgid usually makes several zombies to carry out its needs. The more of its blood it gives to the zombies, the stronger they are. In fact, if the Calgid gives a zombie enough blood, the zombie can become a Calgid itself. But this means the zombie then becomes powerful enough to be a threat to its maker, so this rarely happens. And if the Calgid doesn't give its zombies enough blood, they continue to decompose. Ideally, it gives the zombies just enough blood, every now and then, to erase the more visible effects of death and keep them from decomposing altogether. I should mention that the Calgid has a strong psychic connection to his minions and can even control them sometimes, unless the zombies have got enough of their master's blood to make them powerful enough to resist its mind pull. At any rate, the Calgid usually uses enough of its powers to instill a certain loyalty in its undead subjects. So how many zombies does Laszlo keep? Last time I saw him, which was about 25 years ago, he had 4 at his disposal. How strong could they be? I mean, if Laszlo turned out to be unfriendly, could they hurt us? Probably. One advantage they've got is the zombies aren't afraid of the sun, even though their master is. Typically they go and gather blood during daytime and return at night to feed him. She thought about it. So how do they get the blood? After all, they're in the middle of the desert. He shrugged. Hitchhikers and passers-through, I guess. Or they go to a neighboring town. How do you kill them? Destroy their brain and you destroy their immediate psychic connection with their master. He can resurrect and restore them later, but it takes them out for the time being. Are they discriminate about who they feed from? You mean, are they worthy of a visit from the marshals? Well. He frowned. It would be a bad idea to kill someone we're trying to get information out of. Didn't stop you with Greg's. He paused. First, let's see how bad they are. We can plan on delivering justice later. Fine. So how did Laszlo come to be at this airport of Hoswell's, and why'd Hoswell build one out here in the first place? Back in the 50s he built it for commercial purposes, so he'd have a place that he could import his drugs to directly. Never made much money on it, though, overhead was too high. And once the police caught wind of it, they gave him hell. Other mob bosses bribed them more than Hoswell could compete with. This was before he grew as powerful as he is today. Or was. Then, in the late 60s, a rival boss sent some of his thugs to torch the place. Burned most of the buildings and planted explosives along the runway. The airport's personnel made their final stand in the hangar and were able to hold out until the thugs were gone. Hoswell decided it wasn't worth it to keep the airport running in the same capacity it had been, so he dismissed the staff and rebuilt the runway so he could keep the airport running, if only on a private, non-commercial basis. He loves to fly around the world, you know. I remember he was always so excited whenever a new model plane came on the scene. He kept his personal jets there. And it was a perfect place to stick Laszlo. Hoswell wanted Laszlo to move out here with his zombies, but Laszlo wouldn't have it because he said it was ungodly. So, when he got rich enough, Hoswell built a new hangar, a large one and out of stone this time. Built a 3-story church on top of it. Made the church to look like a mission, out of stone like the hangar, with a bell tower, too. Spent hundreds of thousands of dollars setting it up just right so the mission would have enough support not to fall down on top of the hangar. It amused Hoswell to have God watching over his planes. He maintained the place as a private airport and Laszlo's stayed there ever since. There's even a little cemetery out back full of mortals and immortals who died in Hoswell's service and Laszlo tends to it on occasion. That's where he gets his zombies if he needs a new one. Money can buy anything, can't it? She said. And Hoswell's an eccentric bastard. He's nothing compared to Laszlo. Can't wait to meet him. So you really think Hoswell might have some useful information if he's still alive? According to Greggs, yes. Hoswell was investigating the scouring before he vanished, remember? Something about a mysterious third party trying to figure out how powerful he was, something like that. By now he's bound to have tracked that person down. He may know more, too. He may know the secret behind it all. Anyway, it's the only move we've got so far. If Hoswell doesn't know anything, I was thinking. Yes? We could ask Carker. No one knows more about immortal affairs than he does. She looked sideways at him. You still love him, don't you? He sighed and lit another cigarette. I know he kills innocents, but does that really make him, in your terms, evil? Yes. Her voice was ice. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. About 40 minutes later they saw a hitchhiker just up the road, and Danielle said, "What do you think? Pick him up, and if he pulls a knife or a gun on us we have a sip." They were both starving for blood. I concur. They pulled to the side of the road, and the hitchhiker approached. Carrying a cheap-looking bottle of whiskey in one hand, dirty long brown hair fell down his back, a ratty biker's jacket hung over an indescribably dirty shirt, and skin-tight black pants stretched down to his boots. As he approached, his face became more visible, his eyes were quite red and there was something gangrenous about his features. He flashed a peace sign and threw open the rear door before climbing in. Ruger wrinkled his nose at the stench. "Where to, mates?" the man said. Ruger spun around just in time to see him draw out a blade from his waistband. Ruger shot him twice in the chest. The noise startled Danielle, who jumped in shock. The man looked down at his wounds, swore and took a big gulp of his whiskey. "Danielle," Ruger said casually, "meet one of Laszlo's zombies." The man winked at Danielle out of a bloodshot eye. "I prefer the term bloodfinder, himself." To Ruger, "How'd you know, mate, I mean before ye shot me? I've smelled a lot of corpses in my day, son, and I could smell you a mile off." "What's your name?" "Tommy O'Connell." "And forgive the stench, friends, Laszlo ain't got any runnin' water at that friggin' place, not to mention me own frailments." "Is that where you two fine and upstanding citizens re-headin'?" "Afraid so, Tommy," said Danielle. He returned the blade to his waistband and made an effort to straighten himself up. He offered his bottle to Ruger, but Ruger declined. "How do you come to know Lord Laszlo?" Tommy inquired. "From Hoswell." "Oh, I've met him. On several occasions when the good man stopped by to say hi to Laszlo. He used to be boss, you know." "Is that a fact?" "Yes, indeed, my good sir." "Have you seen him lately?" "Oh, sure. Got his corpse in the hangar." Ruger's heart sank. Danielle saved the moment. "If you've got Hoswell's corpse, why not resurrect him?" "Ah, simple. See, the 6 odds who killed him took his head, for a trophy, I guess. Can't resurrect no one without a head, unless you're doing it for amusement. Laszlo's done it before, I've watched him. They corpses just flop around like dyin' fishes and sometimes ECN get 'em to walk and stuff, though I expect that's just some of them old spoonbender techniques the Lord's got. Not my kind of man, the Lord, but he treats me well enough. Guess you're sundogs or something, right?" "Something," Ruger said sadly. He'd heard the rumor about Hoswell's decapitation before but had forced himself not to believe it, feeling Danielle's hand on his own. "I'll take some of that whiskey now." Tommy handed it over. "Want I should give you directions to Laszlo's?" Ruger fell back in his chair and stared blankly forward as the self-styled bloodfinder guided Danielle to Laszlo's mission. He just couldn't believe Hoswell was really dead. So many things left unsaid, so many debts left unpaid, and at the end they weren't much more than casual acquaintances. I should have tried harder, thought Ruger. I should have tried much, much harder. All the time in the world and it's still left incomplete. He took a swig from the bottle and swore under his breath. At Tommy's direction, Danielle turned the minibus onto a poorly maintained private road, pausing while Tommy pushed open the gate, then wound her way up to what was left of the airfield. There was the twisted maze of runways stretching off to the left, where the ruins of many buildings lay wasted, and off to the right, incongruously large and tall among all the bleak flatness, rose the stone hangar and the 3-story mission on top of it. Or, more properly, part of it. It was one great big stone nightmare, complete with ominous tower. The bell tower soared like a battlement in the center of the mission's roof, which was unusual. In most cases, the bell tower was located in a corner of the mission, whereas this one seemed to run through the center of the building itself. Ruger could see that the roof of the bell tower had been torn off and the bell itself was missing. Most strange of all, stairs made of scaffolding material led up to the top of the tower from the roof of the mission, and, where the roof of the bell tower used to be, a type of fragile wooden platform, almost like a diving board, stuck out, as if someone were about to jump into the well itself. Very curious. What's all that? Danielle asked Tommy, seeing it too. Not as supposed to say, lasse. Sorry and all, but me mouth is closed. Climbing out, Ruger noticed that all the windows of the hangar had been boarded up and the hangar door, the only thing not made of stone on the exterior of the building, was sealed. I need to go in the hangar, Ruger said. I need to see Hoswell's body. Fraid not, mate. No outsiders allowed inside. Been closed up like that for nigh on 20 years. Hoswell taken to using the old hangar 'fore he got whacked. Then I want to see Laszlo. Sorry there, again, pal o' mine, but you're uninvited guests and the Lord'll come to see you when he shows us. Nothin' I see and do about it. Ruger felt himself grow cold. There was something very strange about this place, something haunted. He hoped they could just find Hoswell's corpse and get the hell out of here. Something bad was going to happen in this place. So what now? Danielle said. We sleep in the bus till Laszlo decides to say hi? Nonsense, said Tommy. I'll show you both to a room in the mission. You're married, ain't ye? Yeah, sure. Don't see no weddin' rings on your fingers. Best not have relations while you stay here or Laszlo won't like it, and you want to get on the Lord's good side, trust me. I've seen folks who've learnt the hard way and it ain't petty, on that you see and be most certain. He hitched a thumb toward the minibus. Best get your bags. I ain't no bellboy. You might be stayin' a while. Ruger and Danielle glanced uneasily at each other and retrieved their 2 suitcases. He could see that Danielle was getting spooked and didn't blame her. Where are the other bloodfinders? He asked. Oh, don't worry, mate, they're around. Follow me, if you'd be so kind. Tommy ushered the vampires to the far side of the monolith, to a stone staircase that snaked up into the mission's vestibule on the first floor above the hangar. Once inside, Ruger found it to be a narrow, angular room devoid of warmth. Wanna visit the chapel? Tommy asked. Have a chance to wash yourselves of your sins? Laszlo doesn't like the sin and that's a fact. Best to burn it off now 'fore he does, and this is good nature speaking to ya. No, thanks, said Ruger. Just show us our room. You ain't atheists, is ya? The Lord doesn't like the ungodly ones. He yanked up his t-shirt to reveal a rotted torso marred by countless giant welts in cruciform shape, burn marks left by a brand. I was without God once, for Laszlo showed me true and righteous path. God is with that one, he is, and the angels sit on his shoulder. I'm sure they do. Where's that room? Tommy showed them past a large dining hall with stained glass windows, down a series of corridors until they reached a staircase, which they took to the second floor, then down a narrow hall. Finally Tommy opened a dirty wooden door, which creaked as it swung wide. This'll be your room, lass, and the one down there'll be the mister's. Separate rooms, she said. To ensure that this place remains without sin, why understand, course, if you were interested, Laszlo could marry ye both in holy union and you could carry out God's good work in the bedroom at your leisure. I've seen him marry before, I have burns the sin out of the newlyweds before they see and be joined with God's blessin'. Beautiful, just beautiful. Thanks, but no, Ruger said. He was becoming used to the strange, frenzied stillness of the place, but there was some sound, just under the silence, some horrible noise like screaming. Now, if that'll be all, I'll be off. Tommy crept back the way he'd come. Danielle laughed nervously, then whispered, I think we should just get the fuck out of here, Rug, Hoswell or no Hoswell. You with me? Ruger lit a cigarette, took her hand and led her into the room, which was small and sparse, a narrow bed there, a cramped desk here, and the only window shattered, the fragments left gleamed of stained glass. Above it hung a large iron shutter, open now, to block out the sun. We've got to find out if Hoswell's really dead. If he's not, we need to know what he found out. Either that or liberty takes over the world. Baby, I want to get the hell away from here. Whatever we find out from Hoswell can't be worth what's going to happen here. Nothing's going to happen. He moved to the window and saw the cemetery not too far away, but there was something strange about it. The air outside blew suddenly cold, and dark clouds massed above. Looks like the storm's followed us, he said. Raining? About to. He turned to look at her. What? She was staring at him strangely. She bit her lip, then let out a breath. Nothing, she said. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Rain drummed against the windows. Danielle fidgeted. They'd been waiting for too long. A sudden impulse grabbed her. Ruger, she said. What is it? He said, sounding wary. She sucked up her courage. Your story, she said. My what? Your past. I want to know. I demand to know. Danielle, please. Now isn't the time. It never is. It never will be. Fuming, she said, now is the perfect time. We're waiting on Laszlo, we've got nothing better to do, we're in a spooky fucking castle and there's a storm. What better atmosphere could you want? He stared at her. I don't know, he said. She lit a cigarette, rebellious. Start talking, she said. But. I said start talking. He blinked. He looked away and thought for a long moment, seeming to wrestle with something, then nodded. You've waited long enough. She almost melted, but made herself be tough. I have. Where should I begin? Finally. At the beginning. And, wonderingly, he began. Chapter 17. Ruger's family had moved to Vienna from Germany when he was 10. It was a large family, and he was the youngest of 6 children. As such, he'd pretty much raised himself, his parents cold and distant to him, having exhausted their supply of tenderness on the offspring who'd come before. Ruger's father Henri had brought his parents with him from Germany, and they were harsher and more parochial than Henri himself, who was every fiber a tyrant. In all fairness, he was considered a rebel by having married a Spaniard. The family lived in the most upscale and conservative pocket of town they could find. They were aristocrats from old. Their estate was large and sprawling, complete with the catacombs of the family that had lived there before. In many ways, Vienna didn't suit them, its free-spirited and artistic ways offended them, so they mingled mostly with the moderately politic gentry of the area. When Henri told his youngest son he was to be sent to boarding school, the young Ruger disagreed. Henri would not be denied. Once in boarding school, Ruger had tried to burn it down. His protest was duly noted by the school authorities on his way through the expulsion process. Following, his family hired a private tutor for the boy, a governess. He liked her. In fact, he enjoyed learning in general, but he couldn't force himself to be idle. Wanderlust held him rapt at an early age. He ran away frequently, learning criminal behavior from friends on the street, but soon discovered a society of artists who accepted him and the good name his family brought. By this time, his family had given up and all but cast him out. He didn't care. No love was lost between the Rugers and their youngest son. The artists taught him poetry and literature, and it was in their company that he began writing. Under their tutelage, he also learned how to play chess, and he became well known for his skill at the game. Only later did he come to see most of the artists as shallow and pretentious. They were disappointed when his family cut him off. Since the Ruger family money solved a lot of their problems, they made their displeasure with the young poet abundantly clear. One big exception proved to be Maria, a sincere poet with some talent. 17 when he met her, Ruger fell in love from the start. She was an 18-year-old Spanish refugee, whose family had fled from the authorities in their home country after her father had killed a wealthy merchant for political reasons. The irony didn't escape Ruger that, like his father, he'd fallen for a Spaniard. Her intertwined innocence and cynicism attracted Ruger. It hurt nothing that she was also voluptuous, with oily black hair and almond eyes. He couldn't understand what she saw in him, but she did. As they began courting, Ruger's family became enraged at the low breeding of Maria's heritage and her family's lack of material assets, and they threatened to disown him. He invited them to do so. Maria and Ruger fell deeply in love, and eventually he asked her to marry him. She accepted. By this time, Ruger was living almost exclusively among the poets in town, had rented a flat himself, in fact, and had very little contact with members of his family. The situation suited him fine, and Maria didn't seem at all disappointed that they wouldn't have the benefit of his family's money. Indeed, she was delighted at the romantic notion that she and Ruger would have to make it together all on their own. For a while, they did. He honed his skill in vaudeville acts, always hoping to publish something, while she became an excellent professional dishwasher. Their happiness didn't last. Perhaps due to all their romantic midnight cavortings, which had exposed them to rain more than once, Maria caught pneumonia and became desperately ill. Her family had no money for a doctor, and Ruger's family refused aid, a fact which he would remember later. He knelt by her deathbed day and night, tending on her every need, but to no avail. Winter had come, and though it was the kindest one in recent years, the cold was too much for her and she faded away, turning frail and skeletal, her dark skin now pale. Finally death claimed her, and Ruger nearly died with her. Some would say this was the beginning of his insanity. He dressed her body in her nicest dress, stole a suit for himself along with a pair of tarnished silver rings, and slipped these on their wedding fingers so that they could be married in death if nothing else. He gathered her in his arms and crept onto his family's estate during the night, delving deep into the catacombs, where he walled Maria and himself up in a tiny chamber, with hardly air enough to breathe. Air which soon became unhealthy and fetid. He stayed there with Maria, waiting for death, for 3 days and 4 nights before his family discovered the new brickwork and unearthed him. Most said he'd probably gone insane during his days in the tomb, but the ones who spent the most time with him felt it was only after his release that madness took hold. Whichever, he was clearly sick, walking around his room talking to himself, throwing occasional violent fits and cutting himself with anything he could get his hands on. He blamed his family for Maria's death and vowed revenge. They sent him to an insane asylum, where he stayed for 7 very unpleasant months before he found a way to escape. Armed with thoughts of avenging Maria's death, he returned to his family's estate. Before giving in to his desire for vengeance, he kept the presence of mind to steal as much money and clothes as he could carry. Then he set fire to the house and ran off into the night. He never found out if anyone had been harmed in the fire, but they had killed Maria through their own prejudices and he felt that they deserved whatever they got. Being raped and beaten and starved in the insane asylum didn't ease his feelings toward them. May their souls burn as bright as their house, he remembered thinking, though he cringed to remember it now. 2 weeks later, he woke up to find his mind suddenly clear, sane again, and he was alone in an alien city, hungover and sleeping in a ratty inn. He became a wanderer. Times were different then and people were more hospitable to charming young vagrants. Ruger always managed to work a certain spell on people, frequently finding lodgings with gullible families but street smart enough not to rely on this. Often, to occupy his time, he played chess. It was in this way that he met Ludwig. I was playing chess by myself on a stone bench near a fountain when he came up and plopped down opposite me and challenged me to a game, Ruger said. He was this tall, skinny thing who hadn't bathed in weeks, with wild hair and expensive clothes. I never found out why he'd left his home, but he had. Naturally, being the stubborn sort Ludwig was. It took him 2 hours to concede, but by then we'd grown to like one another, so we took up together, rogue chess-playing poets with enough stolen money to keep up minimal appearances and sustenance. For a while, anyway. They became well-known characters and often people would gather round to watch them play. When they ventured outside of Austria and discovered that they were unknown in other places, they turned their obscurity to their advantage when someone would challenge them to a game. Mostly these challengers went away disappointed, but it got so that Ruger and Ludwig made a sort of living off of placing money on the games, and this sustained them until they got to Paris. They'd bounced around Europe for so long that it was only a matter of time before they wound up there sooner or later, it was just a question of timing. They arrived starving and destitute, not even speaking much French. They were forced to learn quickly. Ludwig had always been fascinated by Ruger's poetry, so when they met a group of spirited, impoverished philosophers, Ludwig sent out some of his friends' material. In retaliation, Ruger distributed some of Ludwig's weird epics to the populace, and they were both surprised when their literature was well received. Of course, they learned soon enough that the young philosophers they'd encountered were anarchists, revolutionaries. To them, the fact that the newcomers' poems made no sense was a good thing. It showed a desire for change. The revolutionaries dubbed Ludwig and Ruger the odd flock, a phrase out of one of Ruger's poems, and the two stayed on. This was during the early stages of the revolution, when most of the revolutionaries ended up dead and rotting of gangrene on the barricades. Gangrene tends to take the romance out of most things, Ruger learned, and it was at this time that he discovered his natural violent tendencies. He killed better than he wrote, it seemed, even if his heart rested with the latter. Soon his fame spread among his peers for his suicidal antics on the front lines. Meanwhile, Ludwig rose in the ranks of the revolutionary leaders, becoming something of a commander, a strategist, which suited him wonderfully. It ended one day when Ruger was leading an assault on a corrupt police station. The revolutionaries were ambushed and slaughtered without mercy. A traitor had given them away. The survivors were forced back to one of their secret encampments, just about to be overrun. Ruger, dying with 2 bullets in his stomach, gathered the remnants of his men and told them that he was going to make his last stand there. In a touching gesture, they agreed to stay with him. Amid the stench of gunpowder, gangrene, burning flesh and hair, the anarchists loaded their weapons and waited for the final assault. When it came, it was swift and brutal. Half of Ruger's men were cut down within the first minute, and he was struck twice in the chest and a few times along his limbs. He crumpled in a wet heap at the bottom of the barricade. One thought chased at him as he lay there dying: he had to find Ludwig, make sure Ludwig knew that he was passing over. But Ruger was too weak and there was no time. He was using his own blood to write a goodbye letter when one of the revolutionaries easily hefted him off the ground and sped him off into an abandoned alley. Gunshots echoed off the streets nearby. The revolutionary patted Ruger with a gloved hand on the cheek and smiled. It was a woman, a girl really, no more than 17, perhaps, but though she looked several years Ruger's junior, she gave off a presence and had such command of herself that he felt she was much older, and of course she was. Approaching her 200th birthday, in fact. She had cloudy, pale green eyes and deep dark brown hair shot through with streaks of soot and ash. She told me that she'd read my poetry, had watched me from afar, watched me smoke my cigars, or mull over some stratagem, or laugh with the other anarchists at some small joke when the tension got too high. She said I should live forever, and that she would do that for me under the condition that I use my gifts to continue the fight for freedom. He'd started to drift into unconsciousness, but the revolutionary pulled out a knife and nicked his throat to keep him awake. She made him promise, and he did. She drained him of what blood he had to give, then gave him her own, making him a vampire. He later found out that her name was Amelia. Ruger returned to Ludwig at once and offered him immortality, but Ludwig refused. At first. As Ruger and Amelia became lovers, she introduced him, and by extension Ludwig, to the various covens and rogues in the area. The original Outflock met many of her immortal friends and acquaintances, and Ludwig discovered the Morbines, an immortal race that fed off of brain fluid, and was delighted. He called them the intellectual's vampire, and, since he was just as well known as Ruger, the Morbines were honored to make him one of them. They seemed to consider it good publicity. After another year of fighting, Ruger grew disgusted with his mortal and immortal comrades, finding that they were every bit as corrupt as those they hated. Reluctantly, Amelia agreed. Together they left for the New World, leaving Ludwig behind in France. They begged him to go with them, but he refused, saying he must continue the fight. Ruger and Amelia spent nearly 100 years together, and she taught him everything she knew, starting off with the basics, first how to choose his victims, only evildoers, then how to amass one's personal fortune by taking money and properties, including stocks and bonds, off one's victims. It was a lesson many shades never mastered. Other lessons followed: small-scale telepathy and telekinesis. Meanwhile they explored the New World from the frigid tip of present-day North America to the warmer tip of South America. They hired natives to build them an estate in the wilds of Canada. Occasionally war would break out somewhere in the world, and Ruger and Amelia would go to fight for the side that they considered just, if there was such a side, then return to their exploration of the earth. They were deeply in love. This, too, came to an end when they moved to New York. They had lived in the seething cityscape for about a year until one night when they decided to hunt separately. After his excursion, Ruger ventured to their apartment to find Amelia lying lifeless on their bed, a dark immortal standing above her, her blood dripping from his lips. It was a Kavasari. Ruger charged the creature, a man, but the Kavasari knocked him aside, a smile on his lips. Ruger didn't stop. He kept charging Amelia's killer, and the Kavasari kept throwing him back. Eventually, after he'd beaten Ruger to the ground one final time, the Kavasari took up Amelia in his arms and vanished out the window. Ruger tried to follow but could not. Despair filled him. Amelia was dead. Devastated, he sunk into depths of despair he hadn't known since Maria's death. In fact, this time his insanity completely consumed him, lasting for close to 70 years. It was a colder sort of insanity, the sort that would be hard for anyone to detect. To all others, he appeared rational. Around the time Amelia died, the Civil War was breaking out and Ruger fled the claustrophobic city of New York for the more lush land of the South, where he started a cotton plantation in Louisiana with his fortune and bought several hundred slaves. He was not to return to New York for a long, long time. To him, it became a haunted place, a place of misery. To him, the war represented the old ways versus the new. The traditional rural life against the industrial age. These were concepts that he could relate to, even though his love of life had completely disappeared. Before Amelia's death, he had killed slave owners, and now he was one. Life grew to be an evil thing to him, and he set about its destruction coldly. The war called to him, and he couldn't resist the temptation to break open the bones of those that lived in the northern world that so disgusted him, the world that had killed Amelia. He purchased the title of colonel from the Confederacy and became, once more, a leader of men. He was relentless and cruel, driving his soldiers savagely into the jaws of death again and again, but leading them out successfully. His men hated and feared him, but the Confederate generals loved him. They promoted him to their rank. He agreed, under the condition that he could still lead his soldiers into battle. At this point they began to call him the Demon of the Mississippi, as the river was his stomping ground. To this day, a portrait of him, bearded and in Confederate uniform, lies embedded in one out of every 4 Civil War textbooks in the country. Of course, others were aware of the delicate skin condition that prevented him from seeing daylight and understood his need to keep indoors during that time. Ultimately, this little eccentricity became common knowledge, and the Union used it against him, leading their assaults during daylight and killing enough of his men to make his nocturnal counter-assaults ineffective. To make matters worse, a few Union shades realized what he was and made several attempts on his life. After surviving the first, he immortalized a small group of his die-hard loyalists. There were only a few, and they protected him. When the war ended, he retreated back south, a burnt-out, hateful creature, only to find his plantation in ruins. The slaves had risen against their overseers and set the mansion aflame. The overseers hung by their necks from the towering oak trees surrounding the estate. The slaves had hung them by their bullwhips. In a rare display of emotion, he danced around their bodies and collapsed laughing. He had no idea where to go, so he disappeared into the never-ending Louisiana swamplands, where he lived alone, a savage. He actually enjoyed the solitude. But, as fate would have it, his reputation had intrigued a werewolf called Lord Carker. Carker searched the swamps for months before finding Ruger, who had become something of an elemental, an extension of the swamp itself. Carker took Ruger under his wing, teaching the one who was now often referred to as the Darkling the finer points of evil through a seemingly endless series of wars and debaucheries. They loved each other in the way that only they could, appreciating one another's darkness, yes, but it wasn't that simple. They understood that beneath all that they were still warm, affectionate beings, capable of emotion and caring. They relished and embraced their blackness, because they understood that that was their nature. This was what Carker taught him, to be evil, if there was such a thing, because that's what he was. But it wasn't all of what he was. Carker tried to instill in him the zest for life that the hunter had. In this, he failed. Ruger could never be at peace with his darkness as Carker was with his. It all culminated in World War II, the war Ruger thought of as that which had taken his soul, if he had one left. The hunter and the darkling were indiscriminate. To them, war was a playground. Everyone on the field was prey. The two would attack soldiers, civilians, anyone. For fun, they even assassinated a few people with high rank, just to stir things up. It didn't matter which side, just as long as there were no witnesses left. With Carker beside him, Ruger committed unimaginable deeds, atrocities so dark he couldn't even name them. Infrequently, but sometimes, they'd hunt separately. On one such night in Germany, Ruger woke up in a cave surrounded by bodies, not knowing how he had gotten there and crying out for Amelia. It all came back to him in a rush, and he left the cave hating himself, determined to go out and slaughter a whole slew of humans to prove to himself one last time that he was really and truly evil. Then he would lie down, smoke a cigarette, and watch the sun come up. Later, he would understand. After 70 years, the ice simply broke. The walls he'd erected between himself and emotion dissolved in a blaze. He'd killed one person too many. But what were his options? He couldn't continue on as if he hadn't reached a defining moment, and he couldn't suddenly reverse sides and fight for justice with the weight of his crimes poised above his head. The vampire Hoswell found him first. Hoswell saved him, if not the soldiers he'd destroyed. Hoswell, a staunch German who'd been living in America until the war, had come over to Germany to kill off the evil elements of his native country so that he could still be proud of his homeland. Ruger never learned how Hoswell knew of him or found him, but the vampire did, and he brought Ruger back to the light. He convinced Ruger not to kill himself, that there could be life for him yet in redemption. After Hoswell's arrival, Ruger understood that he could never go back to Carker, never surrender again to evil. As much as he loved his mentor and friend, Ruger knew he could never see Carker again. After the war was over, Ruger returned with Hoswell to Las Vegas, where Hoswell was rising in the ranks of the criminal underworld. He was a kind man, in his way, but not to be trifled with, and Ruger learned much under his tutelage. Hoswell became a different sort of mentor to Ruger, not goodly, exactly, but noble. Ruger had to figure out how to be goodly himself. Breaking people's knees when they didn't pay up didn't quite qualify, in his opinion. For all Hoswell's virtues, for instance, his refusal to feed on the innocent, he was a ruthless businessman. Soon, Ruger knew he had to return to New York, if only to stare his demon in the eye. To conquer it. Once he'd done this, New York became a sort of base of operations for him, somewhere to stay between his many road-bound odysseys. He only fed now on the unjust. Sometimes he even fed on other immortals who had preyed on humans indiscriminately. Slowly, he began to develop a new sort of reputation. He became an avenger. He became the boogeyman that unrighteous shades feared. This went on for decades until he found Danielle, and except for the months Danielle had spent with Jean-Pierre at Lord Carker's, they'd been together ever since. Ruger, though dry-eyed immediately after the telling, soon broke down with violent sobs. Danielle embraced him. She didn't exactly know how to respond. He'd been evil, she had no problem using the word, she knew that. She had already forgiven him for it, in fact. He'd never apologized for it, and she hadn't asked him to. It's simply who he was. Or had been. The strange thing, to Danielle, was that in telling the story he made himself out to be more vile than he had been. Carker had told her enough to give her an accurate picture of his days as the Darkling, and it was not the portrait he painted himself. Not that she believed Carker, who had admired Ruger's evil, but she would sooner believe the hunter than Ruger, who couldn't be objective about it. The way Carker told it, Ruger very simply hated life and wanted to stamp it all out. He had been quite cold and methodical about it. Without emotion. A reaper. One day emotion had returned to him, and he'd lost the driving force behind his attempted genocide. And never apologized for it. Until now. I killed hundreds, thousands. He said through his tears. I deserve death 1,000,000 times over. No, she said, stern. No. Don't you see, you've changed. You're not with Carker anymore. You've turned your back on all that. You're with me now, and we've never killed an innocent, have we? No, never. I could never kill an innocent again, not even if my life were in danger. But don't you see, I go insane after I lose someone I love. If you were to ever. No, stop it. You didn't go insane after Ludwig died. Besides, no one's going to kill me. But if they did. Well, consider this. You'd respect my last wish, wouldn't you? Of course. Then as my last wish I command you never to kill an innocent. Do you hear me? Yes, but. No, never. Now swear, damn you. I swear it. He tore off his shirt, pressed his thumbnail over his heart and carved a bleeding X in his chest. Cross my heart. She kissed the wound, took his blood into her mouth and swallowed. Tearing off her own shirt, she threw her legs around him and straddled him, then pressed herself tight against him, kissing his face and licking his tears away. I love you, Ruger. Always. I love you, too, he said. Their lips met, and everything after was a blur. Afterward, rain pounded the remains of the window, and Danielle knew that Laszlo would not be happy. They had just defiled this room. Thank God. Let's go outside, she said. I don't care about the rain. I can't stand this place. Mount Vapor never made me claustrophobic, but this place does. Let's dance in the rain and perform some ungodly rituals. She led the way out, down the corridors and the twisting staircase and through the angular vestibule until a light rain fell on them. They picked their way down to the still dry earth and toward a little rise, where the cemetery was, crested the hill and came to the burial ground, surrounded by a dilapidated wrought iron fence. A large black archway, leaning to the right and with a twisted gate, allowed access to the holy ground. Damn it all, Ruger breathed. Danielle stared. All the graves, and there were no more than 50, had been unearthed. What does it mean, she said. It means that Laszlo's resurrected them all. Chapter 18. Groovy, said Coir, eyeing the penthouse, and her voice was only half mocking. One day after initiation, the death squad had just arrived in Las Vegas. Jean-Pierre nodded. Things had been going pretty well, he had to admit. There was still some tension among the crew, but it had lessened dramatically since the initiation, and Sophia was part of the reason. Instead of focusing on themselves so much, the others could concentrate on getting to know her and, when they did start to bicker, she made an effort to come between them, acting in an almost motherly capacity. She was no mother, though. She could be as cold and brutal as any member of the crew. Because of this, she'd earned their respect. The truth was that Jean-Pierre was impressed. Not only was she all the things he admired in a warrior, but she was sensual, as well. In his effort to detach himself from Danielle, Sophia might just be the thing he needed. And every time he'd made some small advancement on her, she'd returned it, which built his confidence. It seemed childish, this little game, but he was determined that if he and Sophia were going to become involved, it wouldn't be on the sideline basis that Kristen and Veliswa had fallen into. Moreover, it wouldn't be of the obsessive nature as his love for Danielle. No, if this happened at all, it would be mature and, as such, it must progress at a mature pace. But did mature necessarily mean slow? There were enough rooms in the penthouse suite for all of them, and after exploring their new surrounds the crew began to unpack. It was one of the nicer casino/hotels along the Strand, and the owner reputedly had connections with the mob. After throwing his one suitcase on his bed, Jean-Pierre moved into the living area and broke out a Pall Mall. The others drifted in. I think we should hit the casino, Poirot said. Well, you would, said Coir. But hell, we're in Vegas, why not? Ruger and Danielle can wait a few hours. As Soph said a few days ago, it's a paid vacation. What you think, Jean-Pierre? He shrugged, thinking it would be good for them. Let's do it. Smiling, Coir turned to Sophia. You ever been to Vegas, Soph? Used to live here, a long time ago, back in the mob's heyday. It's nothing like it was. I'm flesh-starved, said Killian. Are we still going to uphold the tradition of the 4-day fast? It seems ridiculous under the circumstances. Without food, we'll be weak, so what happens if we run across the odd flock? If we find them, we'll feed, said Jean-Pierre. If not, we'll uphold the fast and the second stage of the initiation immediately afterwards. Everyone okay with that? They nodded, and he led the way downstairs to the casino. After trading in some cash for chips, Poirot went off to play baccarat, while Cloire and Byron found a roulette table and Killian decided on a nice game of blackjack. Kernavar migrated to the slot machines. Suddenly Jean-Pierre was aware that he was alone with Sophia and that she was very near him, almost brushing his side. He remembered last night during initiation when they'd all begun the ritual orgy, and he'd thought at the time, while he and Sophia were coupling, that they were especially close somehow. Something about the genuine nature of her smile. Although she'd seemed reluctant to become intimate with him at first. Perhaps he'd imagined it. Still, standing so close to her, his mind flashed on that smile of last night, when she'd writhed above him in thoughtless abandon, and how that smile had warmed his heart. Their hands touched. "Shall we play craps?" she said. "Together? I'll blow on your dice." They wandered over to the craps table. "Do I scare you?" she said. "Of course not. Your hand is trembling." Fool, he thought. Suck it up. I can be every bit as cold as she is. It was this coldness in her that he liked, this impenetrable inner strength that reminded him of the way he'd been back in the days before Danielle. Even then he'd felt incomplete, though. Sophia was different. She accepted her nature, which was so close to the albino's own, but unlike him was complete in herself. Perhaps her inner strength would awaken its counterpart in him. "It's nothing," he said. "Just need a cigarette." He fumbled getting one out. She lit it for him, and he liked the way she moved. "Thanks." They began to play. Of course, it was easy for a shade to win at these kind of games, what with their telekinetic and telepathic abilities, but this took the fun out of it, and what did money mean to them? They played it straight, no tricks. True to her word, Sophia blew on his dice. When she whispered in his ear 30 minutes later, "Wanna go upstairs?" he nodded, and she put her arm through his and let him lead her away from the table. They'd been losing in craps and didn't bother to retrieve the last of their chips. To the contrary, they went straight up to the penthouse. He took her into his bedroom, knocking the suitcase off his bed. "You are frightened," she said, drawing him towards her. "Never made love to a woman you could respect?" He studied her, but her face was gentle, not mocking. He started. She placed a finger to his lips, then kissed him, pressing herself against him. She did a slow pivot, not breaking the embrace, then pushed him roughly down on the bed. "You just need to relax," she said, and her voice was so silky that he found himself giving in to the power of suggestion. She ran her hands up and down his body, then unfastened his belt with her teeth. "Just relax, and have a little fun. Fun is allowed, you know." Their lips met again. He gave in. Soon they were naked and rolling around on the bed. For some reason he found himself unable to go through with it, though, and before he'd gone very far he broke away, panting. He placed a hand over his eyes. "What is it?" He sighed. "What are we doing?" "What do you mean?" He stood up and started pacing. "Soph, you're very good. I don't know why you're really here, but I know you're acting. You play the seductress very well." "That's not what I want." She stared up at him. "I acted too fast, didn't I? Is that what gave me away?" When he didn't respond, she said, "That wasn't really acting, Jean-Pierre. That was instinct. You and I guess we were meant to find each other." "What are you talking about? Have we met before?" "No. And I didn't come up here for a one-nighter. I wanted to begin something. Maybe I did it wrong, but it wasn't an act." Who was she? Why had she tried to seduce him so quickly? Probably the Titan had set her up to it, in order that Jean-Pierre should get over Danielle. Perhaps some real emotion had gradually entered into it, though. He wanted to believe it. "If you came here because you actually felt something," he said, "it wouldn't be right, not now." "Then when? When Danielle is dead." "Especially not then." "Then nothing could be resolved." "Then where does that leave us?" She slid up against him, his back to her front, and kissed his neck. "No," he said. "Just put your arms around me." She did. "Do it like you mean it." "I do." "You don't even know me." "Then you don't believe in love at first sight?" "Don't be absurd." She paused. Sometimes there's a connection between two people that happens instantly, and it's best to make the most of it before their differences tear them apart. "So this connection, you feel it towards me?" She squeezed him around the middle. "I do. I think you feel the same toward me." He lit a cigarette and moved to the window, where he looked down on the neon city. She came to stand beside him, her arm around his waist in a strangely familiar gesture. He offered her the cigarette and she took it, expelling the smoke with a cool smile. "What do you say to finding a coffee shop?" she asked. "No." "What then?" "I say we find a bar." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After the graveyard, Ruger and Danielle explored the land beyond the airfield. Small hills rose up, covered by stunted-looking shrubs and ugly grass. The night was cool, and the air became fresher the further they got from the mission/hangar. "I'm hungry," Danielle said. "Me too. Should have eaten before we left Vegas." The vampires made their way up the embankment, becoming slippery in the rain, toward the airfield and past the vacant cemetery. As they were descending the last hill, Ruger started as lightning flashed. A lone figure stood on the mission's roof. The man seemed tall, but it was hard to tell from here, and he was utterly naked, his face raised to the heavens. He mounted the scaffolding toward the platform on top of the bell tower. Ruger gestured, and Danielle looked as another blast of lightning cut down, illuminating the glistening, storm-swept roof, but the figure was gone. "What is it?" Danielle said. "I think I saw Laszlo, but I don't know." Whoever he was on the roof near the bell tower. Then not. "I think he went into the tower." Chills ran up his spine. Had Laszlo been watching them? Was he watching now? Did he know that they'd been joined in ungodly union not long ago? Had he seen that? "Let's go inside," Ruger said. The moment they entered the mission's vestibule, Ruger was hit by a wretched stench. "Do you hear something?" Danielle said. He paused to listen. He could hear a strange, rhythmic noise, but it was something he'd heard before. "Let's see what it is," she said, and her voice was a whisper. They crept down a narrow hall, hearing the noise grow louder, then turned down another, and finally came upon the chapel. "Fuck," Ruger said. The zombies were here, at least 30 of them, kneeling in the pews, chanting softly, steadily in Latin. They wore ratty gray monk robes with hoods thrown over their heads, concealing their faces. The leader of the congregation was not Laszlo but one of his bloodfinders, a man Ruger recognized, had even played poker with a few times. Singer, he was called. A tall man with a scarred face and a severe widow's peak, Singer had been a werewolf who worked for Hoswell before being murdered in a gangland war. Now he was Laszlo's right-hand man and, to prove his devotion to God, he'd had a cross burned into the smooth flesh of his forehead, smooth because he was an immortal and immortal corpses do not rot easily. In fact, Singer just might still possess the ability to shapeshift. His eyes were closed, and he was leading the chant. A large cross stood behind Singer, suspended by wires, and a naked man hung where Christ should be, nailed at the hands and feet to the wooden beams, his blood dripping to the floor. Covered in a slick bloody grime, the man was tall and gaunt with salt and pepper hair and big glossy black eyes set back in his head, giving them a hooded appearance. His flesh was the color of ash. "Laszlo," whispered Ruger. "Laszlo, taking the place of Christ." He must have only just gotten into position, as he'd been at the tower moments ago, Ruger was sure of it. Danielle pulled him away. "Why don't we plant some bombs and blow this place up?" she said. "We're supposed to fight evil where we can, and this is evil?" She shook her head. "I don't know. But to feed all these bastards they've got to kill a lot of humans, don't they? That follows." He caught a whiff of something else, more zombies somewhere close by. He set off in that direction, Danielle just behind. They came upon a large wooden door, set in a little alcove. Half a dozen zombies grouped in front of it like a pack of wolves. One of them was Tommy O'Connell. The zombie smiled when he saw the odd flock and stepped forward, a shotgun in his hands. "How'd you do, mates? What's going on here?" Ruger said. "Nothin' much. We'd all be attendin' midnight mass if y'all weren't stayin' with us. But we aren't and we're here instead. Least we don't have to don those fool robes." "Where's this door go?" Danielle asked. "Oh, that. This here's the door to hangar, but don't you be gettin' eager. We're here to prevent you two nice folks from going down there, and if you make a fuss I'll call the other brothers in mass and you'll get more 'n your bargain fare." "What's down there?" "If you were to know, we wouldn't be guardin' door, now would we?" With a quick snap, he chambered around. "Now clear out 'fore I get myself worked into a tither." "How do we get to the roof from here?" Ruger said. "Ya don't. We're going to the roof. Can't have that, now. And if you try for the door to it, you'll find some more brothers waitin' for ya. Now y'all go on, say your prayers and retire. Feel restless and you might want to try out library on the 3rd floor." He leveled the shotgun at them. "Y'all go now, and God bless." The odd flock moved away, down a series of stark rat tunnels. Danielle paused, studying a large round bulge in the wall. What do you bet this is the bell tower shaft, she said. Probably is. Why does it run straight through the building like this? I guess Hoswell thought it would be more aesthetically pleasing if the tower was located in the center of the mission, and he always did like his secret passages. But the way I remember the mission, there was access to the bell tower on every floor and stairs that ran in a spiral along the inside wall leading up to the bell from the first story. It looks as if Laszlo had the entrance to it on this floor walled up. Probably did the same for the other floors. Baby, I think it leads to the hangar. I bet if we broke through this wall we'd find it goes straight down. Why don't we? It'll get this mystery over with. Let's wait till sunrise when most of the zombies will be out fetching blood for Laszlo. But the sun. Don't worry. All the windows have iron shutters, which they close during the day so that Laszlo can walk around. What about the bell tower itself? It's open at the top and the sun can come right in. His frown deepened. Then we wait for first dark. I want to go now. He debated. Really, there was no point in putting it off, other than his reluctance to endanger Danielle. Then again, every moment they were here was one of danger. Fine, he said. Let's do it. As quietly as possible, they began to break through the stone, setting the pieces on the floor so they could replace them later. The repair wouldn't pass an inspection, but that was the chance they took. Once they'd removed enough stones to create a hole big enough to slip through, Ruger stuck his head into the bell tower and was immediately assaulted by a terrible reek. He knew that smell, knew it very well. You sure you want to do this? He said. I'm sure. He began to crawl into the bell tower headfirst, looking for the staircase he remembered, but it had been removed. In fact, there was nothing here, no bell, no floors, just an empty hole above where the roof should be, and where a half-moon now hung instead, partially obscured by clouds that flung rain down on him, and a bottomless pit below. A pit that stunk horribly. Something down there glistened. Hands seized his leg. What the? They yanked him back out of the hole. For a moment, he thought it had been Danielle pulling him out for some reason, but then he saw Tommy and a dozen other zombies standing over him, their weapons drawn. Ruger lowered his hands and stood slowly. Sorry, babe, Danielle said. 2 zombies held her. They came up on me too fast. Tommy smiled, revealing corroded teeth. Thought you might be up to something. And here you are, causing trouble and making me in my condition comb these damn halls and wear myself out. A shame and a sin, neither of which re likely to go unpunished round here. Now come peaceably and Meb the Lord'll be gentle with ye. Mind if I have a smoke? Ruger said. Be quick about it, man. I ain't overbrimmin' with patience, you know. Ruger thrust his hands into his jacket and came up with 2 enormous Colt .45s, which he fired directly into the zombies. Tommy's head exploded. Danielle broke free of her captors and fired, too. The zombies surged forward. Several flung Ruger back against the wall, but still he kept shooting. One fell, then another, their rotting bodies unable to keep up the pretense of life. They were overwhelming Danielle. Go, he said. Into the hole. I can't leave you. Go. I'll be right after you. She resisted another moment, but they were all over her. She leapt into the hole and was gone. When he ran out of bullets, he turned to the opening, gritted his teeth and flung himself in. A few dry hands scraped at his feet, but not fast enough. He plunged down, and he had enough time to register a light patter of rain on his face and the vile stench of whatever he was approaching coming up fast. He passed through the spot where the lowest floor should be, but was not, and next he was flying through the empty space of the hangar. He landed with a gruesome plop. For a moment he thought he was drowning. Fighting his way through the wretched liquid substance he'd fallen into, he clawed past a forest of dismembered body parts floating in the goo. A severed arm, a decomposing head, they're the remains of some poor man's torso, the putrid flesh and the bones underneath, a free-floating liver. Ruger broke the surface, gasping, not for breath but in shock. He realized he was covered by a slick, bloody grime, the same grime that Laszlo had been covered with. The zombie overlord had gone for a swim before crucifying himself. Ruger reached for purchase, found the edge of the basin and hoisted himself up out of the pool, then fell to the cement floor of the hangar. It was a good drop, and he winced in pain as he cracked the cement. Danielle, spitting and cursing, helped him up. She'd already emerged from the slime. Fucking great, she said, shaking her gore-coated hands. He fumbled for his guns but couldn't find them. Shit. He'd lost them in the pit, and he wasn't going back in there, not for all the mushrooms in Morocco. He patted himself down, finding the weapons that hadn't been dislodged and examining them. The goop in the pool had clogged most of them up. Snarling, he hurled the pistols to the floor. "What now?" Danielle said. "The bell tower must have been cleared so Laszlo can jump through it to this pool," Ruger said. "The platform on top's nothing more than a diving board." Jesus. Backing into something in his effort to distance himself from the pool, he knocked an object over with a metallic bang. Turning, he noticed a cluster of metal barrels. The one he'd turned over was leaking some oily substance and anticoagulant for the pool so the blood there wouldn't clot. Damn, but Laszlo was a sick bastard. And, if Ruger had his way, a very dead one. "Holy God," Danielle said, and such was the horror in her voice that Ruger felt the hairs rise on the back of his neck. He turned, and suddenly he saw it all, the whole hangar. Hastily, the walls rose in his head, putting distance between himself and the reality of the situation. Despite that, he sank to his knees and retched. The pale moonlight shooting down the bell tower cast the scene in an appropriately gray hue. Giant chains hung from the ceiling, hooks on the end of them that, one and all, were pierced through the Achilles tendons of humans, most of which looked dead and all of which were naked. Wall-to-wall corpses, and along the walls life-size crosses. Occupied crosses. Ruger and Danielle approached a woman who hung upside down from a hooked chain and saw that she was in fact still alive, in a manner of speaking. Most of the bodies seemed decayed, some no more than skeletons with a little skin left, but horribly, some of them were moving, though surely most of their brains were so rotted that they weren't really human anymore. "Get a grip, old son. You've seen worse." "Where, for God's sakes?" "No, this is just about as bad as it gets. I knew he was insane, but even so how can Laszlo justify this?" "Come, here." The woman wheezed. Cautiously, Ruger and Danielle obeyed. As he drew nearer, he could see that the woman was past death, along with the rest of the hangar's occupants, but she was perhaps the freshest one. "Hang on," he said, grimacing at the choice of words. He leapt up for purchase on the chain, finding that his hands were so greasy they almost didn't stay on. As delicately as he could, he removed the hook from the woman's tendon, grabbed her ankle and hopped to the floor. He eased her to the ground, where she lay panting. "Poor thing," Danielle said. Ruger removed his grime-coated jacket and laid it over the woman's wasted frame. She coughed her thanks, and he nodded, trying not to show his horror. Laszlo and the zombies would be on them soon. While the woman recovered, Ruger scanned the room. There were the stairs that led up to the door that Tommy O'Connell and his gang must have been guarding. Ruger knew it would burst open any moment. Where was Hoswell? The woman smiled weakly, but she was obviously scared, probably frightened that Ruger would hurt her or that she would have to return to the hook, like living meat in a meat freezer. "Laszlo did this to you?" he asked. "They call him the Lord." Her voice filled with mocking rage. "He calls himself the Son of God. How did you get here?" For a long moment he didn't think she would answer. Then, in a creaking and painful voice, she told her story. "My husband and I were taking our son to Vegas for his birthday, and we stopped for a hitchhiker. Oh, we were so stupid. He tore us up, he killed my boy, he was dead, and nearly killed me. I passed out, woke up hanging in this place. They left me to rot, my husband was gone, and then I was dead, no water, no nothing, and I woke up and was still here, and the Son of God was standing over me. He can make the dead rise, just like a god, but he's no god, he's the devil, and he or his demons killed everyone here and he keeps them alive so he can cut holes in them and put his. She couldn't go on. Ruger didn't need her to. "Sick fuck," said Danielle. "But why?" Ruger asked the woman. "He says he must cleanse our sin, through the fire of his seed. Sometimes he'll let one of us die and tear his victim apart afterwards, just to raise them again and watch them struggle to move, and he laughs." "Oh, he laughs." She looked up at Ruger and her eyes were wide, she'd felt his strength. "Oh, my God. You're one of them." She screamed and struggled out of his grasp, scrambling backwards, but not far. "No," he said. "I'm here to help you." But she was no longer listening. She was shaking her head and muttering, transported into a wave of terror. The zombies would be here any second, Ruger knew. Where was Hoswell? His eyes were drawn upwards to the ceiling, where he saw a cross hanging high in the air, and on that cross was the headless body of a 60-ish white male. Danielle followed his gaze. "I'm so sorry, honey." "No," he said. "Wait. I don't think." "What?" He breathed out in a sudden rush of relief. "That body's decomposing." The door burst open. A horde of zombies, the whole congregation, swarmed down, blades and guns in their hands. Ruger reached for a long knife, really more of a dagger. "Give him hell," Danielle said, pulling out a blade of her own. The zombies flew at them. Ruger tore into the creatures with teeth and knife. He jammed the blade into his attackers until one of them sunk to the floor, the knife in its skull. Too far away for him to reach. He fought on with teeth and fist. A splash of corpse blood sprayed his mouth, and he nearly retched. They surged all around him and Danielle. Ruger swiveled, turned, punched, kicked. He hard his enemy's bones breaking. Soaked with blood from head to toe, he fought on. Danielle, he gasped. Danielle. He could no longer see her. Ruger. There were too many of them. Escape was impossible. He heard growls approach. Singer. In beast form. As the werewolf joined the fight, Ruger realized his time had come. A voice, Laszlo's, "Come to God, my son." Ruger tried to answer, but one of the debtors rammed a dagger through his throat, and blackness overcame him. Chapter 19. When Sophia woke up in the morning, sunlight streamed in through the window and she glanced at the clock on the bedside counter. 9:30. Early enough. She sat up in bed at Jean-Pierre's bed and noticed him still asleep beside her. He was such an angelic sleeper. This was the first time in a long time she'd woken up next to a man that 1, she hadn't had sex with, and 2, she had no plans to destroy. Oddly self-conscious, she ran her hand through his pale blonde hair. Last night had been good. Healthy, in its own twisted way. They'd danced and gotten drunk together. Even talked. She had let her guard down, and wasn't sorry about it. She even felt a little guilty about her attempt to seduce him. It was her natural instinct, though, maybe the natural instinct of all Gensivs. When she saw a weakness in a man, she honed in on it and used it to her best advantage, or what she thought would be her best advantage at the time. Sometimes she was wrong. She reprimanded herself for her emotional outlook. Emotion made one weak. And yet he looked so beautiful lying there. She rose and lit a black death. She would wait and see. If she felt anything real towards him, she'd make an effort to own up to those feelings instead of turning away from them as usual. Of course, part of her cringed at the whole notion. God's girl. You can't do this. He's. She banished the thought. They were immortals and above such concerns. She showered and dressed, and by that time he was up as well. While he showered, she found the kitchen and brewed some coffee. She saw that Killian was already up. Clore marched into the room, 2 cigarettes in her mouth, and smiled. "Mornin', Soph." "Mornin', Clore. Want a cup?" "Hellfire and fuck yeah. Byron and I finished off 4 liters of tequila last night. He puked on me in the middle of the night, and the sad thing is I couldn't blame him." The morning progressed, and by 10:30 everyone was dressed and ready to go. Since they'd rented a van at the airport last night, the first priority of the day was to find some sympathetic criminals and purchase hardware, as, having taken a commercial flight to Las Vegas, the death squad had to leave their guns back home. Unfortunate but easy to rectify, which they did quickly and were on to the second objective by noon. It was a nice day outside and the team was in good spirits. The second objective was to find Ruger and Danielle, which meant interrogating anyone that might have come in contact with them in the past week. Ruger and Danielle were certain to be looking for Hoswell, even though the rumors of his death were now common knowledge. As the day went on, the death squad talked to many minor underworld figures, who would be the best sources of information on Hoswell, and by 5 o'clock it became clear that the underworld was really and truly in turmoil. Hoswell's absence had left a hole that many were trying to fill. In fact, they were warring over the position, without success. All Hoswell's former lieutenants and rivals were at each other's throats. No one seemed very powerful. No one, that is, except for an enigmatic figure few seemed to have met in person, a shade named Carl Barnaby. Apparently he just arrived on the scene, and it was rumored that he was very wealthy and powerful. Though he was a newcomer, he was quickly making Las Vegas his territory. Mystery surrounded him, but no one the death squad talked to proved helpful in solving it. They did find out a critical piece of information, which was repeated over and over again in rumor: Hoswell's body was at Laszlo's. That, Jean-Pierre was certain, was where Ruger and Danielle would go. The others agreed, but Killian had something to say. "I don't think Hoswell's dead. I think he planted the rumor of his death himself to make going underground easier." Surprisingly, Jean-Pierre agreed. "Hoswell's too crafty to die. So what do we do about it?" "I've an idea." Jean-Pierre took them to a particular casino/hotel operated by one of Hoswell's former lieutenants. If the death squad had learned anything today, it was that the underworld was so weak here that the name Vistrat carried great weight, and, while they probably would have been killed within a few hours of entering the city had Hoswell still been in power, they were at the present time feared as emissaries of Vistrat. Vistrat had the power to wipe all these insignificant players off the board at a whim if he was willing to devote the manpower. Jean-Pierre parked the van and the crew followed him inside, where he demanded to see the operator of the establishment. After some mind-pulling, he got his way. The death squad stormed into the office, closing the door behind them. The operator, a Morbine named Stacy, had been expecting them and had a small army of shades behind his desk, all armed, just in case. "We're looking for Hoswell," Jean-Pierre said. "He's dead," said Stacy. "Or haven't you heard?" The albino laughed. "He's not dead, it was just a trick to evade the scouring. As far as I know, he's quite dead." "Then who killed him?" "He was scoured, I suppose." "Yes, but as we've all come to know, the scouring usually works through local hit teams. That's how it killed Lord Chang in Hong Kong yesterday, or haven't you heard? That's how it killed Hernandez in Colombia 2 weeks ago. And that's how it would have killed Hoswell. Since we've been here, we've heard many rumors and many false braggarts, tales of several squads who take credit for the killing. It seems to be becoming common knowledge that the body at Laszlo's mission is missing a head, so if it really is the body of Hoswell, the team that killed him took his head as a trophy. But none of the braggarts have the head. So who has it?" Of course, much of what he said wasn't quite true. The death squad hadn't been in town long enough to gather all this information. Jean-Pierre was simply making the necessary leaps based on the assumption that Hoswell was still alive. The bluff worked. Stacy swallowed. "I don't know. Now please get out of here." The albino turned to his crew. "Do it." They all withdrew their weapons. The small army behind Stacy raised theirs as well, but Jean-Pierre held up his hand. "Not yet," he cautioned. "Stacy, do you see that all our guns are silenced?" "Yes." "Yours are not. We can shoot you all night without making a sound, no cops will come and no awkward questions for you to answer. If your men return fire, it makes a big loud sound and the poor tourists in their rooms are certain to call the boys in blue. And the boys in blue will alert the mob. Other bosses will find out about it. You'll look weak. You're at a disadvantage, Stacy. We have nothing to lose and you do. Trust me, we will shoot until every last bone in you is shredded, and I'll personally throw what's left of you out for the sun to enjoy, and if you return fire you're fucked. In addition to that, if so much as one of your rounds hits any one of my crew, you'll have the wrath of Vistrat down on you tomorrow." Sweat popped out on Stacy's brow. He took a sip of his gin and tonic. "What do you want to know?" "Tell me where Hoswell is." "His carcass is at Laszlo's." Incorrect answer. "Now my team is going to fire at you for approximately 10 seconds. Then I'll ask the same question, if Hoswell's not alive, where is his head?" "No, wait." The death squad fired, knocking Stacy from his chair and sending his blood across the desk. After 10 seconds, they stopped and Jean-Pierre asked the question again with the same results. This repeated itself several times until Stacy was in tatters, but the results did not change. The location of the head was not known. Satisfied, Jean-Pierre nodded to his crew and they left. He'd gotten the answers he expected. Without the head, Hoswell's death could not be verified and therefore there was a very good chance he was still alive. Which meant that if the death squad could not reacquire the odd flock at Laszlo's mission, all they would have to do was find Hoswell and wait for Ruger and Danielle to show up. As she boarded the van at a harried pace, Sophia found herself impressed. Jean-Pierre had handled himself ably. He was very much a leader. If she allowed herself to feel, she realized that she could, and to her utter surprise, fall in love with someone like that. "So what now?" Loireau asked. "We go to Laszlo's?" "We've got to feed first," Clore pointed out. "It's already nightfall." Jean-Pierre nodded. "We feed, and then, at long last, we go to Laszlo's and kill the odd flock." It was then that Sophia realized she was being foolish. Her love life could wait. Somehow, within the next few hours, she had to prevent the deaths of 2 shades she'd sworn to her own mother that she would protect. Otherwise they would most assuredly die. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It horrified Sophia how easy it was for the death squad to round up a set of victims. They just stopped at a street corner and Jean-Pierre used his psychic powers to lure 5 mortals into the van. To any passers-by, it must have looked pre-arranged. A van stops and 5 people climb in. So strange and shocking that these creatures, this crew, could seem so friendly and nice and yet be so casually brutal. Then again, Sophia knew, they didn't see humans as equals, but thought of humans much as humans might think of cattle. The werewolves simply loaded up the victims, rented a motel room and, Jean-Pierre still keeping the mortals in check with his mind pull, herded the victims into the room, where they were bound and gagged. There were no preliminaries, the werewolves just set to it, the killing and eating of the mortals. Clore and Byron shared one, as did Loireau and Kernavar, while Jean-Pierre and Killian fed on a whole one each. As a show of respect for the newcomer, they let Sophia feed on a whole one, too. The others had stripped naked so as not to dirty their clothes, but all she had to do was take off her pants, which she did before straddling the man that she was to feed from. More Gensiv than werewolf, all she needed was his seed. As Gensivs must receive semen to live, they're sometimes faced with unwilling, frigid or impotent men, and accordingly they have certain psychic powers of stimulation. So, staring into his eyes, Sophia aroused the man, then took him into her. The others, if they noticed this, just figured she was having her fun before feeding from him, because everyone except Jean-Pierre assumed she was werewolf, what with her ability to walk about during daytime. At last, however, they noticed. "What's going on here?" said Claire, covered in her victim's blood. Byron stood behind her. They had just finished their meals and were staring at Sophia's victim, still quite intact. Sophia didn't answer. She'd finished her business and was slipping her pants back on. "She's a Gensiv," Jean-Pierre said, picking a piece of flesh from his teeth. "But she's half werewolf, too, Claire. Let it go." "No," said Killian. "Part of the reason we all kill together during initiation is to prove our loyalty to each other and our race. How can we trust her if she's not willing to do so?" "Sorry, Soph, but I agree," said Claire. "Kirnavar," said Kirnavar. "I hate to say it, Jean-Pierre," Byron said gently, "but they're right. Even though we didn't wait the proper 4 days, this is still the conclusion to our second initiation. We all must kill. Surely you see that. What do you say, Sophia?" Jean-Pierre said. "Would you kill him to prove your loyalty to us?" "I kill only for personal or financial reasons," she said, "and I very rarely have to kill someone." "You do what you need to do in order to stay alive, and so do I. There's no reason why I should go beyond that to prove my loyalty to you. In fact, I think you should show your loyalty to me by respecting that." The albino nodded. "That's her decision. Everyone okay with it?" "I'm not," said Killian. "It's not fair to the rest of us." "Ditto," said Claire. "To the others, are you with me?" Reluctantly, Loireau and Byron nodded, but Kirnavar just stared at them. She turned to the Gensiv. "Soph, we could be friends, but if you refuse to do this thing, it'll create a rift between us. What do you care if some piddling mortal lives or dies?" "It's not necessary," Sophia stated. "If I killed him, I'd be a wastrel. I don't see how that would be proving my loyalty to you." "God damn it, don't you see? This changes everything." Sophia shook her head sadly. "I won't do it." "Then, by God, I will." Shaking with anger, Claire moved over to the man, who was quite petrified, and punched through his chest. Wordlessly, she ripped out his heart and held it up for Sophia's inspection, then flung it to the floor. She didn't even feed from the man. "Does that make you happy, Soph?" "No." Jean-Pierre walked over to Sophia and put a bloody arm around her shoulder. "Okay, show's over," he said. "Everyone shower and let's get on with it." "This isn't done," Claire said. "It is for now," he said. Sophia, feeling Jean-Pierre's strength around her, watched as the others shuffled away. "It'll be okay, you'll see," Jean-Pierre said, and though she knew he couldn't be right, she was glad just the same that he stayed with her until the others had showered before moving off himself. *******. The death squad turned off the highway onto the private road, bounced down its winding path, passing a strange big yellow van, but not stopping to inspect it, though very shortly Jean-Pierre would realize it belonged to none other than Younger and Yagoda, then pulled up to the mission/hangar to park near the Oddflox Volkswagen. Though Jean-Pierre wasn't entirely positive it was their quarry's vehicle, it didn't go with the environment. He saw Claire smile with satisfaction as she climbed down from the van. "A perfect night for mayhem," she said, hands outstretched to catch the cool wind. Sophia glanced up at the half-moon, looking troubled, though Jean-Pierre couldn't guess at what. There was certainly enough to be troubled about. Cupping his hands, he lit a Pall Mall, and the others gathered around him. "Okay, here's the deal," he said, looking at Claire and Loireau. "You two walk the perimeter, find a way into the hangar and come back, fast." "You mean you're actually going to kill Danielle?" Claire turned to the others. "Guys, I think we should make our leader here personally kill that bitch. He's already shown a weakness for Soph, so maybe he's finally over his little gutter angel, but we should make him prove it." "I agree," Killian said. "I don't know," said Byron, and Claire slapped him. "Shut up, Aussie. Loireau, you with me?" Loireau nodded, carefully keeping his eyes away from Jean-Pierre. "I guess." "Normie," she asked Kirnavar. "Kirnev." "Oh, I don't want to hear it. If you want to see your maker squirm, just nod." He nodded. "Good, that's settled." "Soph?" Sophia returned Claire's glare. Could friendship really turn to hatred this fast? Jean-Pierre wondered. You seem very worried about Jean-Pierre's loyalty, the Gensiv said. It's called displaced aggression. In other words, you're the one with the loyalty problems. You're goddamned right, Clore said. Jean-Pierre, will you kill Danielle? For a long moment, he said nothing, then, Clore, if you and Loireau don't do as I've said to scout the perimeter, if you need me to repeat myself, I swear by the night that I will, here and now, take off your fucking heads. That's my boy. She and Loireau sauntered off. Now are there any other loyalty problems here? Asked Jean-Pierre. Killian's eyes narrowed. Just don't fuck up. Forget about Danielle, advised Loireau, trying to be friendly. She's white trash. Jean-Pierre sneered. I would see you dead before her, if I had a choice in the matter. Byron, can I trust in you? Of course. The Australian looked offended, but deep down, the albino felt he would decide in favor of Clore. And Sophia? She nodded silently. Jesus, was she the only one he could really count on? And he'd known the others, except Kirnavar, for decades. Clore and Loireau came back at a trot. What did you find? On the other side, there's a stairway that leads up to the mission. All the other entrances are sealed up, Loireau said. Well, that won't do. If we go up that way, we risk the odd flock being in the hangar and escaping. We can't afford to divide ourselves. The only thing to do is to blast into the hangar itself. We'll chase them up to the top and deal with them there. And if they jump off the roof? Clore said. Then we jump, too. Remember, we've just fed and will probably be stronger than they will. I don't like it. The blast will make too much noise. In fact, you know what I think? I think you just want to alert Danielle so she can run away. He's right, Sophia said. Going from bottom to top is the most strategically sound idea in this situation. Oh, and we're supposed to trust you? Yes. Clore snorted. Fine, but if this thing goes sour, I'm through, Jean-Pierre. The team will have one less member. Loireau and Killian agreed. Jean-Pierre headed back to the van. Let's get it over with, then. They broke out the hardware, grenades, automatic weapons, a variety of pistols. He knew Laszlo was a Khaljit and probably had some zombies at his disposal, though surely not more than half a dozen or so, and if Laszlo was friendly toward Ruger and Danielle, that meant the death squad had to be prepared. After arming themselves, Jean-Pierre said, remember, if you come across any zombies, aim for the head, just like in the movies. As they started in the direction of the hangar, he lobbed several grenades at the great wooden door. The death squad barely broke stride as the explosives went off, blowing a hole. Almost casually, they strode inside, but then their resolve broke. Holy hell, what happened here? As he crunched over the debris the explosion had made, Jean-Pierre became aware of walking on top of long wooden beams, crosses, and beneath them, nailed to them, bodies. Bodies being ground into the concrete floor as the crew made its way into the hangar. Fuck. Clore said. Through the smoke Jean-Pierre saw the forest of living skeletons and bodies, and along the walls crucifixes. He tread on a dried gooey substance. Damn it all, he was walking on the dried-up liquids these bodies had released on dying. He noticed a large group of hooded monks, just visible through the swaying forest, clustered near one wall, around a cross with someone on it. Danielle. His heart thumped. At that moment, the monks, zombies, he realized, saw him too. The debtors' heads had snapped in his team's direction at the explosion. Now, in unison, the things turned from Danielle and ran, howling, toward the death squad. How can there be so many? Loireau said. Most of them were armed, Jean-Pierre saw. And there was Laszlo, the sick puppy, wearing a priest's get-up and reaching for a rifle. The door leading into the mission burst in. Jean-Pierre turned to see another group of zombies descending a flight of stairs. At their head was Singer, a man the albino recognized. With a start, Jean-Pierre realized he himself could join their ranks if he wasn't careful. He turned to his crew. As always, they looked up to the task, even Kirnavar and Sophia. Form a barricade, he said. He fired at some of the chains that the bodies were suspended from, breaking the metal links and causing several corpses to fall to the ground, striking it hard. With the quickness of an immortal, he arranged the bodies, some of which stirred slightly, into a little mound, then squatted behind it, setting his various guns out on the floor around him for easy reaching. Turning, he saw that some of the other members of his crew had done the same. Pride surged through him, and he felt the sting of sadness at the possibility of losing them. It all depended on whether or not he was willing to kill Danielle. The zombies charged. He paused to light a cigarette, possibly his last, then raised his automatic rifle, took aim, and fired. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. From his perch on the wall, Ruger had a clear view of the action. He was high enough to stare down at an angle on the rotting forest of flesh and the demons that warred among it. Those that were down there would have their sight obscured by the bodies, but not him if he cared to look. Mainly he watched Danielle, battered and bruised and crucified. Crucified. How could he have gotten her into this? She'd been right when she had said they should leave. Suddenly he wished that Hoswell hadn't saved him all those years ago, had let him go off on his merry way to hell where he surely belonged. But then what about Danielle? Hadn't he, in some small way, saved her from a drug overdose or a suicide attempt at some point? Maybe that's simply his ego speaking. Well, he would atone for his sins now. Either the death squad would get him or they would join him here on these crosses to die, slowly and painfully, then be resurrected as a slave to Laszlo. Closing his eyes, he tried channeling his power, but the mind thrust wouldn't come. He was simply too weak, drained of blood. Suddenly, he saw something that chilled him to the core. Younger and Yagoda walked through the hole the death squad had created, unfolded 2 lawn chairs and sat down in satisfaction, each holding a long-necked beer. Yagoda produced an enormous joint, lit it, and they began taking hits. Younger saw him, pointed him out to Yagoda, and they both smiled and raised their beers to the darkling in a toast. Bullets whizzed about them, even striking them, but they took no notice, and the combatants took no further notice of them. Chapter 20. Zombies rushed at Jean-Pierre, firing what weapons they had, their rounds slamming into the flesh of the corpses in his mound, some into Jean-Pierre himself. He fired back, aiming for their heads. 3 crumpled to the floor. He swore. He'd delivered 5 good brain shots, meaning that at least 2 of the remaining 5 had been immortals in life and still retained some of their power. Just before they came over the barricade, he grabbed a Magnum .357 semi-automatic and a large knife from off the ground. One leapt for him. He swung with the blade, slicing through its neck, feeling the spray of its deathly juices. He hacked again, cutting off its head and kicking the corpse out of his way to put 5 rounds into the face of one of the zombie shades. The others fell on him. One started to eat into his stomach and he broke its skull open with his elbow. It still lived. He stabbed his blade into the chest of one of the others, to no avail, and lost it there. Feeling their hands on him, digging into his back, his groin, his throat, his belly, he twisted and writhed, emptying his gun uselessly and then unable to reach his other weapons. Damn it, I will not die like this. A gun fired nearby. One of the zombies fell off him, deader than ever. Jean-Pierre grabbed another creature, this one a zombie shade, by the throat. He could hear the last one wheezing and grunting a few paces away. Once freed from the constraints of the other undead, he tore into the zombie shade, decapitating and dismembering it. Gasping, he turned in time to see Sophia finish off the other one, knocking it to the ground and stomping on its skull. She was completely covered in putrid zombie grime, and he knew that he must be, too. Thanks, he wheezed. No problem. They only sent 3 after me. A volley of bullets tore into both of them. Crouching back behind the mound of corpses, they exchanged nervous looks. Are you going to kill Danielle? She asked, a few bullets whining over the top of her head. The zombie seemed to be holding off on another all-out assault for the moment. I don't know, he said. If you kill her, you'll never be able to get her out of your mind. Only by letting her live can you deal with your feelings for her. A bullet struck a corpse near Jean-Pierre's head, spraying his hair with blood. Now isn't the time for this. It's the last time. She was right, of course. What about my crew? This trot? You've hit what they call a defining moment, Jean-Pierre. The rounds of an AK-47 slammed into his disintegrating mound of the living dead, and he figured the time for conversation was about up. Still, he hesitated. They'll abandon me, he said. I won't. She was serious. Glancing over the mound, he saw that the zombies were employing his own technique, taking down the bodies from the hooks and building mounds to hide behind. Their mounds, however, stretched longer and higher, making Jean-Pierre think of his days in the First World War. Trenches and razor coil. He searched through the forest of bodies until he saw Byron and Claire. They'd finished killing off the zombies that had attacked them in the first wave and were looking for him, too. What now, Frenchie? Claire shouted when she found him. Take down more bodies. Extend your mound and I'll come over. As they obeyed, Loireau darted out from his own shelter and dove behind Claire's, receiving a barrage of bullets for his trouble. Together, Killian and Kiernavar rose from behind their barricade. Firing from the hip, they sprinted to Claire and Byron. A de facto ceasefire fell among the two sides as they fortified their barricades. Several zombies broke open the heads of some of the more dead ones and worked on fastening the skulls to their own heads, making gruesome helmets to prevent brain shots. When the mound Claire and the rest had been working on became large enough for the albino's tastes, he grabbed Sophia's hand. We're going to make a run for it, he said. Keep your head down and your gun up. On three, 1, 2, 3. They broke cover and ran to the other's mound. He felt rounds tearing into him but didn't pause. He and Sophia ducked behind the mound, gasping. "You're out of shape, Jean-Pierre," Clore said. He stuck his head over the mound, feeling a few slugs slamming into his forehead but ignoring them, and saw again through the swaying bodies the long, low barricade the opposition had erected. The zombies apparently realized how vulnerable they were to headshots and were staying under cover. Accordingly, they showed no signs of sending out another wave, and why should they? They could just sit and fortify their position indefinitely, waiting for the werewolves to attack or go away. Every minute the werewolves didn't strike, the zombies' position grew stronger. He turned to the crew. "What's the plan?" Byron said. "Kill Laszlo. He's controlling the zombies. Singer, too, because he looks just ripe enough to be becoming a young Keljet himself." Jean-Pierre popped his head up again briefly. "Laszlo and Singer are at opposite ends of the mound. Laszlo's closest to the door that leads up into the mission to the left. It'll take at least 4 shades to kill the bastard, and that's being optimistic. So Cloire, Carnivar, Killian, and Byron, when the time comes, you chase him up into the mission, kill off his escort and do him in. Loireau, Sophia, and I will try to take out Singer and any others that get in our way. First, we make a run for their mound, divide them up into 2 groups and then you 4 scare Laszlo up into the mission. You do your thing, while we 3 stay down here and do ours." "Sounds half-assed to me," said Killian. "Can you think of anything better?" "All right then, get your grenades ready. Throw them right before we hit the barricade. Throw them all. Okay, on 3, 1, 2, 3. They sprinted toward Laszlo's wall of flesh, shooting even as rounds tore into them. They threw their grenades seconds before breasting the barricade. The explosions rocked the zombies, destroying many and creating large gaps in their mound. Once over the barricade, the crew fired with abandon, scattering zombies in every direction. One fired into Jean-Pierre's chest. He shot just beneath its bone helmet, right into the forehead, and it dropped like a stone. "Blasphemers!" Laszlo shouted. "Heretics!" Snarling, the Keljet gathered a small contingent and made his way toward the stairwell, disappearing into the mission. Cloire and the other 3 followed. A long burst tore into Jean-Pierre. He ducked behind what once had been the barricade of his enemy and which was now vacant of them. They were playing it very conservatively, which would make it that much more difficult to eradicate them. Loireau and Sophia crouched as well. Shifting a leg of one of the mound corpses to create a window, the albino chanced a quick peek at the opposition. The remaining zombies, about 20, had taken cover behind the several smaller mounds that the death squad had made. Since there were only 3 of the crew left, it would be next to impossible to flush the zombies from their hiding places, positions which even now were being fortified because the mounds were scattered and the death squad couldn't afford to divide up their forces. Jean-Pierre couldn't even see Singer, so no point in making a run to kill the man. Plus, no more grenades. They would have to wait for Cloire and the others to kill Laszlo and break the psychic hold over the debtors. However, turning, Jean-Pierre saw that the crucified Daniel wasn't very far away, about 50 feet to his left and behind. He would still have the cover of the rotting barricade for several yards and then the swaying bodies would obscure the zombies' line of fire. Loireau saw his look. "Are you going to do her, Jean-Pierre, or has Cloire been right all along?" The albino shot him. Loireau swore. "What did you do that for?" To Sophia, Jean-Pierre said, "Help me get her down from there." They moved off at a brisk crouch to the wall where Ruger and Daniel hung, surely dying. Jean-Pierre glanced over his shoulder, trying to determine his vulnerability to enemy fire, and saw that it was as he'd hoped. He couldn't see the zombies because of all the hanging bodies, and if he couldn't see them, they couldn't shoot him. Danielle was still unconscious, and it pained Jean-Pierre to see the wounds in her hands and ankles where Laszlo's minions had driven their nails. He glanced away, feeling hatred rise in him, and his eyes fell on Ruger. The Darkling observed him coolly. Neither spoke. Jean-Pierre bowed his head in acknowledgement of his enemy, and Ruger returned the gesture, as much as he could. He seemed terribly weak. Strangely, his attention turned to Sophia. "Sophia. It's me," she said. "I'm here." "Here," the albino said, ignoring the exchange. There would be time for explanations later. With the Gensiv's help, he lowered Danielle's cross to the ground, letting it down as gently as possible. As he started to remove the razor wire around her wrists, Sophia held him back. He flashed an angry look at her. She indicated Ruger. "No. Let him." Puzzled, the albino glared at the Darkling, who had eyes only for Danielle. Jean-Pierre understood. It would be selfish for him to play Danielle's hero. Then again, hold that up to the ultimate ironic pleasure of Jean-Pierre, at last, being her savior, and it was pretty much a toss-up as far as he could see. heads, tails. God damn it, he grunted. With Sophia's help, he lowered the Darkling's cross. They released him, removing first the chains and then the thick, heavy nails. Ruger gritted his teeth and sweated, but he made no sound. When he was free, he lay there, too weak to move, and Sophia helped him to his feet, where he swayed. Like Danielle, all his major arteries had been slashed, and he had been grievously wounded beforehand. Jean-Pierre was surprised he could even stand. When he was stable, Ruger nodded to his benefactors. Thank you. Silently, almost in awe, they nodded back. Without another word, the tall, lean vampire knelt beside Danielle and extricated her from the cross, carefully pulling out the nails from her wrists and feet. The pain evidently registered somewhere in her unconscious, and her eyelids fluttered. She let out a soft moan, and her eyes snapped open. When she saw Ruger, a tired smile swept her face and was gone. She flung her arms about him and held him tightly, so tightly, and as she closed her eyes again tears spilled over and ran down her soiled cheeks. Jean-Pierre glanced sideways at Sophia. She nodded. Running a hand through Danielle's tangled hair, Ruger kissed her forehead right on the cross-shaped brand and eased her back. Still one more nail to go. The one through her feet. She released him while he went about the painful business of freeing her, but after that first moan she made no other sound. Finally, he helped her stand, but they didn't break the contact, just stood there feeling each other and breathing. Danielle noticed Jean-Pierre, but she didn't seem to know what to make of him, and she didn't seem to recognize Sophia, or perhaps she was simply dazed. In any case, the battle had stopped for the moment, neither side wanting to go on the offensive, and the four had a few seconds of peace. Danielle, began Jean-Pierre, then stopped. What was there to say? You remember Sophia, Ruger said to Danielle. Oh, she said. Of course. The Ice Queen. Good to see, Sophia started. With shocking strength, Ruger belted Jean-Pierre across the face. Jean-Pierre reeled back, then placed his hands over his bloody nose. That's for trying to kill Danielle at your apartment, Ruger said. I suppose I deserved that. Ruger offered his hand, as if to shake. And this is for saving us. The albino stared at it. The hand stayed out there, and after a minute Jean-Pierre accepted it. Thank you, said the Darkling, and for a moment, just an instant, Jean-Pierre could see what Carker saw in him. Gunfire erupted. Somewhere Loireau issued a scream. A moment later the man himself staggered toward them through the bodies, bleeding badly, his arm almost severed. When he reached them, the sight of the four of them standing there rendered him speechless for a moment. What is it? Jean-Pierre said. Singer, Loireau gasped, finding his voice and glancing quickly, nervously, over his shoulder. He and his zombies are attacking. On cue, the zombies appeared, a band of about 15. They formed a ring about the odd flock and what remained of the death squad. Singer stepped forward, smiling. His canines had grown quite long, and there was something bestial in his face. May the Lord take your sinning souls, because if he doesn't, the devil surely will. That was when something strange happened. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Byron was beginning to think they wouldn't find Laszlo. This didn't disturb him. Laszlo's death would be difficult to arrange, but it was also irrelevant. Byron was perfectly aware that the albino had sent them on this mission just to have a few moments with Danielle. What would be the outcome of those moments? Byron was relatively sure that Jean-Pierre wouldn't kill her and that this lack of action would break the squad apart. If so, what would Byron do? To be truthful, he knew the answer, as much as he might wish he didn't. He was going to miss Jean-Pierre. He only hoped that in all her anger, Clore would refrain from killing the albino, or getting him to help her do it. That was one thing he couldn't do. If Clore asked him to do that, no matter how he felt about her, he would refuse, and that would probably put an end to their relationship, as well. If only he could just hear her say that she loved him, just once, before that happened. They found Laszlo in the chapel, praying. When he heard Byron and the other three enter, he wheeled about and without hesitation began shooting, a wild grin across his face. His dark eyes shone brightly. He was loving all this, thought Byron, and suddenly found that he wouldn't mind killing the bastard, after all. Zombies sprung up to either side of the chapel's doorway and descended on the death squad, forcing them back out into the hall. Byron shot one through the head, then another. Several fell, but then the bloodfinders were too close. One wrenched Byron's gun from his hands. He twisted its head off, but he had no time to leap for the gun. More debtors pressed in tight. Hand-to-hand combat broke out. After crushing one of the fetid things in his big arms, Byron punched another through the chest, where his hand stuck. Seizing the opportunity, the zombie sent its fingers toward his eyes. Clore knocked the thing's head in with the butt of a rifle she'd managed to hang onto, then left him to struggle with getting the corpse off his arm while a third debtor jumped on her back and tried to strangle her from behind. Two zombies had pinned Killian up against a wall while another beat at his face. Laszlo emerged from the chapel. With a few zombies trailing behind, he started off down the hall, Kirnavar the only crew member free to chase after him. The two lunatics disappeared from sight. Byron shook the thing off his hand and helped Claire remove the zombie from her back. That done, they liberated a badly beaten Killian and dealt with the debtors remaining. They followed the sounds of gunfire and cackling down a series of halls until they reached a staircase, which they ascended to the top floor. Up ahead, the laughter continued, only now it was Kirnavar who made the sound. He was just disappearing through a small arched doorway when they rounded the last bend. They entered it to find a narrow staircase. Not pausing, they ascended the single flight to the roof. A blast of cold wind raised goosebumps along Byron's spine as he stepped outside. At first he couldn't spot Kirnavar or Laszlo, only hear their cackling and hooting, but then he saw the bodies of several zombies lying dead and broken on the roof. Kirnavar was chasing the psychotic priest up some scaffolding to the beheaded bell tower. Wind whipped madly around them, fluttering their hair and clothes. Laszlo turned on the brink of the abyss, firing his last bullets into the Lord of the Flies before they collided, struggling on the edge of a well that Byron couldn't see so much as sense. Illuminated against the stars, the two madmen locked their hands about each other's throats. It was amazing to Byron that Kirnavar was still alive, that Laszlo's age wasn't enough to slay the young werewolf easily. But for some reason the two lunatics were deadlocked, struggling like two bulls, neither gaining ground, just smiling maniacally at each other even as their fingers sank tighter into each other's throats. The two lunatics teetered, then went over into the well, both still intent on throttling the other. So focused were they that, even as they plummeted, they didn't make a sound, not even a chitter, but simply disappeared from the lip of the bell tower as if they'd never existed. "Shit," said Claire. She ran up the scaffolding and peered down into the well. Byron joined her, but could see little. "Shall we?" he said. Claire smiled faintly. "If Kirnavar wants to get himself killed, that's his problem. Let's go back down to the hangar the old-fashioned way." The three loped downstairs through the cold stone corridors to the hangar. They passed the swaying bodies and empty barricades until they heard a strange wet sound and followed it to find a very odd scene indeed. The scattered remains of the zombies, along with Jean-Pierre, Sophia, Loireau and the odd flock, were standing around a large pit, or pool, located directly below an opening in the ceiling. The surface of the gooey substance, though too high to be seen by those below, could be heard to thrash and bubble. Laszlo and Kirnavar fought in there, an epic battle between two truly demented immortals. The pool bucked, the corpse-filled sludge, Byron could smell the reek of death, boiled, and the observers looked on with awe. Finally, the waters stilled. A calm grew over the hangar. A hand gripped the rim of the pool and a head rose over the edge, Laszlo's. He was bloody and beaten, more ashen than ever, his glossy black eyes faded by battle. His expression deathly, he gave a sickly, twitching smile. There was something wrong, something in his hair. Their fingers curled tightly, gripping the roots. Kirnavar rose from the putrid water, holding Laszlo's decapitated head in his hand, located the stairs and followed them to the concrete floor. Dripping, bits of flesh and decaying matter plastering him, a manic grin spread across his features. How was this possible? How could a werewolf so young destroy a Khaljit so old? Few assembled were ever to know, but everyone was eager to conjecture about it. Perhaps Kirnavar's innate strength, the quality which had prompted Jean-Pierre to immortalize him in the first place, was simply stronger than Laszlo's. With Laszlo's passing, a shudder worked its way through the assembled zombies. No more were they bound by a psychic hold, they were free, although without his blood and powers of resurrection they would probably die within a few days or weeks unless Singer had absorbed enough of Laszlo's blood over the years to make a true Khaljit out of him. In that case, he would become their new leader. In any event, several of them began tearing off their monk robes and a few even spit on them. One said, "Praise Satan," and the others chuckled. Kirnavar started to toss the head to them, but Ruger stopped him. With some formality, the vampire approached him and held out his hands. Kirnavar stared at him, then, wonderingly, handed the head over. He watched on intently as Ruger whispered something to the head, then bent his ear to Laszlo's lips to hear the ragged answer. Ruger nodded, satisfied, then handed the head back to Kirnavar. Though obviously confused, Kirnavar accepted, and immediately did what he had been about to do. Like a pack of wolves, the zombies tore the head apart. Their newfound freedom was almost intoxicating to watch. Claire would have none of it. Jean-Pierre had released Ruger and Danielle and that was all she saw. Picking a shotgun from off the ground, she marched over to where the albino, Sophia, Loireau and the odd flock stood. Taking aim at Danielle, Claire fired. The vampiress crumpled. Jean-Pierre had the magnum in his hand instantly and emptied its clip into Claire before Danielle had been on the ground long enough to settle. Claire staggered backward. Before she collapsed, she got off another 12-gauge round, hitting the albino in the chest and sending him to the floor. Byron helped her up. Jean-Pierre rose, too, and slapped another magazine into his gun. "You let them live, you bastard," seethed Claire, picking up some shells from the ground and reloading the shotgun. "Kill her now, Jean-Pierre, or I swear I'll do it for you." Ruger knelt over Danielle, holding her in his arms. It wouldn't be long now, Byron saw, she was dying, and quickly. All the blood in the world wouldn't be able to save her after another few minutes, and Ruger certainly didn't have enough to save her. Someone here would have to do it, and fast. "Don't touch her, Claire," Jean-Pierre said. "As my last act as your leader, I command you to let her live." She arched her eyebrows at Killian. "You with me?" "Hell," he said, "I'm second in command. Are you willing to elect me as your new leader? For now let's just say we're equal partners. Deal?" "Deal." "Kirnavar, you ugly bastard, you'll probably have made a name for yourself now, after having killed Laszlo. You with us?" "Kirnavar," he chirped, but there was clarity in his eyes. "After albino gone?" "That's right, shit for brains. Kirnavar is with you." "I made you," hissed Jean-Pierre, "and I will unmake you." "Empty threats," said Claire. Then, to Loireau, "What of it, you bastard? You in?" Loireau stepped away from the albino. "I'm in, goddammit." She faced Byron. Softly, she said, "You with me, lover?" He hesitated. God, but what would it accomplish if he stayed with Jean-Pierre? He'd only lose Claire. Really, his decision was inevitable. "Do you love me?" he asked her. "Shit," she said. "Is that what it all comes down to?" "Yes." "All right then, damn it. I do." He nodded. "Will we still work for Vistrat? If he'll have us." Byron forced himself to look at Jean-Pierre, who gazed back at him with a strange empathy. "It's okay," the albino said. "I understand. Do what you have to do." Surprising him, Byron felt tears burn behind his eyes. He straightened. "Okay," he told Claire. "And what about you, Soph?" Claire said. "We were friends for a short time, and we can be friends again. Jean-Pierre has nothing for you. Look at him, he's pathetic. Come, just think of all the great times we'll have. All you have to do is just say yes." Sophia stepped forward, but it was to the side of Jean-Pierre that she went. She grabbed his hand and squeezed it. "He's not pathetic," she said. "Fine. We don't need you. Step out of the way, both of you, and let us finish the job. Remember that I'm only sparing you two out of courtesy and that I'll revoke the privilege if you piss me off. Now stand down." Jean-Pierre raised the .357 and Sophia brought up her own pistol, a 9mm Beretta. Together, they positioned themselves in front of Ruger and Danielle, blocking off the death squad's line of fire. This was an irrevocable action and they both seemed to know it. A glance passed between them, and Byron didn't miss it. "Okay, you bastards," said Claire. "Prepare to die." Violence would have certainly erupted, but it was at this time that help came from a very unlikely source. Booming laughter broke the tension and the balaclava emerged from the nearby forest of swaying bodies. They chuckled and clapped their hands, and Yagoda put fingers in his mouth and whistled. very good," called Younger, the bald, tattooed one with the tusks. "You've all put on a marvelous show, very dramatic." "Very dramatic," concurred Yagoda. "But now it must end, because little Danielle is dying and that's not part of the plan, though it would be worse if it were Ruger, but enough of this. All of you, lower your weapons or we will do it for you." They lowered their weapons. The balaclava were much stronger than all present, and not even Claire wanted to fight them. Yagoda walked past Sophia and the albino to crouch next to Danielle. Ruger's eyes burned, but he didn't object as the bearded one sliced open his wrist and put it to Danielle's mouth. At first, she resisted, but she wasn't in every sense of the word conscious. Her eyes were open, but Byron doubted she could actually see. The balaclava's blood touched her tongue and she swallowed reflexively, growing more vital with each sip. "That should do it," Yagoda said, and started to draw his arm away, but Ruger grabbed it. "What did you mean my death would be worse than hers?" The Bone Crusher smiled. "I can't give all the secrets away, my boy, or else it would be no fun. Besides, and whether you believe me or not, I don't know. Not completely, anyway, but find Hoswell and you'll get some answers. Trust me. That's the last thing I'll ever do." Yagoda pulled his arm back. "That's the thanks I get for saving your woman?" Ruger's face was utterly and completely without humor. In fact, it seemed to make Yagoda uncomfortable. You will die, Yagoda, and your friend with you. This is a promise, a vow, and I've never been known to break a vow. You don't scare me, vampire. I'm more powerful than you could ever be. It won't matter, Ruger whispered, and now he did smile, a tiny, grim smile that only made his bloody face more severe. His eyes were cold and black, and he held Danielle carefully in his arms as if to shield her from the world itself. It won't matter, he repeated. He removed the albino's jacket from her shoulders and tossed it to Jean-Pierre, then lifted Danielle gently and carried her past the zombies, the werewolves, the balaclava and the Gensiv, through the swaying forest of flesh and through the breach that the death squad had created on entering. Bloody and naked as infants, they passed through the hole and left the hangar behind. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. So, Danielle said, glancing at Ruger from the passenger seat of their car, when she had roused somewhat. What did you find out from Laszlo? Ruger grimaced. Hoswell's in Lariba. Morocco? The one and only. We weren't far from there just a few weeks ago. I guess he wasn't there then, though. Why is he there? In hiding from the scouring. Laszlo was covering for him. Shit. Danielle frowned. So I guess we're off to Africa. So it seems. Damn. I could really use a break, Rug. I know, babe. I know. Chapter 21. Sophia watched as Claire and Killian prepared their crew to leave, though first they salvaged what weapons they could from the corpses. Jean-Pierre and Sophia stood side by side, watching and smoking. It amazed her that any sort of peace had been declared, but so it seemed. For all her anger, Claire made no move against them now that things had been settled. Younger and Yagoda, meanwhile, discussed something with Singer and a few other zombies. Although they were anxious to return to New York, the balaclava seemed to see artistic possibilities with the hangar and wanted to buy it from the Bloodfinders, who were quite willing to make a deal. The bodies that still moved were disposed of, quickly and mercifully. When the death squad had gathered all the salvageable guns and was ready to leave, Claire approached Jean-Pierre and Sophia. I should shoot you both just for good measure. Then why don't you, said Sophia. Claire raised her shotgun, but Byron, coming up behind her, said, time to go. She blew a kiss at Sophia and the albino. Bye, kids, and have a nice walk back to town. No, said Byron, they're coming with us. Fuck off. Now isn't the time to discover you've got a pair. Goddammit, Claire, Jean-Pierre's been with us too long to treat him this way. The least we owe him is a trip back to town. After that, we can declare all debts paid. She nodded reluctantly. Okay, you two, shut up and come with us. But, Frenchie, remember what Bai said, after this, all debts are paid. Don't come looking to me for a handout. Maybe in a few decades you can join us again, but that's it, and even then you won't be our leader. As for you, Soph, well, bitch, may you live in interesting times. She marched back to the exit, Jean-Pierre and Sophia following her at a more reserved pace. Sophia reached out for his hand and he took it. The drive back to Las Vegas was silent, tense, and seemingly endless. When it was over, the occupants of the van climbed out and made their way up to the penthouse they'd rented. After packing their bags, Jean-Pierre and Sophia decided against making a farewell speech, left quickly and took an elevator down to the Strand, where it was cool and dry. Sophia felt dizzy. Events had been moving too fast. What now, she said. I could use a drink. Best plan I've heard all day. They found themselves a bar, sat down at a booth near a window and ordered a few beers. She leaned back, closed her eyes and sighed. Suddenly, she felt very tired, but it was good to be here, alone again with Jean-Pierre. Sophia, he said slowly, letting his words sink in, I'm not known for my impetuous actions, but our relationship seems to be progressing rapidly. She opened her eyes. He seemed sincere, despite the businesslike nature of his tone. It does, she said, feeling the heat from his hand. What I'm proposing. Well, why don't we stay here, together, for a few days, before we return to New York? See if we can't make something out of this? What in hell is going on? She thought. Love? Really? She studied his moist green eyes, which reflected the brilliant neon of the Strand, and saw that there were tears there. God, he was so open. And, more than anything else, she could respect this, because it was something she wasn't yet strong enough to be. Accepting his proposal would bring her that much closer. She removed her hand from his and busied herself by lighting a black death. There was, of course, that other issue between them, that issue which bound them no matter what, an issue which would make any union between them rather unconventional. It was this issue that finally decided her. Immediately she found herself laughing, can't wait to tell Mom. And reached for his hand. I will, Jean-Pierre. God help me, but I will. You must do one thing for me, though. Yes? I could never be with an evil man. I must teach you how to be good. Not that I'm on particularly good terms with good, but do you accept? He blinked at her. A defining moment, you said. When she didn't reply, he ran a hand through his hair. She waited, tense. Would he actually forego the dark path? Finally, he straightened. So be it. For you, Sophia, I accept. But teaching me will not be easy. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Leaving the airport, Ruger and Danielle rode a taxi into the heart of Lariba. Excitement coursed through him, and Danielle seemed to feed on it. The city blazed, bright and colorful. Capital of immortal activity in Africa, Lariba played home to the two dominant races of immortal here, the Abunka, like the assassin Jarvik, and the Kerala. The Kerala tended to be Arab-looking and, unlike Abunka, they fed exclusively on humans, on whatever bodily tissue or fluid was convenient and tasty at the time. Relations between the two races were always tense, but their coexistence was made easier by the fact that one race lived largely below ground and one above. The narrow streets twisted and turned in labyrinthine corridors, and the taxi was often halted by the people and their mounts swarming the streets. Clay buildings towered to either side. Spicy scents of local cuisine drifted out from open windows. It's beautiful, Danielle said. Ruger watched her. The cross on her forehead was completely gone, erasing all physical evidence of their time in Nevada, but there was something that was too quiet about her, too composed. She showed little of her usual spark or enthusiasm, which worried him. Yes, he said, it is. What's wrong? Just wondering where the hell we're going to find Hoswell in this madhouse. He could have already left by now. Laszlo wasn't in any condition to tell me how long he'd been here. She patted his hand. Maybe Saskia will know. Maybe. If he doesn't, then at least he can provide a place for us to stay while we ask around, right? Everything will be okay, don't worry. The taxi dropped them off a block short of Saskia's hotel, and they enjoyed the chance to walk among the townspeople. Ruger hoped their energy would be contagious. Upon entering the hotel's lobby, the odd flock immediately noticed the many guards in attendance, at least 5 of them immortal. Though the guards were discreet, their presence was unnerving. The lobby, like most of Moroccan buildings, radiated heat, as the clay absorbed the warmth of the sun and retained it for long periods. A few fans stirred the air, and with the buzzing clientele and the friendly nature of the place, the effect was warm and pleasant. The odd flock moved through a small archway and a curtain of beads into a heavily shadowed room that appeared to be a sort of nightclub, filled with several different kinds of smoke, sat down at the bar and ordered a beer. They sipped their drinks, getting comfortable, listening to a small native band that played on a raised stage in the corner. A few local businessmen of respectable ages sat nearby, celebrating something. They smoked marijuana but didn't drink, not uncommon in the region. Ruger asked the bartender to send a courier to inform Saskia they were here. The bartender obliged, and in a few minutes Saskia came through another archway spanned by beads. The Kerala looked more severe than usual, his thick black beard braided formally and wearing a brown robe and head scarf, as if in mourning. 3 immortal bodyguards hovered about him. Well, he said, putting on a smile. So my favorite nomads have returned. He embraced them both, exchanging greetings. Saskia bid his guardians relax and plopped down at the bar, ordering a bottle of vodka and a shot glass. I wasn't sure you'd make it back here, my friends, he said. We hear rumors about your balaclava and your Jean-Pierre. We heard what you did to Triboli. He was quite well known around these parts. We were hoping you might know something about the hit Jarvik was carrying out. Saskia shrugged. Well, I can tell you that he had vague connections with Roche Sarnova's people. You think Sarnova wants us dead? Danielle said. Saskia chuckled. That seems unlikely, but it's all I know. I'm sure you've more than a few enemies lying around, but you'd know them better than I. Would you consider Lord Carker an enemy? Ruger shifted uncomfortably. No. At least, I wouldn't have phrased it that way. Well, I know that Lord Carker and Roche Sarnova are friends, which leads to the connection with Jarvik. What are you saying? Saskia downed a shot without a chaser and said, probably nothing. I didn't mean to upset you. Please, let's not discuss this anymore. So what's with the guards? Danielle asked. And why are you dressed that way? What's wrong? Saskia made a face. He started rolling a joint. Care to join me? This is prime stuff. Sure. It's been a bloody awful last few weeks, the Kerala said while he worked. Lyrank and Testifa were killed within a few hours of each other, 25 nights ago. Since then, it's been war. The news jolted Ruger. I'm sorry. I don't get it, Danielle said. Who were they? Lyrank and Testifa were the leaders of the Kerala and the Abunka here for over 300 years, Ruger said. They kept the two races at peace. Without them, who knows what will happen? Saskia said. Hell, Danielle said. Ruger lowered his voice. Who killed them? The Abunka claim that we killed Testifa and they retaliated by assassinating Lyrank, Saskia said. But it's all very shady, very mysterious. No one knows for sure what happened. There's a rumor that someone from the outside had Testifa killed to ignite a war. Maybe not, but either way, war's what's happened, though so far it's been small-scale stuff, an assassination here and there. But sooner or later. He licked the joint shut and lit it. You think there will be actual war? Ruger asked. Fighting in the streets? I'm afraid so. At this point, it seems inevitable. The Abunka and my kind have hated each other for thousands of years, our gods versus theirs, and both sides claim that this is their homeland. The usual. I've always taken a stand against that crap, being friendly to the Abunka when I can, but it's only the renegades, like Jarvik, that will deal with me. They've rejected their gods, for the most part, and I've rejected mine. We have no quarrel, but it's all the others, the traditionalists, that are out for blood. Figuratively, of course. He passed Danielle the bomb. She sucked in a long toke, then a sip of her beer. Maybe they'll kill each other off, she said. And the only ones left standing will be the enlightened ones. Saskia smiled sadly. That's my dream, too, kid. But it seems that I'm in some danger, and not just from the sand rats. You're afraid of Kerala, too? Ruger said. Saskia nodded. I think my free-spirited ways have gotten me in trouble. My peers don't appreciate my rejection of their values, and the fact that I deal with Abunka. And the Abunka know I'm a valued leader and representative of my kind, at the same time my kind wish I weren't. So, you see, it's looking pretty grim for your humble friend either way, don't you think? Why don't you just get out of here? Danielle said, passing the joint to Ruger. He declined. This is my home. I've been thinking of abandoning it, though, at least until things calm down. I've thought of relocating to Iraq for a time. He shrugged again. Looks like we're both being hunted, doesn't it? Nothing makes sense, Ruger muttered, knocked back a vodka shot and passed the shot glass to Danielle. Saskia looked contemplative. Chaos is breaking out all over the world. Immortals are being slaughtered every night, every hour. The scouring, they call it, but no one knows what's really going on, or what tomorrow might bring to light. By the way, I am sorry about the loss of your friend, Ludwig. I never met him, but he always sounded like an interesting character. Thank you. You wouldn't happen to VE heard anything about Hoswell, would you? I heard he was dead, but I'm sure you know that already. If he wasn't dead, and were in town, where would he be? There's only one place I can think of, the territory of the renegade Abunka. Saskia stood. Well, my friends, I'm afraid that I've got things to do, but you're always welcome to come chat and smoke with me. I think you'll be quite safe in Lariba as long as you stay here. I've some clout, you know, and no one would dare harm one of my guests. Would you like your old room? That would be great. Is there anything else I can do for you while you're here? We could use some hardware, Ruger said. I feel naked without a few guns on me. Of course. I'll send a man around tonight. Smiling affectionately, he embraced them both and departed. Watching him go, Danielle said, I'm more confused now than I was before. What the hell's going on? Asterisk. What about that one? Jean-Pierre asked, pointing out the dirty window of the truck towards a man standing on the street corner. No, said Sophia. They must be evil. That guy's just selling shrooms. Every day he was getting better, or thought he was, but this just wasn't something he was used to thinking about. All the same, he knew he had to. A defining moment. Besides that, Sophia had made it plain that she would not stay with his old amoral self. Now, days after the showdown at Laszlo's, he had bought a used Bronco and, together, they were trying to pick out a victim to feed from. They'd been at it for hours. Well, then you choose one, he said. Show me how it's done. She squinted at the crowded street. At long last she admitted, to tell you the truth, I've never really done this. A Gensiv doesn't have to. Then how'd you expect me to tell which one of these people is evil? I don't know. You're supposed to be a powerful psychic. You said reading their minds was an invasion of privacy. She let out a breath. I take it back, for the moment. Better to invade their privacy than kill them if they're innocent. While he was probing the brains of the passers-by, he mused, how do Ruger and Danielle do it? Heard they ousted lowlifes from prison sometimes, killers and rapists, then feed from them. But mainly, I think they just use their contacts. They pay people all around the world to keep tabs on bad guys for them. Plus, they kill a lot of shades and drink their blood. They didn't find anybody purely evil that night. Instead, they returned to their hotel room and made love, then called up room service and ate until they couldn't move. Next evening they camped out again, looking for bad guys. The cycle repeated itself several times, and to him that was a good thing. No more roaming around, executing Vistrat's enemies, maintaining order in the criminal underworld. Still, it was frustrating. Going hungry wasn't the glamorous life he'd pictured. He missed the crew and the constant rush of adrenaline. He was learning, though. Sophia taught him to be patient and to bide his time. Her calm was contagious. If this was being in a constructive relationship, he could live with that. When another few nights passed without food, he told her the situation was unfair. Every day he sustained her, sometimes several times, yet she expected him to starve. "What's your point?" she said. "Maybe I'll let you go without for a couple days and see how well you do." "I'll bet you can't." "Bet I can," he said. "Care to make it interesting?" When he said yes, she asked, "What are the stakes?" "If you hold out longer than I do, we'll go on like this. If I resist you, you help me fill my belly unless you want to go without as well." They shook on it. After 2 nights of nothing but heavy petting, she grew more strident in her efforts at helping him feed. To make up for lost time, he sustained her as often as he could. Days passed. Then a week. Then 2. After the second week had gone by, and he and Sophia were closer than ever, he announced his plan. They were sharing an omelette in the last Ma and Pa restaurant in Vegas when Jean-Pierre told her how he felt, and what he felt they ought to do about it. While in Vegas. "You can't be serious," she said. Jean-Pierre, the albino, retired world-famous assassin, slipped out of the booth and dropped to one knee. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In Los Angeles, at Sophia's home in Beverly Hills, Beliswa was enjoying the moonlight out by the pool and stroking the 3-legged cat when the phone rang. She smiled when she heard her daughter's voice. Yes, the cat's fine. How about Ruger and Danielle?" "Safe for now," said Sophia. "I'm so glad you've been able to keep an eye on them. So what bizarre circumstance compelled you to call your poor mother?" When Sophia told her, Beliswa dropped the phone. Jesus H. Christ. She waited for the tears to come. After all the affection she'd wasted on that bastard, he'd married her daughter. She couldn't believe it. But the tears didn't come. In fact, after a minute she found herself laughing so hard that the cat ran off. "Does he know?" she said. "No. He has no idea." Chapter 22. The first thing Ruger noticed when he woke up was that the maid was late again. A body lay near the door, where it had been left last night, a dry host of flies to be taken out during the day while the vampires slept, but this was the second night in a row a body was still there when he woke. He nudged Danielle, immersed in a silken sea of reddish sheets. She murmured something, then slowly rolled over and propped herself up against the adobe wall the bed was shoved against. Though naked beneath the sheets, she didn't cover herself. She smiled sleepily. "Hey." He smiled back. "Hey." He kissed her sweaty throat, playing his fingers through her hair. He rose, rooted briefly through a wad of scattered clothes on the floor, produced a couple of cigarettes, not cloves, thank the gods, and lit them both one. Smoking, she threw off the covers and climbed out of bed as well, obviously relishing the warm clay against her bare feet. She wrapped herself loosely in a rouge sheet and moved to the window, hidden now behind a curtain. Ruger felt it, too, the pulse of the young dusk outside, its crackling energies lush and unrestrained. Danielle found a pack of incense, shook a few dry brown stalks into her hand and plunged the sharpened tips into the bloodless chest of the dead man, a former child peddler and murderer they'd stalked last night, then lit her clove from the incense flame, blowing her first lungful out to tame the fire and taking a moment to study the hot glow of the burning tip. "I'll never get over having to kill people to live," she said. "At least we're able to take down some bad guys, though." "Indeed." Ruger slipped into a pair of white silk pants, stepped over to the wall near the balcony and hit a button that made the blackout curtain swoosh to the side, letting in the strong light from outside. He blinked, knowing that the sun hadn't been down for even 5 minutes. But it was night now. Moving onto the balcony, he leaned over the balustrade to peer at the bustling robed merchants and brightly decorated camels that banged through the narrow street. Danielle joined him. Together they watched the exotic frenzy, letting the spices and scents of the city tickle their noses. "I love Morocco," she sighed. "Too bad we can't stay here much longer." Ruger arched his eyebrows, thinking of the telegram they'd gotten last night. Hoswell had contacted them. He was indeed staying with the renegade Abunka in the southeastern part of town, though apparently he was using a false name and few there knew him. He'd gotten wind of the vampire's questions and sent for them. They'd been in Lariba 5 days trying to find him, unsure which branch of the renegade Abunka to look into or if he was really with them at all. "It's almost over," Danielle said. Ruger kissed her forehead. "Let's just hope that what he has to say was worth what we went through to hear it." What he was really thinking was that it was a shame they had to leave, because he felt that another few weeks here could bring her back to her old self. Already she seemed in better spirits. But they couldn't risk the chance that the death squad would reacquire them here, especially now that Jean-Pierre wouldn't be able to protect them. And Ruger sure didn't want to meet up with the balaclava again. She reached for his hand, then leaned out over the balcony on tiptoe, allowing the wind to tease her dark hair. "We'll have to come back soon, though," she said. "We will." She murmured, still studying the street, but something in her face had changed. She raised a hand lamely and waved at someone down below, then turned to Ruger. "I think we've outstayed our welcome, babe." "How?" Then he saw them too. They weren't hard to spot. Out of all the hundreds of people below, they were the only ones standing bone still and staring up at the hotel. 6 tall, thin black men who wore desert blue robes, they carried machetes at their sides. Ceremonial designs had been painted on their faces, supposedly giving them strength to walk above ground. "Great," said Ruger. He guided Danielle inside and closed the door. His eyes darted into the corner, where their suitcases lay open on a little table. Courtesy of their host, they'd been able to purchase a wide variety of weapons not normally available in the States, and Ruger was looking forward to trying them out. As was his custom, he had devoted an entire suitcase to his firearms. "We've got to warn Saskia," he said. "Lead the way." Carrying their luggage, Ruger and Danielle fought their way through the busy halls, flailing against the current, what the hell was going on, to reach Saskia's suite on the top story, 2 floors above. Saskia's soldiers ranged everywhere here, some storming about, some grouped in pairs, guns ready. This was Saskia's domain. Everything that happened on this floor related directly to his criminal interests. Usually it was busier here than the other 3 stories, but obviously Ruger and Danielle weren't the only ones who'd foreseen bad tidings. Guards stopped them. "Take us to Saskia," Ruger said. The guards hesitated, then one said, "Come." The guards led them down a hall into Saskia's office. At the little bar against one wall, Saskia bolted down vodka shots by himself while his guards waited listlessly, one keeping watch at the windows. Saskia glanced up, coughing as if the vodka had gone down wrong. "Well, this is it, my friends. They've finally decided to have it out with me." "So you're getting drunk?" Ruger said. "Don't tell anyone. I'm not Muslim, but it pays to put on the act around here. Anyway, I'm just waiting for my ride. The helicopter should be here any minute. Have you ever seen my helipad? We've landed on it before. It was on the roof." "Ah, that's right. Well, would you like to come with me? Though I honestly doubt the Abunka will bother you much. If they killed you it would look as if they are indiscriminate in their wrath, and they want to give the appearance of a holy war. Arrogant bastards. Thanks, but we'd only weigh you down. As you said, we'll manage." "You're evacuating the hotel?" Danielle said. "Yes, tourists and personal guests alike, all encouraged to leave," Saskia said. "The least I can do for loyal patrons. Besides, this place probably won't be standing in the morning." He cocked his head and called to one of his guards, the one near the window, "Do I hear our ride?" The man nodded, his gaze on the object of inquiry. "Should be here in a minute." Saskia lifted the vodka bottle toward Ruger. "Would you like to do one last shot with me?" Ruger obliged. After Ruger had swallowed, Danielle downed a shot herself. By that time, the helicopter had drawn near and prepared to land. Ruger could hear it through the ceiling. Saskia's eyes turned up. "Guess my ride's H." The explosion shook the chamber. The aircraft fell to the clay roof of the hotel, missing the helipad but smashing through the ceiling to settle between floors, caught in the ragged hole it had made upon impact. Ruger didn't witness it, but he soon saw the proof as Saskia and the vampires ran into the hallway and watched what was left of the helicopter burn. Smoke filled the hall. "Hells," coughed Saskia. "This is worse than you know." Danielle wiped soot from her face. "What do you mean?" Saskia drew them back into this office. "It means that the Abunka have decided to use modern technology. Never before would they have shot an aircraft down. They would have tried to win without mechanical devices, using only machetes and the like. This is very bad." He collapsed onto a stool. "Well, let's not make this too dramatic. Not all is lost. He stood suddenly and called his men to him. Before addressing them, he turned to his guests. I can give you 5 minutes before I come down. It looks like we're going to have to blast ourselves out the old-fashioned way, but I couldn't live with myself if I endangered you. So please, go now, and I hope to see you again soon, under better circumstances. Ruger didn't like leaving his friend in such an emergency, but he knew that Saskia could take care of himself, and the last thing Danielle needed was another battle. Just the same. I can't leave you, he said. Go. I swear, if you stay, yes, believe it, I'll kill myself. My honor demands nothing less. I could not risk the lives of my friends without need and go on. Only by leaving will you give me a chance at victory. Ruger nodded, unsure of how much this was true but suspecting it might be, and they said their farewells. Good luck, Saskia called out behind them. The vampires emerged into the lobby amid colorful anarchy of the exodus. They stumbled outside, where it only seemed to be more crowded. The stench of camel dung was prevalent, and Danielle lit up a clove. They reached a taxi, its dented metal still smelling of the sun, and hopped in. The engine leapt to life. Ruger said a few words to the driver, and they set off, the little white car seeming to ricochet from point to point. The lines on the road were little more than decoration. Not far away, in the direction of Saskia's, gunfire erupted amid a maelstrom of explosions. Ruger tensed. We had to leave him, Danielle assured him. It was the only way. Besides, if we died back there we couldn't stop what's going to happen. If we don't find Ludwig's killer. I know. She glanced back. I think we're being followed. Never a dull moment. They held hands while the strange dusty city clanked by, letting the spices and street sounds lull them as they made their way to a Hellchild carnival on the eve of war. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The taxi let them out on the Lower East Side of town, located on the rise of a hill, the highest in the city, a wild area where corrupt oil millionaires and eccentric foreigners came to stay, enjoying their most depraved fantasies for pocket change. The pocket change being considerable, of course, so that certain undead elements thrived here amid massive adobe villas and Salvatore Dali-influenced bordellos, the desert and its dark-skinned demons waiting just beyond. And below. Ruger and Danielle leapt up the steps of a clay mansion painted a pastel red. Torches blazed on the porch, casting shadows across the pillars and the giant statue of a winged lion above the door, flame licking at its teeth and burning from its eyes. The vampires stepped through the open door, hearing the cacophony of African tribal rock blasting its way out from the bowels of the mansion. As they made their way inside, they noticed the colored lights, the black-lit posters, the torches, and the pulsating projections thrown upon the walls in twisting Gothic patterns. Aside from some glowing televisions and hip artistic couches, there was little furniture other than the bars. It was all very Western, which probably seemed exotic to the natives. The smell of opium, hash, sweat and sex flooded the halls, getting thicker the further down the vampires went. They moved through the secret door, down the secret steps, and into an immense underground cavern of a basement. Pillars stood everywhere, as did torches. All manner of beings rubbed elbows here, from black-winged shades to glowering, suited mortals, from Abunka to Kerala. Different pockets of the room performed different functions, from the crowded bar to the mosh pit to the moaning tangle of the orgy. Ruger and Danielle found a certain hallway, one of the many, and followed it until it became a sandy corridor snaking off into the busy darkness, wooden boards holding it up. Here is where the territory of this branch of the renegade Abunka really began, and it was a joyous place where the more open-minded mingled and partied. Mortals came too, intrigued by the sex, drugs, and the possibility of meeting the bizarre. They arrived in legions, and they were easy prey not only for their flesh but their money. The ones who didn't get swindled or killed had the possibility of finding themselves, and they spread the word. A bare-chested, blue-painted man blew flame from his mouth while in the shadows a human male was being sucked off by what seemed to be an underage girl, but who was surely an older than she looked Gensiv. Some insectal, red-skinned creatures with tails and moist exoskeletons were pleasuring each other in a confused cluster in the middle of the path, and Ruger and Danielle were obliged to step over them. A sorcerer with the head of a dog did tricks for the audience while his assistant picked their pockets. Once Ruger and Danielle got lost among the maze of tunnels and found their corridor dead-ending into the upper portion of a gigantic atrium, where Jandros flew and swooped in great arcs, perching on comfortable landings that hung from the ceiling. Danielle found herself wondering if Melisawell had ever been here. Eventually they found themselves in another open chamber. A lavish seawater aquarium lined one wall and speed metal crashed through the speakers. The mosh pit was larger and the perversions more wicked, but otherwise this room seemed very similar to the last. Mostly Americans gathered here, so it was more likely that they would find who they were looking for, or at least someone who knew where he was. After forcing their way to the bar, they asked a bartender if she knew where Sierra was. The bartender could only spare a second, but she shouted an answer and turned back to the thirsty horde. The vampires picked their way down another corridor, emerging into a smaller, dingier room, with jazz blooming from the speakers. They found Sierra reclining in a dark corner booth, opium smoke hovering over the table. Waiters and waitresses handed out menus designed for rarer pleasures. Sierra and a small group of baked friends lounged on the soft purple cushions, taking a breather before smoking some more. Sierra was in a bunka, long and black, dressed in a shimmering suit with a bright orange shirt beneath the dark jacket, and before him sat a small dusty jar filled with living fish. Part of the curse of the Abunkan race was to crave the taste of fish from the sea, while at the same time knowing that salt water was toxic to them. Sierra seemed like a lot of New York jazz lounge cat mixed with a little Las Vegas snake oil salesman. One of Ruger's many contacts, he smiled as the vampires approached. "Made it out alive," he said in raspy African-tinted English. "We made it," Ruger said. Sierra clapped his spindly hand on his knee, cufflinks glittering in the bluish light, and chuckled to himself. "You two look like you're still on honeymoon, you know. Warms the heart just to see you." "We're not married," Danielle said. Sierra's smile grew wider. "That sounded very pointed. I think that was a hint, my boy." When Ruger didn't reply, Sierra said, "Touched a nerve, did I?" The Abunka pursed his dark lips. Blue light bounced off the gold rings on his fingers and played winsomely about his face. "Shades don't get married," Ruger said. "What of your dear departed friend Ludwig and his lovely bride?" asked Sierra, reaching into the jar in front of him with a pair of tongs and pulling out a squirming fish. He stuffed the fish's belly in his mouth and bit down gently, savoring the juices. Using what mind thrust he had, he stilled the fish's thrashings with a soothing, psychic finger. "So what you heard of Ludwig's death?" Ruger said. "Anything new?" Sierra smacked his lips, set the fish skeleton down in a small pile of its predecessors, and wiped at his mouth with a pink napkin. He nodded guiltily. "I'm afraid so." "Well." Sierra rolled his eyes. "It was those two balaclava, wasn't it, Younger and Yagoda, that killed him?" "Well, I happen to know that Testifa was killed by none other than the dynamic duo. Unfortunately, this knowledge comes too late to make reparations between the Kerala and the Abunka. War often isn't something that can be stopped by something so trivial as truth." Ruger exchanged a glance with Danielle, and she felt just as surprised as he looked. "Then Testifa wasn't scoured," he said. "Not unless the balaclava worked for the scourer," Sierra said. This was interesting, but it didn't jive with what they'd learned in Las Vegas. "The scouring doesn't usually work that way," Ruger pointed out. "It works through local hit teams. You speak of the scouring as if it's a natural phenomenon, my boy, and I admit, it has the right proportions relative to the community, of course. At last count, I've heard that it's claimed over 100 immortal lives, not to mention those killed in its rather chaotic aftermath. See, it always kills a crime lord, or someone in a position of power, every now and then a religious figure, which causes insanity afterwards as that position is battled or grieved over. It's my opinion that that is the intention of the scouring, not the immediate death of its victim. You've given it some thought." I have. Suddenly Sierra seemed weary. "Please tell me you're staying a while." His face turned bitter then, shark-like anger rising to the placid surface. "If you go tonight, you might miss the city burning. Fucking fanatics, I don't understand it. I'm an Abunka and I don't hate the Kerala, do I? No. We eat fish, have dark skin, live underground and they don't, but so fucking what?" Ruger nodded gently. "It's all connected to the scouring somehow. Younger and Yagoda must be working for the one who's been pulling the strings. The scourer. We know they're working for Vistrat, but I don't see him as the scourer. Anything else, maybe, but that just doesn't seem like him. Why would he want to eradicate crime and religion? Younger and Yagoda must be working for someone else, as well. Do you have any idea who?" Sierra licked his fingers, sucking with wet smacking sounds, then shook his head. "I have absolutely no idea, although I do know that the balaclava were hired not too long ago to do some artwork for Roche Sarnova, which is the first contact that I know of that they've had with the outside world since their days in Jamaica. It had seemed possible that Sarnova could be their employer. But again, I don't know." Carefully, Ruger said, "Do you know anything of Hoswell? He's dead, isn't he? Why, do you think that was just a ruse? Could it be that he's here somewhere?" Sierra looked at him steadily. "Anything's possible. He could be staying with us under an assumed name, I suppose, but I wouldn't know him if I saw him. In fact, you two are probably the only ones in this part of the world that would recognize him." He lowered his voice still further. "However, I will make inquiries." "It would have to do," Danielle supposed. She knew that Sierra would pass the word to Hoswell. Now it was up to Hoswell to make contact. The Abunka nodded, seeing the vampire's understanding. Well, I'm sure you'd like to get some rest and unpack. Please, come visit me later, if you have time. He snapped his fingers and a young boy stepped out of the shadows, bare-chested, with various colored designs painted on his hairless torso. He was silent, but his eyes were sober. Gabriel, would you please show my friends to a room? Gabriel glanced them over, cocked his head and marched off. Ruger and Danielle hurried after. Gabriel led them through a tunnel that turned out to be a shortcut back up to the mansion. He showed them to a room and left in silence. Ruger looked out the window while Danielle shut the door and reclined on the bed. Very informative, she said. Sad, all of it, but informative. What are you thinking? She shook her head and smiled. Nothing, really. And everything. Strange to say this, after what we've been through, but this place is depraved. Despite that, I actually like the people here. It's the atmosphere. Drugs and sex and violence. She patted the bedside beside her. Now you're the one that looks gloomy. Come here, love. Let me see if I can cheer you up. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Later, after they'd broken the bed in and were lying around on it smoking cigarettes, Danielle nudged him. What about that breakfast you promised me? He crossed to the window and looked down on the sprawling city. Danielle joined him. She could see a building on fire far away and thought it might be Saskia's, but she couldn't be certain. Several buildings burned. I'm hungry, too, he said. They dressed and followed Gabriel's corridor down to the halls of the renegade Abunka, and from there drifted over to the mosh pit, which was slowly becoming as much an orgy as the orgy, though the sex was a little more violent. The vampires stayed to watch the band for a bit, though they declined to dance. What do mortals think of all this? Danielle wondered. If this was their only glimpse of the immortal community, they must think all shades were debauched. The shame was that, say, 50% of the shades here were decent folk like Sierra, who stood head and shoulders, morally, above most of the members of the community. The thought saddened her. Here, I saw a food vendor just down the way, Ruger said. Breakfast, remember? They ordered beer and goat meat in a wrapper and sat down on a dining rug in a quiet corner of the area. She downed her beer quickly, trying to cool herself down, and drank the next one at a more leisurely pace. The goat wraps, as it turned out, weren't half bad. Still hungry? He said. He didn't mean for food, she knew. Insatiable. After finishing their meal, they moved through the familiar din of the party, drifting until they found a little wooden stand not far from what looked like a theater of sorts, with hundreds, maybe thousands of seats planted along a slope with a stage at the bottom. Something was going on down there, but the vampires didn't pay much attention. They stopped before the wooden stand, where a few mortals watched them. One smiled and yelled something in salesman essay, "Come and enjoy yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, tonight may be the end of the world," but the vampires were already there. The mortal who ran this booth made his living off selling intelligence, mainly catering to immortals who, like Ruger and Danielle, preferred to feed only off the scum of humanity. The man had a small army of scouts infiltrate the hallways regularly on the lookout for tasty evildoers. The scouts would keep tabs on these villains' locations, selling this information to shades. An hour later, after Ruger and Danielle had fed properly on a murderer, they returned to the theater area and bought a pair of tickets. As it turned out, a circus sideshow run by a shade named Maximilian was touring the world's seedier quarters. They had just come from Calcutta and tomorrow they would leave for New York. Apparently, the so-called freaks, a word they themselves used, belonged to a troupe called the Funhouse of the Forsaken. The odd flock bought some popcorn and settled in for the show. Maximilian, a tall, skinny man with a wicked leer and a thin, curled mustache, acted the ringleader, and he presented a creature that looked to be a horribly obese two-headed man. A fellow in an outrageous tuxedo complete with tails emerged from the wings wielding an array of knives and daggers on a small table. He bound the two-headed man to a portable wall, painted psychedelic colors, then staggered back a great length, brandishing his knives wildly. The crowd cheered, and Danielle latched onto Ruger's hand. At first, the man in the tuxedo threw the knives in a ring around the two-headed man, but then one of the knives flew straight into the fellow's midsection, and blood, fake, surely, squirted out. The knife wielder laughed, grabbed a double-sided dagger and charged toward the helpless captive. As he plunged the blade into his victim's midsection, the two-headed man seemed to come apart at the seams, revealing that he was in fact two men, Siamese twins who had been separated but could give the illusion of coming together again. The twins grabbed their tormentor, engulfing him, and he seemed to disappear into the portable wall amidst a geyser of more fake blood, leaving only his gaudy tux behind. The twins cackled, freed themselves, and gave a bow to enthusiastic applause. As they departed the stage, Maximilian presented the next show. After another few acts, Ruger and Danielle relinquished their seats to someone else and moved to another part of the carnival. Eventually, they found a jazz lounge far removed from the action, where they sat down at a nice table close to the musicians. It wasn't long before Ruger recognized a familiar figure sitting alone at a booth, drinking a Bloody Mary. Ruger sat up bolt straight. Danielle turned. It was Hoswell. Chapter 23. 2 weeks after the showdown at Laszlo's mission, Vistrat awoke from a peaceful sleep to the sound of a ringing phone. It was his most private of private lines and the only one that could have interrupted him in his bedroom. He snatched up the phone and demanded, "Yes, what is it?" "It's Cloire, sweet cheeks. Hope I didn't wake you. This better be good." "Oh, baby, good doesn't cover it. Did you kill Ruger and Danielle or not?" "Not as such." He sighed. Cloire always had been a bitch and he'd never had much occasion to talk to her, but for some reason he liked her. If nothing else, she had spunk. "Where have you been?" he said. "I sent you to Vegas 2 weeks ago and you haven't even checked in, yet. Where's Jean-Pierre?" "Calm down, cue ball. We've been away testing loyalty. Trust me, it was needed." "Explain. Quickly." As she described the events that had taken place, he couldn't help but to notice the satisfaction in her voice. "So you've broken with Jean-Pierre," he said when she was through, trying very hard to disguise his disappointment. He wasn't angry at Cloire, she had, in fact, done what she was supposed to do. If the albino couldn't hack it anymore, then he was better left out. But this changed things greatly. "That's a fact," she said. "But we still work for you, big guy. Are your orders still to kill the odd flock?" "No." "What?" Keeping his laughter in check, he said, "That's right, sweet cheeks. You're not to kill them. Goddamn you, you fat bastard. You can't do this to me." This time he couldn't keep it down. He laughed, long and hard, and he could hear Cloire growling on the other end, which just made it more enjoyable. Finally, when it was out of his system, he said, "You're still to pursue them, Cloire. You're to capture them, not kill them. Do you understand me?" The line's breaking up. "I didn't catch that last part. You said kill them?" "Don't irritate me, Cloire. If you have them killed, I'll have you hunted down, no matter where you are, and believe me, death will be the least of your worries." When she said nothing, he went on. "How do you intend to reacquire them?" Some good humor returned to her voice, and he could hear the smile there. "I think you'll like this one." He did. When she was finished speaking, he had a new respect for her. She was quite the devious mind, wasn't she, and she knew very well how the human, or immortal, mind worked. Yes, her plan even smacked of genius. "Do it," he said, and hung up. Beside him, Kristen stirred. More and more, she had taken to leaving her apartment and spending the days with him, which he liked, although it made some clandestine matters more difficult. Like a child, she was curled into the fetal position and her thumb was stuck cutely in her mouth. So innocent and so full of fire. Vistrat felt a strong paternal instinct toward her, which he knew she both liked and didn't. Sometimes she said he behaved like an overbearing father and didn't see her as a grown woman. Sometimes he had to admit, if only to himself, that she was right. But he loved her. Little did he realize then just how much that love would be tested in the days to follow. ******. Kristen woke up around 3 in the afternoon and dressed in silence, letting Vistrat sleep. After leaving him a note on her pillow, she departed, giving her driver instructions to take her to Jean-Pierre. Upon entering his apartment, she was shocked at the changes she saw. All the chains had been taken down, as had most of the sharp objects that once sprouted from the walls, and an empty bottle of champagne stood on the kitchen counter. She moved into the bedroom to see the albino and some strange woman lying peacefully. The woman slept, but he didn't. When he saw Kristen, he pulled on a pair of pants. Taking her arm, he led her from the bedroom and closed the door behind them. "Who was that?" she asked, expecting him to say that it was another of his whores. "That's Sophia," he said. "My wife." "You're what?" "Keep your voice down, Chrissy." "Sorry, but you're married?" "Very much so." "Christ, I didn't know the drugs in Las Vegas were that good." "Honey, let me feel your forehead." "Chris, don't. I think I might just love her." "Have you told her that?" "Of course not." "So you married someone that you don't love. Why?" He sank into his uncomfortable wrought iron chair, and she eased herself to the floor beside him. "She's completely changed my world, Kristen. I can't put it in words, but yes, I really do think I love her. She's so strong, so collected, and she's moral. For God's sakes, she's teaching me how to not kill innocents, to only feed off criminals and such." He smiled. He looked happier and more at peace with himself than Kristen had ever seen him. "I think she just may be my salvation." The news stunned Kristen. It had only been a few weeks ago that he'd been a miserable wreck huddled in the corner, covered with tears and blood. How could he have come so far in so little time? She'd overheard Vistrat's conversation with Cloire and knew that Jean-Pierre was no longer the leader of his death squad, a fact which she thought might have crushed him and which was the reason she'd come here today. But married? Baby. She said hesitantly, I'm going to tell you this because I don't think anyone else would dare. You're on the rebound, that's all this woman is. You lost both Danielle and your crew. You've turned to this Sophia for comfort. Although I'm glad to hear your choice in food has changed. I really am. That's wonderful. You don't understand, he said. All this time I've been looking to Danielle for purpose, for definition. My tragedy was who I was. Sophia is teaching me how to find myself, how to live. Come, Chrissy, I'd expected you, if no one else, to be happy for me. She frowned. What he said was true, he did seem much improved. And surely this Sophia was responsible for the removal of the hooks and chains, and the glow that Jean-Pierre gave off. Okay, she said and tried to give a genuine smile, though on the inside she felt shell-shocked. I'm happy for you. She embraced him, giving him a peck on the cheek. But where does that leave us? We'll always be there for each other, Kristen. Nothing will change that. It simply won't be in a sexual way. So why are you two still in New York? Why aren't you off on honeymoon or something? Sophia just joined Vistrat's organization. She was a part of the crew, but she stayed with me instead. So it's important for her to stay in town so that he can find another position for her. It would look bad if she just ran away with me. As for me, well, I suppose I need to find a new position as well. What will you do, head another death squad? I don't think I could ever do that again. I could never kill another innocent. She's changed you that much? When he nodded, she said, You're like a completely different person, Jean-Pierre. You really are. Do you still love me? Of course, and I'm happy that you're finally over Danielle, but this is all very strange to me, baby. I can't believe you're married. Jesus, you're somebody's husband. Do you two have little cute names for each other and all that crap? We're working on it. She swayed. I need a drink. He fetched them both a beer. Before too long, she left, still in a daze, thinking of marriage and insanity. But somewhere inside her, an idea was growing. Asterisk. Jean-Pierre returned to the bedroom, where he watched Sophia sleep. She could sense it. She smiled, her eyes still closed, and she said, I can feel you watching me, you know. Shall I stop? No, I like it. She opened her eyes and reached for a cigarette. Your eyes, he said. They remind me of something from a long time ago. I'd almost forgotten. What? My mother. She had eyes just like yours. She wondered if she should tell him. What would be his reaction? Well, she reasoned, I'm going to have to tell him sooner or later. Why drag it out? She moved to the window, feeling the dying sunlight against her bare skin, soaking her in its warm rays like an olive in a martini. These past few days had been bliss, from their acid-laced wedding to their hallucinogenic road trip back up to New York, to tearing all the chains from his ceiling and thrashing around on his mattress in lustful abandon. That, she thought, removing all the hooks and chains, had really been a milestone. Recognizing his discomfiture at her gentleness toward him, she had, over the last few days, been trying to make him understand that he possessed this same quality and that he should rejoice in it instead of rejecting it. They were both so similar in that way, having spent most of their lives denying and suppressing their emotions instead of thriving in them. She was now more certain than ever that this is where true strength came from, and he was slowly coming round to this conclusion, too. The teachings weren't all one way. She wouldn't have been able to teach him what she did if she hadn't had him to learn from in the first place. She saw the tenderness in him, which he hated and suppressed, but which she was still able to see, and learned how to express it herself, and then she taught him how to do the same. Though he considered her to be his redemption, he was really the redemption for the both of them. Now it was time for the great unmasking, an event inevitable in any of her previous seductions, even pleasantly anticipated, but it was probably avoidable. Being honest with him wasn't going to be easy. In fact, what it amounted to was her declaration of love, though he might not see it as such, but it was just as well. After all, she was a masochist and a sadist. She gave as well as she received. Jean-Pierre, she said softly. Yes, darling? I've something to tell you. Please, sit down. He came to the bed, puzzled, while she crossed to her discarded clothes and produced a cigar which she'd bought yesterday in preparation for this event. She handed it to him. He stared at it dumbly. No matter. It was a bad joke, anyway. What is it? He asked. She smiled. First, tell me this, do you love me? Yes, I think so. I married you, didn't I? Yes, but we never said the words. He shook his head as if to clear away the cobwebs. Do you love me? You didn't answer my question, sweetheart. What have I been trying to teach you these last few days? Don't be afraid of what you feel. You were hurt once and, yes, you could be hurt again, but you're never truly going to live until you accept yourself, feelings and all. This means you must learn to express them when the timing's appropriate. Now's one of those times. He looked at her for a long moment. Yes, he said finally. Sophia, I love you. Her heart rose into her throat. Of course, no tears came to her eyes. Crying was something she'd never been able to do. Do you love me? He said again. Yes, she replied honestly. I love you. His hugged her, and she rejoiced in the feeling of his hard body against her. Baby, she said, pushing him away gently, what I have to say is this, I am the daughter of the Gens of Valisua and the werewolf Jean-Pierre. He jerked away, and his green eyes grew dim. It's true, she said. My God, he murmured. All this time, I've been sleeping with my daughter. Does it really matter? For another long moment he said nothing. Then, standing abruptly, he lit a cigarette and started pacing. Of course it does, Sophia. How come you didn't tell me before? And how could you marry me? Is this a joke? He seemed to notice the cigar, which he still held absently in his hand, and threw it to the ground. Christ, why didn't Valisua ever tell me? Because she loved you and knew that if you knew, you'd perceive some sort of emotional attachment and reject her. But you're strong enough now. Listen to me. I am your daughter, goddammit, but it doesn't change a thing. If anything, it should strengthen our bond. He mashed his eyes shut. You're sick. How? How does this change anything? Answer me. Shaking his head again, he said, I don't know, but it does. We love each other, Jean-Pierre. Isn't that all that matters? Don't give in to societal conditioning. And if we have kids? No immortal child has ever been born mentally or physically inhibited. The curse prevents it. Besides, what are the chances of us having a child? It's very rare, you know. Immortal tissues are highly reluctant to change. You know that. He slumped down in a corner, his eyes looking in her direction but not directly at her. Slamming the back of his head against the wall, he balled his fists, inadvertently crushing his cigarette. Valisua, he said. Did she set you up to this? She asked me to help out Ruger and Danielle, and I tried. Becoming involved with you wasn't part of the bargain. It was an accident, but I'm glad it happened. I admit that you probably wouldn't have gotten as far with me if I hadn't known you were my father, but I did, so I gave us, the chance. And it changed everything, even how I perceived the world. You opened me up, Jean-Pierre, more than I can ever say. Now please, come here and tell me you love me. His eyes met hers. He was composed once again. Daughter, he said, and his voice was distant. Kristen, the girl who was here just now, asked me if we had pet names for each other. I guess now we do. She hesitated, still unsure of his reaction. I love you. He didn't look at her for a long moment, and her heart twisted violently. At last he reached out for her, and she nearly wept in release. Asterisk. Roche Sarnova stared out the great windows of his study to the windswept mountains beyond, sipping on a glass of bourbon, as Francois Mauclery entered the room. How did it go, Ambassador? Did the former Secretary of War confess? Not at all. He still claims to be innocent. Loyal. Do you believe him? No, but I don't think he's the only spy around, either. Sarnova nodded. That's what I've been told. Oh? I've just spent 5 hours in the war room, and none of what I learned was good news. Seems we're still losing the war, mainly due to security leaks and poor morale. It's finally started to hit me that we may actually lose. Don't tell me you're giving up, Roche. I won't believe it. As well you shouldn't, my friend. I'll die before I see my cause crushed. What are you going to do about morale? Actually, I've had a thought on that subject. You see, if I am going to die, then I'll need a successor. Don't look to me, Francois said. Oh, I know you've no interest in such things. You've no reason to worry on that score. But I have another idea, one that will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. I think we should set up the arena again. The arena of death? 2 shades trying to kill each other in an iron cage with a horde of spectators watching? That's barbaric, Roche. We haven't allowed the arena in 300 years. True, but I seem to remember that the public loved it, and that it boosted morale incredibly. You wish to use prisoners of war as in the old days? No. This time it will be used to select my successor. We must either use visitors or our own people, preferably prime stock, but it will only be on a volunteer basis, so anyone may enter. This is absurd, Roche. Strength alone shouldn't determine your successor. But it is a necessary component. Have it set up so that at the end of the competition there will be 8 finalists left. They will then engage each other in a series of chess matches, the winner gets the crown. But Roche. Yes, Ambassador? Francois looked at him but said nothing. You don't like me to speak of my death, do you? Roche said. I see no reason why you should die. If it comes to that, why don't you simply concede? We can bring the Dark Council back together and begin the mending process. Perhaps someday the world will be ready for your movement. No. We've been complacent with our role for far too long. Closing his eyes, he took a sip of bourbon and cleared his throat. Ambassador, I know you have only good intentions at heart, but this is as it must be. Now please leave me for the moment so that you can attend to the arrangements we've discussed. With obvious reluctance, the ambassador nodded and left. Sarnova returned to watch the night. *****. Several hours later and thousands of miles away, in the Hamptons, Harry Lavaca was also drinking in his study. However, he was sitting, not standing, and his drink was not bourbon but a homemade vodka martini. Nearby the man who called himself Martin Escott perched in his own chair sipping on a ginger ale. True to his word, he drank no alcohol. In the days Harry had spent living with him, he'd noted that, as advertised, Escott was a decent family man, even if the money that he'd used for capital in the hot dog business had originally come from being a very successful heroin distributor. Still, drug money, especially the relatively small-scale stuff Escott would have been involved in, would not be enough to buy an estate here. No, Escott must have a good mind for legitimate business to have done as well as he had. In fact, and despite himself, Harry found that he could even get to like the man. Escott was intelligent, soft-spoken, modest and gentle. Although he tried hard, Lavaca couldn't picture him as a rapist or a drug runner. The two had been enjoying a companionable silence for several minutes before Escott spoke. Harry, I must tell you that I've enjoyed your being here. You know what Charlotte told me yesterday? She said that Michelle, our youngest, asked if she could call you Uncle Harry. He smiled. I told Charlotte to tell her that that was just fine with me, but we ought to ask your permission first, of course. So what do you say? Grudgingly, Harry smiled. Escott had raised some fine kids. It's okay with me, he said. But I don't know how much longer I can stay here and I wouldn't want to hurt little Michelle. She's precious. Please, we would love to have you stay on. Maybe permanently. And I don't say that just because I'm afraid of Danielle, although I am, terribly, but because, well, I've come to regard you as something of a friend. I like to think that you feel the same towards me. I suppose I do, Marty. If I did leave, I wouldn't hang you out to dry as far as Danielle is concerned. I've got contacts, friends of friends. I could find her, eventually, but most of these contacts I'd have to see in person. Some dislike telephones. Why on earth is that? Shades have been around long before modern technology and many are resistant to it. I've been around them so long, I don't have a telephone either. Escott considered that. Harry, you know a great deal about these creatures, don't you? I've gathered a lot of information over the years. Do you know how they came to be? There are many stories, creation myths, but I can't say that I absolutely believe any of them. Tell me. Harry wet his mouth. Magic. Magic? Oh, according to myths, this old world of ours used to be full of mythical beings, from unicorns to dragons and other, more esoteric creatures. Spirits from other planes came to Earth regularly, and many worshipped them. They altered our reality, created the various immortal races. Cursed some, blessed others. But that's just a story, and of course it's a lot more involved than that. I don't actually believe in dragons. He smiled. Escott frowned. Well, why not? What do you mean? If you accept the existence of vampires and werewolves, you accept the existence of the supernatural. Like you said, what is that but magic? Call it by a different name if you want, but it amounts to the same thing. Perhaps, Harry said. But unicorns. The lights flickered out. A scream curled up from one of the lower flowers. Michelle hated the dark, then silence fell. Only a glimmer of moonlight washed in through an open window, which also let in a current of cool air. This wind was the only sound. Is it the gutter angel? Escott whispered, and there was a trembling in his voice. Is it Danielle? Quiet. Harry made his way to the telephone, dead. He pulled out his gun and pressed his back to the wall beside the door just as several dark figures leapt into the room and surrounded Scott. Stop right there, commanded Lavaka. These are silver bullets. A petite woman, the only female of the group, laughed. You've got the race right, but if you believe we're going to be afraid of some silver, you'll be disappointed. Who do you think you are, Harry Lavaka? That's right, darlin'. Are you serious, old man? Asked one of the others. You're the Slayer? In the flesh. Another raised his gun. Not for long. Cut it out, said the woman. He could be of use to us. He knows the odd flock. She's right, the largest shadow said. He had an Australian accent. We'll take him with us. Who the hell are you people? Harry said. I'm Kluar, and you can meet the others later. Funny, I'd always expected you to be taller. You're Kluar? Harry nodded. I've heard of you. A member of Jean-Pierre's death squad. Not anymore. Knock it off, all of you, roared Scott, who seemed about to pass out. Get out of my house, you demons. I'm not going anywhere with you. The one Harry would come to know as Laurent lit a cigarette, the flare of his lighter very bright in the darkroom. I guess we go for the hard sell, he said, and reached a hand toward the man who'd once raped Danielle. Leave him be, said Harry. You obviously didn't come here to kill him. Shut it, mortal. Harry shot him in the heart. These were werewolves and it was the first time he'd really been able to try out his silver bullets. A waste of money, as it turned out. Laurent straightened out and glared at him. Harry could see it well enough, even in the dark. Let's get out of here before the maid runs to the neighbors and calls the cops, the one Harry would learn to call Killian said to Kluar. Don't you hurt my family, as Scott said, and for the first time Harry got a glimpse of his more brutal side. A vein throbbed in his forehead, and spittle sprayed from his lips. Or I swear I'll hunt each and every one of you down and, before I kill you, I'll destroy every single thing that you love in this life. Be agreeable and no harm will come to your family, Kluar said. Now climb up and come with us. You too, Harry. Chapter 24. On the third day of apartment shopping, Jean-Pierre and Sophia found what they were looking for, a nice little place in Soho. With cash down, they could move in on Monday. It was not to be. The Funhouse of the Forsaken had arrived in New York, just in from La Riba, and were performing their second show, which Jean-Pierre and Sophia decided to attend. The freak show played to an eclectic audience and charged high prices even for Manhattan, a $666 cover charge and an extra $200 for backstage passes. It was an intimate audience with no more than 100 seats arranged around small tables, as if at a comedy club. Sophia chose a table near the center of the room and the two ordered drinks from a waiter. She ordered a strawberry daiquiri and he a gin and tonic. The show started with the snake oil salesman, Maximilian, coming out onto the stage before the curtains and making a few purposefully bad jokes. He's the Shade, right? Sophia whispered to Jean-Pierre. That's the story. Supposedly he owns the troupe and gives the freaks, if you'll pardon the term, just enough blood to temporarily immortalize them. It also allows them to perform acts that they couldn't do otherwise. Does the audience know what he is? Some of them, probably. Trust me, we're not the only shades here. The audience laughed at some tasteless joke Maximilian had just delivered, and he gave an evil smile. I see you're a group to my liking. He rubbed his hands together. Alas, it is not me you have come to see. In this world where so many of us are trapped in conformity, it is the majority who are imprisoned by their own ideals. Everyone seems to be alike in this world, so it's those that are different that are the truly free. We call them freaks, and oh, how we love to revile them, but somewhere in our minds there is part of us that sees their social liberation and yearns to join them, yearns for release. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I give you the opportunity to join them and for a few brief moments of eternity feel that release. Deliver yourselves into our embrace and let your minds float uninhibited by the jailhouse of convention. I now present to you, my good people, the Funhouse of the Forsaken. He bowed and everyone applauded. Then, stepping backwards, he disappeared through the psychedelic curtains amid a burst of purple smoke and a barrage of surreal lights. Jean-Pierre was impressed. The showman had just insulted a roomful of people who had paid a high admission and gotten them to clap about it. The curtains parted, revealing a dark dreamscape of props, smoke, and background. There were winding roads and tilted, pointy hills dotted with stunted trees, a cemetery with some nightmarish tombstones, and galaxies of wild, multicolored stars above. It was arranged to resemble some Eastern European countryside, perhaps even that of Romania itself. Haunting music swelled, the lighting grew more intense, and a score of actors dressed as peasants swept onto the stage and began to dance in what seemed to be a spooky folk ritual celebrating something. Tittering back and forth and swirling across the stage, they raised their hands to the stars, then down to the ground again. They stopped abruptly to see a sort of procession appearing around a hill. 6 peasants held up a carriage-like bed, and lying on the bed there was a rather homely woman, grotesquely obese, but she smiled serenely and her eyes were warm. Dressed in a simple nightgown, she was playing a jaunty song on a fiddle. The 6 peasants set the carriage down and everyone gathered around, leaving an opening so that the audience could see what transpired. A man dressed as a priest helped the woman out of her nightgown, while the peasants started chanting and then began to dance in a circle around the bed, still leaving room for the audience to observe the action. Other than being extremely fat, the woman had what seemed to be a long scar running up from her groin to her breastplate. As she started to croon in a low voice to the rhythm of the chanting, something in her abdomen seemed to buck. It appeared as though she was about to give birth. At the climactic moment of the chant, a head popped out of the scar running up her belly, which wasn't really a scar at all but an opening. With a little help from the peasants, a short figure emerged from the chasm of flesh and stepped to the ground, dripping fake blood. The bearded dwarf wore a skin-tight shirt that bore horizontal black and white stripes, and green trousers. Most unsettling, he boasted 4 perfectly formed immobile arms. The priest raised his hands to the sky, howled, and ran off stage. The peasants performed a dance of fright and followed the example of their holy man. The woman, whose cavity had sealed as soon as the birth had been complete, stared at her child with panic, threw on her nightgown and began running away from the dwarf, who followed her with a smile. He chased her through the hills and around the stage a few times, to the delight and laughter of the audience, then grew discouraged and sat down at the top of the hill the cemetery was located on. His mother returned to her bed, sobbing. The scene was tragic despite its comic undertones, but Jean-Pierre was settling into the spirit of the show. A mime appeared. He was a tall man who looked rather ordinary except for the fact that he had no cartilage in his nose, just a stubby bone and 2 long black holes for nostrils, which lent his face the likeness of a skull, an image complemented by the thick white makeup and his big dark eyes. He studied the mother and child, tapping his foot thoughtfully. Then he grinned, snapped his fingers, and from the bed grabbed the fiddle, which he brought to the 4-armed dwarf. The bearded child accepted it, turning up his ear as the mime bent down to whisper something to him. The dwarf smiled and took a bow to the fiddle, while the mime stepped courteously to the side. As the dwarf began to play, swaying atop the cemetery hill, the mother watched him, the serenity returning to her face as the music moved her. Her son performed a little jig of affection and happiness, placing his free set of hands on his hips. The mime clapped along and joined in the jig. The mother smiled, wiped the tears from her face and, after climbing down from the bed, went to her son and embraced him. The lighting grew warm and a rim of orange appeared above a hill, as if the sun were rising. In the glow of the brilliant dawn, the mother, son, and mime began to dance anew. Soon, the peasants returned to the stage, all smiling. The dwarf gave the fiddle to the mime and, taking his mother's arm, led her over to the bed, where she cradled him in her arms and kissed his forehead tenderly. The 6 peasants who'd carried the bed onto the stage lifted it and led the way out, the rejoicing peasants just behind. The mime followed last, smiling, dancing and playing the instrument. He glanced once over his shoulder to give a kind wink at the audience before the actors all disappeared behind a green hill. The curtains closed. Really, thought Jean-Pierre, the act had been quite sweet and even strangely affecting. Along with the rest of the audience, he applauded loudly, then reached for Sophia's hand. She smiled at him. There was something else in her eyes, something particular that had touched her about the act. She turned back to watch the show, leaving him to wonder. He reflected that they had grown extremely close over the last few days, their bond only strengthened now that they could openly call each other father and daughter. A thought had hit him yesterday and he'd suggested inviting Beliswa to dinner one night in a sort of family reunion. Sophia had smiled and said that they should wait until they'd moved into their new home. There was only one thing that bothered him, and that was the urge he kept feeling. Strange thirsts welled up in him, and hungers. He craved violence. Casual brutality had been a part of him for too long. For the first week he hadn't even noticed, had been perfectly satisfied with his more conservative eating habits, and his more villainous selection of victims had only seemed to add a little spice to his meals. It had finally hit him today that what he craved most in all the wide world was just to run through the streets tearing off the heads of passers-by and sucking out their brains. No! His newfound conscience screamed, but it was too new a voice to override his bloodlust. He could actually feel his hands shaking at the thought of violence, as if he were trying to kick cigarettes again. Was that it? Was it an addiction? And was it one he wanted to overcome? If anyone could help him, it was Sophia, but he hesitated to speak to her. Despite everything, she was moral and unlikely to understand his predicament. Also, of course, she was half Gensiv, maybe more than half, and Gensivs didn't generally behave in patterns of violence. They must shed blood occasionally, but only occasionally. He ordered a vodka gimlet and settled in for the rest of the show. Not all the acts were as gentle as the first had been, in fact, some were downright cruel, but they were all interesting and varied enough to hold his attention. Lord Carker had instilled in him an appreciation of the finer things in life: smooth automobiles, fine wines, Cuban cigars, classical music, but the only one that had really stuck with him was the love of opera. When moved by a particular opera, the albino was able to forget himself for a while. It was this same pleasant feeling that he rediscovered now, with some surprise, by watching the performances of the Funhouse of the Forsaken. He found he was looking forward to his visit backstage and hoped that Sophia shared that anticipation. Eventually, the last act came. It concerned the fate of a spider and a woman. The woman appeared normal, with blonde hair and wide blue eyes, but the spider was a long, thin man with arms where his legs should be and hands where his feet should be. He had 3 eyes and 2 sets of upper teeth, all of which were malformed. Despite this, he appeared quite dignified, stately, even. The tale unfolded thusly: the woman was passing through a forest when she stumbled across a giant web, the centerpiece of the stage, suspended between 2 large trees. The spider had gotten tangled in his own web, so the girl ascended one of the trees until she drew close enough to liberate him. Pulling a saber from a sheath, she cut him free, but in doing so inadvertently tangled herself in the web. Immediately the spider descended on her, intent on feeding. She began to sing. A low, beautiful song rolled out, full of mourning and redemption. Moved, the spider released her. She kissed him and disappeared into the forest. The spider watched her go, then returned to the center of his web, where he waited. He danced around playing an accordion, calling to the gods to deliver him sustenance, but none came. The sun rose and set, the night grew dark, then the sun rose and set once more. The cycle repeated itself several times, and the spider grew so weak from starvation that he collapsed into the web. Finally, the girl reappeared. Seeing him caught again, she set about freeing him, successfully staying clear of the web's entrapments. Once he was liberated, they began to dance, but suddenly the spider broke away from her, crying because he still had no food. The girl offered herself to him. He resisted. Seeing that he would die without her sacrifice, the girl flung herself into the web, becoming firmly entangled. Immediately the spider freed her, but she just entangled herself again. The spider cried and watched her, then began to dance with tears in his eyes. Still, he refused to take her, and as he came to free her again, his body went rigid and a fixed expression swept his face. He collapsed beside her, having died of starvation because he wouldn't accept her sacrifice. Only now she was trapped in the web with no hope of release. The sun rose slowly behind her, and silence lay over all. Suddenly there came a soft humming, which grew louder as another spider descended from above. Singing a happy tune, he cocooned the 2 lovers for future use. Despite the low crooning of the girl, picked up the accordion and started to dance, silhouetted against the rising sun. The curtains closed. Maximilian walked out on stage to enormous applause. He bowed, and after several moments a line of actors appeared behind him to accept the warm recognition of the audience. After a few final words, "Thank you for coming, my friends. Enjoy your differences and relish in them. Now good night," the troupe departed, some clutching flowers thrown by fans. "That was lovely," said Sophia. "But sad." "I thought so, too," he said. They made their way backstage, Jean-Pierre aware of brushing the elbows of a few fellow shades along the way. For the most part, they saw who he was and nodded in deference. He could see them trying to figure out who Sophia was. When the newlyweds reached Maximilian, he was swarmed with people trying to get autographs, learn his secrets, or, in a few cases, seduce him, but when he caught sight of Jean-Pierre he disengaged himself and made his way over. He ushered the couple into a more private area, away from the hubbub of the main rooms. He smiled and reached for Sophia's hand, then kissed it. "You 2 lovely people must be the albino Jean-Pierre and his gorgeous bride Sophia. Please, call me Max." "You know of us, Max?" she asked. Of course. Especially your husband, the right arm of Vistrat himself." "No more," said Jean-Pierre. "Yes, I've heard that you no longer preside over your team, but fate unfolds in mysterious ways." "There is no fate, Max. Be that as it may." The snake oil salesman grinned in friendly mischief. "Jean-Pierre, my good fellow, I have some interesting news for you, if you would like to know it." "What's your game?" "Oh, let's just say a favor." The albino nodded impatiently. He had no intention of owing this hellish bastard a favor. "What is it?" "Well, I was just in the wonderful city of Lariba, Morocco, and heard some rumors about your little gutter angel, Danielle." "She's in Lariba?" "She was when I departed, as was her beau, the Darkling." Jean-Pierre considered. It was useful information, and he was glad that Danielle was somewhere far away, although by no means was Lariba a safe place at the moment. "You're going to have to do better than that if you want a favor out of me," he said. Then we're going to have to define the favor. Let's say I give you another tidbit and you give me some of your blood. Word is that you've some of Carker in you. I can see how that could be rather invigorating. That's reasonable. But this better be good. Oh, it is. How would you like to know who killed Testifa? Wasn't he scoured? Indeed, my dear chap, he was one of the very first ones, too. Fine. Max pursed his lips. It was your Balaclavian artists, Younger and Yagoda. That is interesting. But doesn't the scouring usually work through local death squads? As I've said, this was one of the very first scourings. Perhaps a system had yet to be worked out back then. You fail to see the broader uses of using Younger and Yagoda. See, Testifa's death created great havoc in Lariba because it was thought that the Kerala killed him, and that situation couldn't have been achieved if a local death squad was running around bragging about knocking off one of the greatest leaders in history. The killer would have to be an outsider. So you're saying his death was meant to cause the Abunka Kerala conflict? Indeed. Now, how about that blood now? I'm sure we could find an empty room back here somewhere. I'm not in the mood. I'll return in a few days' time, don't worry. Technically, Sophia and I are still on honeymoon. Silently, Max nodded. I certainly wouldn't want to spoil your honeymoon, of course. I look forward to your visit. He withdrew a pen and scribbled something on the back of a business card, then handed it to Jean-Pierre. Here's the address where you can reach me. We will make your appointment a comfortable one. Having been on tour so long, we've collected a large variety of the world's best wines. Perhaps when you come by. Yes, perhaps. Well, thanks again, and goodbye. Jean-Pierre led Sophia away. He had the feeling that if Max was angered, he could become a very dangerous man. The albino could just imagine that, after a few days went by and he did not call upon the funhouse might just come to him, and that would most certainly spoil the honeymoon. The couple happened upon a cluster of funhouse performers, arranged in a line, happily chatting with their fans and posing together for pictures. There was the dwarf with the 4 arms, whose name they learned to be Claude, sitting in a chair in the center of the line, looking relaxed and composed. He seemed to hold a high position among his peers, perhaps even that of leader. The large, obese woman with the empty abdominal cavity slouched at his side, and they were holding hands in a loverly fashion. Not too far away stood the skeletal mime, standing side by side with the blonde girl in the web. To their left was a man with 2 tails holding hands with another man with 1 head but 3 faces. And there sat the 2 large Siamese twins, who could give the illusion of coming together, posing for a picture with the Spider-Man, who smoked a French cigarette. A woman with 4 breasts but no ears whispered to an androgynous figure with no eyes but 2 perfectly formed mouths. As he studied the freaks, Jean-Pierre realized how symmetrical, even beautiful, some of their aberrations were. He supposed that most of them had undergone plastic surgery to give a more even appearance to their deformities. Or perhaps Maximilian's blood had enhanced their aesthetic appeal. The curse was known to do such things on occasion. Nonetheless, they were fascinating to behold. As the night continued, he was able to meet several of the freaks themselves, who weren't overly deferent to his status as an immortal but were gregarious and friendly just the same. Eventually, Sophia tugged on his sleeve. I'm ready to go if you are, she said. Anne? I have something to tell you. They returned to his apartment. Over the last few days, they'd purchased some furnishings to the suite, nothing too elaborate, because, after all, they were about to move just a few chairs, with cushions, which was a major change, a couch, stereo, television, and several various odds and ends. Sophia had placed the cigar that she'd bought to announce herself as the albino's child in a drawer. She retrieved it now and tossed it to him. Catching it, he stared at her dumbly, then saw her begin to smile. You're kidding, he said. She moved over to him, pressed her body against his, and gave him a long, passionate kiss. I'm not, she said. At all. But such a thing is so rare, and with us, the way we are. The curse will preserve it. There will be no deformities. Of that I'm sure. And you're sure? Positive. Absolutely. He stared at the cigar, shoved it in his mouth and lit it. Taking the smoke in, he thought briefly of Carker, but his mind was far too preoccupied to consider his old friend long. Slowly, he smiled, staring into the violet eyes of his bride. I can't believe it, he muttered. We're going to have a baby. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The series of events that quickly spun out of control and led to such violent upheaval began the next day. It was late Saturday afternoon and Kristen was playing on the great white Steinway Vistrad had bought for her years ago, when she decided to pay him a visit. It would be a very important visit. She dressed in a seductive but mature little dress and called for her limousine, which took her directly to her lover's base of operations. She marched down to the appropriate sublevel and made her way to the end of the main hall where his private office was located, but neither of the two guards, both of whom she'd known for years, opened the door for her. "He's not in," one explained. "I believe he's in his quarters getting some rest. He said he didn't want to be disturbed." She smiled and held up the bottle of crystal she'd brought along. "Well, I'm going to him anyway. We have something to celebrate. I'm going to ask him to marry me. If Jean-Pierre can do it, so can I. It's gone on like this for too bloody long." The guards glanced at each other. "Better let him sleep, dear," cautioned the second one. "Bullshit." She stalked away from them until she found her way into one of the secondary halls, where Vistrat's sleeping quarters were. Two more guards stood before it. They stiffened at her approach. "He's sleeping," one said. "So I've heard, Leroy. But today's a special day. Wake him up." She tore past them. Since they weren't about to manhandle the boss's girl, they had no choice but to let her by. As it turned out, this was an unfortunate decision. She threw open the door and strode into the room victoriously, bottle raised high, then stopped and gasped in horror. Vistrat laid naked on the bed, an equally unclad woman straddling him. She had auburn hair and wispy green eyes, and her wrist was to his mouth. He was drinking her blood. Stranger still, his wrist was to her mouth as well. She was drinking his blood. For a moment, Kristen thought the woman was some sort of victim of Vistrat's and was surprised. She'd never seen him feed before. But no, the woman appeared very willing. In fact, it almost seemed as though she were the dominant one. But that couldn't be, could it? Instantly, Vistrat ceased his movements and turned in shock to Kristen. In less than a second, his expression transformed from lustful to dismayed. The woman on top of him seemed quite unperturbed. She hopped off her mount, tearing her wrist away from Vistrat, who'd been biting down on it absently. He lurched up, his body beat red while his face was very pale, then with an effort rose to his feet and yanked on a pair of pants. "Kristen," he said, "this isn't." "Isn't what?" She grabbed the bottle of crystal by the neck and launched it at him. Despite his considerable bulk, he dodged it ably, and it shattered against the wall behind him. "God damn you, you cheating bastard! And I was going to ask you to marry me. You fucking pig, I can't believe you. Kristen, baby, I swear." "Swear what, exactly?" She grinned bitterly. "Well, if you think you're the only one who can hurt someone else, you're wrong." "Oh, Augie, you're so wrong. I knew you were cheating on me, you lying turd, so I returned the favor." "Come on, Chrissy. Chrissy, honey, don't talk like that." "Oh, but I did." She watched with satisfaction the hurt in his eyes. "And you know what else? It wasn't with just some bum, it was with your own Jean-Pierre." "Chrissy, no." Vistrat's face had gone from shocked to traumatized. There was almost no expression left there at all. Behind that, though, a seething rage grew, and Kristen was well aware of it. "He said he loved me, what do you think of that?" "Take it back, Chrissy," he warned, his voice all too quiet. "If you don't, I swear." "Oh, and now you swear again. But it's all right when you cheat, isn't it?" "Well, isn't it? Fuck you, Michael Augustine Vistrat, and the ulcer-ridden elephant you lumbered in on." She glared at him one last time. "You bastard, I hope it was worth it. And as God is my witness, I never want to see you again." She stormed out of the room. Vistrat glowered at his guards, who'd watched the whole scene with mounting dread. He smiled at their fear. "I'll deal with you later, men. Now get me Younger and Yagoda." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Lying beside him as he slept, Sophia ran her fingers through the albino's pale blonde hair and thought about their life together. This was not only her father, but the father of their future child. He would be its father and grandfather at the same time. She'd made him a daddy twice over and a granddaddy once in less than a week. It was splendidly perverted, and she loved it. During their time together, she'd learned so much from him about the arts of tenderness, but she had her doubts. Serious doubts. He was still much better at displaying his emotions than she, and he was finally beginning to appreciate it. She, on the other hand, was beginning to think that perhaps she wasn't cut out for being emotionally healthy, it just didn't come naturally. Still, she couldn't see leaving him, and maybe in time she could learn even more from him. Could it ever be enough? Of course, there was that other business of Ruger and Danielle. Sophia had selfishly abandoned the quest to save them in the deserts of Nevada so that she could pursue her own love life and self-fulfillment. Now it struck her that perhaps her skills would be best suited to furthering the quest instead of apartment shopping with Jean-Pierre. Well, time would tell. Abruptly a fusillade of knocking sounded from the front door. Jean-Pierre snapped awake beside her. Tossing on some clothes, they answered the summons. Kristen burst in, sobbing, and threw herself around Jean-Pierre. What is it, Chrissy? Oh, Jean-Pierre, she moaned. I've done something terrible, so terrible. What, honey? What? She backed away from him and wiped at her eyes, then hastily lit a Virginia Slim. I told him about us, she said. I caught him with his whore and I blabbed. I'm so stupid, so horribly stupid. I should be shot, shouldn't I? No, of course not. Yes, I should. I really should. Say you forgive me, my beautiful pale one, and I'll feel better. It's done. I forgive you. No, you shouldn't. I don't deserve it. Don't you realize what he'll do? What could he possibly do? He deserved what he got and he knows it. You know he'll never hurt you. It's not me I'm worried about. She took a deep breath before going on, then looked meaningfully back and forth between Jean-Pierre and Sophia. You've got to go, both of you. Far, far away, somewhere he can never find you. That's no use, Chrissy. If he wanted, he could find us anywhere. Jean-Pierre, don't say that. He's not one to take things passively. He'll do something rash, I know he will. Now pack up and go. Here, I'll help you. He laid a hand on each of her young shoulders. Calm down, girl. What's done is done and there's no use hiding. I knew what I was getting into when we first started sleeping together, and I'm not afraid to face the consequences. Then I'm afraid for you. Don't you get it? There's no point in acting noble now. Just run. If you run, it will be an act to appease him. He doesn't want to kill you and that'll give him an excuse not to. Don't argue with me, Jean-Pierre. I know him better than anyone alive. We're not going anywhere, Chrissy. But here, you stay with us tonight, okay? And for however long you need to. Clearly, she was not lulled into any sense of security, but she gave in under the albino's ministrations, and Sophia helped. Around 4 a.m, Sophia awoke with a start. Something was wrong. Beside her, the albino lurched up. 2 large black figures seized hold of her and tore her, naked, from bed. Her first thoughts were that they smelled foul and that she missed being in Jean-Pierre's arms, and then one of them struck her over the head and she was out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Peeking around the doorway, Kristen marveled as Jean-Pierre leapt to his feet. She knew Younger and Yagoda were much stronger than he was and either one of them would have been more than sufficient to rip him limb from limb. Release her, he commanded. Kristen gasped. He was so brave. Vistrat has a message for you, said Yagoda. He says that since you took from him the only thing he loved in this life, he would take your bride in her place. He'll never live to lay a finger on her, the bastard. Younger laughed. You misunderstand. We're to dispose of her. Consider it a professional courtesy that we don't kill her in front of you. After this, you and Vistrat will be even. He turned to his comrade. Brother, don't you love New York? It's beautiful, agreed the bearded one. He peered at Kristen in the doorway. Vistrat says you're free to return. Fat chance, she said. He says no harm will come to you. Tell him to fuck himself. Yagoda winked. With pleasure, little one. He and Younger left through the front door, Sophia slung over the bald one's shoulder. After they were gone, Jean-Pierre collapsed on the floor and Kristen knelt beside him. I'm so sorry, Jean-Pierre. You'll never forgive me, I know, and I wouldn't deserve it if you did. Here, would you feel better if you hit me? He cupped his hands over his face. Helims shook. No, he said. I don't want to hit you, for God's sakes. It's you that doesn't understand. Kristen. Chrissy, honey, she was pregnant. My God. I didn't think that could happen. In that moment, something snapped in him, Kristen could feel it. It was as if all the knowledge Sophia had given him, all the morality with her abduction, it was gone. Vaporized. The old Jean-Pierre had re-emerged. Fury possessing him, he started smashing things. It didn't matter what it was, he thrust his fists and his feet into it, cracking and splintering, ripping and tearing, destroying blindly, until there was nothing left big enough to smash. Then he moved into the living room. By the time he was through, the entire apartment was broken apart, the walls fractured, the floor littered with gaping holes, the furniture shredded, the ceilings caving in. Then he started on the hall. At first Kristen cried, hating herself, but then the anger blossomed outward. She kicked at what was left of the toaster because it was the nearest thing to her. As she listened to Jean-Pierre's sounds of destruction from beyond the suite, she realized that Vistrat's revenge had been a mistake, a grave miscalculation. His act had been irrevocable, and now it was war. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Claude, the four-armed dwarf, had to step over sleeping performers on his way to the door. It had taken 3 penthouse suites to accommodate all of them, but ever since that initial challenge it had been a non-stop party. Pretty much everyone here was in a fitful, drunken stupor except Claude and several friends, including Max, and that's only because they were snorting the last of an 8-ball. When he finally got to the door and flung it open, he saw a very severe Jean-Pierre with a grim-faced blonde girl at his side. "You're here to see Max." "That's right," said Jean-Pierre. Claude led them through the living room into the oversized den, where Maximilian and a few others, 1 or 2 of them groupies, were still carrying on the festivities. The troupe had put on a good show tonight and were hoping to spend another few weeks in New York. That would all change shortly. Max glanced up at Jean-Pierre, then, smiling, rose to meet him. "So glad you could make it, my dear fellow. And who's this lovely creature?" "My name's Kristen," she said coldly. Max studied the albino, and Claude saw what Max saw: something about the werewolf had changed. He was more composed, more confident. It looked, to Claude, as if Jean-Pierre had made up his mind about something. And, having done so, he seemed even deadlier than before. "So, my friend," said Max, wary, "are you ready to give a little blood?" "No. But if you're willing to do something for me, you'll be able to taste blood far richer than my own blood that has been building strength since 500 BC. It will make you immeasurably more powerful than you are. Of course, I'll need the complete cooperation of your troupe." Max frowned. "Whose blood would this be?" "Vistrat," Jean-Pierre said. "The Titan." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When Sophia finally woke up, she couldn't open her eyes at first because of the soreness and dried blood. She smelled something horrible, some slaughterhouse stench. The bruises and abrasions she'd suffered under the hands of the balaclava burned. Worse, from the throbbing between her legs she realized that they'd raped her while she'd been unconscious. "Fucking bastards. Let them try to do that when I'm awake." She forced her eyes open only to find herself inside of a giant belly. Human bones had been fused together to create much larger ones, which arced over the chamber and down both sides like the ribs of an enormous animal. A vertebral column ran along the top and walls of flesh composed the top and sides, in which the ribs were embedded. Though it was surely some illusion, the flesh appeared to be alive, as if it was in fact the abdominal wall of some beast. Perhaps the balaclava had dribbled some of their blood on their gruesome artistry to give it life, or perhaps the illusion was created by one of their voodoo tricks. The belly stretched, cavernous, overhead, with a height of maybe 150 feet at its greatest, and tapering off at either end, where brightly colored black men with dreadlocks carried guns. Apparently Younger and Yagoda had brought along some of their followers from Jamaica and were using the humans as guards for their prisoners. Prisoners there were, perhaps 50 of them, all perilously mortal, engaged in various boredom-induced activities. Sophia noted that each and every one of them, man and woman alike, was beautiful. This is why the balaclava had let them live, she supposed. Then it was surely the reason that she, too, had been spared so far. Where were her hosts, anyway? She sat up, joints aching. The prisoners nearest her, 2 young men resting their haunches on upside-down buckets and playing a game of checkers, noticed her. "Well, will you look at that? She's up. How do you feel, miss?" She placed a hand to her pounding head and smiled, going for points. "Fine. How long have you two been down here?" "About a week, I guess. To tell you the truth, I've kinda lost track of time. Easy to do in this place." "At least they haven't eaten us yet," the other put in. "That's just because we give good head, though." Sophia nodded unsentimentally. "And by they, you mean?" "Younger and Yagoda, the dark gods. That's what the Rastas call them, that or the balaclava." "The Rastafarians are the guards?" "Sure, if that's how you want to say it. Wardens, more like. Executioners when we misbehave. That's what we call them, anyway. If they were actually Rastafarians, things would be a lot cooler down here." She surveyed the scattered prisoners. "There are enough of you to make a break for it when Younger and Yagoda go out for food. What stops you?" The second pointed towards the belly's entrance. "Beyond that is the labyrinth. No one knows the way through except Younger and Yagoda and their people. And in case any of us were inclined to give it a go," he gestured. In a corner, about 10 feet from a cluster of the Rastas, rose a mound of gnawed corpses and bones. Lying there as if it were a throne, a massive tiger lazily chewed on a fresh human skull. "That's Kalanda, the balaclava's pet. Pretty, isn't she? They say she's got enough of their blood to make her one of them." "Kalanda's a shade?" "You got it, miss. Not only that, but smart, too. They say she's got a mind connection to the gods and that they can watch us through her. You know I'm one of them, don't you, an immortal? The young men exchanged glances. It won't make a difference, miss. Chapter 25. A week earlier. Hoswell smiled as the odd flock approached, gesturing for them to take a seat, which they did. Sierra told me you were here, he said. I was hoping you would find me. Looking at his old friend, Ruger found himself at a loss for words. It's good to see you again. You, too, my friend. And Danielle, you look as sumptuous as always. How did the sled race go? Sophia won again. Hoswell stirred his drink. A shame about Ludwig. Yes. We've come a long way to find out why he died. I'm guessing it had something to do with his army hanging in the balance. Second largest army in the whole community, you know. Quietly, Ruger said, I was under the impression you knew more than that. Hoswell shifted his eyes, indicating the crowd. Later, he said. They talked about Ludwig and old times, getting used to each other once again, falling back into the rhythm. For her part, Danielle was largely quiet. When the pleasantries had been put behind them, she said, but why did you fake your own death? If it's the scouring you're trying to avoid, well, I'm sure the scourer knows that he hasn't killed you. So the one person or group of persons that you're trying to fool isn't fooled. Hoswell smiled. That's true, although I think even the scourer will be a little confused, because surely he did hire someone to kill me, and there are many death squads that claim to have done me in. So it's more than likely that the scourer will be uncertain whether or not I'm in the ground. In any case, my death did manage to stir up quite a bit of confusion, and hopefully my trail was lost in it. But, well, that's not the only reason I led others to believe I was taken out. Why then? I wanted to see what would happen. Whenever someone like me is scoured, chaos erupts. I wanted to study this. In the time that I've been dead, I've researched the phenomenon in great depth. The pattern is largely the same. In most cases, a crime lord is killed and all hell breaks loose in the aftermath. All the lieutenants of the deceased clamor for the throne, but it's rare that any of the lieutenants ever get the throne. The only circumstance in which one of them does claim it is through an enormous infusion of money and resources. Someone helps them to build a power base large enough to enable them to rule. It's either this or an outside party. In my case, a shade named Carl Barnaby comes from nowhere to take the crown for himself. Interesting, isn't it? So you're saying that these ascendants to the throne were given a boost by someone? Exactly. And it would follow that they would then owe loyalty to this person. In my research, I found out who this person is. He spoke in a coarse, strained whisper. I know who's behind the scouring. Ruger and Danielle waited with bated breath. Hoswell smiled mischievously. Ah, but I can't tell you here and now. Someone could be listening. I don't mind if you know because your lives are on the line, too. But I don't want an outsider to benefit from information that I've sacrificed so much, my entire kingdom, for the gods' sakes, to gather. I've really said too much already. Danielle ordered another drink, this time a margarita. But what's happening here in Lariba? We know that the balaclava killed Testifa, but we don't know why. Is it part of the scouring? Very much. See, there are two patterns to the scouring. One is the killing of a criminal boss. This is the most prevalent pattern, and the second is the exploitation of a tense situation, such as that one here between the Kerala and the Abunka. The interesting thing to this pattern is that the tension that the scouring exploits is inevitably caused by religious differences. That's what I've come to study. The Kerala and the Abunka have been at each other's throats since the death of their leaders, and I believe it will all come to a head tonight. You have impeccable timing, I must say. But, if you want to observe the phenomenon yourselves, stay here a while. Mark my words, after a few days of fighting, when everything is in ruins, out of nowhere there will come a leader with a powerful gathering and a new fortune that will seize control of the city. If Testifa was really scoured, and if the balaclava worked for the scourer, that's what will happen. So the scouring either kills a crime lord or a powerful religious figure, Danielle said. Chaos breaks out, a lot of people die, and then an agent of the scouring steps in and takes over. Precisely. Ludwig doesn't fit the profile. Therefore he wasn't scoured. I think it's significant in more ways than one that the targets of the scouring represent crime and religion. Ruger, doesn't this strike you as interesting? What are you implying? Ruger said. Well, the fact that you despise religion is well known. You put up with some elements of crime as long as they suit your purposes, but... You think I have something to do with the scouring? You've already said that you know who it is, and if that's true, then you know I've nothing to do with it. Hoswell looked doubtful. Maybe. Ruger, back when I saved you in Germany all those years ago, did you think I did it simply out of the goodness of my heart? Of course. If not, why? It's true that my goodwill was partly the reason. In fact, I was actually selected because of my goodwill. Hoswell, what the hell are you saying? Hoswell stared at Ruger silently, then shook his head. You really don't know, do you? Well, now is not the time or place to tell you. Here, why don't you two accompany me upstairs so that we can watch the city burn? You certainly know how to show a girl a good time, Danielle said. They returned upstairs to the mansion, where the odd flock trailed Hoswell to his suite. The German retrieved a bottle of fine bubbly from the mini refrigerator and 3 glasses from a cabinet, and they moved to the balcony. The city below lay in darkness cut by a smattering of fires, which seemed to be spreading. Tendrils of smoke blotted out the stars. Far away, the rattle of gunfire drifted from a tangle of narrow streets. A cool breeze gusted up from the city, carrying with it occasional warm spots. Beautiful, isn't it? Hoswell said, pouring the drinks. Ruger, you look upset. What's wrong, my dear boy? Thank you for sharing your information with us. We've been through a lot to see you and to hear what you have to say. But before I listen any further, I want to know why you let Laszlo live. You must have known how far gone he was. And if you lie to me, I will kill you. Hoswell nodded slowly. His face was suddenly weary. I'd heard about his death, and I've mourned him. Before he passed, what did he do? He crucified us. And many others. Damn. I knew he was far gone, but I never knew just how much. When he locked me out of the hangar, I didn't put up a fight. I guess I didn't want to know. He killed hundreds, maybe thousands. Hoswell's hands shook as he sipped his champagne. I swear to you, I didn't know. But, Ruger, you were pretty far gone yourself once, and I helped you out. Eventually you came around. I had hoped that, in time, Laszlo would come around, as well, although he refused all my offers at getting him help and counseling. What else could I have done? Kill him? What if I'd killed you all those years ago? If I had, you would never have had a chance to redeem yourself. Redeem yourself you did, admirably, and the world is a better place for it. I just couldn't kill him before he had that same opportunity. Do you understand? Yes, but I don't know if I can forgive. Try. Suddenly Ruger remembered how he'd felt when he believed Hoswell to be dead. Of things unsaid, unresolved. Hoswell, no matter what your reasons were for doing it, I want to thank you for saving me all those years ago, he said. The German looked surprised. He smiled. You're most welcome. And I forgive you for not killing Laszlo. I know you were only trying to do what you thought right. It couldn't have been an easy decision. It wasn't. Now it's my turn to thank you. It means a great deal to me to hear you say such things. Now, I'll tell you all I know about the scouring. Ruger sipped his drink, strangely at peace. The fires of the city were reflected in Hoswell's eyes, curiously a little moist. Ruger held Danielle's hand, and together the trio watched the city burn. Hoswell began to speak. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Remember when I met you in Liberty and told you that someone was investigating my total resources? Well, I continued my search for the person behind it and at last was successful. However, in the process, I alerted this person, and now she wants me dead before I can spread the news of her identity. She, said Ruger. That's right. Before the scouring began, she wanted to determine how powerful I was. I believe she'd planned to start the scouring soon and was looking for a partner, someone that could provide her with what contacts she lacked. She investigated me to see if I fit the bill and, for whatever reason, decided not to go with me. Would you have gone along with it? Of course not, which is perhaps the reason she went with someone else. Or perhaps it was that I wasn't powerful enough. Who'd she decide to go with? Asked Danielle. My former greatest competitor, Vistrat. Danielle exchanged a glance with Ruger. So this woman and Vistrat are the forces behind the scouring. Yes. This I've learned through weeks of hellish research. In the early days of the scouring, Vistrat used Junger and Yagoda to perform several of the killings, including that of Testifa. I presume he did this to cloud the issue, because people have recently tended to associate the balaclava with Roche Sarnova. Don't misunderstand me, I'm not saying Vistrat intentionally framed Sarnova, not in that instance, but he surely did it to create general confusion in the event that the identities of the murderers became known to the public. After the first few killings, Vistrat and his accomplice decided to play it safe by hiring local death squads to perform the wet work. They hired the teams through a series of front companies, and it took me a long time to sort through them until I found out the truth of the matter. What's the purpose of the scouring? To rid the immortal world of crime and religion, I suppose. Then why did this woman seek help from the greatest criminal alive? It takes a thief to catch one? Who knows? I still think she sought out Vistrat because of his contacts and his power base. Perhaps it appealed to her sense of irony. Besides, who else could she have turned to but a major crime lord? But we'll get to that in a minute. It all makes perfect sense. So once they've scoured the world of crime and religion, then what? Vistrat gets to be the head honcho from then on and the woman disappears into the nether from whence she came? I don't know. As we've discussed, after every scourings result in chaos, a lone figure emerges to take over the area, like Carl Barnaby of Las Vegas. A great deal of my investigations have dealt with finding a commonality among these doomsday princes, as I call them, and the only thing I've come up with is Vistrat. That's where his contacts come into play. He has to be able to control these folk, so they have to be people that have worked well for him before. After he scours, he sets someone up in each area that's loyal to him. These doomsday princes are one of the main things the woman needed him for. What about Ludwig? Ruger asked. Where does he fit into the picture? Think of it this way, Roche Sarnova could be a serious impediment to the scouring. So if you wanted Sarnova out of the way, how would you go about killing him if you didn't want to use your own soldiers, and it would take an army? Ruger nodded. So you're saying that Vistrat and the woman had Ludwig killed using the Balaclava, who are thought to work for Sarnova, to incite the wrath of his widow and the libertarians so that they would attack the Dark Lord in retaliation. It probably would have worked, too, hadn't someone stepped forward to take responsibility for Ludwig's murder. Ruger leaned closer. We heard you know who ordered the hit. In fact, that's why we came to find you. I figured as much. You won't like the answer, though. Who? Ruger breathed. Who ordered Ludwig's murder? Hoswell paused. Carker, he said. Lord Carker has taken responsibility for it. Ruger stared at him. But that can't be. Daniel squeezed his hand, but he barely felt it. Why would Carker have had Ludwig killed? An excellent question, Hoswell said. When I first became aware of this information, only known to a few very high-ranking shades, I assumed he had some motive. Revenge of some sort, possibly. Or perhaps it has something to do with you, Ruger. Jealousy, maybe. Who knows? I don't believe it, Ruger said. I think Carker's covering for Sarnova. Vistrat and this unnamed woman had set the libertarians up to attack him, so Carker took credit for Ludwig's death in an attempt to divert them. Possibly, Hoswell said. Then why haven't Ludwig's followers killed Carker? Danielle said. The old German smiled. He is in the middle of the Congo, Danielle. That accounts for some of it, but you're missing something, Ruger said. What's that? I don't know. I suppose we'll have to make a trip to the Congo to find out. He lowered his voice. Crime and religion, Hoswell? Who's the woman who started this whole thing? Hoswell took a nervous sip. My dear fellow, make an effort of restraint when I tell you. I'm restrained. Okay, then. Here it is, Vistrat's accomplice is none other than Amelia. Ruger's face grew ashen. He sat back, blinking rapidly. You're sure? Quite certain. Amelia, your long-lost love, is in cahoots with Vistrat. She, my dear chap, is the one who came to me all those years ago and prodded me to save you from yourself during the Second World War. I suppose she chose me because I'd done a similar thing in saving Laszlo. But don't get me wrong, Ruger, I was glad to help you. Ruger stared. Why didn't you tell me, you bastard? Please, let's not get nasty. I wasn't so sure you didn't already know, and in any event she told me to keep quiet about it. Ruger shook his head. But she's dead. I saw her. You saw a Kavasari taking her blood. I assume he changed her into what he was. Then why has she never contacted me? Calm down. Hoswell lit a cigarette and passed it to Ruger. I suppose the reason for that is that the Kavasari are very secretive. We know of their existence, but when have you ever heard of an individual of that race? And who can blame them? They must kill shades to live, so what shade wouldn't want to exact a measure of protection by performing a preventative strike? Besides, I've often heard it rumored that they belong to an ancient religious order that shuns publicity. She probably realized she could never be with you in the same way again and wanted you to get on with your life. She only revealed herself to me because she knew it would be a one-time meeting. With you, especially in the condition you were in. Slowly, Ruger's composure returned. I'm sorry for my outburst. Nonsense. Under the circumstances, I feel you've behaved quite appropriately. But you see why I implied that you might be connected to the scouring? You thought I knew of Amelia. I suspected it was possible, especially with the emphasis on eradicating religion. I suppose during your time together, you must have rubbed off on her. Maybe. I think Amelia developed her own line of reasoning independent of me, though. He looked at Danielle, who had gone very quiet. You all right with this? She didn't respond at first, but then she nodded. It makes sense, doesn't it? What? The reason why the balaclava have been terrorizing us. Vistrat wanted them on our backs, on your back, so that he'd have some leverage if Amelia turned against him. He was blackmailing her with our lives. And torture. Because he couldn't hope to overpower a Kavasari himself. Ruger's brows drew together. Then the Titan sent Jean-Pierre's death squad for the same reason, knowing that the albino wouldn't kill you. Hoswell nodded. I see that you two have come to the same conclusions I did, although much quicker, I must say. Ruger inhaled gratefully on the cigarette. So that solves the question of the scouring, at least, some of it, but what of the War of the Dark Council? Do you know anything about that, Hoswell? It seems awfully convenient that it began around the same time as the scouring. To be honest, I know absolutely nothing about the war. My concentration has been on the scouring. If I had to guess, I'd say that Amelia began that when she did because the war would have created a helpful distraction, taking some of the focus off of her own activities. Danielle drained the last of her brandy. It's all starting to fall into place now, but there's some major pieces missing. We need to find out more about the war and Karker's involvement in all this, Ruger said. Why he claimed credit for killing Ludwig. She rose to fix herself another glass. After taking a long sip, she said, I haven't seen Karker since my days with Jean-Pierre. I haven't either, Ruger said. And before that, not since World War II. Are you two really planning another trip? Hoswell said. You're mad. It will be dangerous. It's the only way to stop all this, Danielle said. Find the heart of the knot and unravel of it. Darkly, she added, or just cut it in two. Ruger grimaced. To the Congo it is. Chapter 26. It's almost over, you know, Amelia said. What's that, dear? Vistrat asked. The two lay in bed. The scouring, of course. Just a few more deaths and it will be complete. He nodded, feeling a certain pride for the murderous phenomenon he and this strange being had created. What would happen now that it was over? He found himself hoping that Amelia would stay with him, then immediately chastised himself. What about Kristen? Still, he was quite taken with the Kavasari. She was everything that Kristen was not: voluptuous, mature, and welling over with power, and it had seemed only natural that they strike up an intimate acquaintance to parallel or strengthen their business relationship. Not only that, but he wanted her blood, the strongest blood an immortal could know, and, being a Kavasari, she hadn't turned down a free meal. He wanted to be what she was. He wanted to feel that power and know that it was his own. She'd said that she wouldn't allow this, that a certain number of Kavasari had to be maintained in order to conserve the status quo, just as the number of lesser immortals could not be allowed to go beyond a certain point. The exceeding of this limit was one of the several reasons she cited for having begun the scouring in the first place, and she would be damned if she contributed to the overpopulation of the community. Nevertheless, what Vistrat wanted. When it is over, Amelia my darling, will you stay with me in order for us to rule the world together? We've discussed all this before, she said. Maybe I'll stay and maybe I won't. It depends on how good a job you do. But in no way will I be subordinated to you. The lords you've installed in the various power vacuums must serve me with the same diligence that they serve you. You know they will. I've taken great pains to ensure that they think of you with the proper respect. If I were to leave, they would be yours to command. After all, you are a Kavasari and could eat any of them for lunch if you so desired. Instantly he regretted the comment. He was already quite afraid that she would turn on him when everything was over, when their kingdom had been established. He did not need to be planting thoughts in her head. Augustine, she said softly, running a hand over his chest, there's one more thing you need to do for me. Anything. She smiled, but not warmly. You must kill Kristen. He started. Never. Now. I'm a jealous woman, and if I were to stay on after the scouring, I would naturally want to be your one and only. Not only that, but you need to prove your loyalty to me. You've hounded me with the threat of killing Ruger for so long that I feel you've been taking undue advantage of my one weakness. This is not the act of someone I can place great trust in, is it? If you do this for me, if you kill Kristen, then I'll be pleased. I will trust, respect, and love you. He stared at her. You love me? Running her fingers across his bald head, she leaned over and kissed him. How could I not? And don't you love me, too, just a little? Feeling her lips against his face and her fingers sliding ever further south, he snarled, yes. Yes, devil help me, I do. But Kristen. Do it and we can rule together. I give you 1 week. If you fail me, I can never trust you again, and why would I want to keep someone I can't trust alive? Do this and things will be wonderful and beautiful always. But if you cringe from your duty, I will have to deal with you permanently, and Kristen, too. Asterisk. Vistrad left Amelia to return to work. Of course, he had enough of both money and employees to ensure a peaceful, luxurious life without the everyday hassle of business, if that was what he desired, but he found the concept of idleness unsettling. As he took station behind his desk, he found his mind swallowed by thoughts of Kristen. Even though they'd been apart only a short time, he missed her. She was so sweet and pure and vital, and he had wronged her through his liaison with Amelia. Of course, this didn't entitle Kristen to cheat on him, and certainly not with Jean-Pierre. How could he possibly justify her death, though? Amelia had no right to ask him to arrange such a thing. If he were to kill Kristen, he would be destroying everything sweet and pure that remained in himself, if he hadn't done so already. What was he to do? The phone rang. Slowly, distracted, he picked it up. Vistrad? It was Jean-Pierre. The Titan snapped to attention. It's good of you to call, my friend. Are you ready to come back into the fold? We need to talk, Vistrad. Alone. I'll schedule an appointment. You don't understand, I want to meet with you on my terms, not yours. You must leave your building and come to me. Out of the question, son. Then I'm out of the fold permanently. You'll never see my face again. Not unless you're willing to come to me. Tonight. It's not to happen, my friend. How am I to know that you aren't planning some cheap retaliation for the murder of your bride? All the pain I could inflict upon you, if I had from this moment until the sun exploded, could never bring back Sophia or replace the soul that you stole from me with her passing. All melodrama aside, you should know that I regret her loss sincerely. She showed promise. Her passing, as you call it, was necessary to achieve the proper understanding between us. You're one of my top officers, you know that, damn it. I look on you with a fondness unlike any other. For you of all shades to show me such disrespect. What action I took was required to re-establish the foundation of our relationship. Jean-Pierre laughed. Who are you trying to convince, you fat bastard? If you're trying to sway the ears of God, you're wasting your breath. The Titan reined in his anger. Your tone's uncalled for, boy. It provides me with the sort of reason I really do not require in order to refuse your invitation. If you keep up this disobedience, I'll find some way to reprimand you, and it will not be pleasant, I assure you. Now, is Kristen with you? She is. I suggest you send your love to her while you've still got the chance. Put her on, please. We'll talk after you've had time to reconsider your attitude. Shortly, Kristen came on. What is it, Augie? His heart swelled. The anger he felt toward Jean-Pierre disappeared with her first syllable. God, how he wished she was here. Dear. He started. Baby, how are you? What you did to Sophia was unforgivable. Did you know that she was pregnant? He considered that a moment, at the end of which he felt a little pity for Jean-Pierre. Perhaps killing Sophia had been a touch rash, after all. Here, why don't you come back home? He said. I miss you, darling. There's no reason why we shouldn't be together. I miss you too, Augie, but I'm with Jean-Pierre now. Unless you come to him, you'll never see either of us again. This is insane. You brought it on yourself, Augie. If you want to see me ever again, come to the funhouse of the Forsaken tonight. Otherwise, this is goodbye. The freak show? That's right, answered Jean-Pierre. Purchase backstage passes and we'll meet you after the show. Jean-Pierre, you. Vistrad made a fist and forced all of his anger into it. It trembled with rage, then grew still. Fine. I'll come tonight, but if I don't show up for work tomorrow, you'll receive a very special visit indeed from Younger and Yagoda. Their faces will be the last you see, and that is not a fate I would wish upon you, however necessary it may become. Do I make myself clear? Perfectly. The line went dead. Asterisk. The rest of the day passed with such infuriating slowness that by the time evening came Vistrad was oddly looking forward to the funhouse show. Nonetheless, he had no illusions about Jean-Pierre's intentions, but surely if Kristen were with him she would temper the albino's fury. He made quick arrangements with Younger and Yagoda, then set out for the funhouse of the Forsaken, a small army of guards in tow. The performance was sold out, but they'd been expecting him and even gave him a choice table close to the stage. His guards, however, were made to stand in the rear of the room. During the show, Vistrat fidgeted, unable to try to enjoy himself while Jean-Pierre was scheming to do him in. More troubling, what was Kristen's place in all this? After the performance, Vistrat shoved his way backstage, where a man met him. He had no lips, but his teeth had all been filed to sharp points. Grinning his horrible grin, the lipless man led the Titan into a backroom. Surrounded by misshapen performers and illuminated by a single harsh bulb, the albino waited in the center of the room smoking a Pall Mall. This was the old Jean-Pierre, full of cold venom, unbound by such niceties as love. For some reason, Vistrat was reminded of his meeting with Sophia. She and the albino bore the same menacing postures, grim expressions and disinterested eyes. "Where's Kristen?" Jean-Pierre bared his teeth. They were sharp. "If you wish to see her, come with me. Leave your guards behind." He held up a finger, silencing Vistrat's next words. "If you say something stupid like out of the question, son, then I'm going to turn my back on you right now. As promised, you'll never see Kristen or myself again unless, of course, there is a hell." The Titan nodded to his guards, who, prepared for this eventuality, left him. "All right," Vistrat said. "Let's get this over with." "Not quite, Titan. We've been friends for a long time. I know your tricks." Jean-Pierre turned to one of the freaks, who handed him a large robe. "This is what you're going to put on. Strip." "I will not. My word is law, vampire. The reward of following the law is that you'll see Kristen." Vistrat shed his clothes and threw on the robe. At the albino's order, the bundle of garments that up to a moment ago had hung from the Titan were searched thoroughly until a performer found what he was looking for. After a slight ripping noise, he brought a small black object to Jean-Pierre. "What is it?" one of the freaks asked. The albino held it up to the light as if it were a diamond. "It gives off a radio signal, so if Vistrat doesn't show up for work tomorrow, some soon-to-be-dead Jamaicans can track him down with yet another device that receives the signal this one gives off." "Where was it?" "Sewn into the lapel." Nodding absently, Jean-Pierre held out his hand, and another small box was placed there. After tearing it open, he threw a sheet of pills at Vistrat. The Titan looked down at the pills in his hand. "Laxatives." "That's right," said Jean-Pierre, as much to his following as to Vistrat. "See, the device we found was only a decoy. The Titan would have swallowed another, just in case the first was found. He knew I'd look for it. The laxatives will wash out the second one. Then we can take him to see his beloved." A sudden twinge of fear ran through Vistrat. "Does this mean I won't be showing up for work tomorrow?" "It depends upon how cooperative you are." Vistrat knew this was probably a lie, but what choice did he have but to make himself believe it? He could leave this room and return to the safety of his guards, but then he would never see Kristen or Jean-Pierre again. Tearing open the sheet of pills, he dropped several of the laxatives into his hand and swallowed them dry. Jean-Pierre led him out back to a small procession of limousines, which the performers were climbing into. His proved to be an old black 40s-style Rolls-Royce, a model, he knew, which happened to be a particular favorite of the albinos. After a series of intricate twists and turns, to make sure there was no one shadowing their movements, Vistrat was driven to a large if-rundown motel. A hearse parked out front of their room. "A hearse?" he asked. "There's a coffin inside," Jean-Pierre said. "We'll stay in this room until the laxatives kick in, by which time the sun will most likely be up, throw you in the coffin and take you to our final destination, or we'll release you into Kristen's arms." "What are you going to do with me?" "Again, it depends upon your level of cooperation. I happen to have stumbled across some rather odd tidbits of information which incriminate you greatly. In what? I'm not sure. That's what you're here for. For instance, I know that the balaclava were never intended to kill Ruger and Danielle, and further, that Younger and Yagoda were responsible for the death of Testifa, the great Abunka leader in Lariba. Both raise some rather interesting questions that I feel compelled to answer. Not only that, but I'm under the impression that the retrieval of this information will afford me some modicum of revenge." "You're going to torture me." "Naturally. If I cooperate, answer your questions in full, will you still feel compelled to do this? Need you ask? You still have Sophia's death to atone for, and many more besides. But, on the occasion that you satisfy my curiosity completely and without resistance, I might refrain from killing you. Then again, I might not." They entered the apartment, where many of the freaks were already in attendance to make certain that Vistrat remained harmless. Presumably, the rest of their number had gone on to prepare the final destination. They made room for Vistrat on a couch, where he settled down to watch television while the pills worked to flush the small radio device from his system. The others ordered a pizza and smoked some indica. They offered him some, but he declined. He'd never been one to give his mind over to chemicals, and he wouldn't start now, even if this was to be his last night on Earth, watching some late-night marathon of horror movies. As the hours ticked by, Vistrad was given plenty of time to dwell on his fate and to organize his final thoughts, concluding with the realization that he truly did not want to die, not now, not ever. Just the same, he found to his surprise that he could not look forward to his glorious, post-scouring days if Kristen were not there with him. Yet Amelia had promised to kill her if he didn't. Kristen's days were numbered regardless. Would it not be better and more humane for him to perform the act? By the time Vampire Circus flashed on the screen, he'd yet to decide, but it was at this hour, after blackout curtains had already been placed over the windows, signaling that the sun was up, that the laxatives began to jumpstart his intestines, and he relocated to the restroom. To his annoyance, Jean-Pierre kept the door open. Apparently, the albino thought Vistrad might be desperate enough to salvage the radio device from his own waste and ingest it again. Which was unfortunate, because Vistrad would have done exactly that. After the device is expunged, Vistrad was made to lie in the coffin, which the performers carried, at some pains, into the back of the hearse. The coffin was large, but he was a big man, and claustrophobia set in. Though it was difficult to judge time on the thing, Vistrad estimated it was close to an hour before the hearse pulled to a stop and the black box was carried a short distance, then set down. His captors levered its top open. With a little help, Vistrad climbed from the narrow tomb and stepped to the concrete floor of an immense, dingy, and largely empty warehouse, its windows spray-painted and boarded over. He registered his surroundings in the flash before Kristen was on him, her arms about his middle. "Augie. Baby." He embraced her, tight. They kissed passionately, and joy filled him. At last. When she was done, she turned to Jean-Pierre. "I want some time alone with him, JP. You'll get it afterwards." "After what?" Vistrad said. The hands of human strength and through decades of sipping immortal blood seized him from behind and dragged him to a section of floor that had been readied for him. Thick titanium chains trailed from large stakes driven through the concrete, and nearby gleamed an assortment of long sharp instruments perfect for driving through one's body. "This isn't necessary," he said. "It was never my intention to keep anything from you, Jean-Pierre. You would have found out soon enough. After it was all over, you were to be my first officer. That's one reason you were sent to kill Danielle. If you could do that, then I could completely trust you. If you couldn't, that was fine, too, because just the threat of it was enough to put a certain business associate in her place. Please, Jean-Pierre, I won't stoop to begging, but this isn't necessary." The albino lifted one of the instruments. It looked like some sort of demonic fireplace poker, and tested its sharpness. Still quite dull, Vistrad saw with mounting dread. Jean-Pierre smiled. "Vistrad, you stole from me my single chance at redemption. Not only have you killed the one person I loved, and who loved me in return, but you've damned my soul, if ever I had one and if there is a place for it to go. Without her, I'm lost in darkness. Of course, if you're not on the wrong end of it, darkness can be amusing." He indicated the floor with his poker, and the sideshow performers began to chain Vistrad to the ground. Kristen protested, but they ignored her. Vistrad's robe was torn away, which left him naked, and the coldness of the concrete made his balls contract. Next they threw the chains around his limbs and torso. Jean-Pierre hovered dispassionately above. "Dear Lord, boy, what have I done to you?" Shifting his glance from the Titan's face to the tip of the poker, the albino's face finally registered emotion. It twisted into a mask of utter hatred. Raising the poker high over his head, he stabbed it down with a howl. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After a few hours in stomach prison, as, among other less endearing terms, she'd come to call it, Sophia grew accustomed to its rhythms. The Rastas, intolerant of any rebellious behavior, fed the rebels to the always hungry Calanda, who prowled the living cave intermittently to keep the prisoners in line. Sophia watched Calanda and the Rastas closely, observing their patterns of movement and behavior. She frequently tried tapping into the Rastas' minds. After doing this a few times successfully, but briefly, she decided to make a more thorough attempt, so with great concentration she focused on one man in particular and extended her mind into his. She began exploring, in the process learning much about the Balaclava and their personal histories as observed by this mortal, who had seen and heard a great deal, and despite his youthful appearance was over 100 years old, due to frequent infusions of Balaclavian blood. Unfortunately, younger and Yagoda also kept a constant finger in the minds of their soldiers and discovered Sophia's presence. They stormed into stomach prison and beat her severely, and, though she taunted them with the concept of rape, they were quite aware of her Gensiv half and contented themselves with beating her again. After that, she kept her mental wanderings brief. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Around noon, Jean-Pierre allowed himself a breather from torturing the Titan, for which Kristen was grateful. For the last few hours, his revenge had a musical accompaniment. There had been some instruments lying around the funhouse's penthouse, and it seemed that a baker's dozen of the semi-mortal mutants had formed a band. When a longer version of the show was performed, they would play several selections for the audience. "Play for me," Jean-Pierre bid them, and they had gathered their instruments and obeyed. Their sound, which was somewhere between Romanian folk, rock, and jazz, made Kristen shudder, but Jean-Pierre seemed to delight in savaging Vistrat to the jouncing beat. The Titan writhed, looking less like Kristen's beloved Augie and more like a pincushion of flesh with every passing moment. It broke Kristen's heart to see, and she tried not to watch. During his breather, Jean-Pierre lit a Pall Mall and went out the warehouse's back door, which opened onto an alley. Kristen followed, striking up a Virginia Slim. "It's gone on long enough," she said. "Don't you think you should release him?" "No." The sounds of the band drifted out, seeming to mix with the swirl of smoke and the slight drizzle. "I think you were right when you said no amount of pain you could give him would do you any good," she said. Looking at him, though, she was uncertain. In some bizarre way, he actually seemed to be enjoying this is him, she thought. "I think I'm seeing him for the first time. Please, baby, prove me wrong." When he didn't answer, she said, "You going to kill him? That would take the fun out of it, wouldn't it?" She could feel her shoulders collapsing a little, her breath tightening. If she didn't watch it, she might start to cry. He had said it was fun. A minute passed in silence and he seemed to sense her misery. Suddenly coming to her aid, he wrapped his arms about her. She started to pull away but stopped herself. "I'm sorry, honey," he said. "For everything. Please, end this. I know you hurt, but this isn't the answer. Justice is messy. This isn't justice. I'm exacting vengeance on the murderer of my wife and child. There can be nothing more just." She examined him sadly. "Then would you do me a favor? Tell me. Give him some hope, at least. You're not even asking him questions like you said you would, just torturing him senselessly. Please, if you love me, if you love yourself, if even a part of you is still human, ask him what you want to know. He'll tell you, Jean-Pierre, not because you're hurting him, but because, once, you were friends. Please don't torture him pointlessly, if nothing else, interrogate him. Otherwise you're just an animal." She fumbled with a cigarette, averting her eyes. "Tell me you will, Jean-Pierre." He tilted up her chin with one hand, flipped his silver Zippo with the other, and said, his green eyes sincere, "I will." He moved back inside. As the door opened, the music swelled. Funhouse music. Kristen stared at the sky for a long time, let the cigarette burn down to her fingers, then opened the door to hear the sound of the Titan screaming. Cringing, she stepped in out of the rain. At 9 o'clock that evening, when Vistrat was supposed to have phoned Younger and Yagoda to call off the attack on Jean-Pierre and the search and retrieval of the Titan himself, the two balaclava were driving around Manhattan searching for their next series of victims and/or muses. When he didn't call, they examined their electronic homing device to pinpoint his location, but he was nowhere to be found. Both of his emitters must have been destroyed. "Bummer," said Younger. "He was a prick anyway. Without him, we may never find out what all the excitement was about. Of course, he probably wouldn't have told us willingly. But we could have been persuasive." Yagoda smiled. "Perhaps the odd flock will turn up something. Unlikely, but it's all we've got now." "No, brother. We know all we need to." They did. Within a month, they prophesied, the world oyster would be theirs. For now, though, they must continue to curry favor with the Titan, even if it meant saving his sorry bloated hide. The first logical place for acquiring Vistrat was at Jean-Pierre's apartment. After entering the 8-story hovel, they found something strange. None of the albino's mortal minions were present, though their recent presence was undeniable. Their smell had baked into the walls. In any case, their absence signaled that something was amiss, but what? Younger and Yagoda made their way to the top floor, where they quickly found the albino's room. Pausing before twisting the knob, the bald one turned to Yagoda and, seeing the bearded one shrug, flung open the door. The explosion actually destroyed the top 3 floors of the building. Flames caught hold and slowly consumed the whole structure. From his vantage point atop an opposite building, Jean-Pierre turned to Kristen. "Good work, baby," she said. "Thank you." To Maximilian, he said, "Let's go make sure they're dead." "Think there'll be anything left?" "For their sake, let's hope not." Max rounded up the score of performers and, at the albino's lead, marshaled them across the street, where a large crowd was already gathering. Fire trucks wailed close by. To prevent recognition, Jean-Pierre had to select the performers that looked the most externally normal. Even so, all wore masks and costumes to conceal their identities. At Max's demand, the troupe must not be implicated in any of this. Even Max himself wore a disguise, leaving Jean-Pierre the sole member exposed. He didn't want to be hampered in case he needed to defend himself. They poked through the ruins, quickly and efficiently, ignoring the policemen and firemen that urged them to leave. The performers found no trace of the balaclava. Jean-Pierre felt a surge of disappointment. The bastards had been vaporized. They deserved a much slower death. If they hadn't been so powerful, he would have had them put through the same treatment as Vistrat, but, alas, it was not to be. More police vehicles arrived. The troop had brought along firearms, but the guns proved unnecessary. Jean-Pierre was able to lead the troop out the back way and, without violent incident, down a few blocks to where vans waited for them in an alley. They sped off, their destination the cemetery in which the balaclava had lived during their final days in New York long ago. Under the questioning that Kristen had recommended, Vistrat had given up the location. "You really think she'll be alive?" Max asked as he peeled off his disguise. Not looking at the snake oil salesman, Jean-Pierre checked a pistol to make sure it was loaded. "She'd better," he said. Chapter 27. Sophia scanned the minds of the Rastas on an almost hourly basis. When they were informed of the departure of their lords, they gave no outward sign, but she was easily able to access the information. After learning of Younger's and Yagoda's withdrawal, she whispered softly to one of the prisoners, who spread the word. The Rastas often made a habit of sending a couple of their number to wander through the scattered ranks of captives just to instill a little fear in the condemned ones, and Sophia waited for such an occasion before launching the attack, divide and conquer. As the two Jamaicans drew near, she summoned her powers of psychic dominance, which were greater than her mother's but far inferior to her father's. Controlling the semi-mortals was not easy, but she grimaced and pushed harder, broke through. "Throw down your weapons and disrobe," she instructed them, and they obeyed. The other Rastas, sensing she was the culprit, turned their guns on her, but too late. At her signal, the prisoners had slowly crept to either end of the stomach and at the disrobing of the first two Jamaicans launched themselves on the others. Like crabs beneath a wave, the Rastas fell under the hands of their prisoners. Several died on both sides. The Rastas lay bleeding on the ground, along with several wounded and dying prisoners, while the majority of the freed men made their way to the labyrinth beyond the stomach. Calanda woke. The large tigress opened her eyes, surveyed the scene and leapt from her bloody throne with a roar. "Shit," said Sophia. Calanda set her sights on Sophia, who stood alone in the center of the living cave, and charged. Sophia scooped up one of the Rasta's submachine guns and fired. The bullets tore into the tigress, shredding her beautiful coat into bloody streaks and drilling into her face. They didn't even seem to slow her down. "She'll kill me," Sophia realized. If, that was, Sophia was human-shaped. She was, after all, the daughter of a werewolf. Throwing down the rifle, she let the gifts of her father storm her bloodstream for the first time in years, and before she could consciously comprehend what was happening she'd transformed into a hairy demon and was flying through the air at Calanda. They collided in the air with a thunderclap and meshed into a web of tangled limbs, talons and teeth before they even hit the floor. Hair and blood flew in every direction. Bone cracked. Sophia would have been killed in seconds save for the damage that the gun had done to Calanda's mouth. Splintered teeth and bone protruded from the wreckage, making it difficult for the great beast to use her most awesome weapon. Calanda raked her claws down Sophia's side, and Sophia screamed. Growling, she locked her jaws around the tigress's shoulder and bore down with all her strength. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jean-Pierre and the vans arrived on the scene to find a group of mortals emerging from the crypt. "Where's Sophia?" he demanded. Tall, with long dark hair and violet eyes. "She died," one man said, panting. "Brought down by the tigress Calanda. Sacrificed herself for us all." Jean-Pierre pushed toward the ruined tomb and took the stairs down to the crypt. As soon as his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw hands gripping a broken tile, and a mortal pulled himself out from the abyss. Jean-Pierre swallowed a gulp of air and threw himself into the pit. His landing was cushioned by 4 feet of thick mud. Struggling out of the muck, he marched past the boulders and waited. Vistrat had told him that the balaclava guarded the entrance to their prison with a labyrinth, making it difficult for any prisoners that managed to escape to actually get free. Jean-Pierre didn't have the luxury of time to navigate the damn thing, so he decided to let the humans do it for him. A man emerged from one of the tunnels. Just what the albino had been looking for. Jean-Pierre stalked into the tunnel and followed it till it branched off. Yet another mortal appeared in one of the forks. Using these stragglers as his breadcrumbs, Jean-Pierre navigated the labyrinth until he emerged into a great open chamber that looked like nothing so much as a massive abdominal cavity. Even the walls were fashioned from pink tissue. In the middle of the room sprawled Sophia, nestled in the embrace of a tiger. Cautiously, he advanced. Neither of the combatants stirred. Were they unconscious? If Sophia were dead. Sophia's chest heaved. Pulse quickening, Jean-Pierre ran to her and carefully extracted her from the embrace of the beast. The tiger shifted, but did not wake. Sophia, darling, I'm here. Her eyelids fluttered but didn't open. With a sinking feeling, he realized that she was dying. Not wasting a moment, he carried her in his arms back through the winding corridors of the labyrinth, his heart beating faster, faster. He had to get her out of here. Suddenly, rounding the corner ahead of him, dear God! Yagoda stepped forward, burned and bloody. He cradled his brother, younger, in his arms. The tusked one was little more than a blackened skeleton, his motionless mouth open in an expression of agony. Apparently, Younger had sheltered his comrade from the blast and now, without a doubt, Younger was dead. Tear-stricken, Yagoda glanced up at the albino. He studied the butchered Sophia in the albino's arms. For a long moment, neither the werewolf nor the balaclava said a word. Then, in a raw voice, Yagoda said, "It looks as though we're even, albino." 1 for 1. Jean-Pierre nodded, hoping that wasn't the case. Warily, the albino and the balaclava approached each other, one leaving the labyrinth and one seeking sanctuary in it. As they passed, their eyes locked. Then tears erupted from the bone crusher's face. Silently, he spun about and retreated back into the darkness of his home. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I'm going to get to see my sugar, Kristen thought as the warehouse hove into view. She'd gone with the albino to watch the destruction of his old building and hopefully the deaths of the balaclava, but before Jean-Pierre and the troop entered the flaming ruin to assure themselves of their victory, he'd sent her back to the warehouse, claiming that if Younger and Yagoda were still alive, things could get dangerous. Plus, of course, there was always the chance of a confrontation with the police, and he didn't want her hit by a stray bullet. The albino's dismissal had stung at first, until he'd pointed out that now she could have some time alone with Vistrat. She noticed a delivery vehicle outside of the warehouse, Chinese food. It pulled away as the taxi dropped her off. Entering the decrepit building, she found what was left of the troop playing, of all things, a game of bingo. Claude was the leader. Off to the side lay Vistrat, massive and naked and bleeding, unconscious, chained to the floor and run through with all manner of blades and stabbing instruments. He looked perfectly pitiful, reduced from the most powerful crime lord in the world to a soon-to-be cadaver. After Jean-Pierre had impaled him with that first hellish poker, Kristen had instantly forgiven the Titan, and whether or not this represented some weakness in her she didn't care. In any case, she knew that Vistrat's usefulness to the albino had come to an end. Without the need for duress, he had willfully confessed all Jean-Pierre had wanted to know and more. It had come as a shock to her that of all things Vistrat was the scourer, along with that Kabasari female Amelia, whom he'd been sleeping with. Strangely, this had appeased Kristen. His liaison with Amelia had been more a business relationship than anything else, and whatever personal feelings he had for her were secondary. Now it had come time for Kristen to spend some time with him, alone, before he was to be executed. The execution would not come before he'd been drained by that awful leech Maximilian, though. Kristen approached Claude. "It's time," she said. He rolled his eyes at the troop and they streamed out through the rear of the building. Even here, they were worried about being recognized. Taking a little white box of fried rice, she knelt beside the great man. "Hey, baby." At her voice, his bruised eyes opened. A weak smile played about his face, and he managed to croak, "Chrissy. We're alone, Augie. I'm surprised." Jean-Pierre kept his word. "Brought you something, Dot." Using a pair of chopsticks, she shoveled a small amount of rice into his mouth. It took a long time for him to chew and swallow. He choked several times, but he managed. "Thanks, Angel. My last meal, eh?" Seeing the pained look on her face, he added, "It's okay. I deserve it, you know. All the crimes I've committed, all the crimes I would have committed. I just wish I had one last chance to redeem myself." She stroked his big bald head. The thought of giving him a last blowjob crossed her mind, but 3 different lances had been driven through his scrotum. "I love you," she said. It was the only thing she knew to tell him. Slowly, she began to cry. "And I love you," he said. Could you lower your hair to my hand? I want to feel it once more." Letting her tears fall unashamedly, she let him caress her hair. He moaned. When she looked up, tears hovered in his eyes, as well. Could you bring your head to my chest?" Bursting into fresh sobs, she gingerly wrapped her arms about him and, navigating carefully between the spears, laid her head on his chest. They stayed that way for a long time before he said, "Tell Jean-Pierre I'm sorry I killed Sophia. If I could change it, I would." A sudden anger gripped her. She rose back to her kneeling position and wiped at her tears. "I won't let this happen to you. There's no way. Jean-Pierre won't change." And these spears he drove through the concrete itself. You can't move them. She held his hand, squeezed it. I can take your blood. His eyes widened. You'd need a lot, baby. You would become what I am, and you've always said you didn't want that. No, Chrissy, I won't let you do it. I'm not worth damnation. I'll be the judge of that. She smiled sadly. And, dear, you have very little choice in the matter. She bent down to his wrist and bit into the big vein there. It spurted some, then she had her mouth around it and nearly gagged before she became accustomed to the flow. The blood was warm, coppery, sort of salty, kind of bitter. As it pooled in her stomach, she began to get a strange high off it. It's immortalizing me, she realized. It welled up from her belly into her veins and circulated throughout her body. Her skin burned with it wonderfully and her eyes blazed. She felt like she could move a mountain. After a time, she heard him say, "Enough, baby. I don't have any more." When she pulled back from the wound, only a few drops trickled from it. Vistrad looked even closer to death than before. Thrusting her arm before his mouth, she said, "Now it's your turn." Without argument, he bit into the proffered wrist and began ingesting her blood. To Kristen, it was a very singular, rather unwelcome feeling, although there was a certain high that came from this as well. She soon grew lightheaded. When Vistrad stopped swallowing, she stood up and steadied herself, then started tearing the chains out of the floor. She was so strong. Once that was done, she took a firm grip on one of the spears and gave it a hard yank, pulling it roughly from its concrete bed. Its angular head made it impossible to pull back through Vistrad without causing him severe pain, so her task would be to free all the spears from the concrete and then to roll him over onto his side so that she could pull the spear shafts out through his back. The task took a whole of 15 minutes, and that was only because of the delicate nature of the last part of the operation. Vistrad cried out in pain only once. When it was over, she helped him to his feet, then searched through the overnight bags of the troop until she found some oversized clown garments. Not only could he fit into them, but they would disguise his injuries, as well. With her assistance, he dressed. He wrapped his arms about her and held her close and long. "How do you feel?" he said. "Strange, but I'm the one who should be asking you that, Augie, how do you feel?" Weakly, he smiled. "Let's just say that I'm not going to be retaining any water for some time." Despite herself, that made her grin a little. "Let's go home." They left the warehouse and hot-wired one of the vans out front, which Kristen drove to the Titans building. Though they didn't talk much, they frequently held hands. Eventually they reached the Titanic, parked, and made their way down to the proper sub-basement, then to his bedroom, where he called a doctor, who was to arrive within half an hour. While Vistrad dressed and showered, she flung herself on the bed and tried to pinpoint Amelia's scent. Did the Kavasari wear perfume? Did Vistrad like sleeping with a woman who was mature, voluptuous? She'd have to confront him with these questions and more before her mind would be at peace, but now was not the time. When he emerged from the dressing room, she patted the bed. He flopped down beside her, shaking the bed. "Unbidden," he said, "I'm sorry for Amelia. I was weak and selfish, but that's no excuse." She sniffed. "I'm sorry for Jean-Pierre." "What about him, now, are you going to take revenge?" He fell silent for a moment. "No. Really, I deserved what he did to me. I'll consider us even, let's just hope that he will, too." He held her small hands in his. "Kristen, I really respect what you did, standing up to me like that, but I couldn't bear it if you cheated on me again. It runs both ways, Augie." "Of course, but that's not what I meant." She felt something cross her face. Seeing it, he visibly grew excited, too. "Don't tease me," she said, somewhat nervously. "And I don't want you to tell me later that it was just one of those in the heat of the moment things. Believe me, it's not. I've been thinking of this for a long, long time." Seeing her eyes grow bright and her breathing grow shallow, he rose from the bed and knelt beside her, her hands still in his. His face red and his fingers trembling faintly, he said, "Kristen, will you?" He coughed. "Kristen, will you marry me?" She smiled and threw her arms about him. It was all the answer he required. Asterisk. "Where are they?" Max raged at Claude, who had one pair of arms folded across his small chest, was defiantly scratching his balls with one of the hands from the second pair and smoking a cigarette with the other. "Up my ass," said Claude. "Where do you think they are?" He spun to the albino. "You told me to give them some time alone and that's what I did. Don't think I'm owning up to any culpability. It's really not my problem." The albino let his eyes rove the scattered freaks and could not find fault with any of them. As Claude had said, it wasn't their mistake. Max was still admonishing the dwarf, but Jean-Pierre cut in. "Max, it's a shame you didn't get your goddamned blood, but don't take it out on them. Don't blame yourself, either, I accept full responsibility. At the appropriate time, I will administer my punishment. Unfortunately, Vistrat knows who you are, and, as he's still living, I'd suggest going underground for a while. From what he told us, I don't think you'll have to worry about him for long. What do you mean? Max said. Just what I told you. Jean-Pierre glanced over to Sophia, comatose in a nearby chair. He'd given her his blood, which would sustain her until she was able to procure sustenance on her own. But what to do with her? Where he was going, she couldn't follow. Max, he said. I want to repay you for what you've done, but now is not the time. There's somewhere I must go to sort things out. I'll make a deal with you, you look after Sophia for a while, as collateral, and I'll come back for her. Soon. Then all debts will be paid in full. Slowly, Max nodded. It's a deal. To the troop, Jean-Pierre said, thank you all for your cooperation. We'll meet again soon. Count on it. With that, he turned to leave. Wait, said Max. What? The snake oil salesman hesitated, but his eyes were sincere. Jean-Pierre, my friend, you have no place to go, do you? And you are a freak, aren't you? An albino, more or less. Well. He gestured to the others. We're all freaks here, Jean-Pierre. We could be your home, your family. Why not stay with us? Jean-Pierre closed his eyes. Really, why not indeed? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When the albino was interrogating you, you didn't say anything about how you were supposed to kill Kristen, did you? Amelia interrupted. It was the night after Vistrat's escape. Amelia had come to visit the Titan's office. She wanted to know the details of his absence, and he filled her in on recent events. Of course not, he said. For a long time, she was in the room. That's a shame. I'm sure he would have gotten a kick out of it. Anyway, continue. When he told her of how Kristen had freed him, she smiled. He was almost able to convince himself that it was a sweet smile. So I take it you haven't killed her? No, and I don't intend to. In fact, I asked her to marry me, and she said yes. That was quite contrary to our agreement. I won't apologize, Amelia. You'd no right to ask me to do that. I wasn't asking, dear. Now isn't the time for foolish valor. Now is the time for proving our loyalties to each other, and you've more to prove than I do, goddammit. I sought you out, not the other way around. Need I remind you that if you won't kill her, I'll do you both? You're bluffing. Not only am I sure of that, but to be on the safe side I've given instructions to Claire, who will have rounded up both Ruger and Danielle shortly, that if I die, she should kill them both. Which won't be a problem for her, if that's what you're thinking. In fact, I believe Claire's been looking forward to the job. Amelia's face went still. You've hung that over my head for too long, Titan. It's given you some leverage, I admit, but now I realize that if I'm to stay true to my vision, a beautiful world, free of crime and superstition, that I may have to sacrifice certain non-essentials. If it's your desire to kill the odd flock, I won't stop you. But you'll kill Kristen regardless. He felt genuinely unnerved. Christ, how can you have such little heart? My love of Kristen won't affect anything. She doesn't need to die. No, but you need to kill her, for the same reason you sent Jean-Pierre to kill Danielle, to rid yourself of that baggage and to prove your loyalty. The albino faltered. Are you as weak as he? Vistrat stared. Is that what this is? You're making me do this to Chrissy in order to punish me for sending Jean-Pierre to kill the gutter angel. That's it, isn't it? A taste of my own medicine, and at the expense of the most innocent person involved in the whole affair. That just makes it all the sweeter, doesn't it? Even if she doesn't deserve it, you do. That's perverse. Perhaps. But, then, Vistrat, you're a perverse man. You're just lucky that I'm equal to it. So, now that you understand why I'm making you do it, I expect Kristen to be dead by tomorrow, and trust me, her death at your hands will be much more pleasant than at my own. She blew him a kiss and left the room. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That night, as he watched Kristen sleep, Vistrat thought of all their times together and all of their times to come. He couldn't wait to see how bright her face would become on their honeymoon to Hawaii. Hell, it would only start in Hawaii. They could go around the world endlessly, buying a beach house there, a lodge in the mountains there, a flat in Paris. He could make her so happy, and now they had all eternity to spend together. How could he wrap his gigantic hands around her delicate, milky white neck and squeeze the life out of her? He tried to imagine what advice she would give on the matter and for the briefest of moments thought of waking her, but no, that would be madness. God, Amelia was so evil, wasn't she? How could Ruger have been her lover all those years? Of course, the Darkling had more than ably demonstrated his own talent at sin, hadn't he? So had Vistrat, if truth be told, all for the sake of his business, his empire. Kristen had often accused him of loving his business more than he loved her, and of course he'd denied it, but they both knew that there was a certain truth in what she said. By killing her, he'd only be proving her right. Even during the years he hadn't been sleeping around, he'd always had a mistress, and her name was Power. Could he ever expect to leave his business behind and dote every waking moment on Kristen? How preposterous. After all, he was on the verge of a power so great, so global, that he could not possibly turn his back on it now, could he? Shed his burdens and go gallivanting around the world with the one person he truly loved. What a joke, what a cosmic fucking joke it had all turned out to be, wasn't it? Go on, convince yourself that what you're doing is right so that you can strangle her and be done with it, then go on to be king of the world. Now that would be grand, wouldn't it? He put his hands over his face and cried silently for a long time, but not silently enough. Kristen opened her eyes. Groggily, she said, "What is it, baby? Bad dream?" "Yeah," he replied. "Bad dream. Here, want me to make you some milk or coffee?" No, that's okay. Kristen, you know I love you, right?" "Of course, baby." She smiled. "You've only said that 1,000 times today, although you know I couldn't hear it enough. And you know I love you, too. Here, want me to hold you while you fall asleep?" He smiled sadly, wiped away his tears and stroked her hair. "No, that's okay. I just need to think for a little while. You go on back to sleep. Sweet dreams, darling." She patted his hand and closed her eyes, her head resting gently on the silk pillow. Soon she was fast asleep. He watched her for 2 straight hours, wrestling with himself. Finally, he breathed a great sigh, placed his large hands around her smooth, creamy neck, and squeezed. The end. Of Volume 1. The Living Night. Part 2. By Jack Connor. Chapter 1. The Congo was hot and the mosquitoes weren't any nicer than Danielle remembered, but there was a wonderful familiarity here. A wonderful, eternal quality. The Congo was the darkest, thickest, most savage jungle in the world, had been that way since long before she was born and would be that way long after she died. It was the true immortal, a large, seething, and sultry beast. Green and lush, chaotic, and as noisy in its own way as Times Square. Of course, whenever Danielle thought of the Congo, she always associated its smell with Carker's cigars and Lord Carker himself, who seemed just as immortal and unchanging as the jungle he lived in. So it was strange that he didn't greet the odd flock as they stepped down from the plane, as was his usual custom. Gavin was there in his place, flanked by a score of Caucasian guards Danielle didn't recognize. "Welcome," Gavin said, taking first Danielle's hand, then Ruger's. "Carker's been looking forward to your visit." "Then why didn't he meet us?" asked Danielle. "I think you'll have to discuss that with him." "Please, but could you remove all your weapons?" Ruger and Danielle exchanged glances, but did as they were asked. Gavin had never been anything but polite with them, although he'd never seen them together, and he wasn't impolite now. Once they'd handed their arms over to the host of soldiers, Gavin led them toward the main building, then veered off, moving toward the jungle as if he expected his guests to follow. Warily, they did. The clearing around the estate soon gave way to fierce vegetation, but several trails snaked off into the wild and almost impenetrable darkness. Danielle immediately noticed that the jungle life was oddly quiet, the first signal of an ambush, and ordinarily this would have given her a few tense moments, but she heard the sounds of men working and, over them, Lord Carker giving orders. When they came upon the man himself, he was standing with the sleeves of his soiled white shirt rolled up past his elbow, the stub of a cigar sticking authoritatively from one corner of his mouth. Judging by the stubble on his face, he hadn't shaved in some time. The men he was ordering about seemed to be digging trenches, and pieces of piping material lay scattered around. When he heard the odd flock approach, Carker turned and offered a huge smile. "Ah. It's good to see you again." He crossed to Danielle, hugging her, then embraced Ruger roughly and stood for a long moment examining him. "I've missed you, son." His voice was soft. "Here, let me look at you. Hair's a bit longer, but otherwise you haven't changed a bit, and I don't know why you should. You know, my boy, I thought I might never see you again." The Darkling lit a cigarette, studying the hunter. "I vowed never to come near you again, old man." "I know. I've respected it. And old I feel, too. I celebrated my millennium just a short time ago." "We heard." "Celebrated it with Jean-Pierre." Was there jealousy in Ruger's voice? Danielle wondered. "Surely not." "Indeed," said Carker. "On safari, of course. That albino's turning into quite a hunter, become even a better shot with a rifle than yourself, soon to outclass even me, I'm sure, but I find that I'm looking forward to that. It's strange. Perhaps I really am just getting old, looking for a successor. But seeing you again, after all these years, it quickens my blood. Do you feel it, too? It was clear Ruger did. When he removed the cigarette from his lips, his hand was shaking slightly. What are you doing here, he said. The hunter smiled, cigar pointing up. We're digging irrigation ditches for the alligator swamp I'm going to make. Alligator swamp? In fact, I'm thinking of making an entire zoo, replete with all the creatures I love. You see, recently I've begun to examine myself in different ways isolation fosters this sort of thing, and I've found that one of the chief reasons I enjoy hunting so much is that I simply want to be in touch with nature. It's not so much that I enjoy killing, although that's part of it, of course, but that I enjoy animals themselves, their freedom, their simplicity, their energy. So I'm having a zoo built in my backyard to honor them, and so that I can enjoy them without going to the trouble of organizing a safari. There are some times in the middle of the night when I'd rather just walk outside and watch them. It calms me, and inspires me at the same time. However, well, I don't like the idea of them being in cages, you understand, so I'm trying to work out a system in which I can have them here and at the same time keep them liberated. It breaks my heart to see them imprisoned. I remember. Do you have any revelations to share? Ruger glanced at Danielle, and Carker nodded in sympathy. If they were to have a good old-fashioned chat, she would have to be absent. She watched them and understood what they were thinking, but it didn't bother her. Sometimes friends needed time to talk alone. On the other hand, the thought of Ruger left alone with his old mentor made her edgy. He was too open-minded for his own good, and she was a little afraid he'd be susceptible to Carker's corruption. Plus, there was business to attend to. Ahem, she said. Carker gave his full attention to her. You, my girl, look even more sumptuous than the last time I saw you. The albino still pines for you, you know. He said it with a trace of sadness, but it was obviously meant as a compliment. Anyway, what's the deal here? She said. To start with, why'd you have our guns taken away? He looked off into the distance. I feared you might have planned to undertake the revenge of your good friend Ludwig, whom I had killed not long ago. Bullshit. What reason did you have to kill him? He wanted to take over the world, enslave humanity. It's not in my interest to have humanity enslaved. That would spoil the fun, wouldn't it? There would be no more hunt. Ludwig had to die. For your loss, I'm deeply sorry. That is the singularly biggest load of atrocious crap that I've ever heard in all my years, she said. For one, all the humans you hunt are captives anyway, so what does it matter? The fact that I'm a hypocrite changes nothing. She waved this away. For another, Ludwig wanted to disband liberty, not keep it going. Enslaving humanity was the one thing he was trying to prevent. It may be what he died for. Now what's the real story? And what's the deal with all the white guys? Carker looked to Ruger, but the Darkling offered no help. That's what we came here for, Ruger said. To find out what you know. The great white hunter stared at the tip of his cigar. I recruited the white guys, as you call them, Danielle, to help out in the event that Melissoel organized an avenging strike on me. I don't buy it, said Danielle. If you wanted extra help, you'd train some natives, not hire a bunch of Eurotrash mercenaries, if that's what these are. Mercenaries are rough and independent. The soldiers we saw looked formally trained, and trained together. An army of some sort, I guess. No, the way we see it is that, and this is just one of many possibilities, you were afraid Roche Sarnova would be accused of Ludwig's death, so you took the blame yourself, and... She looked at Ruger questioningly. How do you figure in the Caucasians? Ruger's eyes never left the hunter. I think someone approached Carker, said that Sarnova would be accused of Ludwig's death because of his association with the Balaclava and asked the hunter if he'd take the fall. In the bargain, whoever approached him would give him a load of pre-trained soldiers to ward off Melissoel. The real question is who approached him. How does that sound? She nodded. Well, Carker? The hunter remained silent a moment. You may not believe, or want to believe, that I killed Ludwig, but it's the truth. I hired Caucasians simply for a change of pace. Now why don't you join me for a nice glass of sherry? Asterisk. Once they were inside, Carker showed them to the elephant room. Ruger moved along the walls, studying the new additions to the chamber, and it wasn't long before he came across his old poem. Each page had been framed and hung from left to right so that they could be read. Jean-Pierre gave me that for my birthday, Carker said. I couldn't have asked for a better present. Sorry I missed your millennium. Don't be. You didn't want any contact between us, and I understood that. It's why I didn't send you anything for your anniversary. You keep up with that sort of thing? Danielle said. How could I not? She walked over to the poem on the wall, but it wasn't in English and she couldn't read it. Darling, she said, why don't you write anymore? Ruger winced. I don't have anything else to say. Everything I believed in I put into my poems, and I've said it all. You have more things to say than anyone I've ever met. When was the last time you wrote a poem? He paused, looking to her, then to Carker. At last he let out a breath. When Amelia died, he said. Studying the two men, she realized that this had been an issue between them back when they were together. Carker had probably urged Ruger to write again, but Ruger had resisted. The hunter had tried to find a muse for his companion, but had been unsuccessful. All his attempts to enliven Ruger had failed. Danielle could sense all this, or some variation of it, in the subtle gestures of the two. I don't wish to discuss it, Ruger added. A servant entered, carrying a silver tray bearing glasses of sherry. Danielle sipped hers and smiled. It's divine, she said. Thank you, my dear, Carker said. Now what exactly is it that you wish to know? If it's okay with you, I'd rather get business out of the way first. That would be fine. We'd like to know whatever you can tell us about the War of the Dark Council. And about Ludwig's death. I'm afraid I've said all I can on the latter subject, but I wouldn't mind sharing what I know of the war with you. It's a subject I've been most interested in of late. That said, I never like to divulge information to someone who's unwilling to do the same for me. Ruger raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? I know of your quest to gather facts about the strange situations surrounding us these days, and would be very interested in what you've learned. In particular, what you found out about the scouring. Quid pro quo, said Danielle. If you like. I would be more than willing to share with you what I know, but I would be most intrigued by what you have to tell me if you chose to do so. Here, I'll go first. He reclined in a large, comfortable chair, and the other two joined him. Sipping his sherry, Carker began recounting the discussion he'd had with Roche Sarnova on the day he'd arrived at the castle to celebrate his birthday with the Dark Lord, after Sarnova had asked Jean-Pierre to leave the room. Asterisk. Well, said Carker. Indeed, said Sarnova, his voice sickly, his face pale and ashen, and nodded at Francois Mauclery. Ambassador, would you care to bring Lord Carker up to speed on recent events? Certainly, said Mauclery, rising. He moved out from behind Sarnova's desk and started pacing. As you may know, the Dark One here is the head chair of the so-called Dark Council, which presides over immortal matters in our immediate realm. Other than Roche and myself, the most prominent member of the council is a female Morbine called Subair. About a month ago Roche made the bold decision to claim Romania in the name of all immortals. Excuse me, said Carker. Please, said Sarnova patiently, earnestly. Allow me to explain. Francois bowed his head. Shades have, as the term implies, always lived in shadow, Sarnova said, but dependent on humanity for our very existence. We've always lived in fear of mortals, because they've historically outnumbered us beyond proportion. Recently, however, our ranks have swelled into a more fair distribution, do you agree? I suppose. Carker started rolling a cigarette. He took a deep breath, leaned back in his seat, and lit it. He had the feeling it would be the first of many. Nowadays, even if humans knew of us, we could more easily defend ourselves, provided we were united. Sarnova's nostrils flared, smelling Carker's cigarette. He smiled and lit one for himself. It made him cough more, but he didn't seem to mind, even when a few droplets of blood came to his lips, which he gracefully dabbed at with a white handkerchief. Roche leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes for a moment. His face took on a strange look, almost of longing. I'm old, Carker. I'm tired of living in the shadow of our lessors, or, if you prefer to think of them as equals, then I'm tired of living with our equals ignorant of us. Maybe it's just the voice of ego, but I've been so frustrated lately that I just want to run through the streets shouting at the top of my lungs, I'm a vampire. Look at me, I'm a vampire. Childish, maybe, but it's what I want. Don't you ever feel that way, my friend, that you just want to be recognized and unashamed of what you are? I suppose, said Carker, wary. But just imagine, humans knowing of us and accepting us, living in harmony with us. Sure, they might fear us, but we could make some sort of treaty with them, they could send their criminals to us for sustenance, and we wouldn't attack their countries. We need a land of our own, a Jerusalem for the undead. Think how beautiful that would be. He sighed wistfully, then nodded at Mauclery again. The ambassador resumed talking and pacing. Roche wanted the council to come to a consensus on the subject. It wouldn't make sense to go ahead with the plan unless we had the support of our followers, would it? So we summoned them for a special meeting and gave the proposal. Many were outraged, but we fought it out. Finally, after everyone had turned it over, it developed that the council was evenly split, right down the middle, with Sabert leading the opposition. The half in favor of the plan, our half, would not back down. Unfortunately, neither would Sabert's. It was a standoff. The differences were irreconcilable. Sabert and her supporters stormed out, gathering all the troops that were loyal to them and fleeing to London, which has become their base of operations. We hear they get new followers every day, but so do we. Now we're at war with them, and neither side shows any sign of backing down. Most of the conflict seems to be taking place in Western Europe, but recently rumors have started circulating about the war coming closer to home. I was sent to the front lines several weeks ago to check up on our troops and to recruit supporters, and I returned 2 days ago with a werewolf named Victoria Lisande, who accompanied me back under the guise of petitioning Roche for protection of her clan, who she said supported our cause. Apparently, though, she was an assassin, but worse, she had skills we weren't prepared for. She'd been trained to kill mortals with her mind, and she killed one that Roche was feeding from, causing him to drink dead blood. She attacked Roche when he was down. Also, she seemed to have been stronger than she should have been. It took both me and Roche to destroy her. How? Asked Carker. How was she so strong? Francois looked uneasy. We think that she might have gotten a hold of the blood of a Cavassari. Carker raised his eyebrows. That's bad. That's very bad. But, Roche, how did she get hold of such blood? I wouldn't know, said the Dark Lord quietly. Wouldn't you? There are rumors. There have always been rumors. Let's not give them merit through discussion. Carker smoked in silence, then looked up again. So all this is why the immortal world is in turmoil right now? Does this have some bearing on the scouring? Roche Sarnova sat up slowly, but not too slowly. Not quite. However, I'm afraid that I can't speculate on the reasons why things are the way they are now. But the war and the scouring, they are related? Sarnova coughed again, his face solemn. Perhaps, he said. Perhaps. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. That's all he told me, Carker said. But? Ruger prodded. But he was keeping something from me, and I didn't like it. Why should I? I figured the best way to gather more information on the war would be to send some men to London, where most of it was and is taking place. Surely some information would be floating around. What interested me most was the widespread mystery surrounding the war. Surely if Sarnova and Sabert were getting more troops each day, the troops knew what they were fighting for. As it turned out, they didn't, not really. They knew of the breakup of the Dark Council, but that was it. They were just signing on with one of the sides because of the principles involved. They saw fighting for Sarnova as conservatism, keeping the old ways and the old power base alive, and fighting for Sabert as liberalism, fighting against the established power, and under a woman at that. As it happened, Roche was the real liberal and Sabert was the conservative, but that little bit of irony was about all the headway I made. There was no more information to be gathered, except for the tactics of the armies involved, something I wasn't very interested in. But, just as I was about to recall my men, we heard some major news. Sabert, and a couple of her followers, had been kidnapped. You're kidding. Nope. Apparently she was tortured quite badly, but was permitted to leave alive. Why, I don't know. I kept my men there for days, wondering what new news would pop up, but nothing came. Sabert would not reveal who her kidnappers were or why she'd been taken in the first place. With nothing else to go on, I brought my men home. Since then, I've been concentrating on building my zoo. And killing Ludwig. Of course. There was a long silence, at the end of which Danielle looked at Ruger and nodded. That explains the war, then. Roche Sarnova not only wanted to publicly reveal the immortal presence to humans but wanted our own country, a Jerusalem for the undead. She thought about it. I like the idea. Rogue? He drew a sharp breath, as if pained. I don't know. It's hard for me to accept. All I can say for sure is that Sarnova has a lot of balls, and I can see why Sabert was so outraged. Really, I'm surprised Sarnova got as much support as he did. He drained his glass. I think that he might be right, though. It's time for a change. Then again. Carker removed a shoe and massaged the sole of his foot with one hand, still holding his cigar with the other. I didn't know what to make of it either, son, he said. At first I was indignant. Revealing ourselves to mortals rather, well, puts us on their level, wouldn't you say? Knowledge is power. Our knowledge of our own presence helped me think we were somehow superior. I got to thinking, what would happen if humans knew of us? Would I lose stature, self-confidence, something? And I found that I just might. On the other hand, I might not. Another issue, say they decided to punish those of us who'd committed unforgivable sins, which most of us have, at one point or another, like they punished the Nazis of war crimes after the fact. What then? Well, we all know what then, I'd be executed. And you with me, Ruger. Most of us would. But, and this is virtually the only positive thing I can think of, we wouldn't be hiding anymore, and that might make all the difference. Slowly, he leaned forward. Now, he said. It's your turn. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Later, Gavin showed Ruger and Danielle to a large guest room. The bed on which their baggage waited was an enormous four-poster monstrosity with hand-sewn sheets and pillow casing somewhat concealed by a thick mosquito net. After Gavin had left, Danielle fingered the netting and raised an eyebrow at Ruger. Why so thick? She asked. Haven't you seen the mosquitoes here? They've been sucking Carker's blood for decades. You mean immortal mosquitoes? Yep. And Carker's a shapeshifter, remember? Werewolf insects. I can see a really bad movie come out of that one. Her voice changed into a rather poor imitation of Bela Lugosi. I am Count Bugula. She laughed. When she grew serious again, she said, it's strange the things you remember. I spent 2 years here and I don't remember the bugs at all. Suddenly the heat and humidity seemed to overwhelm her and, pushing past the mosquito nettings, she sank to the bed and placed a hand to her forehead. You really think he killed Ludwig? She said. No. He's been friendly with Roche Sarnova for nearly 1,000 years, though, so if Sarnova did kill Ludwig, I doubt Carker's going to rat him out. One thing's for certain, if Carker didn't do it, he's convinced Sarnova did. Either Sarnova confessed to him, or someone made him believe that Sarnova was responsible. I think the former's pretty unlikely, because that means Sarnova then let Carker take the blame, and I don't think the Dark Lord is that cowardly. No, but he has to know by now that Carker did in fact take the blame, so why hasn't he stepped forward, or at least discouraged Carker from posing as Ludwig's killer unless he actually thinks Carker did it? Maybe Carker refused to let him take the fall because if Melisowell somehow found a way to kill Sarnova in order to avenge Ludwig, then there'd not even be a hope for a one-day Jerusalem of the undead. I think that's a cause Carker would die for. He seems to VE taken to the idea. Ruger sat beside Danielle. Here's another thought. I think someone, a third party, convinced Carker that Sarnova did it so that he'd be willing to take the fall. Then the third party gave him the soldiers as a bargaining piece. So he can fight off Malie if she decides to attack. Right. And I think that Sarnova hasn't stepped forward because he thinks Carker might actually have done it. But if that's true, then the soldiers themselves might be able to tell us who sent them to Carker. Because whoever gave them to Carker might just be Ludwig's killer himself, or herself. Wow. So he, she, or it had Younger and Yagoda kill Ludwig because the Balaclava are connected with Sarnova, then used Younger and Yagoda's connection to Blackie to convince Carker that Sarnova was the killer, so the hunter would take the blame. Perhaps the killer really intended Carker to be the target all along. He blinked and took a breath. The puzzle was finally beginning to take shape. Then why did he feel a growing sense of dread? She smiled. Jesus. If that's true, it's brilliant. Naturally, this is assuming Hoswell was wrong and that Vistrot isn't really Ludwig's killer. But that's another issue altogether. In other words, what we're looking for, although in a backward sort of way, is the Balaclava's second employer. Or, rather, the one that they refused. Maybe the one that hired Jarvik to kill us. The Caucasian guards did not prove very forthcoming. Ruger and Danielle spent 3 worthless hours interviewing them with no real results except for the conclusion that whoever hired the guards had enough sway to ensure their silence and the psychic power to enforce it. So what now? Said Danielle, bare feet falling quietly on the uneven jungle ground as she and Ruger took a stroll. A hot bath, a cold beer and a good screw. No, seriously. Seriously. Later, as they lay, swaddled, in the damp cream sheets of the large bed, passing a joint back and forth between them, a rare indulgence on Ruger's part, he said, I like it here. It's relaxing. She blew out a fragrant plume and nodded. Their sweaty hands brushed as she handed him the joint. It scares me here, she said. To think of you and Carker, how you were. He put his arm around her, and she leaned into him. It scares me here, too, he told her, thinking of you and Jean-Pierre, maybe in this very bed. She took one of his fingers and placed it to her lips, bit down on it gently, then sought it playfully between her teeth. Let's not do this, baby, she said. We've both done things, you know, things separate from each other, that if we dwelt on, they'd kill us. He blew on her neck, his warm breath enlivening the dried sweat there, making her stir. Shouldn't we work through those things, though? He could feel her smiling against his hand. I love you, Rogue, she said, but you always think before you speak. Meaning? She placed her hand on his thigh, drew little circles on his firm pale skin. Some things you should let lie. Knocking came from the door. Come in, Ruger said. Lord Carker is preparing for tonight's hunt, Gavin said, popping his head in. He invites you to join him. If that's satisfactory, he asks that you meet him in the elephant room in 15 minutes. Without waiting for a response, he bowed his head and withdrew, shutting the door behind him. Jesus, said Danielle. One moral dilemma after another. Shall we go? If we do, we won't kill them, okay? Of course. But? When he didn't answer, she nodded sadly. Yeah, I know. He'll kill them anyway, won't he? Maybe not tonight, but they'll be hunt fodder eventually. Yes. That fucking bastard. That arrogant fucking bastard. He really thinks he's better than they are, doesn't he? He thinks it's the natural order of things. She rose from the bed, naked, lit a cigarette and started pacing the room, wrestling with herself. Ruger hated putting her in this situation and knew that speaking his own mind would only exasperate her. Remember our pact? Remember the marshals, she asked. To fight evil where we could. And let's not get into that there's no such thing as evil argument. But let's say this, if there is such a thing, Carker embodies it. Would you agree? He closed his eyes. We're not going to kill Carker. But wouldn't that be the right thing to do? Kill him now and he'll never hurt anyone again. Morally speaking, I guess that's a gray area. But even if we wanted to kill him, we wouldn't be able to. Carker's too strong, and he's got Gavin and the rest of them. And you love him, don't you? Danny. Don't Danny me, goddammit. Not when you're protecting someone like him. There's no fucking gray area about that. He didn't know what to say, so he lit a red and slipped on a pair of black jeans. She turned away from him, and he knew that she was crying, if only on the inside. Fine, he said. I love you. I love him. You're probably the only two people alive I can say that about, except maybe Amelia, if Hoswell was telling the truth. Now I'm not going to see anyone I love get hurt, and I don't like it that you're using my feelings for you to get me to kill him. I'm not trying to manipulate you, Rogue, she told him, still turned away from him, her arms folded stiffly across her chest, the point of her cigarette sticking out from beyond a shoulder. But he's a jackal, no matter how lovable he might be. She stabbed her cigarette out and began to dress. There were no tears in her eyes, and Ruger wondered sadly if maybe he was rubbing off on her. When she was dressed, she walked over to him and embraced him. He could feel her tremble a little against him and wondered if she could feel him doing the same. Let's not fight anymore, okay, she said, her words muffled by his chest. You're the only one I have in this world. When we fight it's like I'm losing something. To tell you the truth, Rug, I just got a little seasick back there when I was yelling at you. Me, too. He stroked her oily hair. Taking her face in his hands, he placed his hot forehead against hers, their noses barely touching, their eyes staring into each other's, unblinking. I love you. I love you, too, damn it. They found Carker in front of the large, blazing fireplace of the elephant room, a wreath of cigar smoke over his head. He wore a fine dark bathrobe that had seen better days, and he was naked beneath it, ready for the hunt. Smiling when he saw the odd flock, he took an expensive box down from the mantel over the fireplace and held it out to them. Please, take one, he said. Thanks, said Ruger, lifting a brown tube from the box and tearing through the plastic. Yeah, said Danielle, smelling hers. Once she had it lit, she looked at Carker and said, Why do you do this? Around his cigar, he said, tastes good. No. The hunt. Same reason, dear. Same reason. But don't worry your little dark head about it. I hate to see you scowl. When I learned you were coming, I ordered in some good old-fashioned murderers, especially for you and Ruger, of course, if those are still who he decides to feed from. She took a step back as if to get a better look at Carker, and Ruger saw surprise on her face. No shit, she said. You did that for me? Carker chuckled, stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't look so shocked, my dear. I pride myself on being a good host and I would never want any of my guests, you, least of all, to feel uncomfortable. Now come, both of you, and let's go meet our victims. Danielle hesitated. No, she said, a little unsure. I'm glad that you did this for me, but still, I'd rather not meet them first. If that's okay with you. He nodded kindly. Of course it is. Ruger? Yes? Carker cocked his head questioningly, ready to go meet his prey. It was a friendly gesture, and Ruger felt somewhat torn. Like Carker, he enjoyed meeting his victims, if for different reasons. No, the Darkling said. I'll stay with Danny. The great white hunter turned his eyes up to the heavens, as if to ask why. Ruger knew he was trying to make light of it all, but he also knew there was some hurt in Carker's old, rough face. How will we tell the difference, asked Danielle, between your prey and ours, the murderers? Collars, said Carker. The murderers will be wearing black collars around their necks. He bowed informally. Well, have fun, you two. I'll meet you back here when you're done. Looking forward to it, said Ruger, gratified by the hunter's chuckle but unnerved by the glance that Danielle shot him. When Carker was gone, Danielle gave a little self-deprecating laugh. He is something, isn't he? Ruger nodded. Smoking, he lost himself in thought for a moment before she tugged his sleeve. Come on, baby, she said. Let's go outside. I'm hungry. *****. The hunt went well. The black-collared prey shot at Ruger and Danielle, sliced them with knives and even bit them, but the murderers were brought down eventually, dying bloodily in the potent tangle of the jungle. Danielle glowed as she drained her meals, while Ruger got more enjoyment out of watching her than from the meals themselves. Each vampire fed twice that night and after feeding spent the remaining time scaring the surviving prey, sending them deep into the forest to be recovered by Carker's retrieval units. When they finally returned to the main building, it was an hour before dawn. Experiencing the wild rush of the kill, Ruger and Danielle showered together, making love with frenzied abandon as they washed themselves of their victims' bloods. They shouted and screamed, gorging themselves on each other until they were spent. Afterwards, they took turns drying each other off, gently toweling the other's tender skin. Smiling, holding hands, they threw on bathrobes, lit cigarettes, and made their way into the elephant room. Lord Carker stared out of a window, his eyes turned to the windswept night beyond the glass. At the sound of the odd flock's entrance, he swiveled, and it was instantly apparent by his furrowed brow that something was wrong. What is it? Asked Ruger. This morning, before you arrived, said the hunter quietly, as if to himself. I noticed some of the mosquitoes flare up at sunrise, like little matches going off all around me. You mean, they've been sucking the blood of vampires, Danielle said after a moment. Or at least shades that couldn't stand the sun. Carker nodded absently, his hands clasped behind his back. Something's out there, he said. In the forest. It could be something else, Ruger said. A past guest, maybe. Something. No, said the hunter. Any bug that sucked on a past guest would have been vaporized by the sun long ago, if the guest wasn't a werewolf. But that's not all. One of the retrieval units I sent out tonight. They never came back. He returned to the window, stared through his own reflection out into what waited beyond. Something's out there, he said. Chapter 2. That day, safe behind blackout curtains and in the warm embrace of Ruger's arms, Danielle dreamed of a night long ago, the night her foster brother Malcolm Verger and Jason Locke and the rest of them had raped and tortured her. She could feel their hands around her throat, squeezing and crushing as they thrust themselves inside her, their savage grindings eased by the oil of her blood. They beat her, smashing some of the bones in her face and her chest. Straight razors flew. They were cutting her deeply, in too many places to name, when suddenly, emerging from the gutter, Younger and Yagoda appeared. It's my turn, Mon, Younger said. Gasping, Danielle awoke. *****. What is it? Ruger said, blinking the sleep out of his eyes. And nothing, she said. She wiped away a trickle of sweat from her forehead with a trembling hand, kicked all the sheets off herself and sat up, panting. Nothing? He said. His first instinct was to wrap his arms about her, but he saw by her expression that the last thing she wanted was to be touched. One strap of her silk slip had fallen off his shoulder, but he didn't dare move to right it. Sitting up carefully, he reached for a pack of cigarettes and offered it to her, but she waved it away, not looking at him. After watching her expectantly for a while, waiting to be able to help her in some way, he realized that she was completely oblivious to him. She stared straight ahead, her eyes clear but glassy, and she seemed to be looking at something within instead of without. Unfortunately, it was not the first time he'd seen her like this in the days following their departure from Las Vegas. Being crucified and made helpless by Laszlo had only seemed to reawaken her old nightmares about Malcolm Verger's gang raping her when she was a young girl. To give her time to think it through, Ruger used the head, washed his face, shaved and dressed. Danielle appeared a little more collected now, although she still sat motionless on the bed. He thought she might be on the verge of tears and found to his surprise that he hoped that she was. I don't want to rub off on her too much. She didn't cry, though. At long last, she shook her head, whispered the word Jesus and climbed from bed. She slipped on a tight pair of black jeans and a black t-shirt that revealed her midriff. For the first time in a long while, Ruger found the color black depressing. Perhaps, just perhaps, it was time for a change. She hugged him, but he thought it more perfunctory than an honest display of affection. "Baby," he said. I love you. I love you, too." Normally, after their dusk rituals had been performed, they would talk for some time or enjoy a while of companionable silence, so he found it strange that the silence which followed her declaration was tense and uncomfortable. He wanted to speak of it but couldn't find an angle. Puzzled, he sat down on one corner of the bed and used the glowing butt of his day's first cigarette to light a second, which gave him something to do. Meanwhile, Danielle went to the window, raised the blackout curtains and stared out at the young night and the boiling jungle that was a part of it. Gavin entered. Bowing formally, he bid the odd flock good dusk and informed them that Carker would be coming by in 10 minutes to escort them to breakfast. After Ruger thanked him, he left. "Hungry?" Ruger asked Danielle, when they were alone again. He knew it was a weak attempt at conversation but didn't know what else to say. At first he didn't think she would answer. She was absorbed by the vision from the window and for a second Ruger wondered if she was trying to pinpoint the bogeyman that Carker had been so afraid of the previous night. Finally, she gave a small nod and said, "Yeah. A little." He smiled. "Me, too. I could eat a horse and its rider. Its rider, most especially." She grinned, but he wasn't entirely sure why, and that disturbed him as much as anything else. When Ruger had burned half of his third smoke, Carker came to the door, and the darkling felt a tremendous wave of relief. Come, Carker beckoned. "I have a very special breakfast prepared for you." Ruger felt the warmth of the hunter's presence, but an old wariness rose up in him. There was something just a little rotten behind Carker's smile, or else Ruger was imagining things, which he hoped to be the truth. If he was seeing demons in every shadow, then perhaps there was nothing wrong with Danielle at all. Perhaps everything would be okay. Carker stepped back from the doorway and waited patiently for Ruger and Danielle to join him. When they did, he said, "Did you both have a good day's rest?" "Yeah, sure," Danielle muttered. Carker shot a look at Ruger, but he didn't know what to say and shrugged instead. "What's for breakfast?" he asked. The hunter grinned. "I remember how much you used to love Southern cooking, American Southern, so I prepared a breakfast of biscuits and gravy and eggs. On the side will be refried beans, salsa, corn tortillas, guacamole, spiced sausage and other goodies so you can make your breakfast tacos." "Sounds delicious." "Oh, it will be, if you can keep your mind on the food." Danielle looked up at Carker. "What do you mean?" Ruger didn't like the amusement in his old friend's face when the hunter said, "When I learned you were coming, I invited some guests that I think you will be very interested in seeing." "Me? Especially you, my dear." "I don't understand." "You will, my dear. You will." Ruger performed a mental checklist of all the pistols strapped to his body. There were 3, he counted, which seemed a small number. Of course, guns wouldn't make much of a difference here, he knew, and they made a very poor security blanket for him to take heart in. As the archway that led to the dining room loomed closer, beads of sweat popped out on his forehead. He cast a glance at Danielle, but her eyes were fixed firmly on the archway. Seeming to sense his appraisal, she turned her large black eyes his way, but they seemed flat and far away to him, devoid of their usual warmth. He wanted to hold her hand, but if action was to be required shortly, he needed his hands free. Finally, they reached the archway, and Carker hung back a moment, allowing his guests to catch up. Ruger began to reach for a gun even before he could see what waited within the dining room, and by the time he stood beneath the archway, he held a gleaming pistol in his hand. Though the room wasn't quite as cavernous as Carker's main dining hall, it was by no means small, but anything Ruger saw of the room at first was due only to peripheral vision. The first thing he noticed was Harry Lavaca. Harry sat on the opposite side of the enormous breakfast table, a spoonful of what looked like tortilla soup poised at his lips, his large brown eyes resting on Ruger and the Darkling's gun. Harry laid the spoon down and gave a weak smile. It seemed apologetic. To Harry's right, Cor perched waspishly, her hand on a bulbous .45, which lay next to her own bowl of soup. Her mouth hooked in a mean smile, and her strange eyes lingered first on Ruger, then longer on Danielle. To her right sat Killian, who had pushed his bowl of soup forward to indicate that he would not touch the stuff. His legs crossed, he held a newspaper in his hands and seemed not the least bit interested when the odd flock came into view. Before Ruger could really absorb the scene before him, Danielle snatched the pistol from his hand and fired several loud rounds into Killian's chest. "You bastard," Danielle spat. "You killed my pig." He raised his paper so that his eyes could be seen through the hole she'd created. He carefully folded the paper and sat it down on the table. "Do you know how hard it is to get today's copy of the New York Times in the fucking Congo?" he said. H glanced down at his immaculate suit and fingered the blood-soaked bullet holes. Danielle, do you know what I'm going to do to you? I can't wait to find out. Clore laid a hand on Killian's, but he just smiled. When his eyes turned back to Danielle, he said, his voice grave, I'm going to send you a bill. Ruger wasn't quite sure whether the man was actually as sour as he seemed or if his humor was simply very dry. Either way, Ruger placed a hand over Danielle's and gently reclaimed his pistol. He chanced to look at Carker and saw that beneath the hunter's straight face lurked mischief. What's this all about? Ruger said, putting away the gun. Sit, said Carker. Don't worry, all will be on the table soon enough. After Ruger and Danielle were seated across from Lavaca and the werewolves, a servant emerged from the kitchen and set 2 bowls of the tortilla soup before them. Another placed one before the hunter, commanding all from the head of the table. Sorry to have started without you, Carker said, but my new guests were hungry. Ruger noticed Killian's untouched appetizer but made no comment. When he'd taken a bite of soup, he said, Good. Thank you, Carker said. I actually imported 2 Hispanic cooks and 1 Texan just to prepare this meal for you. You imported 3 chefs just to make some soup and refried beans? Carker shrugged. For you, I spare no expense. Ruger glanced sideways at Danielle to see if she was enjoying her soup, though her hand guided spoonful after spoonful into her mouth, her eyes never left Clore's. Clore, for her part, seemed to be enjoying the attention. Where's Jean-Pierre? Danielle asked. Clore smiled. Still in Las Vegas, for all I know. Danielle nodded, kept eating her soup. Ruger returned his attention to Lavaca, finishing off the dregs from his bowl. How are you, Harry? I've been worse, Harry said. Have they been treating you well? We've been treating him just fine, Clore answered. We haven't fed from him and we haven't fucked with his mind. So why'd you bring him here? Clore smiled again, and Ruger found that she had an unpleasant smile. To serve as an eyewitness that you would trust. We found him by accident, but I think he'll turn out to be useful. An eyewitness to what? Danielle asked. Lord Carker cleared his throat. All eyes turned to him. Smiling kindly and making an expansive gesture with his large hands, the hunter said, Please, there is a time for everything. Let's wait for the main course to begin this discussion. No, Ruger said. Let's do this now. He saw a flash of anger in his old friend's face but didn't care. Carker liked a dose of melodrama every now and then, and it was a penchant that Ruger wasn't willing to indulge at the moment. In fact, it was a penchant that he was beginning to resent. I agree with Ruger, said Killian, looking at his watch. Let's get on with it already. He bent down to an attaché case propped up against his chair leg and hefted it onto the table. He popped the latches and opened the case, but its contents faced him. Ruger leaned forward. Killian withdrew a Polaroid picture from the attaché case and tossed it to Danielle. Recognize him? Killian asked. She stared dumbly at the picture for a long moment, uncomprehending. Then, slowly, she seemed to recognize what she was looking at. As the light dawned, she threw the picture down on the table and placed a hand to her temple. Shit. Ruger glanced down at the picture to see a trim, middle-aged gentleman in a nice suit holding up a copy of yesterday's New York Times to face the camera. In the background, Ruger saw that the wall behind the man seemed to be made of stone. Who is it? Ruger asked, thinking that maybe he should comfort her but still unsure whether or not she would permit him to put his arm around her. Danielle shot out of her chair, knocking it to the floor and breaking it unintentionally. Once up, though, she didn't seem to know what to do. She lit a cigarette and glared at the werewolves. Is it really him? She said. It's Malcolm Verger, Clore affirmed. He changed his name to Martin Escott, but he wasn't too hard to find for a determined searcher. What do you want with him? Danielle said. The question, dear, isn't what I want with him. I don't want anything with the bastard. It's what you want with him. Seeing the malevolence in Danielle's face, Clore continued. So, tell us, gutter angel, what do you want with him? Stop it, Ruger said. No, I don't think so, Darkling. Let's see what your better half has to say. The pain in Danielle's eyes shriveled his insides. You know what I want, she said to Clore. You all know what I want. We do, Clore agreed. You want to play Mussorgsky's Knight on Bald Mountain while you slowly and painfully tear him limb from limb. According to the tabloids and the gossips, that's what you've done with all the others before him. You've saved him for last, haven't you? So maybe you'll want to take your time, maybe play Knight on Bald Mountain over and over and over again until you've avenged yourself in style. Maybe you'll spend hours or days torturing the bastard until he finally comprehends the horror that you must have felt when he and his buddies were having their way with you. And when he finally understands, then you can deliver the final blow. because then he will know he deserves it. Clore nodded, leaned back in her chair. Oh, yes, we understand. And he does deserve it, he really does. You're perfectly right in wanting to avenge yourself, and not only you, but all the other girls he's hurt and killed in his time. But, said Danielle. Clore smirked. But you'll never get him for yourself unless you do what we tell you to do. Danielle hesitated. Ruger wanted to say something comforting, something wise that she could find strength in, but he couldn't think of a thing, except one. Baby, he said. Her lips trembled. She turned away from him and faced Clore. What do you want me to do, she said. Clore and Killian exchanged glances. We want you to come with us, Killian said. Ruger too, of course. How do I know Malcolm's still alive, that you didn't kill him the second after you took this picture? Or that you haven't set him free? That's what the Slayer's here for. Clore thrust an elbow into Lavaka's side. Speak up, Harry. Lavaka sighed and downed a sip of scotch. It's true. They have him and he was still alive when we left to come here. But Danielle. Enough, said Clore. Now, Ruger. Danielle, if you think we've tampered with Harry's mind in order to get him to say this, feel free to examine it yourselves. Danielle looked to Ruger, and he nodded, having swept his mortal friend's mind broadly the second he'd taken his seat. Harry was acting, reluctantly, on his own. And where would we be going? Danielle asked. If we were to come with you? Somewhere neutral, Clore said. Somewhere where you would feel just as safe as we do, Roche Sarnova's castle. That's where Malcolm is now. Jesus, Ruger said. Why is Roche Sarnova letting you stay at the castle? Because he knows we're affiliated with Vistrat and we got the Titan to convince Sarnova we're acting as his emissaries. Emissaries? Right. Our story's that Vistrat is thinking of making an alliance with Sarnova. And we're acting as the Titan's ambassadors, should he decide to go through with it. Of course, old Blackie doesn't really trust us, but he needs all the friends he can get at the moment, so he's willing to humor us for now. Who's taking care of a Scot? The other members of our team, Byron, Loireau, and that sick fuck Kirnavar. Ruger nodded. If Clore was the mastermind behind all this, then she really must be quite clever. Not only did she know how to exploit the weaknesses of her enemies, but she wasn't a bad salesman, either. And if we don't go with you? Danielle said. Then Mr. Verger will have one of three fates. 1. I could make him a shade. That could fun. 2nd, I could get tired of him and shoot him in the back of the head. Easy but painless. It would be the simplest way to ensure that you never receive satisfaction from his death. 3rd and least likely, I could find it amusing to lavish him with gifts. We'll give him all the wine and jewels he can use. Not only that, but we'll give him as many young girls as he wants. He can rape and beat them and kill them, or tear their insides up so badly that they'll never be able to have children. Isn't that what he did with you, Danielle? Danielle's hands curled into fists. What remained of her cigarette burned into the flesh of her right palm. You bitch, she said, her voice shaking with pain and rage. Her white face was red and cords stood out from her graceful neck. You fucking bitch. She flung the cigarette to the floor and stared dully at the imprint it had left on her skin. After a long moment, she said, so what do you want with us that you'd be willing to go through so much preparation just to catch us? You were assigned to kill us. Why should we believe you want anything different now? Clore nodded, as if that was a good point. When Vistrat learned that your boy Jean-Pierre was no longer the leader of this death squad, he rescinded his order to have you and Ruger killed. Why, I don't know. To be honest, I kind of wish he hadn't. But I guess he knew that the albino couldn't do it, so maybe he never wanted you dead to begin with. Whatever, he's ordered us to capture you too, and that's what we're going to do. We'll hold you at the castle until Vistrat decides what to do with you. Why should we believe you? You have no choice if you still intend to be the one that kills Malcolm. Also, Lord Carker here has generously volunteered to send some of his immortal troops to accompany us back to the castle and ensure that nothing happens to you. Once there, Blackie will keep an eye on you, I'm sure. He and Carker are loyal to each other, you know, and he wouldn't let Carker's friends go to their deaths without good reason. Ruger looked at the hunter. What do you have to gain by all this, Carker? Carker affected a look of innocence. Nothing. Nothing at all. He was lying, Ruger knew. Carker never did anything without a reason. The reason could be as simple as idle mischief, but Ruger knew that there was something larger at stake here. Asterisk. The breakfast wasn't bad, Ruger had to admit, though the conversation could have been more appealing. After the specifics of Clore's proposal had been ironed out, Carker ordered in the main course and commanded his guests to change the subject to something more civil. Naturally, they all wound up talking about Jean-Pierre. He was the only thing they all had in common except, of course, for Lavaca, who said very little. At one point, after studying Danielle, who had seated herself in an unbroken chair, for several minutes, Killian said, "I don't see it." "What?" "What the albino sees in you. I suppose you might be a good fuck, but you shouldn't be enough to destroy someone like Jean-Pierre." Almost wistfully, he said, "Before you came along, he was an enjoyable adversary. He really was." He turned his brown eyes to Ruger. "Don't think about it, Darkling. So I said she might be a good fuck, isn't she?" "Cut it out," ordered Carker. "You're behaving like children. But children are cuter." Ruger recognized bait when he saw it. Sitting back down in his chair, he was surprised to hear Danielle give a little laugh. He turned his head to catch her smiling. "What?" she asked, patting his shoulder. "Aren't I?" He looked down at his plate of gravy and biscuits, which had been scraped clean despite the fact that he'd lost his appetite the instant he'd seen Coir. "Enough of this," said the she-wolf. "Danielle, are you or are you not going with us to Blackie's castle so that we can pay a visit to your dear foster brother?" Danielle bit her lip. She examined each of the faces around the table in turn, hastily turning away from Ruger to settle on Harry Lavaca instead. "Don't do it, Danielle," Harry said. "Scott's not the man he used to be. He's changed. Reformed." Coir laughed. "Evil never reforms." Danielle gave what seemed like an involuntary glance at Ruger, and he felt himself stiffen. For the first time, he wished he hadn't told her about his past. She didn't turn her eyes away from him this time, though. When he finally realized she was looking to him for guidance, he shook himself. "It's up to you," he said. "I must allow you to do what's in your heart. But I'm staying here." She nodded and stared at her plate, which had only been picked at. "Goddamn," she said, snapping up to face Coir. "No, you bitch, I'm not going with you." Coir's lip actually lifted to expose a gleaming fong, but then the corner of her mouth twisted itself into a smile. She said nothing, only shared a small patient glance with Killian. Ruger reached for Danielle's hand and was almost surprised when she accepted the gesture, even squeezing back. She withdrew her hand, leaned back in her chair and lit a cigarette. To Ruger, she seemed full of thought. Asterisk. While the servants were taking away the plates, Carker informed his guests that the hunt would begin in 2 hours and invited them all to join him. He felt that their differences could all be worked out if they hunted together. And, since his invitation was more command than request, all the immortals agreed. After the meal that had been breakfast for the odd flock was finished, Coir and Killian retired to a room that they'd decided to share. She lit a French cigarette and moved to a large window, looking down into the jungle. Killian acquainted himself with the minibar and began mixing himself a drink. "Get me something, too," she said. "What?" "Doesn't matter. Scotch on rocks would be decent." "Something the matter?" "Why? You drink tequila when you're happy. You drink Scotch or Jack Daniels when you're not." She turned to him, a strange expression on her face. "What the hell are you talking about, Killian?" "You know what I'm talking about. Jesus fucking Christ. I can't believe that someone as self-absorbed as you can notice something like that. Let alone remember it. Shit, I've never made that connection." She waved her hand, dismissing it. "Fuck it. Just make the goddamn Scotch." After he made their drinks, he brought her glass over and handed it to her. "So," he said. "Why'd you bring me along on this run and not Byron? Why do you think?" "A few days alone with me, he wouldn't have been able to remain focused on the mission. So you made him stay behind while you took me along." He sipped his drink. "You treat him like shit, you know. Since when do you care?" "I don't. I think you two are codependent, and I think you lust after him. If you're saying that I love him, you're a fucking moron. Byron's like a little boy. He needs his treats now and then, and he needs a good slap across the face every once in a while, too. That's why you brought me instead of him. To slap him across the face." "No." She sucked a last hit off her cigarette and tossed it out the open window. "I brought you along because, well, you're growing on me. After almost 20 years, and I'm growing on you?" She moved a little closer to him, so that he could smell the Scotch on her breath and a small fragrant whiff that came from the shampoo she'd used. "Yes," she said and sat her drink down on the windowsill. "You're growing on me." Asterisk. Killian was a good lover, Coir thought to herself afterwards. Perhaps even a great one. He was passionate, in an angry sort of way, and he was lean and skillful. He seemed to like it when she arched her back, pressing into him, and thrust her hips rapidly. There had been one time, before she'd forced her way on top, that he'd almost laughed in pleasure. That had been when she'd given his back a good clawing. She enjoyed seeing the arrogant bastard in pain, and he hadn't seemed to mind. Afterwards, they lay together drowsily, enjoying the lush bed Carker had provided. Clore smoked a cigarette or two while Killian worked on a cigar, and after a time he drifted into a light doze. Still naked and enjoying the dried sweat against her skin, Clore pushed herself up from the bed and moved to the window, where she watched the jungle for a while. It was beautiful here, she thought, but in a strange way that irritated her. It was like virgin territory out here, and to Clore there was little more irritating than a virgin. She thought it would be fun to go out there right now with the largest chainsaw she could find and start dismembering the trees right and left. And she would not stop until this place was scarred and ugly. Only then could she really find peace here. Suddenly, appearing between great trunks and the almost impenetrable undergrowth of the jungle, came Danielle, leaping and ducking where the moon could not easily find her. To Clore's amusement, she felt a bitter growl work its way up from her belly. Old rivalries died hard. "What is it?" said Killian, sitting up in bed. "It's Danielle. Looks like she's taking a walk." Killian relit his cigar. "Think she'll do it, leave Ruger and come with us?" "She has to. It's in her nature. But it's more important that we get Ruger. Vistrat's orders. When she leaves, Ruger'll come after her." She smiled. "That's the plan." Killian looked at his cigar. "Why did I have to start smoking again?" "Because you're in love with me, and you know I hate pure things. That includes lungs." He climbed out of bed. "Clore? What?" "Danielle's room is in the other wing. On the opposite side of this place." "You're right." "I know," he said. "She saw it, too. She's trying to signal us. She took a walk to get away from Ruger and now she wants us to come down and talk to her. That's what it looks like." "But why?" Clore chuckled. "She wants to be sold." The sound died in her throat. Someone else was moving down there, jogging from the house to the jungle where Danielle could be seen intermittently. "Harry Lavaca." "Damn it," she said. "I knew we shouldn't let him have the run of the place." "It was your idea." She shrugged. "I like him. Now I'm going down there to speak with the gutter angel." "Are you coming?" "No. Both us would be intimidating. Also, you forget, I killed her pig." For a moment his face was blank, and then they both laughed. Chapter 3. After Danielle's decision to go on a walk by herself, Ruger distracted himself with a trip down to Carker's extensive library, a place in which he himself had spent many long summer nights back when, losing himself in this virtual sea of information. The ancient tomes covered everything from classic mortal literature to old newspaper clippings of underground immortal presses, and everything in between. Ruger selected one of several running biographies of Augustine Michael Vistrat and sat down to read up on the shade that Hoswell believed to be behind the scouring, but he hadn't gotten very far when he heard a familiar coughing behind him. When he swiveled his head, there stood Carker, as worn and aristocratic as always. Ruger felt his mouth go slightly dry. For the first time in a long while, he and the hunter were alone together. "Find anything interesting?" Carker said. "I'm reading up on the Titan." "So you believe what Hoswell said, eh?" "I believe that he believes what he said, and I'm quite sure that he's done a hell of a lot more research on the matter than I have. So I'm willing to go along with what he told me until I can come up with something better." "You always did have an open mind. For all the good it's done me." "Dear boy," breathed the werewolf. "It's been so long." They watched each other, and a long silence stretched into an even longer one. Ruger felt things he hadn't felt in over half a century. Carker still measured up to Ruger's impression of him as a rock, stable and old and wise. This last, wisdom, was the trait that appealed to Ruger the most, for Carker had taught him to embrace a part of himself that he'd been forced to reject and hate before. The question Ruger asked himself every night since he'd left Carker's side was whether or not the darker side should in fact be hated and rejected. In all his years of wandering and thinking, Ruger had yet to find an answer to that one. As he looked into Carker's face, he felt the hunter's love for him, the hunter's unconditional love. Carker embraced and encouraged every side of Ruger, even the murderous half that Ruger tried so hard to repress, the half that even Danielle attempted either to fight or ignore. "Come here, my boy," Carker said at last, holding out his arms. Ruger rose from the chair and moved towards him, smelling that old dusky scent that his mentor could never seem to shed and that was always strangely soothing. They crushed their arms about each other and held each other tight. "I missed you," Carker said. "I missed you. They stepped back, and Ruger could see the moisture in Carker's old brown eyes and wondered if he looked any better himself. "Let's go into the elephant room," said the great white hunter. "We can relax there. And we can talk." "Yes," Ruger answered. "We need to talk." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Harry had been wandering around down in the catacombs before finding Danielle. It was strange and dusty down there, but Harry found it inviting, even homey. He'd heard that Carker suffered from a mild claustrophobia, which explained why the tunnels themselves were as wide as they were. Eventually, Harry stumbled on the great white bastard's extensive wine cellar and, laughing to himself, swiped a bottle that claimed to be over 200 years old. It was wonderful. Drinking straight from the bottle, Harry soon found himself in the prisoner's quarters, and all his levity drained from him in an instant. Though the cells were well furnished, it didn't change the fact that they were cells. When he passed by, the prisoners that were awake rose from their activities and moved towards him, gripping the iron bars that separated the free and the caged. One man's face was particularly haunted, and it was to this man that Harry handed the bottle of wine. The man stared at Harry for a long moment, took a swig, then passed the bottle to a mate. "Thanks," the man said. Harry began a thorough search for the keys to their cells, but of course there were none, and Harry chastised himself for being so naive. Carker would simply use his mind thrust to open the doors. Disheartened, Harry found where the catacombs ended and gave way to open air. There, across an open expanse of tall grass, waited the jungle. He lit a cigarette and leaned against the outside wall of Carker's mansion. After a few minutes, he heard the faint sound of something stirring in the jungle. Straining his eyes into the night, he thought he caught a flash of moonlight on white skin. "Danielle!" He threw down the cigarette and ran after her. "Danielle," he shouted, over and over, until he could see that she'd slowed down and emerged from the undergrowth into the clearing between the jungle and the mansion. "What is it?" she said as he approached, panting. She stood there, still, her black hair wild, run through with bristles and leaves, her eyes cool, arms folded impatiently across her chest. "Danielle," he wheezed, placing his hands on his hips and bending over to suck in air. "That's me," she said. "Danielle, I've got to talk to you." "Talk." "I'm serious." "Go ahead." He raised his head to face her. It was amazing how ethereal she looked, the perfect vampire. Beautiful, too, with cruel lips and high cheekbones and impossibly deep, dark eyes. He didn't know her well, had only met her on a couple of occasions, and for a moment he found it disconcerting that, though he was a few inches her senior, she had such a presence of self that she somehow seemed to tower over him. Maybe she was playing tricks with his mind, he thought, although he'd heard that she disliked such displays of power. "What were you doing?" he said, still breathing heavily. "Running around out there? I wanted some fresh air." For a moment, he wished that he hadn't given that prisoner his bottle of wine. "Danielle," he said. "You can't go with Claire and Killian." "Why? Have they already killed Malcolm?" "No. And neither will you." "Over your dead body, huh?" He couldn't tell if she was mocking him or not. "He's innocent." "He's innocent. Of what? Name one thing that bastard is innocent of." Harry shook his head. "That's not what I meant." "Please, take me seriously, Danielle." "I'm trying. Look." He placed the back of a hand to his forehead. "This isn't working. If I defend him, you'll play devil's advocate just to irritate me." "You're defending him and I'm playing devil's advocate." "Gotcha. Just so we got that clear." "Shut up. You know what I meant." "Malcolm's changed." "Yeah. It's Martin now. Isn't that what Claire said?" "Listen. The man you used to know as Malcolm Verger was a very bad man, a very wicked and evil man. But he's not that way anymore. He's a family man, a good person. I know it's hard for you to believe." He felt a tap on his shoulder and spun around to see Claire holding a bottle of beer out to him. "Here, Harry," she said. "Drink up like a good mortal. Go back inside, okay? Leave me and Danny alone. We need to talk." Harry glanced from Claire to Danielle. "Claire," he said. "Don't do this. You're trying to discredit me by sending me off with a bottle, but Danny's not going to go for it. It's Guinness, Harry. Enough." He turned to Danielle, whose face was a mask of nothing but cold eyes and hard lips. "Danielle, do you want me to leave? Do you have anything more to say?" she said. He wanted to open his mouth and tell her something important, but he knew it would only come out in an angry stutter. He hung his head and whispered, "No. I guess not." As he began to walk away, Claire shouted, "Don't forget this." He spun to catch the bottle of Guinness. Angrily, he hurled the bottle at the mansion wall, but but it fell short, disappearing into the tall grass of the clearing. He swore once under his breath, then turned to Danielle one last time. Claire had her arm around the vampiress and was leading her back into the jungle. Harry swore again and turned back towards the lodge. He picked up the bottle along the way. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Once in the elephant room, Carker ordered in some drinks, not bothering to pour them himself, and had his gramophone turned on to some old big band songs. It was there that Ruger's keeper and the darling of Lord Carker began to speak. At first, the conversation was slow and strained, but by small leaps and bounds they began to grow comfortable with each other once more, though Ruger sensed vaguely that something was missing. By and by, he remembered how hypnotizing Carker's presence was and how difficult it was to remain detached when speaking with him. Ruger recalled that a discussion with his old friend wasn't merely hypnotic but intoxicating as well, a feeling not diminished by the fact that a steady storm of wine flooded his head. At last, Ruger allowed himself to, as Carker had put it, relax, to lower his guard, and it quickly became more like old times. They told stories and chuckled and bullshitted and drank. As the hour wore on, their eyes met more and more frequently. Just when things were starting to run smoothly, Killian walked into the room. Jesus, Carker. How do you live in this place? There's nothing here, for God's sakes. Not even a fucking television. At Killian's intrusion, something in Ruger realigned, as if he were waking up. As much as he loved Carker, he didn't want to fall back into their old routines. He'd broken free of the hunter's spell once and was glad to be out of it. At the same time. How do I live here? Carker repeated slowly, casting a rueful glance at Ruger. Well, I keep myself amused. Killian pulled a sour face. I don't see how, you old buzzard. And what the hell is that music, Glenn Miller? Jimmy Dorsey, Ruger said. The werewolf shrugged. I didn't listen to this crap back in the 20s and I can't say I'm enjoying it now. Pull up a chair, suggested Carker. Well, as long as there's something to drink. There is. Killian joined the conversation, for all the good he did it. Ruger found him to be a troubled and dark creature, though, the Darkling hated to admit, not without his good points, chief among these being wit. Nevertheless, Ruger had promised Danielle a long time ago that he would dispatch the swine killer and he had no intention of going back on his promise. So what is it between you and Claire? Carker asked the new arrival after a quarter hour of teeth-pulling small talk. Killian shrugged. Nothing. The hunter smiled. You're no gentleman, Killian. You have every right to kiss and tell. It's obvious, you and Claire are lovers. But I seem to remember that it was Byron who... Oh, for God's sakes. This is stupid. Claire and I aren't lovers. We've hated each other too long for that to be true. Yet it is. Killian sighed and stared down at the carpet. And yet, he agreed tiredly. Speaking of Claire, Ruger said. Where is she? On a walk. He said it with a smile that Ruger didn't like at all. Carker, who also seemed to sense that Killian was holding back something, said, What kind of walk? Before Killian could answer, Harry Lavaca appeared at the entrance to the room and all eyes turned toward him. He looked sweaty and defeated. Without a word, he walked past the Immortals and the fireplace to arrive at the bar, where he poured himself a bourbon and tonic and took several generous swallows. Only then did he nod at Ruger. Ruger returned the greeting. Rough evening? Harry pulled up a chair to join the circle. After he'd had a seat, he looked at Lord Carker. Mind if I take a load off? Carker cast a warm look at Ruger and began chuckling. Balls of steel, said the hunter. Head of rocks, Ruger said. Sit, my good man. So Lavaca joined the meeting by the fire. The four talked for what seemed to Ruger a long time. It was apparent that Carker had taken an immediate liking to Harry, and he made a wide effort to include the mortal in conversation, an effort Harry indulged. Despite all the werewolf's cruelties, Ruger felt his judgments about Killian thawing a little. Not enough to spare the bastard, should it come to that, but thawing nonetheless. Ruger found himself thinking Killian could have been him 60 years ago and reminded himself that all individuals had the power to change, if only they had the desire. Perhaps there was hope for the swine killer yet, although, in all likelihood, the Darkling doubted Killian would live long enough to exploit it. About 40 minutes into the gathering, a nightmarish figure appeared framed in the doorway. Harry gasped. Human-shaped and human-clothed but with the erect head of a wolf, a cigarette dangled from the creature's sharp-toothed smile. I'm hungry, Claire announced, her lycanthropic lips forming the words perfectly. Are we going to go on this goddamned hunt or am I going to have to eat one of you fuckwads instead? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Danielle joined them outside, where the catacombs met the fresh air and where the clearing between mansion and jungle was at its narrowest. She looked weary and distracted, so Ruger went to her with his arms outstretched. She buried her face against his chest and clasped her hands behind his back. "I love you," she whispered. "God, I love you." He stroked her head, smelling the jungle and the sweat and the perfume in her hair, and told her that he loved her too. Catching him by surprise, she rose up on her toes and kissed him full on the lips, exerting a pressure and a passion in the motion that scared him. It seemed far too much like a goodbye. She tore herself away and wiped at her eyes. "Rug," she said, smiling. He saw Killian and Clore leaning against the wall, both naked and wearing the heads of wolves. Their wolfen faces were strangely animated, smiling with bright mean eyes, tongues lolling happily from between needle-sharp teeth in anticipation of the blood to come. Clore leaned over and licked Killian on the shoulder. In return, he licked her under the left eye. They were holding hands. Karker, meanwhile, was taking off his robe and hanging it next to the other werewolves on one of a row of pegs that sprouted from the wall. Now he, too, was in the flesh. Harry Lavaca remained off to the side, looking disgusted. Ruger couldn't blame him, but then Harry didn't feel the hunger, the need, that burned inside the immortals. Ruger and Danielle smiled at each other and began helping the other disrobe. When they too were naked and the clothes hung on pegs, they turned to Karker, whose eyes sparkled contently behind the smoke of his cigar. Withdrawing it from his mouth, he gave a long whistle, and Gavin emerged from the catacombs. "Are the prisoners ready?" asked the hunter. "They are ready. Send them out." Gavin bowed his head and disappeared back into the darkness of the catacombs, where Ruger could hear a large number of humans murmuring and moving about. He could smell their fear. The immortals arranged themselves on either side of the tunnel opening, so that their quarry would have to pass through a gauntlet on their way into the jungle. Gavin issued a shout from within, and the humans streamed forth from the catacombs, a score or more, naked and muscled and lithe. Strangely, none of them were armed, and Ruger realized that this was supposed to be a slaughter, pure and simple. It was this that Karker thought would bind his guests in friendship. Ruger counted 10 of the humans wearing the black collars that signaled that they were the murderers assigned to him and Danielle. Then the tide of flesh surged ungracefully into the jungle, vanishing but for their shouts and crashings. Something moved off to his right. Ruger observed Killian and Clore dropping to all fours, their bodies slipping from one form to another, becoming larger and more nightmarish than even the most hideous wolf. Still, in their own demonic way, they were beautiful. They glanced at each other once, then lifted their heads and loosed a howl of pure primal joy and dominance. They tore off after their prey, their bodies gleaming quicksilver under the moon, and disappeared into the suicidal tangle of the Congo. Looking gray, Harry turned back toward the mansion. Danielle squeezed Ruger's hand. He searched for Karker, but the hunter was already gone, leaving only his still-smoking cigar behind on the ground, and Ruger imagined that he could feel the old monster watching him from the forest. "Let's go," Danielle said, and hand in hand they made their way to the jungle wall. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. They were surrounded by the sounds of life and death all around them, vines and trees and endless undergrowth obscuring all but the nearest sights. As the vampires ran on and their bloodlust consumed them, they became increasingly swallowed by this lush world, the rest of the earth receding to shadows. This is where it all began, thought Ruger, in this land where everything is moist and deep and new. He and Danielle chased the sounds and scents of fleeing humans through the green chaos, sometimes hand in hand, and sometimes running separately, but always together, always in sync. To him it seemed that time was distorted here, that this place was some limbo where seconds couldn't be distinguished from years. He just ran and ran, sensing his murderous quarry in front of him and Danielle by his side. In the distance, he could hear the screams of humans as Killian and Clore brought down their first victims. With them, the smell of blood exploded into the air, overwhelming the scent of vegetation. Suddenly, he was running alone, and realized he'd been running alone for some time, chasing scents and sounds without regard to anything but sensation. He slowed, and knotted spires spun crazily above him. He stood perfectly still, listening for Danielle, but she was gone. Ruger, he heard, and spun to face Karker, sitting patiently nearby on the fallen corpse of a large tree. "Danielle," Ruger said, his mind not quite caught up with the situation. "Don't worry, my son. She's off hunting. Alone. It won't kill you to let her be by herself for a while. Or for you to be by yourself, for that matter. I don't want to lose her, Karker." "Not here." Karker smiled. "You're not going to lose her. Just calm down. Breathe deeply." Warily, Ruger nodded. Where had Karker come from? The hunter hopped easily off his perch, his agility making a lie of his aged appearance. "We haven't hunted together in, well, it's been forever," he said. "What do you want?" Karker looked pained. "What do you think I want, cub? To be with you, like we were before. To hunt and to talk and to share one another's lives. Simple, really. It's pretty much all I've ever wanted. I want us to enjoy life, and enjoy it together, in the way that only we can. And Jean-Pierre. I haven't forgotten him, Ruger, don't worry. But the albino's heart belongs with Danielle, you know that. Even when he's with me, he thinks of her. You, on the other hand, you think of me, even when you're with Danielle. I know you want that to believe that, Carker, but... I don't know. Ruger grimaced, feeling the twitching of his fingers that told him it was time for a cigarette. He sighed. We never finished it, did we? The hunter smiled, faintly. No, he said. We didn't. You left before it could run its course. There is, however, the possibility that it never would have. We did have something, didn't we? Whatever the hell it was. It was the happiest time of my life. Enough words. Words are only symbols of what I want to convey to you, but symbols just aren't good enough. Come here, Ruger. Taste my blood, just a few sips so that you can change like I can change, and we'll be wolves together, hunting. Ruger hesitated. Don't worry, coaxed the hunter. We'll only feed off the ones with the black collars. But let's be about it quickly, before Cloire and Killian kill them all. The Darkling stepped forward and drank from the arm of his mentor and friend. The blood tasted hot against his lips and spurted refreshingly down his throat. A richness began to throb through his system like some hybrid of crystal meth and heroin, shooting through his veins and mind like hallucinogenic lightning. Jesus, he whispered, stumbling backward. I'd forgotten how powerful you are. Carker smiled. Surprising himself, Ruger smiled back. Shall we begin? Asked the hunter. Ruger set off into the jungle with the old werewolf at his side, feeling the relentless energy burning in his limbs, his eyes wide and omniscient. Without conscious thought, he leapt to the ground and began running on all fours, a hungry happy beast with of tender humans wafting on the breeze. Bad humans, of course. It was important that the humans be bad, although right now Ruger couldn't quite grasp what the reasoning behind that was. Meat was meat. The humans fled before them, scattering like leaves at the immortals' advance. Through gullies and a stream, over little hills and beneath massive logs, the hunt continued, Ruger's human half fleeing further with every gleeful lunge. When the bloodlust got too great, he kept up a steady mantra to preserve his identity. I am the vampire Ruger. I am the vampire Ruger. I am the vampire Ruger. I eat only those who deserve it. He and Carker drove through a thick mesh of bushes, flushing out several humans into a small clearing between giant trees. In less than a second, the wolves fell upon them, the beast's heavily muscled weight and momentum knocking the mortals to the ground. Ruger's claws bore into the hard back of a black-collared man as his iron teeth closed around the human's neck, breaking it with a satisfyingly gruesome sound, blood spilling out, hot and copious. With a growl, Ruger began to feed. Asterisk. Afterwards, Ruger and Carker rested in companionable silence. They could have left immediately to bring down another meal, but they chose to luxuriate in the kill and their rekindled brotherhood. Spattered with blood and picking at a chunk of flesh between his two front teeth, Ruger smiled contentedly. I miss this. Ah, so do I, said Carker. I wish this last few hours would repeat itself day in and day out for another millennium. I think I can see now why you're building the alligator swamp. That's just the start, my boy. Wait till the zoo is completed, it's going to be something else. With a sigh, he heaved himself to his feet. Well, my meal is settled now. Let's go after the next one, shall we? Ruger rose. I think I'd better be making my way back to Danielle. That can wait for a while, but the human retrieval units will be deployed in an hour or thereabouts, so we'd better make the most of this while we still can. Ruger hesitated. Tempting, Kark. But Danielle's been acting strange. I think I'd better head back before she spends any more time with Cloire. Hold off on that for a little while, won't you? Your Danielle can take care of herself, but I think my stomach's starting to growl again. Well, I really... Not just now, my son. The hunter motioned with his hands for Ruger to come to him, so that they could begin hunting again, but Ruger saw a flash of something guarded across Carker's face. All of a sudden he knew. Shit, said Ruger. You goddamned bastard. I can't believe you would do this to me. Damn you. He plowed back into the jungle. Please, Ruger, cried Carker. Let her go. For your own good, goddammit. Let her go. Ruger ran, using the senses of the wolf still inside him to thread his way through the sultry tangle back toward the estate. Carker followed immediately behind. Ruger began to run, the trees and leaves and undergrowth raking his overheated body. Danielle, please, no. He burst into the clearing that surrounded the mansion. Nothing. He made his way through the catacombs and up into the house itself, running from room to room and calling out her name, but no one except for the great white hunter's servants made themselves visible to him. Not even Harry was around. In their room, Ruger found that all of Danielle's things had been packed and bundled away. Over the din of his own heart, Ruger finally heard the roaring. "Is that?" Ruger bounded downstairs, past where Carker waited, through the foyer, and the front door. From the front steps Ruger saw the airfield some distance before him. There on the runway a little white plane gleamed in the moonlight. "No, please no." The plane shot away down the narrow dirt strip. Vainly, he ran after it, waving his arms wildly. "Danielle! Danielle!" If she heard him, she didn't stop the plane on account of it. It kept going, faster and faster, until its propellers thrust it bodily into the gaping nighttime sky. Eventually, long after Ruger had ceased his pursuit to collapse on the ground, the plane disappeared into the blackness. When he was able to, he climbed to his feet slowly, his eyes still locked onto the portion of the sky into which Danielle had flown, as if she might change her mind and return. Sensing Carker behind him, he said, "So the hunt was a ruse." For a while, Carker remained silent. "No," he said. "There was a ruse, of course, but that wasn't it. The ruse was Cloire and Killian, so that they would take away Danielle." "That's what you had to gain," Ruger said, finally understanding. "I knew it was something." "Yes," Carker replied sadly, but the Darkling could hear the smile in his voice. "I had to gain something, all right, you." Chapter 4. An alligator lunged at him against the bars, but Ruger didn't back away. Like all the others, it was large and vicious. This one, however, seemed to want revenge for its imprisonment more than his brethren. "I understand, buddy," muttered Ruger. Danielle had been gone 3 days, and he was worried for her. She'd been right, though, in feeling that Carker would seek to recast Ruger into the image of the Darkling. So far, Ruger had successfully resisted his mentor's attempts, and he had no fear that he would be tempted. Would Danielle fare as well? Carker's footsteps sounded behind him. "Ah," said the hunter. "He'll be the king of the swamp someday, won't he? He'll be something, all right. What's bothering you?" "Damn it, Carker. I've been here 3 days. What do you think's bothering me?" A pause. "You want to leave. Give that man a toaster. Don't be childish. This isn't a jail, you can leave whenever you want to. But you won't allow me to use one of your planes. If it's true love, you should be willing to stomp through the jungle for a few weeks. Or months. Stop it, Carker." Another pause. "It's time to finish up that game of chess from yesterday. It's almost over. Come on, then." Ruger waited a moment just to irritate him, then relented and came with him back inside the mansion and up into the elephant room, where they sat at a small table over an immaculately carved stone chessboard. Carker ordered in some Costa Rican coffee and Ruger lit a cigarette. "Well," he said, studying the chessboard. "Your experiment failed, Carker." "My experiment?" "To see if, with Danielle gone, you could get me back into the fold. To see if you could make me evil again." "Evil," said the hunter, chewing the word. "What is that?" "Because, if you know, please tell me." "You're evil, Carker." "I don't normally use that word, but sometimes it's appropriate." "Am I? So the mirror should tell all, then. Let's explore that for a moment. If I am the definition for evil, then what is it exactly? Well, what am I? Let's see. I've accepted my nature and I constantly revel in it. If there was a God, he would be proud that I utilize his gifts so fully. So that is what you mean, about evil?" Ruger didn't back down. "Evil is taking joy in the pain of others. Or simply placing yourself so far above others that you're indifferent to their pain." Carker, white, advanced a rook to a position guarded by a pawn, a move which put Ruger's queen in jeopardy. "No," said the hunter. "Evil is just an obsolete label, a word without meaning. You know that as well as I do. If you argue against me, I won't be hearing your voice, I'll be hearing Danielle's. She's brainwashed you, man. Can't you see that?" Carelessly, Ruger thrust his queen to the left, protecting her from Carker. "She hasn't brainwashed me, Kark. You have. You've done it to yourself, too." "Meaning?" "That deep inside you don't really believe what you're saying." The hunter smiled sadly. "You'd like to believe that, wouldn't you, my son?" Just as sadly, Ruger nodded. "I would, Kark. I really would." Suddenly the hunter swung a bishop out from nowhere, and the Darkling saw that with his queen gone, his king. "I believe that's checkmate," said Carker. Ruger toppled his king. You should have kept your mind on the game, son, Carker said. For the past few days, you've been in a fog. I don't need you to teach me how to play chess. No. You just need to keep your mind on the game. Anyway, what were we talking about? Evil. I'm tired of talking about evil. This sort of philosophy is all hogwash, anyway. Hell, so is the rest of it. Ruger stubbed out his smoke. I'm not done with talking about it, not yet. You want to change my mind? Of course. Carker leaned back in his chair. Then please, allow me to backtrack for a moment. You said that evil means taking pleasure in the pain of others. You take pleasure in the hunt, don't you? I only kill murderers. So the killing of another killer is okay? It's a gray area, but it certainly feels better. Better. More righteous. I don't like that word. I remember. But it's okay to be righteous, it just means you know you're right. You can never know you're right. You have to keep an open mind. Philosophical posturing, Carker said. But back to my point, killing other killers is okay to you? It's acceptable. The hunter let that go. So taking pleasure in another's pain is acceptable if that person is wicked? Ruger saw where this was going, but he didn't know a way out of it. I have a mean streak, Carker. I'm not proud of it, but I like to hurt those who deserve it. So you focus your aggression, then, those you kill symbolize something to you, something worth the strain of sin? Ruger recognized the line. It was from one of his poems, a long time ago, and he couldn't help but smile at the tactics of his old friend. Carker would use Ruger's own words against him. Yes, he said. I suppose they do symbolize something to me. What it is, I don't know. A demon from your past, I suppose. Maybe unconscious. Ruger said nothing. Ah, here it gets interesting. Because the only demon in your past, my son, is yourself. I never brought you over into the darker side, you were there when I found you. So it's yourself that you focus your aggression on, not the murderers themselves. A little perturbed, Ruger lit another cigarette. You're not saying anything I haven't thought of myself, he said quietly. The hunter nodded. And you were right when you thought it. So let's trace this aggression to its source. I've tried. And? Nothing. It's simple, Ruger. You despised your parents for letting your dear Spanish Maria die of pneumonia when they could have done something about it. So you torched their house and never looked back, never even to find out if someone perished in the fire. Which is one of the reasons why you go by only your family name. In some way, you atone for what you did to them by using their name, keeping them immortal. At any rate, burning their house was the first time your mean streak, as you call it, fully showed itself. It was a righteous anger, too. Later, after Amelia died, you retreated into that anger. And later, with my help, you came to embrace it, to love it. That's too simplistic. Feelings are more simple than we'd like them to be, Ruger. So what's your solution? Carker lit a cigar. Answer me this. Have you ever felt whole since you left me? Danielle. I mean the anger. Have you ever felt comfortable with it? Of course not. You've dealt with it quietly, privately. All in all, very British, really, although you've spent very little time in the UK to be sure. Your solution? You need to embrace your darkness again, my son. I've already given you a head start. Holding the cigarette carefully so that it didn't betray his tremble, Ruger sat up slowly, carefully. What do you mean? Carker smiled. Those humans you've been feeding from, the ones with the black collars. The only thing that separates them from the other humans is the collars themselves. The world tilted. You mean? They're not murderers, Ruger, not to my knowledge. They're just as guilty or innocent as anyone down there in the prison. Ruger rocketed out of his chair and towered over Carker menacingly. The hunter regarded him with pleasure. The anger feels good, doesn't it? Ruger stormed out of the room, leaving Carker to sit and smoke in triumph. The battle was far from over. Asterisk. Later, in his room, Ruger reread the only thing Danielle had left him, a small note on a yellow tablet. In a rough black scrawl, it read, I love you, baby, but we both know I must do this. When it's finished, I'll be whole, and we can have a fresh start together. Until then, stay safe and don't listen to a fucking word Carker says. Below this, Danielle was written inside a small black heart with an arrow through it. He crumpled the paper in his hands and lit the corner of it with a cigarette lighter. The flame consumed it fiercely, leaving only a small burning fragment that he flung to the floor in disgust. God damn it, he muttered and placed his face in his hands. His skin was hot, burning, and behind his eyes flared the almost alien sensation of tear ducts swelling up. Just as soon as he was aware of it, the ducts calmed themselves and left him dry-eyed and empty. Someone knocked on the door. Without invitation, Carker opened it and stepped inside. Seeing that Ruger wasn't going to offer him a seat, he pulled up a small wooden rocking chair and plopped down across from the darkling, who sat on the bed. "I'm sorry, Ruger," he said, his voice soft. "For what?" "I know you're not sorry that you caused me to kill innocent people. Something I haven't done since the war, you bastard. No, I'm not sorry for that. I couldn't care less if there are a few less mortals in the world now than there were a couple of days ago. But I am sorry that I hurt you. All I want is for you to be happy. The road to hell is paved with justifications. Be that as it may, it's up to you to help yourself. Still, I can give you guidance. I'm sure you can. Don't be bitter. What you need is a symbol of your change." "My change?" "From broken to whole. From moral to immoral. From good to bad." "Please, let's not start that again, Ruger. There is nothing in this world that is concrete good. And there is nothing in this world that is concrete bad. It's all in your head. What's important is that you enjoy yourself. And I think I have the means to that end, a symbol of your new beginning." "My new beginning," Ruger repeated, reminded of the note that Danielle had left him. "A fresh start. What is it?" Carker rose from his chair to the doorway, where he motioned into the room a young woman with black hair and dark eyes and features that reminded Ruger strangely of Danielle, he whispered. Carker nodded, bringing the girl to stand beside the vampire. "Or a reasonable facsimile thereof," amended the hunter. "What's she doing here?" "After the safari a month or so ago, I offered Jean-Pierre this girl as sort of a thank you to him for giving me such a great birthday present. Dear Jean-Pierre was so insecure that he thought I was mocking him. He even let the poor creature go into the woods. Of course, once I heard about it, I sent the retrieval units after her." "You never were one to waste." Carker shrugged. "Now you want to pawn her off on me." "No, Ruger. That's not it at all. She's a symbol. Danielle is your conscience, and for our purposes this girl is Danielle. Now, you take your time with her, say what needs to be said and do what needs to be done. This is an important obstacle for you to overcome, so if she leaves this room alive you will have failed yourself. Once you kill her, you will be yourself again. You will be free." Ruger looked at the girl. She was beautiful, in the way that Danielle was, but something was wrong with her. She was too composed. He realized that Carker must have a tight grip on her mind. "Release her," he commanded. Carker obeyed. The girl seemed to shiver. The steel washed out of her and she backed up a step, but she was still too traumatized to do much else. Her face was pale. "What's your name?" he asked. Her eyes darted around before settling on him. She opened her mouth slightly as if about to speak, but then closed it again. To Ruger, she looked as if she was about to cry. "Say something," he said. "Tell this pompous ass that that's exactly what he is. That if anything, he's inferior to you." She said nothing, and this time there was no sign that she was even thinking of a response. "What's wrong with her?" he asked the hunter. Unapologetically, Carker said simply, "I had her tongue cut out." "What?" "I figured she must have talked her way out of the situation with Jean-Pierre, so I stopped her from speaking. Also, if she's to represent Danielle to you, why spoil the illusion with speech? She can still scream, and that's all that's required of her." "You're a fucking monster, Carker." "No. But I do have my fun. Now," he said, "if you'll excuse me, I believe you two have work to do. Progress to make." Leaving the room, he closed the door solidly behind him. "Jesus," said Ruger. He motioned for the girl to sit down. She sank into the rocking chair, still and dark-eyed, while Ruger watched her. She was mute and damaged goods, to be sure, scarred and discarded and here to be used again. "Jesus," he repeated, and closed his eyes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Later, just before sunrise, Carker found himself wandering around down in the portion of the catacombs set aside for his wine cellar, which was perhaps the most comprehensive cellar of its kind in the world. The main chamber was incredibly vast, its ceiling rising high to an earthen dome. The main part of the collection itself was laid out in a seemingly endless maze of wooden racks covering several acres. Carker loved to wander the labyrinth of the grape, running his fingers along the countless dusty bottles, recounting the battles he'd undergone to save each of them from their respective fates. Sometimes he had pursued a single bottle around the world for years, going to greater efforts to acquire it than he'd ever expended on behalf of a certain elephant or other beast that he'd been courting. He was the hunter, whether it be for grapes or blood. On this night, he took to wandering the smaller tunnels that emptied out into the main chamber. These were the tunnels where he kept the best wines, the ones with the highest prestige or simply the ones that meant the most to him personally. Suddenly, he plucked a bottle from the shelf and began admiring it. He held it up to the light and stared at it fondly for a long time. It was a bottle he'd spent years tracking down, but that wasn't its real significance. This was the decanter that he'd found himself hunting for after the conclusion of World War II. Once Ruger had left him, without so much as a word goodbye, he'd needed something to distract him from his grief, so he had set out on the quest for this bottle, this wine. It had consumed his thoughts utterly for a time, taking up the space that the Darkling would have. If he'd allowed himself to wallow in misery, he might just have killed himself. In a sense, this bottle had saved his life. Gingerly, he set it back in its crevice and moved on down the tunnel, illuminated at this point only by torchlight. It must be nearly dawn, he thought, and sighed. Time to go to bed, if he was to continue keeping the vampire hours that Ruger was forced to. He didn't really need to sleep in the way that younger immortals did, but he desired it, at some times more than others, and his body was used to the rest. He wound his way through the smaller, more protected tunnels and again through the labyrinth of the grape. Soon he found himself going up the staircase. At the landing, he turned around for a final view of his collection. Beautiful, he thought. They were things that could bring a man pleasure without ever needing to be held to his breast and without him ever wanting them to either. He ascended the stairs and entered one of the lodge's central hallways. From there, he selected a back route and a seldom-used flight of stairs up to another hall that he then took to his personal chambers. His quarters stretched, large and comfortable, adorned with the heads of animals and draped in their skins and furs. Already in his smoking jacket, he slipped between the covers of his massive canopied bed and lit a cigar. The cover sheet was zebra hide, and he scratched at its rough softness with one hand while smoking with the other. For nearly an hour, he sat upright in bed, thinking of Ruger. What was he to do with the Darkling? He had loved the vampire and thought he still did, but was this Ruger truly the same creature Carker had befriended so long ago? Questions that couldn't be answered, Carker decided. Not by him. Still, he was unable to sleep. He called up the mortal musicians that Jean-Pierre had mocked, the same ones who had played for him on his birthday. It was not the first time. In fact, the ritual was becoming more and more frequent, as if he were a baby that had to be lulled to sleep. The humans' dark skins sweating and their lids heavy, they began to play, their instruments resonant in the fur-lined room. It may not be Jean-Pierre's favorite, but Carker liked it just fine. The players' devotion, as much as their music, made him smile. He placed the cigar in the ashtray and lay back, closing his eyes. Letting the music wash over him, he tried to sleep. Slowly, he could feel the real world tugging away. Gladly, he let it. Someone knocked on the door. At Carker's invitation, Gavin entered. The band stopped playing, but the hunter gestured for them to continue. What is it? Bad news, Gavin said. Carker swore and reached for his cigar. What is it this time? Remember that group of terrorists killed 2 weeks ago? I believe it was about 50 miles from here? Yes, I remember. Has there been another incident? Yes, my lord. The bodies were discovered yesterday by some rebels, but they looked to have been sitting for a while, over a week. And the bodies? They too had been fed from, yes. Just like the first group. What's worse, I fetched out a map and lined up the coordinates of the two slayings, and it points right at us. Yes, my lord. Well, it doesn't tell us anything new. Whatever it is has already arrived, and it's been here for a while, maybe a week. All this new report confirms is that, whatever's out there, it's immortal. It, sir? You don't mean them? Carker scowled. Gavin. I don't know what the hell it is. The manservant nodded respectively, then added in a quiet voice, there's more. One of the retrieval units tonight. Damn. Another one's disappeared. Yes. Carker ran a hand across his chin. From now on, Gavin, until this thing blows over, we'll send out no more units. If this thing attacks, we'll need all the men we have. If it's immortal, our retrieval units are only serving to feed it. So no more, not for some time. Yes, Lord. But what about our prey that escape? They'll perish in the jungle or return here. It's a waste, yes, but it must be done. Oh, I see what you mean. They, too, will serve to feed whatever's out there. Exactly, sir. Then we'll only take what we need from now on. No more large hunts for a while. Yes, sir. One more thing. Since this stalker of mine seems to be a night dweller based on the mosquitoes that VE been burning up at daylight, I think we should send a scouting party out today. Say, around noon. Include 5 immortals in the group. It will be done, sir. Thanks. And Gavin? Yes, Lord. At ease. When the manservant obeyed, Carker said, "You've served me well for a long time, my good man. For over a century. I want you to know that you've been indispensable to me." "Thank you, my lord. Enough of that for now. Don't call me lord. Call me friend. When I first saw you as a young boy, I used you. You were attractive. I've been using you ever since. But from now on, things are going to be more equal between us. I want you to know now, in case whatever is out there, well, I love you. You are the only one, ever, that I've always been able to count on. You don't need to say these things, my friend. I know them already." Carker smiled. "Thank you for everything. Now go carry out my orders and get some rest." Gavin withdrew, leaving Carker with his music and his bed. The band played on, and the hunter closed his eyes. He didn't know what was out there in the jungle, but he had an idea. It was every bad thing he'd ever done, waiting for him. And it was hungry. Chapter 5. The next evening at sundown, Ruger woke slowly and rubbed his eyes, then pushed himself off the floor where he'd slept and stared at the bed. Behind the thick mosquito netting, the girl still slept, tangled in the cream-colored sheets, her clothes still on. Well, he thought, at least she'd had one good day's rest, untouched and peaceful. Of course, Carker would find some meaningful way to kill her someday, and the only way Ruger could prevent this was to either kill her first or kill the hunter. Since he hadn't the desire to perform the former and lacked the strength to perform the latter, there wasn't much else he could do for her but to offer her rest. As he began his dusk rituals, including his first cigarette of the evening, Gavin knocked and announced that breakfast would be served shortly. Ruger finished his smoke and, without bothering to button it, threw on a long-sleeved black silk shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He made his way down the corridor to the breakfast room, where Carker had already begun eating his huevos rancheros. He greeted Ruger warmly as the vampire sat down opposite him. Silently, Ruger began shoveling rice and refried beans and guacamole and sour cream and pico de gallo onto a homemade flour tortilla, then rolled the taco up and began eating it, not talking. About the time he was finished, a servant came out and placed a hot plate of huevos rancheros before him. After his first bite, he said to Carker, "I didn't kill her." "No," replied his host. "I didn't think you would. Are you disappointed?" "No. Actually, now that I've had time to think about it, I'm relieved." "Relieved?" "Because I'd been forcing all this on you. I got to thinking that if someone else were trying to force a new lifestyle on me, I'd resent it, and ultimately I'd resist it just on general principles, no matter what this new lifestyle's merits might be. So now I respect you more for resisting me than I would have later if you'd gone along with what I'd wanted. I guess I was too anxious to have things back like they used to be. I didn't stop to think about making you comfortable with it. When I first met you, you were already quite on the opposite side of conventional morality, so I didn't have to do any persuading, that's why we were so close. You taught me things? I taught you how to be honest with yourself, how to love life from all angles. Things are different now. You've changed, and the harder I push you, the harder you're going to push back. Please, forgive me. I can't, Carker. You've gone too far. What, cutting out the girl's tongue? Is that anything worse than I do nightly in the hunt? I suppose not. There you are. Come to think of it, we did some much worse things back during the war, didn't we? Those times are past. Carker buttered a tortilla and sopped up the last of his plate with a plum. I'm glad you inspired me to get those Mexican cooks, he said. I'd forgotten just how delicious this stuff is. Carker. Yes, my son? I need to leave. I need to find Danielle. If you hold me here, I'll only resent you more. Carker nodded, took a swig of his orange juice. Yes, things can't go on like this for any longer. I've anticipated this and have made preparations to shake things up around here. I don't want to be shaken up. I want. Carker raised a hand, commanding silence. Look, Ruger, you can't go back to Danielle yet. I don't say this just to keep you around here longer, although I would like that. I say this because in all likelihood she hasn't finished what she needs to do. She has a decision to make, and if you interfere before she's ready, you'll only make things worse. So, please, stay here a few more days and I'll arrange transportation for you to Roche's castle. I'll make sure that he understands that you're to be given special protected treatment. Does that sound like a deal? Ruger shoved his plate away. Slowly, he nodded, because despite Carker's ulterior motives, the hunter was right. What Danielle needed to do, she needed to do alone. It's a deal, he said, and stood. Going somewhere? I need a walk. Carker wiped at his lips with a napkin. I'm sorry about all this. You know I love you, Ruger. You do know that, don't you? I know, Ruger said, and left. He returned to his room, hoping to find the girl for company, but she was gone and he realized that Gavin must have waited for him to leave before abducting the girl from her slumber. Gritting his teeth, Ruger pushed downstairs and into the forest. He tried to turn his mind to the beauty around him, to focus on it and not himself, but it wasn't easy. Please, Danielle, he thought. Be strong. Be safe. Before long, he stumbled into a small clearing and upon the remains of the two men he and Carker had killed the night Danielle left him. Little remained of the corpses except for the bones, most of which were broken at least once. What Ruger and Carker hadn't finished off, the creatures of the jungle had. He examined a black collar on the ground, where he had thrown it after ripping it off the human's neck with his teeth. I'm so sorry, he muttered, inhaling the ripe and rotted scent of death and taking a step backwards. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Another scent hit his nostrils. A shade. Crouching, Ruger glanced all around. What was this? Something stirred in the jungle. Ruger caught a flash of pale skin. Then, insanely, the bare-chested creature stepped forward into the clearing, his eyes green and his expression grave. His chest, covered in blood, signaled that he had recently fed. Jean-Pierre, Ruger growled. That's me. With a howl, they flew at each other. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In the elephant room, Lord Carker glanced up from an ancient hardbacked book as Gavin entered. You bring news? I'm afraid so. The scout party you sent out to discover the remains of the lost retrieval unit. They too have disappeared. Shit. Carker clenched his fist and forced his breathing to become regular. Do we at least know the area in which they vanished? Gavin cringed. We have it narrowed down. Narrowed down. It's a large area, my lord, and our tracking devices have been destroyed utterly. Christ. Is there anything else? Nothing. Bowing, Gavin departed. Carker reopened his book and stared down at its heavy pages, but the words had lost their meaning. He groaned, closed it, and sat there smoking in silence. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ruger wrapped his hands around the albino's throat and threw himself forward so that his greater weight sent them crashing through the rib cage of one of the corpses. They thrashed, filthy bones snapping beneath them, each seeking some advantage, each knowing that, if they made a single mistake, this could end very quickly. Jean-Pierre shoved his fingers up towards Ruger's eyes. Ruger tilted his head back as far as it would go, but still they kept coming. He snapped his mouth, causing Jean-Pierre's fingers to retreat, but not fast enough. Blood spurted Ruger's mouth and for a moment he thought he'd severed the digit, but no such luck. With a surge of strength, Jean-Pierre hurled his body back and yanked his finger from the darkling's mouth. I'm sorry, did that hurt? Ruger said. I just hope you enjoy pain as much as I do, because if so you're going to be having a lot of fun here in a minute. Jean-Pierre's hands shifted into claws, which raked across Ruger's abdomen, eager to spill his intestines. Ruger released his grip on Jean-Pierre's throat and flung himself away. They leapt to their feet. Crouching, they circled each other warily, their hands and teeth primed for combat. Ruger feinted to the right. Jean-Pierre outguessed him and struck in low towards the darkling's midsection. Caught off balance, Ruger jumped sideways and out of the albino's reach, landing on the ground with his feet in the air. Jean-Pierre charged, but the darkling caught him with his feet and hurled Jean-Pierre into the jungle. Then they were on their feet again, circling. This is getting dull, said the albino. He leapt effortlessly into the arms of a tree overhead, disappearing into the overbrush. Ruger followed, scrambling past twisted branches and gnarled vines, chasing the albino's scent as they went further and further up the tree. He could see his quarry moving above him and knew that sooner or later Jean-Pierre would have no place to go. Ruger gained on him. He could almost reach out and grab the albino's bare heel. Ruger thrust himself upwards faster, almost tasting victory on his tongue. Triumphantly, Ruger pounced onto the same branch that Jean-Pierre occupied to discover that the albino was no more. In the Frenchman's place stood a large hairy beast with large pointed ears, unnaturally red eyes and a snout so long and wicked it looked surreal. One of its claws slashed across Ruger's chest. The vampire stumbled backward, arms out to steady himself. Quickly, he bent and retrieved a long silver knife from one ankle holster and a .38 caliber pistol from the other. Come on, you bastard. The werewolf took a step forward. Ruger shot the two-legged, translucent-haired beast with his pistol, emptying his clip into the monster's throat and face. The pain didn't stop it, but it did enrage the creature. Jean-Pierre stormed towards Ruger. Using his mind thrust, Ruger cracked the branch at its base, spilling both branch and immortals into the clutch of gravity. Before he started to fall, Ruger launched himself into the air and grabbed at an overhanging limb, smiling to himself as he watched the werewolf fall away beneath him to the ground almost 150 feet below. The creature threw its arms around a branch about 50 feet down and hung on for dear life. It knew that a fall from this height would incapacitate it long enough for Ruger to be able to finish it off. Jean-Pierre poised on the branch, red eyes glaring up. "Having fun down there?" Ruger said. "Not yet. Soon I'll be eating your liver." Jean-Pierre climbed. Without looking back, Ruger did the same, knife clutched between his teeth, the pistol discarded and forgotten. Propelling himself upwards as fast as he could, he made a beeline for the top of the tree. Sweat stung his eyes. It was then that Ruger remembered that Jean-Pierre had tasted not only Karker's blood, but Vistrat's as well. And Vistrat was one of the elders. Not only that, but Jean-Pierre had just fed. Ruger mounted the highest branch that would support his weight. Reluctantly, he glanced down. Jean-Pierre ascended rapidly, his speed only enhanced by this other form. Studying him, with his eyes of brimstone and his ears that looked like devil's horns, Ruger felt a momentary punch of fear. He forced himself to examine his options. There weren't many. He closed his eyes. Summoning all the considerable powers of his telekinesis, he forced the tree itself to obey his will, made its bark ripple and its branches extensions of his own arms. He sent the limbs toward Jean-Pierre. They beat him and wrapped their hard lengths about him. For a moment the albino was caught in this wooden cocoon and Ruger could hear his cries of pain, but then the limbs cracked and splintered around him, and the demon surged upwards, covering the final stretch that separated him from Ruger. The darkling removed the knife from his mouth and looked at his reflection in its moonstruck blade. Unlike depictions in popular media, vampires did cast reflections. Ruger's black eyes had become livid, and a hot red ember seemed to burn in each one. Using all his strength of mind and body, he flung the knife downwards, hurling it end over end towards the angry head of Jean-Pierre. The albino threw a shaggy forearm in front of his face. The blade passed clean through the bone and muscle of the limb to bore straight through the Parisian's skull and lodged there, the blade poking out the back. The albino reeled, blood and brain fluid leaking down his pale back and onto the forest floor below, but still he hung from the tree, his lips quivering. Slowly, very slowly, he started back up the tree. "Fuck this." Ruger dropped onto the wounded creature, dislodging it. Jean-Pierre wrapped monstrous arms around the darkling. Locked together, they plummeted past small limbs and large branches, smacking them occasionally toward the hard ground now nearly 200 feet below. Ruger twisted for position, but when the impact finally came, it didn't make much difference. They landed side by side, tangled and bleeding in each other's arms, and the blow only drove them closer together. They each lay there for several minutes, motionless and unconscious. When Ruger came to, he tore himself loose and rolled away. He'd broken several bones, he could tell. They'd mend, though. Carefully, he rose to his feet and searched for the pistol, which, he was glad to see, had survived intact. He retrieved an extra clip from his ankle holster and loaded it. Something caught his eye. A lizard. Reaching for it, he caught the reptile and strode out into the clearing, where Jean-Pierre lay lifelessly. Ruger approached the body, it had resumed its human shape and, when he was sure the albino wasn't playing possum, held the lizard over the Frenchman's face, which still displayed the handle of the knife. Ruger squeezed the green reptile until it broke in his hands and watched the blood fall into his enemy's mouth. Jean-Pierre woke. He raised his hands to his head, exploring, and, with what had to be great pain, withdrew the blade from his skull. The knife still in his hand, he collapsed, the hand falling softly to the ground. Ruger snatched up the blade and returned it to its holster, moved off into the woods again, retrieved another lizard and made a second sacrifice to Jean-Pierre. This time the albino stirred more readily, licking the reptile's blood from his lips and opening his luminous green eyes. At first they seemed unfocused, but they quickly locked onto Ruger. Seeing the remains of the lizard in the darkling's hands, Jean-Pierre smiled. Ruger raised the pistol and aimed it at the albino's head. Slowly, deliberately, he cocked it. "Well," he said. The albino wiped a hand across his mouth, only smearing the blood more, and gave it some thought. Then, reluctantly, Jean-Pierre nodded. "Uncle," he said. Ruger lowered the gun. Asterisk. When Karker found them some time later, they were lying in the high grass of the clearing, either asleep or unconscious. It wasn't readily apparent who'd won the battle, but Karker guessed that since they both still seemed to be undead, the victor had been Ruger. If Jean-Pierre had won, the darkling would probably be a memory by now. The theory was further confirmed by the blood on the albino's lips, which matched that on Ruger's hands and which must have come from the discarded reptile bodies on the ground nearby. For whatever reason, the Darkling had chosen to revive his enemy. Chuckling, Carker shook his head. An interesting thought struck him: if Ruger and Jean-Pierre had been awake and at peace in each other's presence, they might have talked, which is what the hunter had wanted to happen in the first place. Carker couldn't help but wonder what the two had found to say to each other, before they drifted off. Well, it didn't matter. Not right now. Carker ordered the servants that had accompanied him to approach the slumbering duelists and resuscitate them. As one of the dark-skinned girls approached the albino, Carker could see the green of the Parisian's eyes and was suddenly a little apprehensive. But Jean-Pierre must have sensed Carker's presence, as he let the girl alone. She and her partner bent over the pale creature and began cleansing him and dressing his wounds, while two other girls did the same for Ruger, now conscious. Once the girls were through nursing the immortals, they began to rejuvenate them with blood. One girl placed her wrist before Jean-Pierre's mouth, while another placed hers before the Darklings, and the duelists fed. When one girl had passed out, the other took over. After Jean-Pierre and Ruger had both been sated, Carker gave them each a cigar. "On the house," he said. Ruger narrowed his eyes. Carker shrugged by way of apology. "Well," he said, "I told you that I was going to make it interesting for us around here. When Jean-Pierre called me the other day and told me that he was on his way to see me, I knew he was just what we needed, so I allowed him through the cordon of local militias. Standard procedure. But, well, I didn't want you two going at each other's throats the whole time. So you had him ambush me." Jean-Pierre sighed. "For God's sakes, I didn't ambush you." Ruger considered. "I suppose you didn't. But it wasn't much of a hello. Don't talk to me about it. It was Cark's idea." Carker smiled. They seemed to be getting along well, which strengthened his theory that the two had talked during his absence. Well, damn it, he should have planned for that by having a surveillance team record their actions. It sure as hell must have been a Kodak moment. "Anyway," he said, "I knew that you two had your differences to work out, so I arranged for you to meet. What you did with your time wasn't my concern. Hell, you could have played chess." "Bullshit," said the albino. "You wanted us to fight." "We could have killed each other," said Ruger. Carker nodded guiltily. "As you can see, I came with girls to revive you in case you were hurt. It wouldn't have done us any good if we were dead. You had to fight each other sooner or later. I just provided the time and the place. Enough squabbling, gentlemen. Let's go inside and have a glass of wine." As they rose, the former enemies noticed the large detail of soldiers deployed behind Carker. Ruger seemed to understand the precaution, but Jean-Pierre's face was a question mark. "What's going on here?" he asked. Asterisk. In the elephant room, they spoke for a long time. Ruger told of his misadventures with Danielle, while Jean-Pierre talked about discovering his daughter, about becoming her lover and husband, and about his near brush with morality. "You know we sent her to you," said Ruger. "Sophia?" "Yes, she told me. I was more surprised to find out that she was my daughter, of all things, that all this time Beliswa had kept it from me." "Does she know about you and Sophia?" "Hell, she thought it was funny. I guess that means she's over me. She told me you hit her." Jean-Pierre nodded. "I did. First time. I supposed that's what clinched it for her." Suddenly, his face turned bitter. In a whisper that was almost a growl, he said, "Fuck love, or whatever it was. I've had enough." "Is that why you left her?" asked Lord Carker. "Soph? I suppose. To tell you the truth, I just wanted to be alone for a while, and I was sick of the whole rotten city. After I found out what Vistrat had been up to all this time." "Vistrat," said Ruger, leaning forward. "What did you find out about Vistrat?" Jean-Pierre took a sip of his wine, then shrugged. "He's the scourer." Ruger sat back in his chair, quiet. "What? Did you already know that?" "I'd been told, yes." I didn't want to believe it. "Why?" When Ruger didn't answer, Jean-Pierre nodded. "Right, he told me about her, too. Amelia." "I'm sorry about her," Carker said. The Darkling eyed him strangely. "You sound as if you'd heard about her." Slowly, the hunter sighed, staring at the fire with his face full of concentration. "I've been keeping tabs on the Kavasari for years, my sons. It's one of my greatest pastimes. Among all of us, they are the strongest and the best. And the most lethal." Unexpectedly, he smiled. "They are the biggest game there is. So you did know about her." I'd heard rumors, and I had my suspicions, but there wasn't anything concrete, really. It wasn't until you told me what Hoswell said that I knew for sure, and then there wasn't any point in telling you about it, was there? I suppose not. Ruger paused. What else do you know about the Kavasari? It's not relevant. Ah, but it is. Kavasari seem to be inextricably linked with all of this. First, Rosh Sarnova is attacked by a daybeast with Kavasari blood. Meanwhile, the Scouring begins wiping out powerful immortals in the world by using local hit teams. Most of these teams are given Kavasari blood to make them stronger so that the hit will be successful. Now it turns out that the mastermind behind the Scouring is a Kavasari, as well. Jean-Pierre frowned. Then could it be that it's the same single Kavasari that's doing all this, Amelia? I don't believe so, said Carker, slowly. Why? Don't interrogate me. Jean-Pierre didn't back down. You must have had some personal involvement with them. If I have, it's none of your concern, either of you. Ruger raised an eyebrow. Let's elaborate on that, Carker. Especially on the part where you become personally involved with them. No, said the hunter, and closed his eyes. Let's not do this, gentlemen. As much as I would like to unburden myself to you, some secrets must be kept. Please respect that. Still, you do deserve to hear something of what I've learned about them over the years. If you would like, I'll tell you what I know about the position of the Kavasari in our society and how that came to be. Then you will see the connection between them and the situation in which we find ourselves. But I won't discuss my personal encounters with them. Agreed? It'll do. Good. It begins with a story. The albino took a puff on his cigar. I like stories. It starts a long, long time ago, in a place a little north from us. You see, about 100 or 2,000 years ago, give or take, evolution coughed up a creature called a human being. Somewhere around this time, perhaps due to the existence of spirits from outside our world and their meddling in our reality, immortals came into play. Though there were many different kinds of immortals, they kept themselves secret from humankind, because there was a vastly greater number of humans than shades, and mortals could wipe out the undead if they only knew. At any rate, the most powerful form of immortal was the Kavasari, and there were only a few of these, and they ruled each in their own separate kingdom over the other undead. This went on for some time, and it was a time of relative peace. Then one day a bright lad of a Kavasari, let's call him Bob, decides to take over all immortals by crushing his other Kavasari opponents. War is waged. The other Kavasari leaders band together to resist him and, after many years of fighting, using the lesser shades as their soldiers, mind you, they defeat poor Bob, who somehow escapes into the wild blue yonder. But the seed of global, and I use the term loosely, being that they believed the earth was flat back then anyway, the seed of global power is sown among the victorious Kavasari leaders, and they war for dominance among each other. Again, they use the weaker immortals as their soldiers, but eventually these weaklings get sick of beating each other's brains out over some leader who never did them a damned bit of good to start with. These lesser shades rise up against their Kavasari masters, defeating them with their greater numbers. The surviving Kavasari scatter and keep themselves in hiding for the rest of their lives. They've learned their lesson. From now on, the last thing a Kavasari wants is a seat of power. Things continue peacefully for a while, until old Bob shows up again. Now one thing needs to be said for old Bob, he's a strong bastard. In fact, some say he was the very first immortal, but that's debatable. Anyway, Bob falls in love with this particular vampire girl, who is becoming a very successful chieftain of her people, and he starts courting her in secret. Well, his little Barbarella is a warrior queen, and she's under constant attack. Bob is worried about her safety. He calls up a handful of Kavasari that he has brought over himself and who are loyal to him as much out of fear of him as anything else, most likely. And Bob, always having been a persuasive bastard, gets these poor chaps to form a cult of protection around his Barbarella, so that she'll always be safe. He calls this order the Sangro-Sanks and clouds their purpose in mystery and superstition, telling them that this girl is a holy being or some such nonsense, destined to take over the world, which, naturally, is what Bob intends for her to do, and which she does a pretty good job of, actually. Anyway, the Sangro-Sanks protect her, under one minor stipulation, that they keep immortals from the knowledge of humans at all costs. This is the primary commandant that Bob gives them to follow. Why? Interrupted Jean-Pierre. Why keep us a secret from mortals? The obvious reason, of course. The same reason why the Kavasari were afraid of the less powerful immortals. Because there are a lot more mortals than there are shades. Humans could wipe us out at any time, if they only knew about us, and if they acted against us before we acted against them. So Bob decides to take up the burden of keeping immortals safe by creating his little cult. They would kill anyone who tried to make humans aware of our presence. Anyway, to continue. Eventually, Barbarella, with the help of her secret protectors, seizes a pretty sizable chunk of the immortal population, and it turns out that she's an able ruler. After 100 years or so, Bob gets bored and disappears back into the cesspool from whence he came, never to heard from again. Later, it becomes apparent to the few who are aware of all this that Bob just wanted a little taste of power after his years of anonymity. Once he got his fill, he took off, leaving Barbarella and the Sangrosanks to manage the Shade World on their own. Eventually Barbarella gets killed by a rival. The Sangrosanks take revenge, then appoint an heir to take their queen's place. This establishes the tradition that continues until today. When one of their masters die or decides to relinquish his or her power, the Sangrosanks simply serve another, which has been predetermined ahead of time. My good friend Roche Sarnova is the latest of this line. That's the end of the story. Jean-Pierre clapped his hands and whistled. Encore. Encore. Carker sighed. I'm not satisfied with the answer you gave, Jean-Pierre, Ruger said. Why was it so important to, Bob, that immortal existence be kept a secret from humanity? Because there are 100 million times more humans than there are shades, Ruger. Isn't it obvious? Sure, but why make this a central part of the Sangrosanks mythology? Because they are the secret rulers of all immortals, the shadow rulers, which is what Sangrosanks loosely translates to. If they don't look out for their flock, who will? Does that answer your question? I suppose. Jean-Pierre coughed. Kark, do these Kavasari still rule? No. Their order protects and guides Roche Sarnova, thus their influence is limited only to his domain, which isn't what it used to be. I don't blame Roche for that, of course. The population of shades has exploded in the past few millennia, and spread out, and he now commands a smaller percent of our numbers. But, Ruger said, the Sangrosanks must uphold that old stipulation, which quite goes against what Roche Sarnova is doing now. True. What do you mean? Asked Jean-Pierre. Again, the hunter sighed. I should have told you, my son. I guess now is the time. Remember after the safari, when we went to visit Blackie and he made you leave the room? You wouldn't tell me what you discussed. I'll tell you now. He told me the reason behind the War of the Dark Council. Which is? Roche wants to announce our presence to the human world. Not only that, but he wants us to have our own country. A Jerusalem for the undead, added Ruger. It was this that tore the Dark Council in half. Jesus, whispered Jean-Pierre. Yes. The albino ran a hand through his yellowish, almost translucent hair and left it there, tangled in his roots. Well, if that isn't something. Indeed, said Ruger. But it doesn't jive with the priorities of the Sangrosanks. No. It doesn't. Carker leaned back in his chair. So, Jean-Pierre, what do you think? Raising his eyebrows in bemusement, Jean-Pierre said, I think the man has balls of iron. I think it's an interesting idea. Still. Yes, Ruger agreed. That was my reaction, too. Slowly, he stood up and stretched his legs. Well, I know you two haven't seen each other in some time, so I'm going to leave you alone for a while. Besides, I need to feed. Carker nodded in mildly surprised approval. Thank you. Sure. Ruger departed, leaving the two werewolves in silence. That was generous of him, Jean-Pierre said. Yes, maybe it was. It's certainly much better to have him as a friend than an enemy. Maybe. But never let him fool you, my son. What do you mean? Carker's face grew tight. He's the most evil bastard I've ever met. I've said it before and I'll say it again, his is the evil of old, and it is to be highly respected. The problem is that he's under the misconception that, beneath all the darkness, he's really a good guy. And that's what he wants to be. Right now, anyway. But if Danielle were ever taken away from him permanently, he would revert right back into the old Ruger, the Ruger that could kill 100 innocents without flinching. Back in his heyday, he would have given Younger and Yagoda nightmares. So don't turn your back on him. Ever. Come on, Kark. You're exaggerating. He loves you, like I do. Maybe I'll even grow on him sooner or later. Hell, he's already growing on me. But of course I'll keep that secret to my grave. Of course. Carker grabbed a bottle of wine and refilled his studded iron goblet. Seriously, Ruger is good at playing both ends against the middle, and even though he may love me, he considers me the opposite of what he stands for. And if I'm in danger from him, then I don't stand a chance. What you're forgetting, my friend, is that he'd be all too easy to kill if that were called for. Which it won't be. Ruger is our ally. Of course. After a moment, Carker said, by the way, after you and the Darkling had thrashed it out, what did you talk about? Jean-Pierre waved the question away. Oh, a number of things. We talked of Danielle for a while, and he told me that he understood my fixation with her. I suppose it was his own way of forgiving me, or at least I hope so. At one point, he said that if we'd battled in a city, I would have been the victor. In a city, I would have been able to use my power of psychic dominance. Out here, though, I was at the mercy of Ruger's spoonbender tricks. The hunter smiled. Yes, you're both very strong in your own ways. You control people. He controls things. We talked for a little while longer, but that was about the extent of it, really. Carker rose from his seat, goblet in hand. We going somewhere, Kark? Yes, my son. Follow me. Together, they left the elephant room and made their way down into the catacombs. So you've become disenchanted with love, eh? Said Carker. Perhaps everyone becomes disenchanted with it at one point or another, but it's given me the shaft more than most, I'd wager. It's a turning point for you. I'm working on becoming the man I was before I'd ever even heard of Danielle. I was strong then. Precise. I need to be that way again. Why? There are changes coming. I can feel them. Carker nodded. You always have had strange powers of the mind. They've served you well, so far. So far. What you need is a symbol of your change. They descended into the catacombs and threaded their way through the large dusty tunnels. You need to eradicate Danielle from your life, utterly and completely. I've already done that, I let her go. It took more strength on my part to do that than it would have done to kill her. Perhaps, but you need a concrete symbol of her destruction. You need to desecrate her image, to tear her limb from limb. They'd reached the area of the tunnels reserved for the prisoners and had stopped before a certain door. With his mind thrust, Lord Carker flung it open and stepped aside. Danielle, whispered the albino, seeing the occupant of the cell. It's her, the one you gave me on your birthday. Yes. The time is ripe for you to take her. But Carker. What? Jean-Pierre frowned. Yes, he muttered. I suppose it is. He stepped into the room and watched as the girl retreated from him, backing into a dirty corner. Thank you, he whispered over his shoulder. You're welcome, my son. Now I will leave you. Please, take your time. Say and do what must be done. But remember, she is the ghost of Danielle that haunts you. Only by obliterating her entirely will you purge your system, once and for all, of Danielle. Yes, answered Jean-Pierre, a trace of sadness in his voice. The hunter shut the door and walked away. Ruger had been right, he thought, he never had been a creature to let something go to waste. Even before he rounded the corner, Carker heard the girl screaming behind him. Proudly, he smiled. Chapter 6. You asked that an unarmed human be released into the woods, sir, Gavin said. It's been done. Thank you, said Ruger. Leaving the manservant by the catacombs entrance, he moved off into the jungle, as lush and sultry as ever. This time, there seemed to be some malice to it, some tension that Ruger couldn't fathom. It breathed green venom. Shaking it off, he pressed deeper, tracking his mortal quarry. It had been a long night, and he had thoughts he needed to process. Things were moving very fast. Faster than he would have liked. He would appreciate some time to just sit down in peace and think for a while, without the distraction of Carker or Jean-Pierre, the scouring or the war of the Dark Council, but that, he realized, wasn't going to happen. Danielle, however, was a distraction he wouldn't mind. In fact, she was the one thing at that moment that he really wanted, that he desired with every bloody snapping fiber of his being. Still, he recognized that he needed to give her time. She had her own demons to exorcise. Or kill. Suddenly, blood filled the air and he heard a noise up ahead, and he stepped towards it. The sound issued from behind a tangle of bushes. Slowly, he parted them. There, somewhat below him, was the human, a white man, he saw, that he'd been hunting. In his fervent desire to escape, the man had tripped down a slope and fallen into a narrow ravine. With care, Ruger moved down the slope toward him, even as the fellow's eyes widened with terror. Easy, the darkling said. I'm not here to hurt you. Within touching distance of the man, Ruger could tell that he had broken his leg, the blood from the wound clouding the shallow water that flowed about him. Don't, said the mortal, trying to back away, pushing with his hands against the muddy slope and sliding further up the bank only to slip again. It's okay, Ruger told him. I was only going to take a little blood from you, anyway, and now it looks like I don't even have to use my teeth because you've done the work for me. He smiled to show it was a joke, but the man's face screwed up in fear, and he let out a miserable moan. Gingerly, Ruger slid his hands beneath the mortal and hauled him out of the wet murk, then staggered up the hill and set him down again on level ground. Before bending to feed from the wound, Ruger said, "I'm sorry about this, friend, but I was in a bit of a scrape tonight and I really need the blood." "Don't worry. I'll only take a little. Then it's back to the mansion with you." Bitterly, the man said, "Go ahead and kill me, you bastard. I'm dead anyway, don't you know that? Whether it's you or one of the others, I'll be dead in a week. Please don't get righteous on me." Ruger paused. "I could release you into the woods. And be picked up by one of the retrieval units?" "No thanks. I've been picked up by one of them already, and they beat the shit out of me before hauling me back. Just do what you came here to do, you goddamned monster. Remember, though, God is watching, and when you're in hell I'll be laughing down at you from my cloud, drinking wine and screwing virgins." Ruger used his telekinetic abilities to enliven the vines that had grown up the nearest tree. Under his power, the vines wrapped themselves tightly around the human and held the poor man down while Ruger drank blood out of the wound on his broken leg. The human screamed, but Ruger did not relent until the mortal had passed out. The darkling stood, wiping the blood from his mouth, and dismissed the aid of the vines. His anger faded, though he wasn't sure whom the anger was reserved for. True to his word, Ruger hefted the mortal up and began making his way back toward the lodge. Something moved overhead. He glanced up to see a shape fluttering against the night sky, its outline obscured against the trees. "Who are you?" he shouted. No answer came. Slowly, forms began to resolve into discernible figures. There wasn't just one outline, but four, all human-shaped and flying in circles above him, their dark and leathery wings beating a wind through his hair. Jandros, from the look of them, and something else, something they were carrying that glinted metallically in the moonlight. Guns. Large and bulbous, with wolfish barrels and glittering belts of ammunition. Machine guns, weapons so heavy that they would normally be mounted. The shades trained the weapons at him as the circle of Jandros descended towards him. "Who are you?" he called again. "Don't worry about who we are, Darkling," one of them shouted back. "Just freeze where you are. We'll take care of the rest." "Like hell." He gestured, and the arms of the nearest trees snaked out and clutched at the quartet of winged beings. They squealed as the rough limbs seized them, but Ruger knew that this was only a temporary solution. A fifth winged creature dropped from the sky through the ring of imprisoned Jandros and flew straight at him. Ruger noted a long, massive jaw extending from a flat, sinister head. It was, of all things, the head of crocodile, with the thick body and powerful tail to match. Its enormous, bat-like wings billowed behind it as it drove at the Darkling. Ruger dove. He struck the ground and rolled fast, feeling the creature's presence close above him. He threw himself to his feet and swiveled. The beast landed not 10 feet away. As if about to pounce, it crouched menacingly, lashing its heavy tail with force. Though its body was very like that of a crocodile, its legs were longer and seemingly more agile, although they were thick, meaty and covered with scales. It was a Jandro, he thought uncertainly, and must be one of the few of their kind that could shapeshift. Not only this, but it appeared relatively old and quite able to match or exceed him in strength. "Who the hell are you?" he asked, setting down the human that still slumbered in his arms. The man stirred and opened his eyes. "Captain Rolf d'Aguila," the creature said through its enormous, smiling mouth, evil red eyes squinting at Ruger in what he thought of as an authoritative manner. "I have come to take you in." Retrieving the knife from its holster, Ruger spat. "Then come and get me." The creature raised itself to its full height and tucked its large wings carefully above its ridged back, all the while swiveling its head about playfully on a thick neck that seemed too long for the crocodile it otherwise resembled. In fact, Ruger thought, it seemed very much like a dragon at the moment, an obese dwarf of a dragon that had spent too much time in the mud, bursting at the seams with pus and venom. It exuded an air of corruption. Overhead, the other Jandros freed themselves from the wooden prisons Ruger had created for them, but they made no move against him. Perhaps they were enjoying the show. Captain Rolf d'Aguila launched itself high into the air, its great dark green wings spreading out behind it. Its legs stood out from its body in postures meant to ensnare Ruger. The legs were swift and powerful, the Darkling saw, almost like those of a frog. They ended in wicked reptilian talons, the foreclaws almost hand-like, while the hindclaws were meant for grasping and rending. Ruger dodged aside. With shocking swiftness, the beast struck the earth and pivoted to face him, long mouth opening to reveal cruel teeth and an eager tongue. Noticing movement to its side, d'Aguila craned its head. Perhaps for the first time, it took note of the human that Ruger had fed from. It turned back to face the Darkling, a knowing leer across its gargantuan face. The man, awake now and seeing the intentions of d'Aguila, tried to scramble out of the way, but the wreckage of his ruined limb wouldn't allow him to get more than a few feet. "Leave him alone," Ruger said. The captain pounced on the mortal, seizing the man's body with its talons. The creature rolled over onto its ridged back, holding up its squirming human prize high into the air for inspection. "Let me go," the man shouted, thrashing. "No," the captain said. "I don't think I will, not just yet." Before Ruger could stop it, the creature raised its wings so that they overlapped each other and brought up its tail to fill in the gap where the wings ended below. In effect, it concealed any sign of its human prisoner, unless one happened to be looking into the lethal cocoon from the direction of D'Aguila's head. D'Aguila stuck its snout into the space between its wings and chest, its mouth opening wide. Ruger felt certain that Rolf had performed this ritual countless times, that this was a sort of show he put on for the soldiers that he captained for. Ruger heard a gruesome popping sound, then the noise of the human's blood spattering against the membranes of Rolf's wings. The scent of death filled the air. The captain unfolded its wings and lowered its tail, revealing the spectacle of the mortal's death to all present. Still held in the creature's talons, the headless corpse shuddered violently once, then sagged. Blood fountained from the open neck, subsiding gradually. The man's head, meanwhile, rested between the jaws of Captain D'Aguila. The beast turned its mouth toward Ruger so that the vampire could get a clear glimpse of the terrified expression on the face of the deceased. D'Aguila crushed the man's face between its molars a few times and swallowed the head whole. With a forceful kick, it propelled the rest of the body into the underbrush 20 feet away, rolled onto its feet and rose, its blood-spattered wings unfurled in triumph. When D'Aguila burped rather theatrically, Ruger thought one of the flying soldiers convulsed with laughter. "I always did like an appetizer before my meal," commented Captain D'Aguila, and advanced on Ruger. Ruger raised his knife so that it glinted in the moonlight. "Let's get this over with." Rolf closed the gap. Above him, the Jandros trained their huge machine guns on Ruger. He realized that even if he won, which seemed doubtful, he would lose. To hell with this. Without another thought, Ruger turned and ran. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Once the door closed, the girl that looked like Danielle screamed and threw herself backwards. Jean-Pierre winced. How many mortals had he heard issue that same cry? But he would not kill her. What he and Ruger had talked about after their scuffle, the conversation Carker seemed so interested in, had to do with morality. Jean-Pierre spoke of the difficulties of staying moral, and his commitment to doing so, while Ruger had assured him that commitment was the main part. To be good, do good, the vampire had said. And Jean-Pierre had no intention of betraying Sophia. Bad enough to have left her in order to do some soul-searching, but to kill an innocent? Never. Never again. What would Carker think? Despite Jean-Pierre's new morality, this question bothered him. He didn't want to lose the hunter's friendship. Wiping a hand across his forehead, he crouched next to the girl. Remember me? She opened her trembling mouth. Fucking Carker. Jean-Pierre slammed his fist against the wall. The hunter had taken the girl's tongue. Jean-Pierre breathed deep. Looking into her eyes, he said, I could make you what I am, an immortal. The curse, that's what we call it, often corrects wounds and scars. A girl I know, she had scars all over her body from being beaten and raped. When Ruger changed her to a vampire, the scars disappeared. So, your tongue might grow back is what I'm saying. She stared into his green eyes for a minute, then shook her head. Sadly, he nodded. I think I under. Boom. An explosion, from the direction of the wine cellar. Jean-Pierre jumped to his feet. Putting a finger to his lips, he indicated for the girl to be quiet. She might not be able to talk, but she could still scream. With wide eyes, she obeyed. Carefully, he opened the door and stepped into the hall. Lots of noise and activity. Something major was going on. Footsteps. He retreated back into the cell until he was sure the footsteps only came from two people. He waited for them to pass so he could glimpse them through the tiny window. When he did, he realized they were shades, maybe morbines or vampires. He opened the door and ducked his head out. Hey! They spun, automatic rifles rising. Faster, Jean-Pierre grabbed both guns by their barrels, tore them loose, tossed them in the air, reversed his grip on the weapons, and drove both rifles through the skulls of their former owners. Limbs twitching, they collapsed. That wouldn't hold them forever, Jean-Pierre knew. They would heal soon enough. He dragged them by their heels into the room. Sorry, he told the girl. I'd suggest you close your eyes. What I've got to do isn't going to be pretty. Just as she closed her eyes, the sounds of more soldiers echoed through the catacomb hall. What the hell was this? A full-scale invasion? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Ruger tripped and fell into a strange arroyo of some kind. With a start, he realized he'd stumbled into one of Carker's irrigation ditches. The lodge couldn't be far away. As he stopped and listened, he made out the sounds of gunfire coming from the direction of the estate. Something bad was happening there. Maybe the captain's other soldiers had begun an attack on the great white hunter himself. Carker could be in danger. Climbing out of the ditch, Ruger made his way toward the edge of the estate, wary now that the trees were thinning out. He paused on the border between the jungle and the swath of clear ground that ran around the lodge and located the position of the catacombs opening, the logical place to enter. How was he going to cross the clearing without being picked off by D'Aguila? The only place that could offer any security at all was the temporary swamp that Carker had built for his alligators. Glancing over his shoulders to ensure that the captain wasn't at that very moment barreling for him, Ruger dashed out from the cover of trees to the alligator pen that lay between him and the opening of the catacombs. He jumped over the short electric fence and splashed headfirst into the mud. Quickly, he sent his mind out to fend off the alligators and subdue them temporarily. He wasn't the psychic dominator that Jean-Pierre was, but keeping some big lizards out of his way for a few seconds shouldn't be too hard. He rose, covered in mud and alligator feces, and wiped at his eyes. There, shooting from the green canopy of the jungle, was Captain Rolf D'Aguila, big head grinning. It shot straight towards the darkling. Ruger used what influence he could muster to force the alligators to lunge upwards. D'Aguila hurtled straight toward the vampire. Ruger flung himself to the side just in time to avoid the angry snap of his enemy's teeth. The alligators leapt at Rolf's leathery wings, and Ruger grinned to see that there wasn't any loyalty between the different strains of reptile. Go get him, boys. Climbing from the muck once again, he bolted over the fence and tore his way across the clearing. He knew D'Aguila was circling back for him even at that moment and felt the hairs rise all along the nape of his neck as he heard the creature's wings beating, louder by the second. Something dark shifted at his feet, enlarging the captain's shadow, thrown by the moon. When the shadow grew so large that he could see where the moonlight filtered through its wings, Ruger chanced to look over his shoulder. The captain was right there, long mouth open and green talons reaching for him. Ruger leapt forward into the opening of the catacomb tunnel, landing on his mud-soaked stomach and rolling. He let himself roll until the momentum wore off, then stood and looked about. Shit! The tunnel was too wide. When Rolf realized that its wings could fit in here, it would pursue him. Which would be in about 15 seconds, if Ruger accurately gauged how long it would take D'Aguila to circle back around again. Ruger ran. He fled down the long dusty corridor toward the wine cellar and the stairs that would lead up into the mansion, where he could hear frequent bursts of gunfire. He had to get to Carker. Prisoners shouted at him as he ran past. Just before rounding the first corner, he heard something behind him and turned to see D'Aguila. He had landed just outside the tunnel. Sizing up the passageway, the red eyes of the captain gleamed when they fell on Ruger. D'Aguila took a few running steps forward, into the tunnel, and launched himself into the air. The large wings almost touched the walls, but they fit. When they started to beat, the darkling could feel their power from where he stood nearly 100 feet away. There wasn't enough air to support the captain in beast form, at least not for long. D'Aguila flew a few yards, sat down, then quickly launched himself into the air for another few yards. The sight was strange and halting, but, in his own surreal hopping manner, D'Aguila was covering the ground between himself and Ruger very quickly. In a few moments, D'Aguila would be on him. Ruger ran. He rounded the corner and pelted headfirst into a pair of soldiers coming his way. They weren't Jandros, but, by the look of them, rough and ungroomed, as if they'd been living in the jungle, they certainly weren't Carker's men. They must be with D'Aguila's party sentries, perhaps, sent to guard the opening of the catacombs while their comrades battled within. The sentries, if that's what they were, raised their weapons. Ruger tore the machine guns from their grasps and continued off down the hall. He could hear them running after him but didn't care. He was older and could best them easily. Suddenly, he heard screaming behind him and knew that D'Aguila must have just bounded past them. Jesus, one cried. It's the captain. Ruger ran faster, not paying attention to the prison cells he flew by or the various alternate tunnels that emptied into this main one. As the tunnels grew narrower and crazier, he was sure that he'd put some distance between him and Rolf. Then, not as far behind him as he would have liked, he heard D'Aguila slam headfirst into an earthen wall as the captain took a turn too fast. He grunted and continued fly-hopping frog-like after his prey. Soon the rat tunnels spilled out into Carker's legendary wine cellars. Ruger found himself in the large main chamber. Damn! The ceiling was too high to afford him much protection from the captain. Also, the stairs that led up into the mansion were way on the other side of the room, and it would take him some time to thread his way through the rows and rows of wine to reach them. He darted down one row, then another, making his way toward one of the many smaller tunnels where Carker kept the most expensive wines of his collection. Narrow and low-ceilinged, they were the best refuge from his antagonist. Behind him, he heard an explosion of breaking glass and running fluid as D'Aguila knocked his careless way into the room. Ruger glanced into the air to see his reptilian persecutor leaping into the air and catching the air beneath his wings with grace and might. D'Aguila began flying back and forth over the rows of wine, hunting the darkling. Fee-fi-fo fum. D'Aguila shouted. Come out, wherever you are. If you don't, I'll only make it worse for you. Show yourself, darkling. Or are you the worm that I think you are? Ruger pointed both the machine guns in the air and waited for his chance. When the captain floated over his position, he fired, the force of the guns knocking him back a foot. The rounds lanced through Rolf's flesh and scales. Screaming, he flew to the side and out of the darkling's narrow field of fire. Die, worm! D'Aguila shouted. Soldiers! Find the worm and kill him! Ruger dropped the guns and ran, darting through the fragile pathways, priceless bottles of wine to both sides and earthen floor beneath. He zigzagged his way through the maze and was going so fast that, when the enormous hole became visible to him, he was already teetering on its rim. Below him dropped a cavity, an opening in the earth at least 15 feet across. It looked like it had been caused by an explosive of some sort. The shaft ran down for about 20 feet, then connected to a passageway leading to one side. This was where the soldiers had entered, Ruger realized. Their time in the woods hadn't been in wait, after all. They'd been digging. They'd dug a tunnel almost to the stairs that led up into the mansion, then blown their way into the wine cellar with a bomb. Which could only mean one thing: aware of the presence of Carker's new army, the attackers knew a direct assault would fail. That, at the least, it would be chancy. So they had chosen a sneak attack. Their raiding party couldn't be much larger than the hunters' home team. So why had they wasted 5 men on Ruger? He edged his way around the crater, which had disrupted several rows of invaluable drink, and continued his trek toward one of the smaller passageways, where he might be able to lose D'Aguila. Flapping. Craning his neck, he caught a brief flash of Rolf's outline, then pitched himself forwards. The captain swept over him, pulling out of his dive with care. In the heat of the moment, its talons reached out and overturned one of the tall wooden racks of wine. The rack fell heavily upon the rack in front of it, which in turn toppled and fell on the next one. The noise was horrendous, wood and glass splintering loudly, while hundreds of gallons of the richest wine in the world spilled to the dirt. What a waste! Ruger dragged himself to his feet. He ran on through the maze, trying to find his way out. Once he had his bearings, he quickly found where the kingdom of the grape ended, at least for the moment. Beyond the end of this row stretched a wide walkway bordered by the earthen wall of the cellar. Not too far away, a hole in the wall signaled one of the smaller tunnels, where Carker kept the good stuff. Glancing both ways down the aisle and upwards just to be sure, Ruger fled down the walkway, entering the narrow and low-ceilinged tunnel. There he is, shouted D'Aguila somewhere above and behind him, directing his underlings. Follow me. Ruger sprinted carefully through the corridor, wanting not to destroy any of the irreplaceable bottles that flanked him. He just hoped that Rolf would show the same courtesy. This was not to be. With a roar and the sound of things breaking, the captain entered the tunnel behind him. Ruger turned to see whether or not his pursuer would fit and was disheartened to see that he would. Just barely. Relentlessly, D'Aguila surged forward, his great bulk scraping the walls and destroying the bottles that this corridor had been designed to protect. Unable to use his wings here, the captain utilized his muscular legs to propel him forcefully toward his quarry, smashing every rack that he came to. His red eyes blazing, his body covered by blood and antique wine, he opened his great mouth and roared at the thrill of the hunt. Ruger dashed on, breathless. He reached an equally small tunnel that emptied out into this one and decided to take it, although not without a shred of guilt. The wines down this new corridor were probably even finer than those of the first one, and if D'Aguila could enter the first, he could just as easily enter the second. Unfortunately, Ruger was right. Though D'Aguila did have some trouble changing position in order to force his way into this new passageway, he managed. Run, he shouted. It makes your adrenaline flow fast and free. I love to eat those with adrenaline in their veins. It makes their blood all the headier. The captain charged, and Ruger could hear the grievous shattering of glass as he came on. Up ahead, Ruger saw a brighter light. He was heading back toward the main chamber, which wasn't going to do him much good. Still, his alternatives were few. A rifle cracked. Slugs tore into his chest. He glanced up to see that one of the soldiers was jogging towards him from the direction of the main chamber. The shade had time to release another burst before Ruger was upon him. When he had torn out the man's jugular, Ruger wrenched the AK-47 from his grasp and kept running. With a quick glance at the rifle, he had an idea: Carker's weapons storage room, right near the stairs that led up into the mansion. That's where the soldier had found this gun, Ruger knew. Unable to find his own weapon in the maze, he'd broken into the hunter's cubbyhole of death and borrowed one. In his haste, the soldier had made a poor choice. The Darkling would do better. When Ruger emerged into the main chamber, he entered the maze again and pressed down one row and another, making his way toward the stairs. He knew he was safe as long as he could hear the breaking of glass as the captain smashed his way through the tunnel Ruger had just emerged from. With any luck, D'Aguila would become lodged there. The sound ended, though, and Ruger knew he was in trouble again. He neared the end of the maze, or the beginning of it, rather, for this is where one would normally descend into the cellar to enter the burgundy corridors. A stretch of open ground lay between the stairs and the beginning of the maze, and Ruger would have to cross it in order to reach the storage room, the door of which hung open in tatters, thanks to the soldier and, presumably, his comrade. The room was 10 feet from the staircase. Glancing overhead, Ruger spotted D'Aguila making a long slow pass, his large belly bared and leaking blood. Ruger stepped from the maze onto the open ground and spun to face the captain. Rolf, seeing his prey vulnerable, adjusted its course and began a dive toward the Darkling, obviously relishing his moment of triumph. Suddenly, thousands of bottles rose from their wooden nesting places and shot up toward the creature. At Ruger's telekinetic direction, a humming swarm of the ancient receptacles assaulted D'Aguila, their legions breaking against him in a frenzy of bursting glass. Rolf bellowed in pain. The bottles continued to fly from the racks, striking the beast with an ever-increasing intensity. D'Aguila halted his attack, concerned only with warding off the endless volleys. The bottles slammed into him, exploding brightly, bruising the captain with their weight and cutting deeply when they broke. The glass that didn't lodge in Rolf's flesh rained down on the maze, glittering. Torrents of wine spilled down D'Aguila's scaly hide, mixing with the blood, and Ruger felt a stab of regret. It was probably all vinegar, he told himself, but the scent given off by the drink divulged a different story. When the buzzing cloud of bottles surrounding D'Aguila grew so thick that Ruger could no longer see his enemy, he made his way into the weapons locker and surveyed the room happily. On the far wall hung what he had come for. Quickly, he loaded 2 of Lord Carker's elephant rifles with 3 rounds each and stepped back out into the main chamber. The captain flew erratically above the maze, trying to outpace the bottles that dogged him. Ruger was having a hard time directing his tools properly because he could only see Rolf now and again, when a rift opened in the cloud of glass and wine. Even then, it was only for a second. Not letting the barrage abate, he took aim with one of the rifles, though he still could not see his target, and fired into the heart of the din. D'Aguila roared. In a flash of anger, the captain dove down toward Ruger, flying so fast that his great mouth actually emerged from the glass cloud around it. Ruger fired into the mouth. The round halted the captain's dive for a moment, but only for a moment. Ruger fired again. The captain shuddered. Kept coming. The captain progressed so swiftly that Ruger ceased hurling bottles at him simply because they were now a danger to him. The bottles dropped away, revealing D'Aguila, or the ragged ruin of the creature that had been D'Aguila. His wings were so smashed and shredded they could barely keep the monster airborne, his thick hide punctured and broken in too many places to name, and all the glass embedded in it made him gleam obscenely like a blood-spattered diamond. His head, however, was still large and viscous, and though D'Aguila must have been in intense pain, his smile was savage. Ruger picked up the second elephant gun and fired. Reeling, D'Aguila hung in the air. He coughed wetly, and his eyes glazed over. His wings beat slower, costing him altitude. Realizing his imminent demise, the captain tried to rouse himself. His eyes snapped open. His wings beat fiercely. Ruger fired again, shooting the creature straight through the brain. D'Aguila fell, smashing 2 rows of wine before striking dirt. Ruger glanced all around, on the lookout for the second sentry. There, 50 yards away, was the soldier. The shade lay dead, surrounded by a thickening pool of its own blood, and over him, his body drenched in the fluids of his victim, stood Jean-Pierre. Chapter 7. Jean-Pierre nodded to Ruger, and the Darkling returned the gesture. The albino had heard or witnessed much of the action between the winged crocodile and Ruger and was surprised that the vampire had been the victor. He'd been ready to step in, had this been called for, and in a strange way it disappointed the albino that this hadn't happened, as if he needed to intervene on behalf of the Darkling in order to prove something. The feeling was ridiculous, of course. "What are you doing down here?" Ruger asked, as Jean-Pierre stepped forward. "I got lost in the maze," said Jean-Pierre, not wanting to mention his session in the cell with the Danielle look-alike. Before Ruger could push him, he said, "What was that thing?" "I don't know." It called itself Captain Rolf D'Aguila. The name sounds familiar. Let's put him to the question. Not just yet. There was something I wanted to discuss with you, but not in front of Carker. Can't it wait? There's a war going on up there. No. It's finished. Jean-Pierre tilted his face to the ceiling, listening, and the vampire mimicked the gesture. When Ruger appeared to comprehend, Jean-Pierre said, "See? It's silent. Whatever happened, we missed it. Now, about what I wanted to say." "Yes?" "I was thinking on what Carker told us. Bob and the Sangrosanks and the Cavassari. I came to think of Amelia, and the stories I'd heard of her death. Stories which were greatly exaggerated, apparently. That's just the point. She was made a Cavassari." Something passed across Ruger's face, and Jean-Pierre knew he was getting through. "From what I know of Cavassari, and I admit that's very little, they're extremely reluctant to make more of their kind. In fact, inherent in their very existence is a purpose, and that is to eliminate immortal overpopulation. So the making of a Cavassari is a deliberate act." "Exactly." The albino permitted himself a small smile. "It makes sense that creating a new Cavassari would require a consensus of opinion among the elders of their kind, or, maybe, a decision by their supreme elder. Bob, or whoever. You're saying that Amelia was made a Cavassari by the oldest Cavassari of them all, the one who organized the cult that protects Roche Sarnova." "It's only a theory." Ruger frowned. "It makes some sense, but I don't know where it can lead. I mean, how could we investigate that? And what does it mean if it's true?" Jean-Pierre shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe Bob was in love with Amelia from afar. Or maybe a new Cavassari needed to be brought over because of the exploding population of the Shade World and Bob just happened to like her politics. And since Amelia's the Scourer, that means Bob liked the politics behind the scouring, death to religion and evil. Politics which you share, Ruger. I suppose. But it all seems to connect, doesn't it? The War of the Dark Council and the scouring. Maybe they do. The connective tissue is Bob. Or Amelia. She could be a member of the Sangrosanks. Maybe." Ruger slipped a hand inside his jeans and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. He seemed surprised to find that they were whole, but he didn't let the surprise distract him from lighting one up. "Want one?" "No," said the albino. "I'm quitting. I need to be in control and focused for the days to come, not preoccupied with vices. There will be plenty of time for vices when all this is over." "You seem very sure." "I can feel it coming, whatever it is. Now let's go interrogate that thing that was chasing you." Ruger disappeared inside the storage room and emerged with a large box of shells. Opening it, he tossed a handful of long cartridges to Jean-Pierre. They each loaded one of the elephant guns and moved off into the maze, Ruger in front and the albino close behind. Having just fed, Jean-Pierre's senses were sharp, and he could smell the wine and the blood in the earth in his nostrils so acutely that he nearly ached with the sensation. He forced himself to concentrate. They came upon the captain, lying sprawled among the wreckage of bottles and racks. For his part, d'Aguila had shifted from his reptile form to his more human form. Completely hairless, he was a tall and obese man, his rolls of fat settling on his massive body and hanging to the side as gravity claimed them. His eyes, which fluttered open occasionally, had a mad reddish tinge, and they were deep and large and set far back in his skull, each one gleaming like a moon of flame on a cloudy night. His teeth, seen when he opened his mouth to smack his ruddy lips, were many and sharp, so sharp they looked as if they'd been deliberately filed, but Jean-Pierre's intuition told him that they were naturally that way. His wings were great and dark and bleeding, half crushed beneath his naked body. At their approach, d'Aguila's eyes snapped open and fixed on Ruger. The darkling pointed the elephant gun at Rolf's sweaty forehead. "Good evening, Captain." D'Aguila merely growled. "If you're a captain, then what army do you belong to?" Jean-Pierre asked. "I'm a libertarian, you feeble-minded, sun-whipped mongrel." "You're from Liberty?" Ruger said. To Jean-Pierre's eyes, the darkling didn't seem entirely surprised. "That's right. Then you know Melissa well." "Know her, darkling?" "I'm sleeping with the bitch." Ruger cocked the rifle. "What are you saying?" "I'm fucking Ludwig's widow. In fact, I've been fucking her since before he was murdered." Ruger's eyes blazed, and Jean-Pierre thought that he might have to restrain the vampire. "Then you killed Ludwig?" "No," d'Aguila chuckled. "But I did represent the faction of the libertarians that wanted to proceed with the plan to take over the world. You're the one that commissioned Younger and Yagoda to kill Danielle and I. You hired Jarvik and the other sand rats." "Wrong again, darkling. I was the one that blew up one of the buildings at Liberty and led the attack against Melissa Well. We didn't mean to kill her, we just wanted to scare Ludwig into delivering on his promises. He couldn't make up his mind about what he wanted to do. He was a weakling, which is why Malie started sleeping with yours truly." "You're a pig," Ruger said. D'Aguila shrugged, indifferent. Ruger took a breath. Do you have any idea who killed Ludwig? Why the hell do you think we're attacking Lord Carker? Because we were bored. No, you imbecilic leech. Carker claimed credit for Ludwig's murder, and Malie wanted vengeance. She believed that the great white bastard was covering for the Dark Lord, so she staged this attack so we could capture him. Interrogate him. How many soldiers did you bring? Jean-Pierre said. Just enough to do the job, 50 of our best. Any more than that and we wouldn't have been able to support ourselves, what with the meager sort of food we could find in the jungle. Why did you try to kill Ruger? Malie wanted me and some troops to detain him so that he wouldn't get hurt in the battle. Detain me? Ruger said. I only wanted to put your head in my mouth, my teeth on your neck, and have you submit. Then I would have released you. But no, the Darkling had to fight back. Idiot. Couldn't stand to be upstaged. I should kill you now. Then do it, blood boy, D'Aguila grinned, sharp teeth shining. Shoot me. Shoot me in the belly, make me linger for a while. I'll be in agony, dying. Come on, it'll be fun. Jean-Pierre could see the conflict in Ruger and understood what Carker had told him about the vampire's nature. If it had been up to the albino, D'Aguila would be dead now, his needling ineffective. Ruger was a different animal, an animal that thought itself moral while its native impulses said otherwise. Eventually, Ruger lowered the gun, but raised his free hand. A knife glimmered there. Then Ruger was on the ground and sticking the blade into D'Aguila's throat. Get up, the Darkling ordered. Slowly. One wrong move and I'll cut off your bald head and make it watch while I feed your body to the alligators. Rolf rose gingerly, his body still bruised and battered, covered in blood and sparkling with countless pieces of glass that stuck from its flesh like scales. Jean-Pierre watched all this, wanting to be of help but finding Ruger quite capable of handling himself. The vampire stood behind the captain, pressing the knife into Rolf's neck. Okay, Ruger said. Let's go upstairs. Staying behind Ruger and D'Aguila so that he could keep the rifle trained on Rolf, Jean-Pierre followed as the Darkling maneuvered his prisoner up the stairs, using his mind thrust to open the door at their top. When the two had crossed into the upper part of the lodge, Jean-Pierre followed, and they headed for the foyer. The albino heard a sound behind him and turned to find two of the jungle soldiers training guns on him. Since they made no move against him, he ignored them. The three entered the foyer, bordered on one side by the sweeping staircase and adorned with animal trophies, hides, heads and all. Sitting on the high-covered floor and chained together were a dozen of Carker's Caucasian mercenaries. Over the bloody and taciturn men huddled a group of libertarians, their guns aimed and ready. When Ruger entered, shielded by D'Aguila's bulk, the libertarians all took a step back and retrained their weapons. Jean-Pierre moved to the Darkling's side but kept the elephant gun pointed at Rolf. Move and I'll cut off your captain's head, Ruger said. Stand down and lower your weapons. Do it, said the albino. The libertarians turned to D'Aguila for direction. The captain sneered, but nodded his consent, and his soldiers lowered their guns. Up here. Jean-Pierre heard. He peered upward to see a beautiful Jandro on the second-floor landing, her arms braced on the railing. She was a dark angel, he thought, with long black hair and dark eyes, and the dark wings that she kept tucked behind her back looked painfully fresh, as if they'd recently been torn off and had just grown back. Her black clothes and black leather vest were those of an anarchist, as was the black beret on her head. It was Malie, he knew, although he'd never met her. The widow Ludwig, now commander of Liberty. Ruger smiled at her, but she didn't smile back. Please, she insisted, release Rolf. The Darkling withdrew the blade from the captain's neck. Instantly, D'Aguila stumbled forward and spun to face his tormentor, anger burning from every pore in his bountiful flesh. Calm down, Malie told him. She studied the albino. You must be Jean-Pierre. And you Malie. Call me Malie. Now, the three of you, come up here at once. They joined her at the landing, and none of the soldiers protested or moved against Ruger or Jean-Pierre. Ruger attempted another smile and tried to embrace her, but she offered him a hand instead. Good to see you again, he said, taking it. There's no time for that. This is business. I thought revenge was personal. Not when there are as many people involved in it as there are at present. I've duties and obligations to those I lead to deliver justice. Smugly, D'Aguila stepped in for an embrace, and, seemingly reluctant, she allowed him to crush her against him. At once, Jean-Pierre saw the truth of the matter. This woman had not slept with the beast because she needed the intimacies that only he could offer her, rather, she had known that Liberty was crumbling out from under her and had chosen the captain as an ally so that when Ludwig fell, Liberty would not. Or at least its power would not be subverted by others with separate agendas. She'd chosen well, in a manner of speaking. a high-ranking officer with the respect of his men. It seemed to Jean-Pierre that the tactic had also paid off in that these men called themselves libertarians, implying that their cause had not died with its father. Now, she said, shoving d'Aguila away and addressing them all, follow me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The elephant room lay in darkness, only a few torches and the fire throwing light. In his usual chair sat the great white hunter, Lord Carker. Stirring, as if trying to awake from slumber, Carker struggled against the chains that bound him. Large and gleaming, the chains were tightly drawn across him, and a dozen different libertarians kept guard. He put up quite a fight, explained Melissoel. We shot him with bullets and tranquilizers for a long time until he finally went out. He's only now coming out of it. He killed 10 of my men himself, not to mention what damage his bodyguards did. See all that blood? Only half of it's his own. But we got him, and I suppose that's what matters. For the cause. Just what cause is that? Asked Ruger. I thought you'd abandoned the idea of taking over the world. Melissoel shot him a sharp glance and he shut up. Jean-Pierre didn't know exactly what was going on and he didn't think Ruger did either, but perhaps there were some things the soldiers really weren't meant to know. So what are you going to do with Carker? Jean-Pierre asked. For the first time, she smiled, but it was not a kind smile. We're going to find answers, she said. Half a dozen pairs of hands seized Jean-Pierre from behind, fixing him to the spot despite his struggles. At the same time, he saw d'Aguila come up to Ruger from behind and wrap his large arms about the darkling, immobilizing him. All this done with not a little satisfaction on the part of the captain. From the shadows another shade was brought forward, also restrained by libertarians, Gavin. What the hell is going on? Gavin said. That's just what we're going to find out. Malie nodded to one of her soldiers, who injected something into Carker's arm. He'll be coming around shortly, and then it begins. You've changed, Ruger said. Yes, she answered. I have. If Ludwig were still alive. But he's not. Now shut up, both of you. As I said, this is business. Carker's heavy eyes fluttered open and stared about him in impotent rage. He strained against his chains and, with what slack they would allow, pounded his fists on the arms of his chair. He bared his teeth, his face momentarily losing its humanity, and fixed his gaze on Melissoel. God damn you. You brought this on yourself, Wolf, she said. At last he let his anger ebb. I suppose I did at that. I'm sorry about Ludwig, my dear. Sorry isn't going to cut it. Of course not. She turned her head to encompass Jean-Pierre, Ruger, and Gavin. Now, you bastard, tell us what we need to know and these 3 individuals will live. For every lie you tell us, we'll kill one of them. Jesus, Ruger muttered, struggling in d'Aguila's arms. She turned to the darkling, her face cold. She started to say something, then stopped. Ruger nodded at her in disgust. Business, he said. Exactly. She turned back to the hunter. You're bluffing, said Carker. I'm not. The only one of the 3 that means a thing to me is Ruger, but he's been jeopardizing his life for some time in an effort to find Ludwig's killer, so I won't feel too guilty if I kill him now in the conclusion of that quest. The others I couldn't care less about. But I'm sure you could. Other than these 3 individuals, I know of only one being who you love on this earth, and that's Roche Sarnova. What if you think I'm lying and I'm not? If you tell the truth and these men die anyway, then your conscience will be clear. I will be the one at fault. What if I just tell you what you want to hear? You have no idea what I want to hear. I've an idea. Obviously, since I'm still alive, you assume that I didn't kill Ludwig, that I'm covering for somebody. Logically, that person would be Blackie, and that's what you want me to tell you. I won't do it, so save yourself the trouble. Big words. Nevertheless, we will proceed and you'll tell the truth or watch those you love die one by one. Are you ready? His nostrils flared cruelly, but he nodded. Very good, she said. Now tell me this, who killed Ludwig? I did. Strike 1. She turned her head toward one of the groups of libertarians. The ones holding Gavin. Without hesitation, they tore off the manservant's head. Carker pitched himself forward, simultaneously trying to break his chains with physical and telekinetic powers. Apparently there were some good mind thrusters among the many libertarians, as the chains held. One of the soldiers placed her face over Gavin's fontaining neck, and blood splashed down her throat and over her face, painting her in red. Below her, Gavin's body was being quickly dismembered. One of the Jandros plunged his hand inside the werewolf's chest and, after a gruesome sound, pulled the manservant's heart out of his body. The winged creature bit into the still pumping muscle and began to drink. The great white hunter roared, his face contorting into a mask of fury. As he watched Gavin's body being torn limb from limb, a trickle of tears burst from his eyes. "You will die for this," he said to Melisawel, although he did not look at her. "I raised Gavin from infancy. I loved him as a boy, instructed him in all manner of things, watched him grow into a fine man and then immortalized him. He's been my right hand for over 100 years. It was understood that if I died, he would inherit the lodge and everything that goes with it." Suddenly, his face went slack, drained of all emotion. "Yes," he repeated, "you will die for this." Melisawel nodded without sentiment. "Now tell me who killed Ludwig," she said. He glared at her, silent. Then his face bloomed into an expression of sheer uncompromising defiance. "I did," he said. A Richter mortis grin tattooed itself on her face, and she nodded to herself. "Very well," she muttered. She positioned herself between Jean-Pierre and Ruger. The albino could smell her strange dark scent, feel the grip of her hand in his hair, holding his face up so Karker could see. Craning his neck a little, he saw that she had Ruger in a similar grip. "I cannot choose to kill Ruger," she said, "because he's been my friend for a long, long time. More than that, he was Ludwig's friend and that means a lot to me. Ludwig had few true friends. Most of them were just trying to take advantage of him for one thing or another, but not Ruger. So I cannot choose to kill him, but if I kill the other one now, your Jean-Pierre, it will amount to the same thing, because Ruger would then be next. The only thing I would have accomplished would have been to delay Ruger's death. Therefore, it's up to you, Karker, which one dies and which one doesn't. One of them must. No longer is it in my hands, but I'll be forced to choose if you don't, and I think this might be a decision that makes some difference to you. So, who is your pick?" The hunter looked back and forth between the darkling and the albino, silent and hateful. Finally, he closed his eyes and whispered, "Okay, you bitch. I'll tell you everything I know." She released her hold on her captives. "Good choice. But I don't want to know everything you know, just the part that pertains to Ludwig." "Fuck you, harlot. Who killed Ludwig?" "I don't know," he hissed. "And that's the truth." "What do you know?" Taking a deep breath, he said, "Let me begin at the beginning. If you must. It starts after the safari I took with Jean-Pierre to celebrate my first millennium. We took an abbreviated visit to Blackie's castle and came back here to the lodge. A few days later, Jean-Pierre left to return to New York. A few days after that, the Sangrosanks arrived." "The Sangrosanks?" "An order of Kavasari that protects Roche Sarnova and the conquerors of his line." "I've never heard of them. They're very secretive. Continue." Knitting his thick eyebrows, Karker said, "They made a proposition to me. They said that a pair of balaclava had killed Ludwig and that Roche was presumed to have hired them simply because he was the only immortal the two had had any contact with since before their exile in Jamaica. Maybe that's true, I don't know. Whatever, they left Jamaica in order to do a piece of artwork for Sarnova. He commissioned them to do it, and I guess they figured it was worth coming out of their voluntary exile to build something for the Dark Lord. They created the Tree of Death, I think it's called. Anyway, so the rumor got started that he was responsible for Ludwig's death. The Sangrosanks believed otherwise. They appealed to my love of Roche, saying that Ludwig's widow had vowed to avenge her late husband's murder, and that she had at her disposal one of the largest immortal armies in the world. Maybe the largest. The Sangrosanks said that with the Soldiers of Liberty she just might have the ability to destroy Blackie, which was what their coven was designed to prevent, that, and another stipulation which has nothing to do with the matter at hand. The Kavasari asked me to publicly take the fall for hiring Younger and Yagoda to assassinate Ludwig, hoping to take the pressure of liberty off of Blackie's back and put it on mine instead. I hesitated. I love Roche, but I'd prefer to stay undead just the same. The Sangrosanks sweetened the deal. They said that they have a small army of immortals that they would be willing to loan me until this whole thing blows over. I asked where this army came from, but they weren't very forthcoming, though they hinted that somewhere on the planet there was a place where all Kavasari could seek refuge, and that in this place there was an army of lesser shades to protect them, a small army. One that couldn't rise up and kill their rulers. The Kavasari got burned on that before. At any rate, they loaned me this force, and I was glad to lend Roche a hand. I was expecting an attack from the air, though. I have rocket launchers and guided missiles, the whole works. At the very least, I was prepared to be raided from the jungle. Obviously, I wasn't fortified properly to resist an attack from beneath. So here I am. Yes. Here you are. Melisawel stared at him for a long time, tapping her foot rhythmically, entranced by her own thoughts. At last her foot stopped moving and she shifted her posture to light a cigarette. All right. I believe you. Karker seemed to relax. Please, he said. Can you remove these chains so that I can light a cigar? I suppose. And release Ruger and Jean-Pierre? Naturally. But there's just one more question. Yes? Who fucking killed Ludwig? Her volume pinned the hunter to his seat. Suddenly sweating, he said, I told you, goddammit. I don't know. If I had to guess, I would say Ludwig's killer was Subert, the leader of the half of the Dark Council that opposes Roche. But I don't think it's her. Why? Because it's too obvious, and she's smarter than that. Cruelly, she smiled. Actually, you're right. I did a little investigating, myself, and I determined that Subert has nothing to do with Ludwig's death. She was one of my first choices, but when she didn't pan out I came to you. He stared at her, as if realizing something. When I went to London to try and figure this whole thing out, I learned that Subert had been kidnapped. Again, Malie smiled, but any joy in her face had vanished completely. What makes you so sure Sarnova didn't do it, after all? For one thing, he had no reason to. For another, the poor man's in the middle of a fucking war, which he's losing by all accounts. Why add insult to injury and incite the wrath of the second largest immortal army in the world? It just doesn't make sense. Lastly, I believe that he would have told me if he had a part in your husband's death. That's all I know. Do you think Sarnova knows more than he's telling? After a long moment, Carker said honestly, I just don't know. It's possible. It's possible? Yes. Very well. If I have any further questions, will you answer them? I have nothing left to hide, you bitch. For the love of my boys, I've given up the only other being I love in this world. You were right about that. And, for the record, I too wish to discover the identity of Ludwig's killer. After all, whoever hired Junger and Yagoda has delivered more harm to those I love than I can ever forgive. Good, she said. Her gaze drifted to the remains of Gavin. Sorry for your loss. His features hard, he whispered, you should know my answer to that. Yes. But please wait for me to avenge Ludwig's murder before you choose to avenge Gavin's. Is that a deal, Lord Carker? Without inflection, he said, they say that anticipation is the best part of the kill. They're wrong, of course. Tasting your flesh on my tongue will be the sweetest part, but have no fear. I'm in no hurry. Whether it's now or later, your meat will taste the same. Asterisk. After Carker's confession, Ruger was dismissed to his room, accompanied by 4 guards who weren't to let him out of their sight. Trying his best to ignore them, he showered and donned clean clothes, then plopped down on his bed and lit a cigarette. Things weren't going his way, but it seemed selfish to be thinking about his own misfortunes when those of Malie and Carker were far greater. Malie had changed. It was hard for him to believe that she'd cried on his shoulder not all that long ago. Carker, though, was still the same, and Ruger didn't know quite what to think about that. It all came back to the question of evil. If there was no such thing, then how could he deny the hunter his love? Even if there was such a thing, shouldn't love be unconditional? Perhaps the main question was how Ruger could love someone who was evil? On the other hand, he could understand Jean-Pierre very well indeed. The albino had retreated so far into himself that he had probably forgotten who he was. He yearned for redemption, for salvation, but mistakenly thought he required the assistance of someone else to do this for him. Ruger was certain that what Jean-Pierre needed was not for someone else to find something of value in him, he needed to find it for himself. Frustrated, Ruger rose from the bed and placed a tape, old technology for an old vampire, in a small cassette player he'd brought to the lodge. The tape contained an array of some of his favorite songs and he hoped that they would comfort him. Stubbing out his smoke, he opened his ears and smiled as the waves of classical music washed over him. He raided the minibar for a bottle of Cuervo Gold, a shot glass, and the requisite salt and lime. He didn't know quite what was coming next and saw no good reason why he should face it coherently. Here's to you, he said to the soldiers, and knocked back a shot. Want one? They just looked at him, and coldly. Yeah, well, I guess somebody's gotta drive. He downed another shot, and another. To the strains of music, Ruger danced around the room, carrying the bottle of tequila as he went. No longer did he require the assistance of the shot glass but drank straight from the source. He pulled the blackout curtains over the windows, withdrew to the bed that he'd shared with Danielle only a few days ago, he could still smell her perfume. And snuggled up in the sheets. Another hour and it would be dawn. Perhaps it would be best just to slip off now and get the added sleep, not that he needed. What he needed to do was to think, to plan, to come up with a strategy. Someone knocked on the door. Captain Rolf d'Aguila entered, now clothed and looking much better than he had the last time Ruger had seen him. Darkling, he roared. Get out of bed, goddammit. Melisawell has ordered me to bring you to her. she wants to talk to me? Get moving. Ruger realized that D'Aguila was not alone, he was flanked by 2 guards. For some reason, that made the Darkling smile. They wound their way through the halls until they came to one of Carker's most prized rooms, where he kept all his immortal trophies. The heads and bodies of werewolves and shapeshifters and various undead monsters that had died under Lord Carker's hand decorated the chamber, some with plaques under them offering an account of the life and death of their subject. Several were legendary beings in their day, and their mythos only added to the hunter's own. In every corner, torches blossomed with fire, throwing strange light across the eyes of the dead, whose shadows jumped and leapt as if they were the dreams dreamt by these trophies. At the far end of the room hunched a large antique desk, and behind this reclined Melisawel, booted feet thrown carelessly on top of the surface, her frame leaning powerfully back in a chair meant for Carker. She smiled when she saw Ruger and told him to pull up a chair, which he did. "Want a cigar?" she asked, opening a box on the desk. Without a word, he used his mind thrust to raise one of the brown tubes in the air, strip off its plastic shell and guide it between his lips, where he bit off the tip at the very end. Simultaneously, he raised the silver Zippo from the desktop and lit the cigar. "Don't be that way," she said. "Was that rude? You could have at least let me light it for you. Tell me this, would you really have killed me?" It was her turn to frown. "Yes. I needed to hear what Carker had to say, and I knew that you had already put your life on the line to find out why Ludwig died. You didn't think I'd mind? Oh, I'm sure you might have objected at the time, but in the long run, I knew you'd at least understand why I did it." "I understand. I just can't condone it. Or forgive it." "You can't forgive? You, of all people?" He puffed on the cigar. "I suppose I'll forgive you sooner or later. But if Gavin comes back as a spirit to haunt you, I wouldn't blame him. And if Carker comes for me, will you think that I deserve that, too?" "Yes, but that won't prevent me from attending your funeral. I'll even bring flowers." At that, she almost smiled, and some of the tension between them was broken. "Thanks. That's what I'm here for." She glanced over his shoulder to D'Aguila. Apparently failing to find what she was searching for, she returned her gaze to the Darkling. "Ruger," she said. "We have business to discuss. First tell me this, about liberty. I thought you'd given up on enslaving humanity and all that rot. So why is Liberty still together? Why haven't you dismantled it like you wanted to? Come on, be honest. It's only us and the captain here now. Isn't it obvious, Ruger? I need those soldiers, now more than ever. Their numbers ensure that Ludwig's murder will be avenged. So I tell them lies. I tell them that I'll further the cause for which Liberty was founded. To take over the world. Because of that, they're loyal to me. And because of that, I'll find the person that killed my husband." "And Captain Rolf? He's in on this too?" "Yes, but he's the only one. He knows that whatever becomes of our current cause, we shall find a new one. Liberty will not be disbanded, and he will continue to be the leader of men." Ruger saw an odd light in her eye and thought she might be lying, but to D'Aguila, this time, so he didn't press the point. "What about Subert," he said, "the leader of the half of the Dark Council that opposes Roche Sarnova, or do you know about all that?" "Oh, I know the reason why the council broke apart." "Then doesn't it make sense that Subert might have been responsible for hiring Younger and Yagoda to kill Ludwig? Since the Balaclava were associated with Sarnova, you would have blamed him and attacked. At least, this would be her reasoning. And whether or not your attack finished him off, it would have made it much easier for Subert to come along and pick up the pieces. You would have crippled him and she would have taken the glory. It could have happened that way, but it didn't." "Why are you so sure?" "Because while you and Danny were off having your adventures with Jean-Pierre and Laszlo, my crew and I took a little trip to London, where I used my men to infiltrate Subert's organization. I gleaned enough intelligence to know how to get her. It cost me 10 men, but we captured her and another member of the council. We tortured them for days. Believe me, they talked, but they didn't tell me anything I wanted to hear. She didn't kill Ludwig or have any idea who did. I scratched her off the list and came here to do the same thing with Carker." "And you did?" "I did. And before that, before I'd even gone to London, I captured a member of Vistrat's tribe, one Jacobicod, and did the same to him. You've become quite the little torture master. What did you find out about the Titan's involvement in all this?" "Absolutely nothing." "So you don't know?" "What?" "Nothing." She shrugged. "So now I'm going to Roche Sarnova's castle to capture and interrogate the Dark Lord. How are you going to attack the castle, of all places? Even if you could gather all your surviving soldiers, you wouldn't be able to overrun it. The number of soldiers on each side would probably be pretty equal, but they're better fortified and they've been preparing against an invasion for centuries. You don't stand a chance. That's where you come in. Me? After I dismissed you and Jean-Pierre, I stayed to chat with Lord Carker. We talked about a number of things, but what I found most interesting was this order he calls the Sangrosanks. Apparently, they protect Sarnova, but then you know all that. What he may not have told you was that they have their own back way into the castle. You're kidding. Somewhere hidden in the catacombs is a passage that leads through the mountain and opens onto the other side. There's a secret entrance, and Carker has told me how to find it. You trust him? He wouldn't hurt Sarnova for the world, but he knows I won't kill the Dark Lord unless he turns out to be the one. Not only that, but Carker's agreed to help me in any way I can to find Ludwig's killer. How gracious. Damn it, Ruger, he's sincere. He doesn't like the things that VE befallen you, Danielle and Jean-Pierre on account of Lud's death, and he's going to help me bring the responsible party to justice. Ruger sighed, but his blood was stirring just a little. Won't Sarnova have this entrance guarded? Why would he? He's under the impression that only he and the surviving conquerors of his line that came before him are aware of the existence of the Sangrosanks. Little does he know that those that came before him, the ones that are still alive, aren't as discreet as he is. They've let bits of information leak out here and there over the course of centuries. That's the meat of the information Carker's gathered. The rest is just myth, conjecture. Yet he knows exactly where this tunnel is. Apparently, yes. Won't it be guarded? Ruger, do you think the Sangrosanks would permit Sarnova to know when they're going to visit him, to give him some advance knowledge? No, these are secretive creatures. They're not going to allow Sarnova to keep tabs on them. Maybe. But I've heard that the wolves that run through the Carpathians are Sarnova's watchdogs. He sees through their eyes, smells through their nostrils. He'll know if someone's approaching. I've heard that rumor, too. Maybe it's just myth. I hope so, but we have to go under the assumption that it's not. Which means that once we get within a few miles of the castle, me and my army will tunnel underground till we get to the secret entrance. You've had practice. Yes. Leaning back in his seat, he took a mouthful of smoke. So, Malie, where do I fit in? Asterisk. When Ruger left Malisoel and Captain d'Aguila, he went looking for Carker. At first he tried the elephant room, then the hunter's bedchamber, but when neither of those places yielded results, Ruger realized where his old friend must be. Accompanied by several libertarian guards, he made his way down to the wine cellar and paused on the landing overlooking the immense chamber. There stood Jean-Pierre, leaning against the railing and looking sadly down into the room. Arrayed about him were several guards, which told Ruger that Malie trusted the albino no more than she trusted him. When he heard Ruger approach, Jean-Pierre gave a weak smile. Ruger offered a hand in greeting. Without much hesitation, Jean-Pierre accepted it, and they shook as if they were actually friends. And, in that moment, it struck Ruger that the albino was now his friend despite everything. Seeming to pick up on the Darkling's mood, Jean-Pierre nodded. You know that sometimes childhood friends will prick themselves with needles and exchange blood in order to become blood brothers. He paused. I think, Ruger, that you and I have exchanged enough blood. Yes, Ruger said, and smiled. Blood brothers we are. Where's Carker? The albino gestured toward one of the side tunnels that branched off from the main chamber. Outside of the tunnel, several Liberians loitered, every now and then glancing inside. There. It was the tunnel through which Ruger had fled from Captain d'Aguila, and the Darkling could only imagine what horror Carker must be experiencing at this very moment as he surveyed the ruin of his life's work. Carker emerged from the tunnel, clutching a broken bottle to his chest. Tears stained his cheeks, but his eyes seemed clear. Pausing for a moment to look up at his two adopted sons, the hunter made his way around the maze and up to the landing to meet them. After nodding to the Darkling, Carker said, You talked with Malisoel? Yes. She told you the plan? Carker looked skeptical. If such it can be called. I can't believe we're going through with this. It just seems too half-assed. And wrong. Jean-Pierre nodded. I talked to her, too. Lowering his voice, he said, but is there any way out of it? Surrounded by guards, the three of them stood there for several minutes, thinking, but none had an answer. Finally, Jean-Pierre turned his eyes to the broken bottle that Carker held. What's that? Sadly, the hunter lowered his gaze to the ruined vessel, and for a moment Ruger thought he might start crying again. But, after a deep breath, Carker said with a clear voice, This bottle saved my life once. He raised it into the air so that its ragged edges caught the light. Then, with a violent sweep of his arm, Carker threw it over the railing so that it soared out over the fragrant wasteland and fell behind an overturned rack. Carker wiped at an eye and smiled grimly. I guess that's all I needed it for. Now I've got to find something else. Tiredly, he turned to his sons and clapped a hand their shoulders. Boys, he said, I think a new era has began. It's time to go to war. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. However, as Jean-Pierre looked into Carker's eyes, feeling the grip of the hunter's hand on his shoulder, he knew they were keeping something back from Ruger. There was something, a being of which Ruger could have no knowledge, that by its very existence had probably doomed Melissoel's invasion of the castle before it had even begun. Though the creature had no real name that Jean-Pierre knew of, it was called the Sabot, and he knew that since Carker had kept the creature a secret from Ludwig's widow, he had already broken his word to her. Gavin's death would be avenged no matter what. Jean-Pierre wondered what other promises the hunter might break and, further, if he should even stick around to find out. Then again, as Carker himself had said, it was time to go to war. And Jean-Pierre had things to fight about. Chapter 8. Restless, Danielle watched the battle below. She turned to look at Loireau beside her, but he seemed engrossed in the fight. This is stupid, she said, over the roar of the crowd, who shouted down insults and praise at the pugilists. It's the arena of death, he responded. They're fighting over who'll be the successor to Roche Sarnova. You don't find that interesting? Even a little? No. Look at them, Danielle. I'm looking. See those two? Despite my best efforts, Loireau. Well, study them. Imagine one of them as the next Dark Lord. Can you see it? Honestly? No. That's the point. These fights will determine the next leader of the undead. It's like the election of an American president, but this is more primal. Somewhat. He smiled. When 8 victors of the arena have been chosen, they'll play each other in chess until only one remains. He will then be Sarnova's successor. Isn't it fascinating? Make a good term paper. You have a bad attitude, Danielle. Well, maybe I could actually enjoy this show a little if I didn't have to have one of you following me around all the damn time. Forget it. We're not going to give you the run of the place, not till we get word from Vistrat. Which you should have gotten by now. Suddenly, Loireau's beautiful face looked disturbed. Yes, he whispered. Something must have gone wrong. Danielle groaned and leaned back in her seat. They hadn't even let her kill Malcolm yet, ostensibly the reason she'd come in the first place. Their reasoning was that her foster brother was the only real leash they had on her. If they allowed her the time with him she was due, he'd be dead and then there wouldn't be any incentive for her to stay. For, even though at least one of the death squad was with her at all times, usually Loireau, but sometimes Byron, it wouldn't be that hard for her to slip away into the throne. She couldn't do that, though, unless she was willing to give up killing Malcolm. And, since she didn't even know where he was being held in the castle, she had to be a good girl and stick with Cloire and the rest of her crew. It was the She-Wolf's crew, let there be no mistake. Killian had some say in their affairs, but Cloire was the final word in all things. Danielle retrieved a pack of Reds from her black jeans and lit one up. Can I have one? Loireau asked. Gritting her teeth, she gave him one, feeling his fingers brush her hand as she did so. For the past several days, she'd suspected he had a crush on her and wasn't inclined to indulge it, something she might have found amusing if Ruger had been with her. She kept wanting to glance to her side to share a look with him, or to hold his hand, or to run her fingers through his hair, but he was never there. How could she have done what she had? She'd left him, alone, with Carker, just because she had to kill somebody. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Yet Malcolm waited. Loireau lit his cigarette and smiled, the nostrils of his aristocratic nose flaring. Can you smell their blood? The fighters? Yeah, it smells great, Loireau. Real good. Now can we go do something else for a while? Like what? I have this incredible urge to floss. I'm trying to be patient, Danielle. But come on, this fight's almost over, and it's the last one of the evening. Okay? Okay, she groaned, and tried to watch the fight. It wasn't much different from the others. Really, the arena was just a pit with a sandy floor covered by a dome woven from beams of titanium, like something from a Mad Max movie. This allowed the audience to see in but prevented the pugilists from making an easy escape. Stadium seats surrounded the arena. At present, Danielle estimated there were almost 150 shades among the audience, well over half of the immortal population here, not counting the soldiers, and twice that number of human servants. She wondered if Harry was there, somewhere, but couldn't pick him out. Unlike the gutter angel, Cloire had allowed him to run free throughout the castle. For some odd reason, the she-wolf liked him. Danielle scanned the audience, looking for a friendly face. Every now and then she'd see someone she recognized, but no one she especially wanted to fraternize with. Kirnavar perched on the side facing her, down on the first row. He was a familiar sight, and she assumed he watched every single fight. He was there every time she attended, which was most of the time, because of fucking Loro. Yesterday, Kirnavar had approached her and she'd bought him a hot dog, hoping that he'd feel up to talking with her, but he only smiled and acted all fidgety. Today, though, he didn't seem to be in such a friendly mood. She watched Kirnavar for a moment, studying the intense and barely coherent look he wore, and wondered what he was thinking. He was watching the fights, watching them hard. She turned her gaze back to the arena. The two combatants had been warring for over 2 hours, but then that was the nature of scrapes between immortals. They were either short and sweet or they dragged out forever. This one had lasted long enough for the vendors to temporarily run out of peanuts, although their smell still lingered pleasantly. Just now, the warriors were beginning to tire. One of the pugilists was a Moorbine, she saw, like Ludwig. The thought made her cringe. Feeding off of brain fluid. The other contestant was some sort of shapeshifter that had taken on the form of a dragon, an ancient Chinese sort. Long, colorful and snake-like, with no legs but a dragon head, bristling with whiskers, no less, bony fins that sprouted here and there along its body and sharp ridges along its spine. To Danielle, it seemed unfair to pit a static form up against a shapeshifter, but the Moorbine seemed to be getting along okay. Though surely it was only a matter of time. The serpent snaked toward its opponent, who realized what his enemy was up to but couldn't do much about it. The dragon wrapped its length around the man, like a python might a goat, and started squeezing, while its mouth neared the Moorbine's head. Luckily, the man had gotten his arms free in time, and he gripped the serpent's mouth, holding it open. Danielle fought the urge to yawn. The same scenario had repeated itself a countless number of times in the last 2 hours and always ended the same way. A stalemate. This time the man yanked the dragon's jaws apart so hard that she could hear the crack as bones broke and tendons tore. Instantly, the serpent uncoiled itself and slunk off to a corner to lick its wounds and mend. The Moorbine followed, eager for the kill. The dragon whipped its tail, knocking the man's legs out from under him, and even as he fell the creature pounced. It coiled itself about him so that his arms were pinned tightly against his sides, and without hesitation, without so much as a showman's pause, it inserted the man's head into its mouth and sank its teeth into his neck. The Moorbine's immortal flesh resisted, and for a moment Danielle thought the dragon's jaw would be too badly damaged to close, but the creature's teeth were sharp and swift and soon the serpent jerked its head away and a fountain of blood exploded from the Moorbine's neck. The worm uncoiled itself, spat the head onto the ground and began dismembering the body of its rival. When this was done and the body was not likely to be salvageable, the creature moved over to the head, gingerly taking it between cruel teeth. It raised the head as high as it could into the air and waited for the crowd to cheer. Thus encouraged, it began to chew. A showman after all. Beside her, Loro clapped and whistled. Good show. He turned to Danielle, smiling, almost boyish. Don't you think, Danny? 2 thumbs up. Let's get the hell out of here. It's not over, yet. Remember, this isn't just a fight, it's a formal ceremony. Yeah, right. Slowly, the dragon resumed its human shape, a woman named Lashira, remembered Danielle. Tall, attractive, red-haired, naked, covered in blood and smiling triumphantly, she waved her hands as flowers and other objects arced down toward her. On opposite sides of the caged arena, 2 doors led from the underground tunnels from which the pugilists had entered. From one of these, Roche Sarnova himself emerged, accompanied by a host of guards. In one arm, he held a robe. In the other, something shiny. He nodded to his followers and smiled. They roared approval. They love him, don't they? Said Loro admiringly. They do, answered Danielle. He's a hell of a lot more than a figurehead to these people, that's for sure. They worship him. And you? You seem awful reverential. I think he's one of the greatest beings that's ever lived. Don't hold back now. You know I was never made a lichen, I was born one, in Italy. I grew up on tales of Roche Sarnova. I wanted to be just like him when I grew up. So join the fights. Become his heir. No, he said, chuckling nervously. Why not? You see that dragon lady, Lashira? She's 900 years old, and she's young for these contests. Very strong, but young. I'm not even 300, yet. He shook his head, a little sadly. No, I would be eaten alive. Below, the Dark Lord stepped up to the victor and draped the robe about her, although she didn't allow the garment to cover everything. There were fans to please, after all. Still, she accepted the gesture, even acting a bit submissive in his presence. Roche held something up to the light for all to see, a silver medallion on a thick silver chain. Lashira lowered her head and he placed the necklace about her. He took one of her hands and raised it into the air as if this were the climactic moment of a boxing match, and the crowd roared louder. Roche Sarnova bowed and re-entered the tunnel, his guards swept up in his wake. "He's got style, doesn't he?" said Loireau. "He does at that." "What? You don't like him?" Danielle shrugged, not wanting to get into a discussion like this with Loireau. Then again, she had no one else to talk to, except Harry, and he was never around. "Yeah," she admitted. "I like old Blackie. To be honest, I respect the hell out of him for what he's trying to do here. It just seems absurd to me that none of his followers actually know what the war is all about. Maybe his officers do, but the rest of them don't. They're just following him blindly because they always have. That disgusts me." "What are you talking about? You know the reason behind the War of the Dark Council?" "Yes. And it's a good reason, but if Sarnova wants to keep it a secret, it's not up to me to tell you." "I don't understand." She patted his knee. "I don't either, Loireau. All I know is Sarnova wants the Dark Council to back him up on his plan before he spills the beans to everyone else, and I think he's an idiot for doing that. He should hold a meeting and go ahead and tell everyone that he wants to." She stopped herself. "What? Oh, forget it. It's up to him. I guess he's afraid that if he tells everyone what he intends to do, they'd revolt against him. It is a revolutionary idea, after all." "Tell me what you mean." "Maybe another time. I'm just frustrated." He smiled. "Then I could save it. Let's go get someone to eat. Come on. There's another fight. It's not formal, like this one was, but it should be a good one. It's a personal dispute, a duel." "A duel?" "Yeah, Sarnova has decided to allow mutually willing shades to fight out their problems in the arena." "Why?" "To build morale, to psyche everyone up for battle. Not only that, but it's a way of resolving personal disputes, something he's trying to cut down on. You know, an attempt to bring unity. It's a waste of fighting men." He shrugged. "Wanna watch?" "No, Loireau. I'm hungry and I wanna go. Now." She rose from her seat and pulled him by his lapels. Probably more afraid that she'd tear his suit than that she could actually harm him, Loireau stood up and looked indignant. "Don't do that," he said. "Well. All right. Let's go." Asterisk. Harry Lavaca wanted to find a place to drink. He'd worked up a thirst wandering around down in the catacombs, exploring their various sections, the prisoners' area, the quarter where Sarnova's honored dead were kept, the place reserved for great art exhibits in which Harry had seen, among other things, Younger and Yagoda's so-called Tree of Death. A tree of bones rising in the center of a circle of corpses, its roots springing from the feet of the deceased. Nice. Someday, Harry thought, he would have to meet these balaclava. He'd pretty much given up his pastime of killing immortals, unless he got word of one that was particularly evil, one that had some weak spot he could exploit. He didn't know what weak spot the last of the roving balaclava might have, but they certainly matched his requirement. The problem with getting something to drink, he knew from his previous few days of incarceration, if that was the right word, was that, though there were several barrooms in the castle, only one served to his kind, the living, but as it was located conveniently near one of the mass latrines, its smell was less than lofty. Nevertheless, Harry intended to seek it out, although he had never found it easily yet. Maybe today he would remember the way. The halls teemed with activity, and he assumed that the fighting must be over for the night. When the arena was in session, there were very few shades roaming about, which lent the castle a strangely vacant feeling. In a place this size, it was amazing how few people there actually were here. If this were a castle run by mortals, it would be bustling, overflowing. Every room would be in use. But immortals were few in the world, and this castle was built on a very large scale even for humans, and the small fraction of undead that made their way here was just not enough to flesh out the place. Even during a time of war, when the castle was probably as full as it had ever been, it seemed nearly deserted. Now, between the fights, was the only time when the halls were flooded, when the castle was given the illusion of being alive. Harry ascended a few floors, wandered down a few halls, getting lost only once, which seemed to him a good number, and finally finding the pub, which was toward the center of the castle. After all, it just wouldn't be right to permit mortals a window, would it? Treat cattle like cattle and cattle they will be. Harry sat himself down at the bar and ordered a martini, extra dirty. The bartender, an aging man with a cautious face, intrigued Harry. "How long you been here?" he asked the man. 20 years, the bartender said, setting down Harry's drink. "That's a long time in this place." The barkeep nodded his agreement, and Harry saw a pride in the man's face he hadn't immediately noticed. The bastard had survived 20 years in a castle run by immortals, had found a position for himself and stayed there, out of the way, in constant company of his own kind. Fascinating. The barkeep took out a rag and started washing the counter, saying nothing further to his latest customer. Harry let him. After all, he hadn't come for conversation. Sipping his drink, he surveyed the assembled barflies, mostly regulars he'd seen before. Predominantly women, he noticed, not for the first time. Beautiful women. And some beautiful men, too. Beautiful boys. Must be from the harems that certain shades kept. Sadly, Harry wondered just how long these humans had before their looks faded, before they were reduced to just another vessel of blood for their masters. A few months, a few years? Either they would lose their master's interest and be discarded, or they would be turned. They themselves would become the predators and drag a new generation of prey here. Harry took another sip. There were some bodyguards, he saw, but they hadn't come on their own. Instead, they were in 4 groups, each clustered around a certain mortal man. Each must be someone that carried some legitimate power of their own, Harry surmised. Drug dealers or merchants or artists or prime ministers, who knew? Having power akin to that of immortals, these humans had taken human servants in imitation of the beings who would use each and everyone in this bar as food if they so desired. There's human nature for you, muttered Harry, and took a long sip. He ordered another drink, and another. Danielle arrived, followed by Loireau. Feeling the drinks, Harry blinked at her, smiling, maybe a little too widely, and gestured for her to join him. And what brings you here, he said. You, she said, taking the seat. I thought I'd find you here. Using those old vampire mind tricks, eh? The bartender approached and raised his eyebrows at Danielle, almost as if challenging her authority to be here, immortal that she was. Gimme some tequila, please, she said, glancing at the salt shaker a few feet away. And limes. The barkeep nodded, but there was an edge to the gesture, as if he was making an effort to restrain himself. There you go, lady, he said, giving her the asked-for items. Danielle sized him up. Want a shot, she said, without mockery of any kind, although Harry had to admit she did seem a little amused. A little mischievous. Spunky, he thought, and could see why Ruger liked her. The barkeep returned her stare for a moment, then seemed to decide that he didn't mind her so much. He turned away to resume his duties, but not before casting a glance at Loireau. Loireau, for his part, just stood there, a couple of feet behind and to the side of Danielle, looking like he'd rather be somewhere else. Watcha doin', Harry? Danielle said, preparing herself a shot. Just clearing the cobwebs, honey. Here's to clearing the cobwebs, she answered and downed the shot, then stuck a slice of lime into her mouth. Amen, he said. She coughed, spat out the lime and smiled. So what do you think of all this, Harry? Of what? The castle? If I were in my prime, I'd think this was a dream come true, so many shades to kill, so little time. My own private happy hunting ground. Seriously. I'm trying, honey. Believe me. I guess the truth of it is that I'd really like to know what this whole war is about. I hear Sarnova's troops talking about it all the time, about how they're kept in the dark, and they don't like it. Something's stirring there, maybe a rebellion. She nodded. Yeah, there's a lot of dissent around. I can't believe Blackie's kept it together this long. I heard a rumor, he said, careful to keep his voice a whisper. What? I heard that some of his officers are banding together, that they're preparing a coup. I can't believe anyone here would want to dethrone him, he seems so worshipped. Oh, they don't want to dethrone him. You're right, his subjects are much too fond of him. They just want to keep him locked up so that they can surrender to Subair and the half of the Dark Council loyal to her. When the council's whole again, and if Sarnova agrees to comply to their conditions, he'll still be leader. Interesting. You got that right. He thought for a moment, got the bartender's attention and ordered another drink. When the martini was in front of him, he turned to Danielle again. So what VEU decided to do with Martin Escott, your Malcolm? Frowning, she threw back another shot and stared down into the empty glass for a few moments. If its depths chirped any answers, Harry didn't hear them. I don't know, she said finally. You seem more relaxed now than you did when we were at Carker's Lodge. Why the change? Oh, Harry, I don't know. I'm not sure I even want to kill him anymore. The fire's gone out of me. Maybe it's just that this whole thing has been so anticlimactic. I mean, I came here, the whole time thinking what I'd do to him, how long I'd take doing it, and then, when I got here, Core kept me from seeing him. At first, the anticipation just made it sweeter, but after a week, it just fizzed away. I mean, don't get me wrong, if I saw him. Of course. But I don't know. No, I guess I do. I want the bastard dead. I want to crush his skull between my fingers. She sighed. But you were trying to tell me that night, the night we left, that he was really a good guy now, or something like that. He is. I lived with him for a little while, got to meet his family. They're nice. Jesus, Harry. I don't know what to say to that. You were the willing houseguest of the man who betrayed my trust, my own foster brother, and raped me, with his gang, beat me and left me for dead. He listened to her voice, but there didn't seem to be any real venom there. She'd been thinking about it for so long, he thought, that the emotional component of her revenge had tapered off. Probably, it was mostly analytical to her now. What she felt, what she must be feeling, was that her job was almost finished, that she'd killed off the members of Malcolm's gang one by one, saving him for last. And now that she had reached the point where it could all be finished, she'd already been purged time and again. All she wanted was closure. He nodded. Yeah, I stayed with him. He really wanted me to get the full treatment, too, to see how nice he was and all that, so that if I saw you I could protect him. I made dinner with his wife and helped him put his kids to sleep at night. He has 2 of them, 2 kids. Before I left, the girl wanted to call me Uncle Harry. Is he happy? Happy? Maybe. I think he is sometimes, but often he seems troubled, like he's just remembered that he's actually one of the greatest jackasses in the world and he'd just forgotten for a moment. Good. Danielle, to him, you're just a symbol of all the other horrible things he did during his time. You loom over him, trust me. Just the mention of your name makes his back go stiff. But if you don't kill him, then make your peace with him. He's lived in terror for too long, Danny. Let him go. You think I should? I want to return him, alive, to his family. She grimaced, glancing over her shoulder at Poirot as if irritated that he hadn't gone away yet. He just arched his eyebrows impatiently. Closing her eyes, she turned back to Harry. Maybe Ruger was right, she said. What do you mean? Maybe evil can change, after all. Somehow I don't buy it in this instance. Her large black eyes flared open, angry. If Malcolm walked through that door right now, I'd kill him in a heartbeat. Would you? She poured another shot, her hand trembling just a little. I don't know, she said. I really don't. Danielle, would you tell me something? What's on your mind? Well, that night we left. Remember, after I talked to you, Cor took you out into the jungle. To talk, she said. I don't think I'll ever forget the image of you two, her arms around you, walking out into the jungle. Danielle licked her salty hand, took the shot, stuck the lime in her mouth and spat it out. She'd had lots of practice at that procedure, Harry could tell. She said, I remember. Well, what did she say? How'd she convince you to go, to come with her and kill Martin? Suddenly, Danielle smiled. She was smart, Harry. She was cool. She knew just how to do it, too. What did she do? Easy. She took me out, way out, into the jungle, and pulled something out of her pants. Out of her pants? Oh yeah. What was it? A CD. As in music? Not just any music. She pulled out a classical CD. The first song on it was Night on Bald Mountain, but the song you always kill to. The song I listened to when I killed Malcolm's gang, yes. Oh, she was smooth, Harry. She pulled it out of her pants, this big I got you now smile on her face and held the disc up to the moon. It glittered, Harry. It fucking glittered. And I knew right then I couldn't say no. I'd go with Coir, I'd kill that fucking bastard, and it would be done with. That was all there was to it. Easy as pie. He nodded. I remember, when my wife was killed, and my kids, you know about that? I know. Some Jandros killed her in retaliation for you killing one of them. Something like that. They wouldn't kill me, though, because I'd become something of a curiosity to other shades and they didn't want to start a war. But they didn't count on my immortal friends, although I don't really think of them that way. Well, the murderers that killed my family didn't count on them being so loyal to me. They were, though, and each one in turn, the ones who'd killed my wife and kids, were hunted down. On 2 occasions my friends brought one of the murderers home and let me deliver the final blows. Anyway, so I know what vengeance feels like. That's why I feel qualified to give you advice. And you want me to let Malcolm be? Yes. But, Harry, think of it this way. You avenged your wife and kids. You got closure. Exactly. You got closure. How would you feel knowing one of those murderers was still out there, still capable of having fun, when your wife and kids won't ever be able to again? He chewed this over, took a drink from his glass, and said nothing. Yes, Harry, she said, nodding. You got yours. And I want mine. God damn it, I want mine. Finally he could hear the emotion in her voice, the desperation. The need. He understood and knew that anything he said about the matter now would have no effect. She would do what she would with Martin, and if Harry had to take Scott's body back to his family in pieces, so be it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The death squad and its prisoners, Danielle and Harry Lavaca, were staying in 3 lavish rooms in one of the nicest wings of the castle. Connecting doors linked the rooms. On one end stood Cloar's quarters, though she didn't sleep alone, her partner varied. In the middle slept Harry and Kiernavar. Of course, they had a roommate, but this roommate, either Byron or Killian, depended on whom Cloar picked that night. The far room was reserved for Danielle and Loireau. The rooms themselves had been given to the death squad because they represented the interests of the Titan, and so it served their interests to call themselves diplomats. Supposedly, they were here on Vistrat's behalf, awaiting word from him. The Dark Lord seemed skeptical, but he needed all the allies he could get at the moment, and Vistrat was certainly powerful enough not to be dismissed. So, for the time being, the death squad had the run of the castle. In her room, on her bed, Cloar smoked a Camel and stared up at the intricately detailed ceiling fan. "This is fucking heaven," she said. "Yeah," agreed Byron, lying beside her. "But why the fuck hasn't Vistrat gotten in touch with us?" "That's a very good question." She growled. "Stop agreeing with me, goddammit. What am I supposed to say, that Vistrat's been scoured? Isn't that what we're all thinking?" "I don't know, but I don't need a fucking yes-man. Loireau fills that role already. What I need from you is strength and at least a show at leadership. You used to be Jean-Pierre's right-hand man. Why can't you be mine?" "You know why," he said, his voice quiet. "Because I'm fucking Killian? It means nothing. I've fucked other guys before. Girls, too. And I didn't like it, then. But this is personal. I've known Killian for a long time. And it's business, too, because it affects the dynamics of the crew. Cloar, it needs to stop." She bristled. "You get your spine at all the wrong moments, you stupid Aussie bastard. I'm serious, Cloar. I know you are. It needs to stop." She shot to her knees and slapped him hard across the face. "How dare you give me orders?" He lurched up in bed. Immediately, she was on her feet, towering over him, the breeze from the fan stirring her multicolored hair. He laid back on the bed, helpless at her feet, a sheet thrown across him at the waist and the round impression of his big head branded into a silken pillow. She could feel her face become livid, the blood smashing through her as if preparing for war. "Calm down," he said. "I will not. I'll do whatever the hell I please." "That's exactly what's wrong." "What do you mean?" "I think we should go back to Jean-Pierre." "What?" "You heard me." "No, Byron, I don't think I did." "You want the ivory bastard to be our leader again?" "That's right. He would know what to do now." She sneered. "He'd be following Danielle around, his stupid tongue hanging out of his mouth, and leave us to rot in the wind. We'd fall apart, just like we did before." "Maybe. But it's a risk worth taking. I mean, what are we going to do? Vistrat should have contacted us a week ago." She sucked at her cigarette. Byron had a point, but he was too simple to grasp the complexities of the situation. As usual, it was up to her. "Well, as it happens, I've been thinking," she said. "About what?" "I think the only recourse is to get the hell out of here and go back to New York, find out for ourselves what's happened to the Titan. Besides, things are winding up here, I think. There's something in the air. Something bad." "Yeah," he admitted. "I feel it, too." "You're agreeing with me again. I guess Killian never agrees with you, huh?" "As a matter of fact, he doesn't. Not often. But back to the matter of the moment. I hate to leave all this luxury behind, but we need to jet. And bring Danielle along for the ride. What if Vistrat's been scoured? We'll piss off that bridge when we come to it." "That's no sort of answer." She frowned. What if Vistrat had been scoured? She could hardly imagine life without the Titan. The position he'd given her had brought her respect and purpose. Even a singing career. "If he's dead," she said slowly, "then we start over." "What does that mean?" "I guess we'll figure that out then." He rubbed his scalp. "When are we leaving?" "We should give him a few more days, just in case. Maybe there was a crisis." She nodded. "Yeah, we'll give him a few more days, no more. We could get trapped here, living like kings. Hell, they bring us humans to eat right here in our rooms. And they have a chute that we can throw the remains in. Fuck it, he said. And fuck this castle. I miss the smog. That's the spirit. Not quite as much of a shitheel as Killian, but you're learning. Chapter 9. After leaving Harry in the bar, Danielle led Laurent up a few floors toward a restaurant. She didn't really want to go there, but she was hungry and didn't want to return to her lair for room service at the moment, as that would only invite Laurent to start in with his Rico Suave routine. The restaurant, a world-famous eatery called the Blood and Stone, jutted from the second to highest floor of the castle. An attractively dressed Gensev waited at its entrance, just a plain wooden door with a brass knob along the hallway, and greeted Danielle and Laurent as they ducked inside. There was a small, stone-walled foyer, empty and lit only by candles, which led into a much larger room beyond, where the maitre d' stood in an old-fashioned Dracula-esque tuxedo behind an antique wooden counter. Welcome to the Blood and Stone. Would you prefer to sit inside or out? Out, said Danielle. Very well, my dear. He showed them through the large and low-ceilinged dining room, mostly empty, and out onto one of the several large wrought-iron balconies, arranged like shelves along the face of the castle. Wide staircases of wrought iron connected them. The terraces, which seemed to be doing a brisk business, looked down from the mountain onto the frigid and withering valley below, a frozen wasteland. The valley was steep and narrow, bordered on all sides by large and unusually sharp-looking mountains. The Carpathians. They were beautiful, thought Danielle, and turned to share a glance with Ruger, who wasn't there. Instead, Laurent grinned back and muscled the maitre d' out of the way to pull out a chair for her. Thanks, she muttered. Anytime, he responded, and occupied the seat opposite her. Danielle shuddered. Despite the heating lamps, it was cold out here. Maybe when she got older it wouldn't bother her so much, but goddamn. She'd wanted to sit out here to get out of the stuffy corridors and enjoy the view, but she was beginning to regret it. Would you like a jacket, my dear? Asked the maitre d'. That'd be nice. Of course. I'll have your waiter bring one out directly. What if it gets stained? He smiled. Don't worry, my dear. Blood comes out. As he stalked away, the swinging black tails of his tuxedo seemed to her like the shadows that fangs might throw. Resisting another urge to shudder, she lit a cigarette and leaned her head out over the railing so that she could see the mountain that fell away below. Small flurries of snow gusted, spiraling down past the other terraces and into the abyss so that she couldn't distinguish their patterns from the overall whiteness. It was a long way down. Almost as beautiful as you, said Laurent, half dreamy, half hammy. Give it a rest, already, or I'll get my boyfriend to beat you to a bloody pulp. Is that what Ruger is to you? A boyfriend? I was joking, Laurent. I know. But I'm serious. What exactly is Ruger to you? I have no idea. My lover, my companion, my friend, my soulmate. Something along those lines, I guess. Ever cheated on him? Never. Jesus, Laurent. Don't play so coy. You kill to live, just like any of us. I only kill bad guys. Your victims are innocent. Or, at least, you don't discriminate between innocent and evil. Meat is meat. The waiter arrived with the jacket and passed out menus to Danielle and Laurent, then accepted drink orders. Danielle ordered a root beer and Laurent a glass of champagne. When the waiter was gone, Danielle said to Laurent, "How can you have no respect for intelligent life?" Danny. I hate to break this to you, but I'm an assassin. Guilty, innocent, it doesn't matter to me. It really doesn't. I kill who Vistrat says to kill. What if it was your own mother? I killed my mother. She bore me as a slave to serve her. When I was old enough, I liberated myself through her destruction. Jesus. Face it, Danielle. Morality is a concept created by people who spend too much time thinking and not enough time doing. Laurent, that's not just self-serving, it's idiotic. No, think about it. I mean, look at it this way, what forms of life have the purest values? Obviously not werewolves. No, but close. Animals. Animals. Animals can't sin simply because they can't conceive of sin. They have no laws to break, so they break no laws. In my own life, I base my morality on animals. It's all starting to make sense. I choose not to exercise the part of my brain responsible for morality, which is as close as I can come to not having it in the first place. For me, there is no sin, only life, and the different ways to live it. So you're stupid on purpose. He seemed to want to respond to that, but couldn't seem to think of an answer, so he began to peruse his menu. Tired of the conversation, Danielle did the same. Catch of the day, ask server for details. She glanced under the heading Villain Eaters, the section of the menu reserved for moral clients. As she did, she wondered if she was the only one in the whole castle that would order from this section. Surely she wasn't alone. Just the thought that she was completely surrounded by nothing but evil petrified her. If she didn't watch it, she'd have to lean over the side of the terrace and puke. From this height, her vomit would probably freeze before it hit the ground. Tomorrow's headlines: Innocent mountain goat killed by frozen barf. The villain eaters section of the menu was also jokingly called the vegetarian section. Some bloodmongers mockingly referred to moral shades as vegetarians, a playoff of the American expression real men eat meat. To those that thought this way, Danielle and other more principled shades were weak, inferior. She stubbed out her cigarette and studied the menu. Well, they did have some interesting entrees. Not only did they have humans from all over the world, but the chefs were experts at creating sauces which they injected into the bloodstream of a meal before it was to be consumed. Danielle decided on a strawberry flavor, folded the menu and leaned back in the chair, crossing her legs. Poirot took his time deciding what, or whom, he wanted to eat, so she didn't have to make conversation with him before the waiter arrived and took their orders. "What's the catch of the day?" asked Poirot. "A good choice," said the waiter. "We just received a small shipload of young Japanese boys. The chefs have prepared a special sauce just for them, to complement their unique taste." Poirot wrinkled his face disdainfully. "I've never liked chink meat. How are the gypsy girls today?" "Young," the waiter said with a smile. "And very beautiful. May I suggest a flavoring?" "That won't be necessary. But what I would like, may I get one of your private dining rooms, that is, if Danielle doesn't object?" "You're disgusting," she said. The waiter lifted up his hands apologetically. "I'm sorry, sir, but all our private rooms are booked. You must make a reservation first, I'm afraid. Of course, there is a waiting line for cancellations." No, said Poirot. "Just bring me a gypsy girl. And can I get your rum rumble flavor?" "Of course, sir." "Now what would you like, ma'am?" She told him, then asked, "Just what kind of villains do you have today?" "You ordered off the murder list." "I know, but I mean what kind of murder?" The waiter frowned. "I really don't know, but if you'd like I could ask the manager on duty. I'd feel a little more comfortable that way." "It won't be a problem. I'm sure you're not the sort of girl that is used to being served like this." "What do you mean by that?" "Only that you look like the kind of girl who usually picks her own meal." She wasn't sure if that was a compliment or not. It might be his way of saying she was white trash, and she really hated that. It might have been okay if he was white trash, too, but if he was looking down on her, then she would find some way. "If there's anything else I can get you," the waiter said, "just call." Thanks." "Prick," muttered Poirot when he was gone. "No private rooms, my ass. I should have told him I was one of Vistrat's diplomats, that would have got him hopping." "Oh, shut up. You just wanted to rape that poor girl. Well, that's what the private rooms are for." Before too long, the waiter returned. "I talked to the manager, and I found out that the only man we have of the profile you ordered, ma'am, is, indeed, a murderer, as you desired." "But what did he do?" "Exactly?" "He killed a man that he claims tried to mug him." "Where did this happen?" "In Budapest." "A mugging in Budapest? Well, it's a likely place for it." "No, I don't want him. He doesn't deserve to die." Poirot coughed. "Danielle," he said. "Someone else will just come along after you and have him." "Well, it won't be me." She turned back to the waiter, who was politely expressionless. "What else you got?" The waiter nodded. "I thought you might say that, so I asked the manager about the worst criminal we have at the moment." "And?" "He's a skinhead from Liverpool who killed one of his comrades for sleeping with a black girl. Then he killed the girl for good measure." "Yeah," she said. "He'll do." The dinner went well, or as well as it could. The mortals were served, naked, tastefully bound and gagged, on large silver platters, and placed before Danielle and Poirot respectively. After overcoming her queasiness at this whole thing, she bit into her meal and started feeding, taking pauses now and then to sip her root beer or to stare out at the mountains. The flavoring of the blood was rich, but not too sweet, which was good. Whatever the chefs had put in there gave her a good little buzz, too. The biggest part about the dinner that bothered her was Poirot, who took his time killing his meal. Of course, werewolves could only feed off of living and or recently dead bodies, but this was no excuse to eat the poor girl, slowly, bite by bite, with a fork and knife, which is just what Poirot did. After the first few minutes, Danielle killed the poor girl with one swift stroke, a knife through her heart, ending the girl's torment. "Why did you do that?" Poirot all but shouted, looking perplexed, even dangerous. Danielle stared at him. I was practicing for you. His mouth was smeared in blood and a piece of flesh stuck to his chin. You're about to cry, he said, wonderingly. Am not. He returned to his meal, trying to fill up before the gypsy girl grew cold. He was right, though. Danielle felt the tears behind her eyes and the blood pounding in her temples. She was honestly about to cry for that poor girl. After all the death she'd seen. But if she didn't cry for her, who would? With some effort, she held the tears back. What reservoir of emotion she had left was better kept for something else. If she cried now for this poor girl, it would only drive her further down into the hole that she was sinking into fast enough already. And damned if she was going to let Laurent see her weep. At that moment, the thing she wanted to do most of all was to lift him up by his lapels and hurl him bodily over the balustrade into the freezing abyss. She'd seen some other diners throw bits and pieces of their meals down into the valley. Knuckles, tendons. Why not him? When she'd finished her meal, a busboy removed the dead man from the table and wheeled him to the disposal room, where presumably the corpse was slipped into one of the chutes. Supposedly, at the bottom of the chute raged a fire which would consume any last shred of a victim. Around this time, Danielle spotted a familiar face finishing up his meal on one of the terraces below, Killian. He'd ordered the catch of the day. Now there's a strange man, Danielle thought. Not strange because he'd ordered the catch of the day, necessarily, just strange. As she watched, Killian paid his bill, wiped his mouth and made his way toward the railing overlooking the valley. He lit a cigar against the wind and stayed there for several minutes, admiring the scenery. He wasn't just taking it in, she suspected. He was mulling something over, some plan that would probably turn out to be unpleasant if he ever put it into motion, but you never knew with Killian. He would cut out your heart or pay your bar tab, depending on his mood. Usually, though, he would cut out your heart and then he'd stand around looking dour, which is what he did best. But, again, you never knew. As Laurent was finishing his meal, Killian left the balustrade and found the stairs. Soon he was approaching the highest terrace. Danielle wouldn't have said anything, but Laurent waved him over, and after a moment's deliberation Killian approached. Pull up a chair, suggested Laurent. No thanks. I was just on my way out. Come on, pull up a chair. We were just fixing to ask for the bill. Although maybe some dessert wouldn't be out of the question. What do you think, Danielle? I'm fine, she said, then turned to Killian. So where you headed, killer? He seemed to think before answering, as if afraid to tell her. After a second's thought, though, she realized that she wasn't the one Killian was worried about, it was Laurent. I've just heard that a troupe of sideshow freaks called the Funhouse of the Forsaken has just arrived at Roche Sarnova's invitation, Killian said. Danielle smiled. I've seen them before, Danielle said. Me and Ruger saw him in, not too long ago. They're good. Killian looked at her, suddenly alert, and she knew she'd fucked up. Where did you say you saw them, he said. They just came back from New York, and I know you didn't see them there, so it must have been Lariba, where they were before New York. It was Lariba, wasn't it? Why were you in Lariba, Danielle? Ice touched her spine. Killian and the rest of Jean-Pierre's old crew had known for what, or whom, she and Ruger had been hunting in Las Vegas, of course. They probably figured the odd flock, once away from Vegas, would still continue the hunt for Hoswell wherever they went. If Killian figured out that she'd been in Lariba. Where are they, she said, ignoring Killian's question. Where's the funhouse? In the throne room, he said, sounding distracted. The King's Court. That's where I was headed. After they settle in, they're supposed to publicly shake Roche Sarnova's hand and so on. Signing autographs, doing a few tricks, that sort of thing. Sounds interesting, said Laurent, finally wiping at his chin. His napkin came away bloody. Danielle, I think we should check that out. What do you say? She tried to hide her revulsion. Fine. Killian coughed. Well, if you don't mind, I'll take my leave now. Danielle, he added, bowing slightly, it's been a pleasure. I'll see you both down there directly. We'll see you, returned Laurent, obviously glad to be causing Killian some chagrin. Killian departed, as if this was something he'd been looking forward to. Prick, whispered Laurent, but Danielle noticed he didn't whisper it loud enough for Killian to hear. The waiter returned and asked if there was anything else he could get them. Some cappuccino, perhaps, maybe some dessert. No, said Danielle. But I'd like to go ahead and order that guy that I didn't want while ago. You know, the man that shot someone for mugging him. The waiter smiled. Ah, a hearty girl. I'm glad to see you've changed your mind. May I recommend a flavoring? No, you jackass. I don't want to drink from him. I want to buy him and set him free. Please hand him over with the clothes he came with, if any. The waiter's smile froze. I'm sorry, miss, but that's impossible. I can't hand him over to you, it's against house policy. House policy, my ass. Please, miss, keep your voice low. We can't have righteous customers setting our meals loose. If you treat humans with the same rights we have, then it would make other customers feel uncomfortable. She lifted her upper lip, exposing her fangs. If you want to buy a human and set him free, he added, go the slave auctions that are held every night at the arena before the fights start. The slaves there can be bought for less than a single meal at our establishment. I can't right all the wrongs in the world, she said. I don't have the money. But the man you've got on your murder list doesn't deserve to die. Someday someone like me will order him off the villain eaters section, expecting to eat a villain, expecting to maintain their values. Instead they'll eat that poor bastard and then both of them, customer and meal, will be cheated. I'd rather just set the man free. Well, in order for you to buy the man that you want, a slaver would have to buy him from us first, then sell him to you at the auction. It's the rules. But a slaver won't buy him from us, of course. That's not how it works. It's the opposite, as we often buy from slavers. That's perverse. A slave can be bought and work his entire life for someone, but he's worth less than one of your meals. Dining here is a luxury. Slaves, however, aren't. They're essential for running one's estate. Don't forget, their upkeep is the major portion of their cost. Slaves aren't essential. Loireau here doesn't have any slaves. Danielle. What? You have slaves? Just one. Jesus. He shrugged. As the man says. But I'll ease your mind, said the waiter. How? Said Danielle. I'll remove the man you want from the murder list. Clearly he doesn't deserve to be labeled a murderer. You'll let him go free? No. I'll move him to a different part of the menu, to a section where his consumer will not have your delicate moral fiber. He smiled. Danielle snapped. She flew out of her chair, grabbed the waiter by the lapels of his tuxedo and spun him around so that his back faced the railing that separated the terrace from the valley. You bastard, she spat in his face as she pushed him closer to the balustrade. You stupid bastard. Danielle. Loireau cried. She shoved the waiter against the railing so that his torso hung out over the abyss, held up only by her grip on his lapels. I could let you go, she hissed. Would you like that? Would you? No, he said evenly. Stop it, Danielle, said Loireau, who hovered a foot away, ready to step in. No, she said. I'm not going to stop it. She pushed against the waiter's chest so that his upper half hung even further out over the railing. Still, he didn't even flinch. I think that you'd better let me go now, he said. Think again. Suddenly, before she could react, the waiter gained the upper hand. In a blur of twisting arms, two of them her own, she was on her back in the middle of an aisle, looking up at his stern face. You've got some strong blood in you, he allowed. I'm quite a bit older than you though, Danielle, if that's your name, and wiser. I suggest that next time you want to fight, you play with someone your own size, like this one, he added, poking his thumb at Loireau. Brushing himself off, he gazed wryly around at the customers nearby, all staring at him. Vegetarians, he lamented, shaking his head. Several smiled and threw spiteful glances at Danielle. Capitalizing on his victory, the waiter returned indoors. Danielle shouted after him, don't expect a tip. Asterisk. Loireau and Danielle descended several floors toward the King's Court, where Roche-Sarnova kept his throne. The room was embedded in the bowels of the castle so that it would be virtually impervious from any outside attack. As Danielle moved into the corridor which led to the doors of the throne room, she noticed a steady influx of sightseers. Everyone loves a show. The doors to the throne room stretched high to a distant ceiling. Though the King's Court was built just 2 floors above the catacombs, the ceiling reached up another 3 floors. And why not? Roche-Sarnova had once been the ruler of all immortals. Times may have changed, but he was still the Dark Lord. The largest and most beautiful mural Danielle had ever seen looked down from that ceiling. Though it must have been done back in the Renaissance period, it sported neither cupids nor angels. In fact, there wasn't one thing religious about it. Many parts composed it, many pictures, all beautifully rendered. There was Roche-Sarnova, standing in the North African desert, an army of mounted knights behind him. A portrait of François Montclair showed him astride a battlement of this very castle. Most of the picture's subjects weren't recognizable to Danielle, although here and there she saw a figure or battle she thought she knew. She and Loireau entered the court to find a colorful and festive scene. Groups of shades were gathered in knots, having cornered a particular member of the funhouse, sometimes more than one. Questions were shouted at the performers, who did their best to live up to the publicity. Several wheeled about on unicycles, doing tricks like juggling or fire breathing, while 2 more had a table laid out and were performing card tricks, while still others sang or danced. A small funhouse band played jaunty music, providing a strange score for the scene. The Dark Lord's throne was the focal point in a semicircle of chairs branching out in a wide arc, so wide that the wings of the semicircle tapered against the walls of a very cavernous room, from the rear of the chamber. Though the Dark Throne reared larger than any other, neither were the others lacking in detail or rank. This was where the Dark Council sat, Danielle realized. She found herself wondering which seats would be occupied and which empty when the council was in session these days. Which were the traitors and which were the loyal ones, although maybe not so loyal anymore, if what Harry had overheard was true. For the past few weeks, the council would have been in session after the fights in the arena had ended, but the coming of the funhouse had apparently disrupted that. In front of his throne stood Tsar Nova, guarded by a wary contingent of guards and flanked by his right-hand man, Ambassador Mauclery. The leader of the funhouse, Maximilian, was having his picture taken with the Dark Lord, as were several of the so-called freaks. Danielle cringed at the word, but apparently it was how they advertised themselves, and they wore the title with a certain disdainful pride. Arranged around this event clustered a myriad of onlookers. "Let's play some cards," said Loireau, nudging her. "I'm game." As they made their way toward the card table, something caught her eye. She was just passing a crowd gathered around a 4-armed dwarf when she noticed a woman who was not part of the troupe, yet was standing by the dwarf's side as if she was with his party, not the crowd's. Just as Danielle's eyes found Sophia, Sophia's eyes found Danielle. Ignoring Loireau's squawk of surprise, Danielle moved toward her. The Ice Queen tapped the dwarf on the shoulder, indicating that she was going to step away, and met Danielle in the middle of the Dark Court. "Jesus," whispered Danielle. "Seconded," said Sophia. They embraced. As they stepped away, they began examining each other. "What? And how did you?" began Sophia. "Don't ask," said Danielle. "Not now. I mean, shit. We've got to find a place to talk." From behind them, Loireau said, "Not so fast." "Not so fast, my ass, Loireau. Me and Sophia have things we need to talk about." Loireau stared at Sophia. Apparently he was as shocked by her arrival as Danielle was. Also, it occurred to Danielle that Loireau might actually know the Ice Queen better than she did. "How's it going, Loireau?" Sophia asked. "How's it going?" he repeated dumbly. "How's it going? Soph, how the hell did you get here?" "Came with the troupe." "How'd that happen?" "Long story." "Start talking." Sophia sighed. "It was Jean-Pierre. He left me with the funhouse after. Well, it really is a long story." "Danielle, come on, let's go." "Loireau, you're staying here." "I don't think so," he said. "And Danielle's not going anywhere unless I permit it." Sophia arched an eyebrow. "Why's that?" "She's my prisoner." "Your prisoner, huh?" Danielle said. "A prisoner of the crew. So they got you, after all?" Sophia said to Danielle. Danielle shrugged. "More like I got myself, to tell the truth. But why didn't they, kill you? Turns out Vistrat never wanted us dead. He knew Jean-Pierre wouldn't do it. Or, I guess, he would have been happy for Jean-Pierre to do it, but he knew he wouldn't. I think for Vistrat it was a win-win either way. He was using us, me and Ruger, against someone else." "Who?" "Long story." Sophia spun to Loireau. "Lover, me and Danielle need time to catch up, and I'm not taking no for an answer." "Don't call me lover." "Then you shouldn't have fucked me, sweetheart." "It was part of the initiation." "That's what they all say." "Now, about that time alone." His gaze swung back and forth from Danielle to Sophia. "I don't know." "Come on," said Danielle, punching him lightly, even affectionately, on the shoulder. Loireau's resistance gave out. "Fine. You two can talk in our room, Danny's in mine, and I'll wait outside." He was as good as his word and waited outside the room while they spoke, although neither Danielle nor Sophia trusted him enough to speak above a whisper. They took turns telling their stories, Sophia first. Danielle interrupted only occasionally. When Sophia told about how Younger and Yagoda had raped her, Danielle comforted her tearfully. When they were both finished telling their stories and comparing notes, Sophia said, "So what now?" Danielle lit a clove and leaned back on the bed so that she was staring up at the ceiling. "I have no fucking clue. I think the first thing we need to do is get the hell out of here. This thing's gotten too far out of our control." We can't go anywhere till Ruger arrives. Okay, fine. And he's not the only concern. Sophia sighed. Right. You have to kill Malcolm. At least I think I do. This isn't something you should be vague about. Kill the bastard and be done with it. Move on. Trust me, when I'm in a position to take my revenge on Younger and Yagoda, I will. So as one rape victim to another, just do it. It's not that simple. Younger and Yagoda are still evil, but Malcolm, he's changed. If Clore had let me at him the first day I got here, Malcolm would be a thing of the past by now. Now I'm not so sure. Sophia rose from the chair, stretching her arms. You've got to do what feels right. That's the main thing. As for me, it's been a long night, and I've got to hit the sheets. Danielle studied her. What's that smile about? Once it was brought to her attention, Sophia only smiled broader. She said, Claude'll probably be worried about me. That's all. Claude? Oh, right. What is he to you, anyway? Oh, just a friend, rest assured. I am married now. But, to me, that's a lot. Traditionally, I've had very few friends. You've got one more now. You? You're surprised? A little, Sophia admitted. I think of us as comrades. We share a mission, although whatever that is anymore I don't really understand. To save the world, I guess. But friends? I haven't known you long enough. Danielle stubbed out her cigarette. They don't call her the Ice Queen for nothing. All right, then, she said. Comrade it is. I'll see you tomorrow. Sophia made her way to the door, opened it. And recoiled. Framed in the doorway stood Clore, hips cocked, lips curved cruelly, her eyes on fire. Soph, she said. How the hell you doin'? Asterisk. After the very public arrival of the funhouse of the Forsaken, Francois Mauclery, shadowed by 2 guards, retired to the warm shadows of the castle's only cabaret club, informally known as the Floor Show. Really, it would be one of the last nights for this place, at least for a while, because the funhouse would surely be the most popular attraction while they were here, and they were planning to do their first show in a few days. As usual, the hostess offered Mauclery a seat by the stage. He was the second most powerful shade in the castle, after all, but, as usual, he declined, preferring a booth instead. His guards took position to either side, mostly out of sight to the ambassador. He smiled to himself as he wondered whether the guards were more interested in protecting him or watching the showgirls. The showgirls were good, Francois had to give them that. They were beautiful and talented, and they kicked their legs high. Frequently, they shot little glances at him, and he wondered if his presence made them nervous. It never had before. But things were spiraling rapidly downhill, and he supposed that if a showgirl could manage to hook herself up with a man of his prestige and power, her safety would be assured. Well, as assured as anybody's was, these days. The waitress brought him scotch, which he drank with only 1 cube of ice. He would have ordered the bottle itself, but appearances did have to be maintained. A shame. In a little while, he would be called upon to do something that would change things from there on out. It was his idea, though, so he had only himself to blame. A little more alcohol would not have gone amiss. A few tables away hunched a group of dignitaries from Ireland. They represented a majority of the immortals on their island, and they'd come to Roche Sarnova for a special petition on behalf of their constituents. The Irish Shades had been approached by Subaire's half of the Dark Council, who had requested their assistance in fighting Sarnova. Unfortunately, for them, at least, the Irish had refused, siding instead with their traditional ruler. Subaire's faction had retaliated by attacking the Loyalists, and now the Irish were here to request Roche Sarnova's help. It wasn't the first such situation. Blackie spent several hours a night listening to these appeals and granting them when he could spare the manpower, although on many occasions he couldn't. His men were spread too thin already, and things weren't going his way. In fact, the war was being lost. And it was because of this state of affairs that Mauclery was about to do what he was about to do. For a while, he listened to the music and watched the dancers as they kicked and strutted and slunk across the stage. It was all very bright and glitzy, and the scotch, which kept getting refilled, as if by magic, didn't make it any more comprehensible. After some time, a man in a suit approached his booth. The guards blocked the way. "Admit him," Francois said, and they obliged. The man sat opposite Francois, and they had a drink together, just to keep up appearances. Really, though, this wasn't necessary. The man's arrival was just a signal, nothing more. But gods, what a signal! After his drink was finished, Francois rose, gathered his guards and left the floor show to ascend several floors and make his way down various halls until he was in a portion of the castle seldom used, where he reached a door at the end of a little cul-de-sac. His guards stepping in front of him, he crossed the threshold and locked the door behind him. Before him stood more than 20 of the highest-ranking members in Rosh Sarnova's government, chief among these the loyal members of the Dark Council. "Ambassador," said one of the councilmen, a Colonel de Soto, swarthy and bearded, apparently the chosen spokesman of the group. Francois shook the man's hand and nodded to the rest of the shades present. "Good evening, gentlemen," he said. "I want to thank you all for coming here on such short notice and despite the obvious risk involved." "Of course," said the colonel. "I think we all realize how urgent and belated this meeting is. And yes, I think we all have a good idea what this is about. I'm sure you do. From what I've managed to gather, you all have had similar meetings before." "Yes, that's true. But there was not enough focus to those earlier gatherings. Now that you've decided to join us." "No," interrupted Mauclery. His voice was cold and level, and he saw that he commanded everyone's attention. "I am not joining this effort. When I became aware that certain steps were vital to maintain our way of life, and this system of government, I requested you all here, not so that I could join the cause, but so that I could lead it." He looked at each face in turn, measuring each expression. What he saw was gratifying. It seemed that they had expected this. He continued, "If anyone wishes to oppose me, speak now." Silence. Colonel de Soto bowed. "You're now our leader, Ambassador Mauclery. I'm sure you'll provide our effort the focus it requires. Now, please, I think we'd all be relieved if you stated your intentions before us, not that they would be different from our own, of course, but it would set our minds at ease." "My intentions tonight are simple," Francois said. "We must plot the overthrow of our beloved leader, the Dark Lord Roche Sarnova." Chapter 10. "Where is that goddamned Roche Motel?" Cloire demanded. Danielle glanced up, then traded a look with Sophia. "What do you mean?" "What she means," elaborated Byron, who stood in the hallway next to Cloire, "is that Kirnavar hasn't come back for his evening pill, and he should have been back an hour ago." Danielle remembered her first encounter with Kirnavar in Jean-Pierre's apartment building all too clearly. He'd been the only vagrant there who hadn't obeyed Jean-Pierre's will, and he'd been deeply insane. "I don't want him going back to the way he was," Cloire said needlessly. "So far, he's been a good boy, taking his pill, helping us out. But if he goes off his medication—" "I saw him at the arena," Danielle said. Cloire nodded, turned to Byron. "Go look for him, will you? Pin him to the floor if you have to. Just make sure he takes the goddamned pill." Byron nodded and moved off. Cloire turned to Sophia. "And what about you, Soph? When Loireau told me you were here, I didn't believe it." "Well, I am," said the Ice Queen. "Get used to it." Cloire chuckled, looked for a moment as if she was about to embrace her old companion, then cooled off. "Did you come back to betray us again, Soph? Was once not enough? Is it kind of like when a lion eats a man for the first time is strange, then you acquire a taste for it?" "Stop it," said Danielle. "Oh, shut up. Go win a merit badge or something." Girls, said Loireau. "Why don't we all try to be civil?" Sophia lunged forward, belted Loireau across the face and then planted a kick in the center of his chest, launching him down the hall to land on his back. "I never did like you," Sophia said. Cloire chuckled. "That's my girl." Sophia shrugged Cloire's hand off her shoulder and turned to glare at the werewolf. "I'm not getting sucked into this again," the Ice Queen said, then cast her gaze to Danielle. "Later, Danielle. I'll catch up with you tomorrow. We'll talk." "Later," said the vampiress. Sophia stalked off. Loireau crawled out of her way as she strode past him, but she had eyes only for leaving. Soon she rounded a corner and was gone. "You're no fun anymore," Cloire called after her. She snarled wordlessly at Danielle, then vanished inside her room. Danielle shut the door to her own suite, and as she walked back into the bedroom she took off her black leather jacket, her black steel-toed shoes, her black jeans and her black t-shirt. She removed off her silver earrings, washed her face and climbed into bed. She could feel the tug of slumber, feel the presence of the sun climbing over the Carpathians outside, but her mind churned, restless, and would not let her sleep. What was she doing here? She missed Ruger and hated the fact that she was seemingly surrounded by evil. Nothing but evil. And if evil was anything, if it had one single universal property, that property would be that it was contagious. Because here she was, on a mission to do evil to a man who might no longer deserve it. Where was the justice in that? But he did deserve it, the bastard, he really did. That was the crux of the whole problem. Was he to get off scot-free after all the things he'd done? She could hear Loireau entering the living area up front, hear him taking off his clothes and going to sleep on the couch. Surely he deserved to die at least as much as Malcolm did, So why didn't she just kill him instead? Following that logic, why didn't she just kill all the immortals in the castle, save Sophia? They were all evil. She'd start with that goddamned waiter. Soon she slept, but it was a fitful rest, and her dreams were dark and frantic. When she woke, she could smell coffee brewing in the small kitchen. She showered and dressed and replaced her earrings, then joined Loireau for a cup of joe. Loireau could unfailingly brew a mean batch, that's for sure. Maybe it was his only redeeming characteristic, thought Danielle, but in the mornings it sure was a hell of a redemption. Sleep well, he asked. Just great, she said. How's your chest? Unconsciously, he looked down at the spot where Sophia had delivered her kick. As he did so, Danielle got a good look at his hair, which was as clean and immaculately brushed as always, despite the fact that he'd spent most of the day sleeping on the couch. She crushed one of the buttons on my shirt, he said. When their coffee was finished and Danielle had smoked the first cigarette of the evening, they met the other members of the death squad at a little breakfast joint a few floors down. This had become something of a tradition with the crew and its prisoners, a time to regroup and plan for the night. Almost everyone was there, including Harry and Killian. There was only one absentee, Kirnavar. As Danielle sat at the large table that the others were already seated at, she saw the strained look on Byron's face and knew that Claire had put the pressure of Kirnavar's recovery on his shoulders. Danielle didn't envy him. When the waiter came by, Danielle ordered an omelette. Loireau only ordered another cup of coffee and some toast. He was probably still full from the girl he'd eaten the previous night. The breakfast that evening was somber, although Danielle's omelette was quite good. Afterward, she and Loireau wandered the castle's halls, seeing what sights there were to see. Down in the castle's theater, the funhouse of the Forsaken was running through some of its routines while letting the inhabitants of the castle watch. The troupe would practice all night and all day for several days in preparation for their first show. Danielle's purpose in bringing Loireau here was to find Sophia, but of Jean-Pierre's daughter there was no sign. Enough, Loireau said. We've explored enough for today, Danielle. She groaned. Fine. What then? The first fight of the evening should be starting soon. You and your damned fights. Grudgingly, she allowed him to lead her to the arena, bought a beer and a hot dog off a vendor and settled down next to Loireau on one of the lowest rows of the stadium. The seats perched close to the action that some old blood had stained the stone near her feet. For some reason, even to her nose, the blood didn't smell so good. The slavers were just finishing up their auction, dismantling their platforms and refastening the chains on their human livestock. Seeing this, Danielle set her hot dog down and didn't resume eating it, even after the slavers and the slaves had left her sight. Soon, the ringmaster of the arena greeted the audience, which was small this early in the evening, and the first contestant entered the ring to scattered applause. Then the second. The duelists shook hands, and the ringmaster left the arena. The pugilists began hot and heavy, and at first Danielle thought it was to be a mercifully quick fight, but the warriors swiftly grew wary, and their movements became careful, measured. It turned out to be a very long fight, at least 2 hours. By the time it ended, enough spectators had filtered in to flesh out the stadium. The competition ended rather bloodily, but then didn't they all? A short recession was called while the blood in the arena was mopped up, during which Loireau and Danielle both had to use the head. Loireau's solution to the dilemma was simple: she would accompany him into the men's room and use a stall there while he pissed in the latrine. The idea worked fine, although she did get a few interested glances, if only a few. Immortals as a rule were rather liberal. The two returned to their seats as the ringmaster came back into the arena, welcomed the new members of the audience, and recapped the highlights of the last duel. He introduced the first official contestant to loud applause. It turned out to be Lashira, the dragon lady that had prevailed last night. She wore a robe cinched around the middle, but the medallion Roche Sarnova had given her gleamed around her neck. "Isn't she beautiful?" said Loireau. This comment had a strange effect. His voice carried further than Danielle would have anticipated and was quickly picked up by the dragon lady's ears. As soon as he said it, the red-haired Lashira turned his way and winked at him. He smiled back and began to blush. "You're the one who wanted to sit near the bottom row," Danielle reminded him. "So talk softer, Nimrod." He started to chastise her, but he couldn't get that silly smile off his face and was in too good a mood to get angry, so he let it drop. "And now," roared the announcer, "may I present our second contender to the throne, a newcomer by any standards, but one who thinks he has what it takes to be the king. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present the werewolf Kirnavar." The crowd booed happily as Kirnavar strode into the arena wearing only a loincloth. "Jesus fucking Christ," said Loireau. "Goddamn," Danielle agreed, staring at the Lord of the Flies and trying to make sense of what she saw. Kirnavar, as young and deranged as he was, making a bid for Dark Lord, going up against a woman almost 1,000 years older than himself. What the hell? So much for his medication, she said. Luaro's eyes stared, blank and unseeing. He's going to kill her, he said. That bastard's going to kill Lashira. She winked at me and now he's going to kill her. Shut up, Danielle said. He's not going to kill her, Luaro. You said yourself she's 900 years old. He doesn't have a chance. Good riddance to bad rubbish and all that. No, he whispered. He killed Laszlo, and Laszlo was much older than 900 years, and now he's going to kill Lashira. He's right, Danielle thought. Through some sort of bizarre fluke, Kirnavar was ingrained with unnatural strength and awareness of his powers. What would take a normal shade millennia to learn, he already knew. And why? Because he was insane. Deeply. Fucking. Insane. Trying to reassure Luaro, she said, they'll probably disqualify him for mental incompetence. They didn't. Kirnavar and Lashira shook hands, the ringmaster accepted her robe and medallion, leaving her naked, then left the arena. The fight commenced. It was quick. Kirnavar and Lashira flew at each other lustily. There was a lot of flying limbs and blood, and, where the combatants partially transformed, Danielle could see glimpses of roiling fur and gleaming scales. They rolled around on the dirt floor for nearly a minute, and Danielle could feel the audience around her craning forward, sitting on the edges of their seats, and, though she might later deny it, Danielle did the same. Eventually, Kirnavar flung himself away and rose to his feet. A few yards away Lashira lay torn and bleeding and naked, utterly defenseless. She still lived, though. Barely. Tears hovered at the corners of her eyes as she saw Kirnavar draw near. His shadow fell across her face, but somehow her tears still caught the light. She attempted to change forms, her body elongating and her skin being covered by brilliant scales. Wings began to grow along her back. She was too far gone, though, her wounds had drained her. Unable to keep her transformation going, Lashira ceased her efforts with her body stuck halfway between woman and dragon. Still, she was beautiful. Kirnavar tore off her head. The crowd did not cheer. It sat mute in horror as the lunatic went about dismembering his victim, piece by piece. Danielle wiped at her eyes, sucked in a deep breath and cleared her throat. She leaned back in her chair. Seeing Luaro struck dumb, she squeezed his hand despite herself, but it did no good. Come on, she whispered. Let's get out of here. He followed her blindly as she led the way up toward the exit. As they crested the final stair, she saw Kor standing near the entrance. The she-wolf's eyes were focused on the arena, where the ringmaster was covering the strange silence with a stream of patter. She must have seen the whole thing. Enough, anyway. Kloar, said Danielle. Kirnavar, Kloar breathed. So that's why we couldn't find him. The sick fuck came here. Her face twisted. Great, this is just what we need. She spat. All this time and I thought he was just a sidekick and now it turns out he's a player. Danielle coughed. Come to see the fights? It had not been Kloar's habit to do so. No. Again, Kloar shook herself, then frowned. No, I came here to tell you that I'd been unable to come into contact with Vistrat. We'll stick around for a few days just to be sure, but I think he's been scoured. Danielle nodded. Of course she knew that since Vistrat was actually the scourer, he couldn't have been, unless Amelia had killed him, or he'd killed himself. Anyway, Kloar went on, I see no reason why you should continue to be our prisoner. At one point I wanted you dead, but I don't need that anymore. She smiled. I conquered you just the same, didn't I? Danielle remembered the music disc and said nothing. I hereby set you free, Kloar said. Luaro, say goodbye to your little prisoner. But... Luaro only now seemed to be coming out of his shock. A shock quickly replaced by a new one. Save it, Kloar ordered, then pulled something out of a pocket, something small and shiny. A key. With a sinking feeling deep in her guts, Danielle knew what it was. This is your reward for playing by the rules, Kloar said. It'll open Malcolm's room. Do with him what you will? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Dark Lord looked down from the tallest of his battlements, letting his eyes trace the dramatic skyline of his home. The stars were bright overhead, very white against the black sky, although they could only be seen here and there through the dense clouds which shot through the sky as swiftly as if they were being driven forward by the very whips of hell. The same wind caressed his dark hair and long flowing cape, which he only wore on special occasions. He hoped that this would not be one of them. Sarnova watched the sky and the falling snow and the jagged steeples of the Carpathians, then turned his gaze upward toward the tip of the mountain. On this side, it was nearly sheer, and in this face the castle was embedded. At the mountain's tip glowed a red point, and that was as it should be. It meant that power had not been cut to the outpost up there, an outpost whose sole function was to alert him in the event that an enemy force was ascending the opposite side of the mountain. If that red light switched off, it meant that the force was already here. As Sarnova saw it, his primary job was to keep that light shining strong, a job complicated by the treachery of his subordinates. Oh, he was very aware of their secret meetings. Although, well, he had not caught them in time. Things had gone too far, and now the only hope he allowed himself was that things were already being seen to. That was his greatest fear, as well, for if something seemed too good to be true, it probably was. He turned his gaze upon his castle's courtyards and towers. 2 main courtyards, the north and the south. One for assembly and one for recreation. There was the main courtyard, the head of which was the lowest tower on the castle. It was on the balcony of that white tower, one fateful day not too long ago, that he had looked down upon all the dwellers of the castle all assembled in that courtyard at his order and announced that they were now at war. The next few days had been grim, as many of his weaker subjects fled the castle, some recruited by Subair and her half. Soon hundreds of others had flocked to his side, eagerly joining his army and signing on to battle his enemies. Some, of course, had been spies. For others, the fair-weather followers, betrayal hadn't entered their minds until he started to lose. Even now the thought made him livid, but he could not surrender control, not now with 4 guards on the battlement with him. Poise was important, especially when things were going so sour. Far below, on one of the catwalks, Ambassador Mauchlery approached. 4 guards flanked him, too, although these guards were not simply to protect, but to prevent their charge from escaping. The very sight of them made Sarnova's fist ball up until it shook. When the trembling reached his elbow, he took a deep breath and went back to watching the skyline. In time, the ambassador disappeared into the tower and began ascending the stairs. Sarnova appraised the shadows of the chamber, where a large and expensive missile launcher had been pushed back from the large window. The machine was intended to protect his castle from airborne assaults. In the old days, boiling water would have sufficed. Maybe some rock throwers or archers for good measure. Back then, castles had been efficient structures insofar as safety was concerned. Nowadays, one should have an underground bunker of some sort. Of course, he had one of these, too, though it wasn't very scientific, just a tunnel into the deepest part of the mountain, but that was only protection for him, and he was a man very concerned about the well-being of his subjects. Old age had mellowed him. The question was how to fit a castle so far underground that it could resist nuclear attack. That was his greatest fear. Hopefully Subair and her followers would not use such tactics. They wanted the castle whole, as well as the subjects at his command. As for himself, they wanted him dead only if he couldn't be persuaded to see their point of view. Which he couldn't. The thing that troubled him most at the moment, though, was the reason the missile launcher had been pushed back from the window in the first place, to clear the area before the window in case a summary execution of his oldest friend proved necessary. It was for this event that Roche Sarnova had donned his ceremonial cape, hoping even as he did so that it wouldn't be required. It all hinged on what the ambassador had to say for himself. A few wrong words and he would be positioned at the edge of the window, where the launcher had heretofore been placed, then flung out the window into the abyss, where he would plummet until he was obliterated against the ice-encrusted chasm floor. If that didn't kill him, nothing would. Sarnova's ears pricked at footsteps from below. The ambassador and his escort stepped into the chamber, moved a few yards toward their lord and stopped at an appropriate distance. "Good evening, Ambassador," Sarnova said. Mauchlery nodded. "I hope so, Roche." The Dark Lord said nothing, contemplating the familiarity with which his old friend spoke. It was unnerving at a time like this. "I presume you know why I summoned you. At the secret meeting last night, you must have had a mole." "Yes." "You?" Roche cleared his throat and began again. "You plotted to overthrow me." The ambassador opened his mouth. When nothing came out, he closed it and reconsidered. He didn't seem to know what to say. Neither did Sarnova, and he'd had longer to think about it. The wind made the only noise, though this at least was a roar. Snow drifted in through the glassless window and struck the floor, throwing up little drops of water where other flakes had recently melted. "Why?" asked Sarnova. "Why did you do it?" Mauchlery's voice was quiet. "To save you, my friend." "Explain." The ambassador sighed. "I knew that some of the officers were holding secret meetings, so I placed a few moles myself and discovered, not to my surprise, that they were discussing the situation as if the war was already lost. Or nearly so. They thought the only solution was to replace you, at least temporarily. They lacked direction, though, and I was approached twice by them. They were subtle, but it was clear they wished me to lead them, to give them strength. At first I pretended ignorance, as if they were being too subtle." He smiled then, as if to show that this was a joke. Tentatively, Sarnova returned the gesture. He so wanted to believe. Therein was the danger. Mauchlery continued, then it occurred to me that if I was their leader, I could control them. It was clear to me that sooner or later they would have gone through with it, with or without me. They might have bungled it. You could have gotten hurt. Either way, they would have deposed you and surrendered to Subair. I couldn't let that happen. So I summoned them all together, knowing you would have probably planted a mole yourself, and told them that I was taking over their operations. He paused, as if considering his words carefully, or maybe it was only to show his triumph. They were relieved, he said. I outlined a plan to depose you without you getting hurt and told them to gather support from their own subordinates. Why? So that there would be no confusion in the ranks. I didn't want the younglings throwing a coup of their own. I wanted organization, and I wanted to lead it. After the mass recruiting, I would have been the silent leader of the rebels, and I could have stalled them for as long as I wanted. I knew it was risky, I knew you would probably find out about it, but it was the only thing I knew to do. As the old saying goes, the surest way to prevent a house from being built is to be the carpenter that builds it. He stopped, looked Tsar Nova in the eye. Do you see, Roche? Do you see why I had to do it? Tsar Nova let out a breath. Francois had said everything he'd wanted to hear, and that was the problem. It was too perfect. Of course, that's the way it would have been, and that's the way it had all gone down according to Roche Tsar Nova's moles. The question was what the ambassador had really intended. Had he been doing it all for Tsar Nova's benefit, or for his own? The crux of it was that Mauchlery had never wanted any position of leadership, not in all the millennia the Dark Lord had known him, it was just not in his nature. And Tsar Nova had, over the centuries, come to trust in that nature, which might have been the mistake. Then again, maybe all this treachery was just making him see fangs in every shadow. Very well, he said, indicating that his decision had been made. He would now announce the verdict. Mauchlery waited, silent. I believe you, said the Dark Lord. Visibly, the tension drained from the ambassador's face. After a few moments, he smiled. The smile was genuine, if a touch nervous, though it was clear the encounter had taxed him. Even as he observed this in Mauchlery, Tsar Nova felt the same in himself. You had me scared there for a minute, Francois said, his eyes glancing at the window. Tsar Nova smiled, stepped forward and embraced his friend. You scared me, too, he said into his ear. But you understand, Francois demanded, pushing Tsar Nova away just far enough so that they could look into each other's eyes. Blackie, it's not enough that you believe me. You must understand why I did what I did. The Dark Lord squeezed his friend's shoulder. I understand. And I thank you for it. If you hadn't stepped in, I probably would have been overthrown within a week or so. Good, Mauchlery said, and it was apparently all he could say at the moment, his throat being constricted as it was. Tsar Nova noticed that he refrained from blinking so that the lens of water over his eyes would not break. Tsar Nova ran his hand through Francois' golden hair with one hand and patted him on the cheek with the other. Come on, Ambassador. Let us go have a drink. Asterisk. Alone, Danielle wandered the castle, thinking. At first she wanted to seek out Harry or Sophia for guidance, but this would be a mistake, she knew. He was the angel on her shoulder and Sophia the devil. Since they would only cancel each other out, their advice was useless, which left Danielle in the position of having to decide what to do herself. As it should be, she supposed. Revenge or forgiveness, revenge or forgiveness. In the end her judgment was surprisingly easy to arrive at. Having made up her mind, she descended into the catacombs. Into the dungeon. At the entrance to the dungeon, guards blocked the way, but she flashed her key and they let her through without comment, although she thought she saw them stifling grins. They knew the situation, then, at least as best they could. Let them laugh. She was beyond caring. After exploring the prisoner's tunnels for some time, she came upon the door that led into Malcolm's room. It was metal, and she remembered that most of these rooms were designed to hold immortals. The prisoners would be drained of as much blood as they could afford to lose and thrown into one of these cells to wither away, too weak to escape through the walls or even open the door with their mind thrust, though this last was a talent few of them would have in any quantity. Few possessed the telekinetic strength of Ruger. Danielle stared at the door. She made no move to open it. What would Ruger say about this whole thing? At Carker's lodge, he'd said that she must follow her heart, but the heart is not a simple thing, it's multifaceted and one must consciously choose which facet to pursue. Taking a deep breath, Danielle unlocked the door, swung it wide and stepped into the chamber beyond. Kicking the door shut behind her, she gave her eyes a moment to adjust to the gloom. The room was made of thick stone and the ceiling stretched away into high shadows, narrowing into a sort of dome. On a ledge sticking out from the circumference of this dome crouched a dozen large stone gargoyles, glaring down into the room with malevolent eyes. Along the wall lay rumpled sheets where Malcolm must be spending his nights if, that is, he could tell them from the days, but he was not among them. Instead, he stood tall and proud and completely naked in the center of the chamber, holding his ground against her. She wondered what she must look like to him, she the creature that had haunted him for so many years, a creature he had lived with in his youth and ultimately betrayed. "You stand tall for a coward," she said. He stared at her hard and seemed to shudder. At a flick of her wrist, the large curved knife she used for these killings shot from the sleeve of her jacket into her waiting hand, a cross between a dagger and a scythe and a machete, yet none of these. The blade glittered even in the faint light, as if over the years it had captured some wispy fragments of the souls it had liberated and now they were making themselves known. All the others died by this blade, she told him, watching his reaction. He visibly fought to maintain composure. "Where's the music?" he asked. "Night on Bald Mountain? I decided I didn't want to listen to it, not now. The only music I want to hear is your screams." He swallowed, took an involuntary step backward. "Don't," he said. "My wife, my kids." "Yeah, I talked to Harry. He almost had me convinced, too, but then I thought to myself, if Malcolm gets away, then he will be had his cake and eaten it, too. You were evil, and now Harry says you're not, if that's even possible, but still you live the good life. You were never punished, never brought to justice. I've changed. Please, Danielle. I'm not sure I believe it's possible to change, Malcolm. Ruger says it is, but he still struggles with it to this day, so maybe he's wrong, although in his case I'm willing to cut him a little slack. It is possible to change. I'm not evil. Danielle, I'm not evil." She stepped forward swiftly and raised the scythe high over her head. Immediately, Malcolm/Martin dropped to his knees, his hands knotted together over his face, maybe in prayer, maybe for protection. She grabbed him by the hair, wrenched his head away from his hands and placed the blade at his throat, cutting him just a little. Blood ran down his neck and stuck in the thin hair on his chest. "Convince me," she said. Panting heavily, blinking to keep the sweat out of his eyes, he nodded as much as the knife at his throat would allow. I've had a lot of time to think about evil over the years," he began. "I'm sure you have, you fucking bastard. I've come to the conclusion that there isn't such a thing, not really. Convenient. No. That's not what I mean. I mean that really evil's just a way to say cruel to your sadism or self-absorption to the exclusion of all else. Okay? Talk. So, well, once I was cruel and I enjoyed it. Then came a time when I was on top, a successful player in the drug world, poised to become a major player. I lost all taste for it. The cruelty, I mean. The barbarism. Somehow, it struck me, what I'd been doing, what I'd become, doing junk all the time, whoring and boozing and killing, I wanted out. Don't know why it happened, it doesn't to most, but it did to me. You understand? Epiphanies are easy reprieves, Malcolm. Well, I saw all the, destruction I was causing and I grew a distaste for it, for myself. I wanted to be different than who I was. Constructive, I guess. So I got out, successfully, which is rare. Most usually get busted or killed, or kill themselves one way or another. I got lucky. That's right. So you see? I see. You won't kill me? Hope welled up from the depths of his eyes, and she enjoyed it for a moment before saying, I understand you were lucky, that you made a clean break. That's why I must make up for all the good fortune that went your way. You never had to account for your sins, not until tonight. I hope you understand. She placed the knife at his hairline and slipped the knife under his skin, stripping the flesh from his skull like peeling an orange. She grabbed the scalp and tore it free. As she tossed the strip of skin and hair to the floor behind her, Malcolm screamed and leapt backward on his hands and knees. Calmly, she pursued him to the wall, where he turned as if about to fight. He was pinned. She kicked him, hard, in his chest, in the stomach. In the face. She could hear bones crunch under her heels. She moved in with the knife, cutting him across the breast, opening his skin in long arcs. He crawled off, screaming, trying to escape her. She stopped and smiled, listening. That's what I like to hear, she said, and went after him. He had crawled over to the door and was clawing at its metal surface with his fingernails. Sorry, Malcolm, she said. He turned as she approached, his face a mask of horror, and let loose his loudest howl yet. His next words were the only things that had any chance at saving him, and he knew it. I'm sorry, he shouted, tears coursing down his eyes. I'm so fucking sorry. Danielle, please. Don't kill me. I'm so why. His voice cracked. His words became inaudible as he placed his hands over his face and supported his arms with his knees. He was just sitting there by the door, curled up and miserable, waiting for her vengeance, bleeding all over, his skull gleaming a ribbon of blood where she had peeled him. Of course, it was far from over. She might take hours or days with him, soaking up his pain. She could feel the knife in her hand and the grin on her face. This was going to be beautiful. She moved closer. He didn't pull away. This was going to be. He just sat there, shaking, weeping. "Forgive me," he shouted from behind his hands. Then, less distinctly, "Don't make my wife and kids suffer for what I did. Please, please don't do that to them. Forgive me, forgive me, forgive me. You bastard," she spat, and took another step. "Forgive me." She brought her knife across his exposed legs, slicing open his shins. He howled with pain and fell over on the stone floor, crying and wailing, but not trying to escape. She towered over him, the knife dripping his blood onto the floor. His muffled sobs, her jagged steaming breaths and the faint splashing of blood were the only sounds in the room. "Do you like being the victim?" she asked. "Please, please, no." She studied him, then the knife. She frowned. She let the knife slip from her fingers and clatter to the floor. He looked out from behind his hands, saw the knife on the floor and stared up at her hopefully. "It took all the others," she said of the knife. "I didn't drain them. For you, I'll make an exception. I want to feel you die on my teeth. I want to taste you as you go." He only sobbed, wrapped his arms tighter about himself. She knelt beside him, grabbed him by a tuft of graying hair and brought his sweaty face up to hers. He'd aged, she thought, almost to the point where she couldn't recognize him. His eyes stared into her eyes, remembering her, really remembering her for the first time. "Danielle," he said. "Malcolm." She tilted his head, exposing his neck, and sank her fangs into his warm salty skin. Blood spurted into her mouth, as hot and spicy as it always was, and she drank it in, lovingly. He convulsed and beat at her, but she wouldn't be denied. She held him to her breast tightly, trying to still him, and finally his limbs seemed to lose their strength. She could feel him going, almost on the brink of death. "Danielle." She tore herself away and brought her face to look at him again. As she did so, she could feel his blood trickling down her mouth and knew that he was watching it. How does it feel, she thought, to see your own life plastered across the face of someone else, to know that the sum of your fears has materialized? "Danielle," he said. "Please, don't do this." "It's almost finished," she told him softly. "I could have taken much longer. Hours, days, but I've made it short for you." "No." "Yes." "No, please, forgive me." She felt the wall of ice within her give just a little. His face wasn't as she remembered. It wasn't cruel. It was mature, almost kind. And it was the face of a man who had suffered. Harry had been right. "Jesus," she said, and turned her gaze away. "Danielle," he said, his voice weak now, his whole torso being suspended by only his hair, what little blood he had left slowly leaking out of his cooling body. She felt a tear fall from the corner of an eye and turned back to stare at this naked, dying man before her, butchered by her own hand. "You deserved it," she whispered. His watery eyes closed. "Yes," he answered. "Now, please, forgive me." She released her grip on his hair. He crumpled to the floor with a muffled sound of agony. "You fucking bastard," she said. He just lay there at her knees, barely stirring. She saw that his blood had stained her clothes all over. She could feel the wetness against her skin. Slowly, very slowly, she began to cry. Doubling over, she placed her hands over her eyes and wept. "I'm sorry," he was saying. "I'm so sorry. Please, Danielle, forgive me." She swallowed her tears, but still her throat was raw. For a long time, she remained silent. She let herself cry, let all the hurt and anger of the years come out and roll down her cheeks. It was like nothing she'd ever known, a deep unburdening, a cleansing unlike any she'd ever experienced after a killing. Deep within her, something changed, became calm, and she did forgive this man for what he'd done, or what a different version of him had done to her many years ago. Fucking bastard, she thought. Fucking bastard. I got to him too late. After some time, she clasped her hands and stared up at the strange domed ceiling and the gargoyles there, or past the ceiling to what, if anything, waited above. "God," she whispered. "If you're there, you're a bastard, too, but please give me strength anyway." As she said it, one of the gargoyles stirred. Danielle nearly shot out of her skin. The gargoyle leapt from its perch and landed on the stone floor a few feet away. Like Malcolm, it stood tall and naked, but unlike Malcolm, it was an extremely large being with black skin, a tangled beard and carefully patterned dreadlocks. Good evening, Danielle, said Yagoda. I'm not a sign from your god, but I'm a lot more fun. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Danielle froze. This was too much. Just seconds ago, she'd laid to rest the biggest demon of her life. Emotions pounded through her too fast to name. Yagoda had no right to be here. This was perhaps the most private moment of her life. Now, after dealing with Malcolm, she was free from the death squad, free to await Ruger's return. Free either to continue their quest or let it go. But now. He smiled, his big teeth shining wetly in the thin light. Jesus, she said, rising and backing away. There you go again, he admonished. How the hell did you get here, she said. Tunnels, my dear. As you might know, or not, Junger and myself are legendary for our tunnels. No. I mean, how, in the castle? Blackie granted us unlimited access to this little retreat in reward for our creation of the Tree of Death. You might have heard about it? It was quite well received. Anyway, that is why we built it for him. That was our price. Admission past the gates at any time. Unable to think, Danielle wiped some of Malcolm's blood away from her mouth and forced herself to breathe evenly. Jesus. What the hell was going on? At last, she said, why'd you come here? Because this is where it's all going down, isn't it? We've been watching for so long, but watching wasn't getting the job done. Going down? What was going down? What do you hope to accomplish? We still believe that we're all on the verge of a new world order, and we intend to be in on the ground floor. Now is a time of choosing allies. Allies, she repeated dumbly. So you want me for an ally? He laughed. Not quite, my dear. If you had killed dear Malcolm, it might be another story. That is why I came. Ruger, maybe, but not you. We need a meal ticket and we can't have morals getting in the way. For some reason, this didn't seem to shame him at all, this admission that he was just looking for someone to take him where he wanted to go. But, as Danielle had been raised to believe that you must find friends where you could, maybe he'd been conditioned to believe that one should find coattails to hang onto. The question was who that would be. She wanted to ask where Junger was, but she remembered Sophia telling her that the other balaclava was dead. Jean-Pierre had taken his life, and the world was a better place for it. Cruelly, she smiled, hoping to hurt this fucker as best she could. She couldn't think of anyone else more deserving. How does it feel to be alone, she said. Alone? Now that your boyfriend's dead. Yes, Junger is dead, but I'll never be alone. We will always be together. At any rate, you failed the test, Danielle. You let Malcolm live. Part of me knew you would. I just can't walk away now. Shut up, she told him. Just turn around and get the fuck out of here. Ah, Danielle. So tender, so fragile. I can't bear to see you live unscathed, conscience clean. Maybe you wouldn't have done it yourself, but he wouldn't be here if it weren't for your hatred. He shrugged, to show that it didn't matter. It's good enough for me. Her eyes darted to Malcolm, who had managed to crawl off into a corner and was staring at the two immortals as if they were on some celestial plane far removed from him. Then, suddenly, realizing Yagoda's intent, his eyes widened in terror. As the balaclava moved toward her old foster brother, Danielle cried, "No! Don't you dare touch him!" Yagoda continued towards Malcolm. "You bastard!" She lunged at him. Half turning, he swatted her away without breaking his stride. For the last time, she reminded herself that he was immeasurably stronger than herself. Her physical presence could not deter him. Yagoda reached Malcolm, crouched against the wall, unmoving, perhaps thinking that Danielle could really come to his aid. Suddenly, Yagoda raised a clawed foot and plunged it down, pinning Malcolm's arm to the wall at the shoulder. Using this to hold his victim in place, Yagoda reached down, grabbed the arm and twisted it off. Malcolm howled and writhed. The balaclava applied some of his own saliva to the spurting wound. The spit acted as a coagulant, stopping the flow of blood almost immediately. Still, the wall on that side of Malcolm's body was painted in red. Yagoda raised the arm to his mouth and bit down on the bone, letting the marrow burst on his tongue. Of course, thought Danielle. This is what a balaclava feeds on. Malcolm was still alive, though. That was the main thing. She might have been about to kill him a few minutes ago, but no more. Inspiration struck her. Yagoda, she said, inching her way towards the door. If you don't release that man, you'll regret it. Still munching on the bone, the balaclava said nothing, just looked at her, triumph blazing from his eyes. He stripped back the flesh of the arm as if peeling a banana and chomped down. Around his mouthful, he said, "Say bye to brother." No, I don't think so. Malcolm will be around for a while, unless you never want to see your precious tree again. Malice flared in his eyes. Touch my art and you will become a part of it, Danielle, and remember, my art is death. An artist is his own worst critic. Danielle, don't do this. Let him live and I'll forget it. Take another bite off that arm and I'll hack apart every goddamn limb of your fucking tree. I will not be threatened. He sank his teeth once more into the arm. Danielle flung open the door and ran as fast as she could down the corridor. Streaking past the guard outpost, she wondered how Yagoda would get around them, then remembered the tunnels he'd spoken of and the story Sophia had told her about the labyrinth in New York. If he'd been here in the castle for long, he'd probably already started a network of tunnels. Hell, he probably started one when he was here working on the tree, and that was some time ago. She ran and ran, at last finding herself in the section of the catacombs reserved for the art exhibits. Though Harry had taken her to see the tree a few days before, she couldn't immediately remember where it was, and by the time the memory surfaced she was already there. Entering the chamber slowly, on guard in case Yagoda had arrived before her, she took in the circle of coffins and the large bone tree rising from the circle's center. Directly over the tree, in the ceiling itself, the green piece of glass glowed with the room's only light save for the scattered torches blazing along the earthen walls. From their erect coffins, Danielle could feel the corpses staring at her. And they were staring, weren't they? It wasn't just a trick of the light. And there, at the corner of her eye, was that movement? She waited. Nothing. She stepped toward the tree, wishing she had some bat or pipe or something to begin the damage with. She plucked up one of the root bones instead, which led from the base of the tree to each individual coffin. She selected a thigh bone, the closest thing to a bat she could find, and started smashing away at the lowest limbs of the tree. They broke loudly, but they were bound so together that they wouldn't collapse without some effort on her part. At last, after several minutes of swinging her bones, she needed a new one every so often. She began to do some serious damage, surely enough to enrage Yagoda if the balaclava was protective of his art. This is some funny shit, isn't it? Malcolm had consumed her thoughts since she was a 14-year-old girl. She'd wanted to kill him for so long, and now she was willing to risk her own immortal life to see him live? Well, fuck it. Suddenly, from all around her, she heard strange dry noises, creaks and pops from things that should have stopped creaking and popping long ago. She ceased her destruction of the tree and stepped away from it, turning in slow circles to keep her back from being vulnerable. The corpses lived. They emerged from their coffins, yawning and stretching their gruesome limbs. Damn, she said. They really weren't dead. And they weren't being manipulated by anyone's telekinetic abilities, either. No, these things had been dead once, but were dead no more. They were zombies, as Tommy O'Connell had been a zombie, and they were moving toward her in terrifying synchronicity. Come on, guys, she said, raising her hands in a placating gesture. Just calm down now. Unheeding, they shuffled toward her. Their arms rose. Their claw-like hands opened and closed. Just think about this, she said. I mean, hell, you want a cigarette or something? They came on. Closer. Too fucking much. Where had the normal world gone? Where were the convenience stores, the Taco Bells, the bagel shops? 1 minute she was through with Malcolm. Ready to get on with her life. Now, all the rules had changed. And none of the new ones were good. When she had decided to go with Claire, to come to the castle, she'd stepped through a looking glass, but the world on this side of it wasn't just dark, or distorted, it was just plain mean. From the expressions on the zombies' faces, she could see that their minds weren't all their own, that there was a force behind them that was the driving entity. Like Tommy O'Connell and Laszlo's others. If these zombies were minions of a Khaljit like Laszlo, who was the Khaljit? The answer walked into the room, infant ribs sticking out of his tattooed face like little tusks. It was younger, Yagoda's blacker half, and he frowned deeply, surveying the damage Danielle had done to his creation. Danielle, he said sadly. What have you done? What have I done, she asked, trying to stop the fevered pounding in her skull. What the hell have you done, and what the hell are you doing here? I thought you were dead. I am. I was. When Yagoda and myself were at Laszlo's mission, we knew the day might come when one of us would die, so each of us tore off one of Singer's arms. We knew he was a Khaljit, though a weak one as yet, and drank the marrow. That way, if one of us died, the other would be able to revive him. So Jean-Pierre did kill you. Of course. When Yagoda resurrected me, he gave me enough of his blood, even a few fingers, so I could have the marrow, to make me a Khaljit, instead of the blood slave I would otherwise become. So now both of you. He smiled wider. The implications drove through her like spikes. Now the demons were more powerful than ever. While Younger was speaking, his zombies, his slaves, had ceased their approach toward her, giving her a few moments to assess her options. She realized she was pretty much fucked unless she could talk her way out of this. And now, she said, trying to sound confident, as if she expected him to shrug the whole incident off and let her be. Now, he repeated, chuckling to show that it was a joke. To some extent his zombies joined in the mirth, but their bodies had been dead much longer than Laszlo's shades and they weren't cut out for laughter. However, they had been raised by a balaclava-calgid hybrid and their brittle bodies must be strong. Dust billowed from their cackling maws. Well, Danielle, Younger said, cocking his head meaningfully. At this signal, the zombies began their forward march once more. Now you die. But no, she said, desperate. That's not the way it's supposed to be. You're only supposed to harass us, not kill us. That's what Vistrat hired you to do, so that he'd have something to use against Amelia. Younger raised his eyebrows, and for a moment Danielle thought she had him. So you figured that part out, he said. I thought Hoswell might prove useful to you. One thing you don't know, though, Danielle, Vistrat's dead, or missing. In either event, Amelia has effectively taken over his territory. Yagoda and I have free range to do whatever we want with you. Ruger, we'll leave to the Kavasari. At this point, she's about the only thing to give us pause, and she has always had eyes for the Darkling. Why interfere? The zombies were very near now. Danielle thought of burrowing through the ground, but Younger was a shapeshifter and would be a much better mole than herself. Which left one option. She leapt upwards, grabbing the lowest branch of the tree. Climbed. By the time she reached the second level of branches, she could hear the zombies jumping for purchase on the first. She clawed her way up the thorny sculpture, noticing things she hadn't before. Human and animal skulls hung from the branches of the tree, as if they were the fruit of this macabre creation. The skulls opened and closed their mouths at her. Younger playing games with his telekinesis, and then branches started swatting her, not trying too hard to remove her from the tree, but letting her know that she was doomed. The ivory skull of an ape cracked against her head. She swatted at the bone fruit, and it snapped back. Below, she could hear the zombies ascending rapidly, eager to bring her down. A claw-like hand grabbed at her boot. She kicked it off. Plowed upward with greater speed. She hit the top. Looked all around. Shit. There was only one entrance to the room, where Younger stood, watching her with satisfaction. Occasionally a twitch of annoyance would cross his face as he heard the sounds of his sculpture being broken by his own undead slaves, but that was it. She looked overhead. Behind the green piece of glass, there would be a light, which would have wires running from it, and these wires might follow a service tunnel into which she could escape. She rose as high as she could atop her delicate perch and pressed the green glass upwards. It moved in its earthen fixture. She pushed it to the side, revealing a small tunnel, although she could see little of it. The light that had been shielded by the glass was bright and strong, but she was protected from its glare by an unwelcome eclipse. A large form stood before it, a shape with sunglasses and dreadlocks. Good to see you again, said Yagoda. He reached toward her. She dropped away, hunkering low on the highest branch of the tree just out of his reach. The ghoulish phantoms below closed in on her every second. Go away, she roared at Yagoda. Just go away and leave me the fuck alone. Yagoda grinned. That's not much of a hello. Anger pulsed through every artery in her system. She collected it all in her eyes and socked him with every last ounce of her hatred. He didn't even flinch. This is it. She could feel the tears working behind her eyes and tried hard to suppress them, but the end had come for her, she knew. Death perched happily above her, blocking out the light, ready to taste the center of her bones. It ringed the tree, and clustered on the branches. It waited in the entrance. All because she hadn't killed Malcolm. I never did anything to you, she said, hating the pitiful note in her voice. No, Yagoda agreed. That's never been very important to us. Have no fear, child. Your suffering will make great art. The zombies grabbed her. She could feel their filthy hands all over her, and though she fought them she knew it was futile. Growling, they dragged her down the tree of death and past its snapping fruits. They hauled her to the ground and pinned her there. Younger's intricately tattooed bald head smiled down at her. I bet you're wondering what comes next, he said. Fuck you, she spat. She could feel that her face was all scrunched up, that tears were leaking out of her eyes despite all her attempts to stop them, and she could hear that her voice sounded beyond the point of pitiful now. She bucked and kicked against the undead limbs that held her down, finally feeling strength returning to her, but her resistance would do no good. Younger lowered himself to his knees and placed his large hands on each side of her dark head. Then, slowly, as if he was having fun with her outrage, he kissed her on the forehead. She rocketed upwards, trying to bite off his fucking face, but strong arms held her down. I like you, Danielle, he said. Which is why I'm going to make you last for a long, long time. I'm going to taste everything you have to offer. He smiled. It's going to hurt. You evil fuck, she roared. Younger rose to his feet and backed away. At his signal, the zombies released their holds on her and stood. Just as she was preparing to make a break for it, the blood slaves descended. She fought them with all she had, but they were too much for her. Teeth and claws tore into her, and she arched her back and screamed. Chapter 11. After several exhausting hours in the war room of planning strategy with his captains, many of whom were potential turncoats, he knew, Roche Sarnova retired to his lavish chambers and had his servants prepare his sauna. He made himself a glass of whiskey and slipped into the boiling water, slowly letting himself relax. Things were not going well. Despite all his efforts, he was losing the war. No matter how many victories he won against Subair or how many spies he ferreted out, he still could not win. The worst thing was that he knew the reason why. The Sangrosanks. Conditioned to protect immortals against human knowledge, the ancient order was sabotaging his efforts. He understood their fears, but there were so many shades in the world now that they should have no reason to fear humans. It was their due to have their own place in the world, their own country. Or at least a city. A Jerusalem for the undead. It was time. There was one glitch. The so-called Scouring had created chaos in the immortal world, pitting factions of immortals against each other by killing off leaders that had been able to bring peace. As a result, everyday scores of shades were killed needlessly, senselessly, whether it be the war of the Kerala against the Abunka in Lariba or that of the Sepang against the Kanjali in Hong Kong or the territorial battles between the gangsters in America. Consequently, the community dwindled in number just when it needed the ripeness it had so recently achieved. For, if they were to have their own country, they needed a population large enough to protect themselves against those mortals that would side against them. To Sarnova and the others that shared his vision, the Scouring was making a someday Jerusalem difficult. All this had begun to make the Dark Lord suspect that the Scouring was orchestrated by a member of the Sangrosanks, a suspicion fostered by facts gathered by his spies. Though it had been Vistrat who'd begun the Scouring, it had been a Kavasari female named Amelia who'd originally propositioned the Titan. Now that Vistrat was gone and she had taken over his territory, it was very likely she would aim her sights on Sarnova, if indeed she craved dominance in their world. If she didn't, then her reasons behind the Scouring might have been to disable Sarnova's Jerusalem, which is what he was beginning to believe. He wondered if Amelia was a member of the Sangrosanks. He had no picture of her, only a name and a race. The members of the order never told him their names. He knew that there were 3 females in the group, and that one of them had been absent from the last meeting. Could that have been her? If not, if Amelia was not a member of the order, what would have prompted her to kill off so many of her own kind? Or did she not consider lesser immortals her kind? To none of these questions did he have an answer. Nevertheless, he puzzled over the problem as he sipped a drink. A servant entered and announced the arrival of Ambassador Mocklary. Sarnova and his guest exchanged greetings, and the ambassador disrobed and slipped into the sauna. Hot, he said, appreciative. What would you like to drink? What wouldn't I? Some cognac would be fine. A servant fetched it for him. Would you like a massage? The girl asked, but he declined. You don't look so good, Sarnova observed, when she had gone. I don't feel so good, to tell the truth. Today I was approached by our dear Colonel de Soto. He wanted me to narrow down a time to overthrow you. How efficient of him. What did you say? I told him I'd summon him when I'd pinpointed the right moment. Very good. That's not all. Just before I came here, 2 interesting facts were reported to me. Good news and bad. Which would you like first? The bad. It's pretty bad, Roche, Mocklary warned. Go ahead. It seems that our border and airport spies have reported large numbers of incognito shades moving into Romania. Though they arrived in different ways, they all appear to be a part of the same group. How many? Nearly 200, all told. Damn. Yes. Where did our spies follow them to? The forest. After that, the army or whatever it was realized it was being observed and vanished without a trace. Were there any familiar faces? Only one. Who? The albino Jean-Pierre. Lord Carker's consort. I remember. Sarnova finished his drink, ordered another and sank lower in the steaming water. What could this mean? 200 shades. An army. They hadn't announced themselves to him, which could only mean they were enemies. Of course, there were only a few immortal armies around, and only one that he could think of that would be strong enough to attack him. Libertarians, he muttered. That's what I thought, too, Mocklary said. But why would Jean-Pierre be among them? Good question. So what's the good news? I'm afraid it's really just a follow-up to the bad news, Roche. Lord Carker's just called and requested permission to pay us a visit. I wasn't informed of this until just now, but since his request was simply out of politeness, it was of course granted. He'll arrive in a few days' time. With him is Ruger, the one they call the Darkling. The Marshal. Yes, I remember him. Sarnova thought a moment. On the one hand, he was glad his old friend was dropping by, but why would Carker's albino companion be traveling into Romania with the Army of Liberty? After some time, he asked, Francois, do you see how this fits together? I have no idea, Roche. Even if Carker was coming here to pave the way for liberty, which is the only possible scenario I can think of, he wouldn't try to slip the albino and pass the border, would he? Of course not. He knows we keep a close watch on all those who come through. Which can only mean, what, that he doesn't know about Jean-Pierre? It can't be. And why's he traveling with Ruger? They parted ways many decades ago. Not long, really, but still. Ambassador? Nothing, Roche. Speak up, if you have any ideas. Well, I was just thinking, what if Carker is being brought here against his will? What if Ruger, who was friends with that libertarian leader Ludwig, the one that died, is using Jean-Pierre as blackmail in return for Carker coming here, and somehow weakening our defenses to pave the way for Liberty's invasion? And Carker, being made to do this against his will, knows that we'll recognize Jean-Pierre and is hoping we'll figure it out before he gets here. That does make a certain amount of sense. And you're right, I find it hard to believe that Carker would betray me willingly. Now, if Jean-Pierre was being held as a hostage against his good behavior, maybe. He sipped his drink, then set the glass down. Now wasn't the time for intoxication. We have to get Carker away from the Darkling. He needs to be able to speak freely. One thing more. What am I forgetting? We need to reassure him that Jean-Pierre will be okay. He loves that creature, Roche, and would not see it harmed. Yes, you're right, of course, but I haven't forgotten. There's something that'll keep Jean-Pierre safe. Francois smiled. The sabot. If the libertarians attack through the Sangro-Sanks entrance, which must be what they intend to do, a frontal attack would only destroy us both, but more likely them, but if they go through the mountain itself. The sabot. And the sabot knows Jean-Pierre. Feeling better, Roche picked up his glass and downed another swallow, this one rather large. Here, Ambassador. Your drink looks like it could be freshened up. That would be great. As the girl refilled his glass, the ambassador said, I think I'll have that massage now. Yes, agreed the Dark Lord. I think I will, too. Harry Lavaca was working on his third martini of the day when Clore showed up at his side, unescorted. The bartender hardly took notice of her, despite his liberal hostility toward immortals. She'd come to visit Harry often since they'd been at the castle. And, as Harry was a regular patron of the bar, she had been here more than once before. Hey, Clore, he said, swiveling on his stool to get a better look at her. For some reason, she seemed agitated. Harry, we need to talk. Have a seat. No. She glanced around, as if trying to decide the best way to get him out of the bar, then let out a breath. Let's go to a booth. He shot the bartender a look, and the bartender nodded. Grabbing his drink, Harry hopped off his stool and followed Clore to a booth, where a waitress approached. The she-wolf waved her away. Have you heard about Kirnavar? Clore asked, lighting a cigarette. He had, but he wanted to hear what she had to tell him. What about him? He's entered the competition in the pit. He raised his eyebrows. Really? She related to him what she'd observed firsthand, and he listened patiently. For whatever reason, the two had formed a friendship over the last few weeks, which was disturbing to Harry, because back in the days when he was a notorious shade killer he would have considered her a perfect target. She was evil and took pride in it. Yet for some reason he liked her, and she seemed to feel the same way towards him. They'd gotten drunk together several times, had stayed up the whole night talking and telling each other stories, and once every now and then, such as now, she'd come to him for advice. So what do you think, she said when she'd finished. I think he's insane. She smiled patiently. I hope you can come up with something better than that, Harry. He ordered another drink, and they talked it over. How could Kirnavar have gotten so strong, he asked. He was turned by Frenchie. I know, but to defeat this Lashira. How old did you say she was? Old. She frowned. Some shades are just naturally stronger than others. They can tap into whatever it is that makes us easier than others can. I don't know. Suddenly, he laughed. What, she said. Well, here we are wondering about him. Why not hell, Why not just ask the mad bastard? She stared at him. You're kidding. For a moment, Harry sensed that she might actually be afraid of Kirnavar. Then again, he wouldn't blame her if she were. It's up to you, he said. She seemed to think about it for a moment, then said, I guess I've got nothing better to do. Byron's refusing to come to my bed now. Despite himself, Harry said, why? She made a face. I was a little hard on him when Kirnavar disappeared, I guess. It was his responsibility. Anger clouded her features for a second, then blew over. What about Killian? Oh, he's still around, but, well. I guess you could say I'm keeping him at a distance. Harry finished his drink. Ready when you are. She threw a few dollars on the table. When he started to protest, she said, It's on me, Harry. My way of. What? Apologizing. You don't need to apologize, Cloire. For everything, Harry, for kidnapping you in the first place, but mainly for that night back at Carker's Lodge when I tried to humiliate you in front of Danielle. You know. Giving you that bottle and sending you on your way. Even then I liked you, but I thought you were going to spoil everything. That was my plan. In any case, I'm sorry. Forgive me? He watched her closely, his antenna up and out and on the search for guile, but he found none. She was sincere. You're forgiven, he said. Any woman who'll buy my drinks can get away with pretty much anything. I'm serious, Harry. Slowly, she reached out a hand across the bar and held it open, palm up. Warily, he took the hand. She gripped him tight, but not too tight. The contact was intimate. Harry, she whispered, have you ever given any thought to, turning? Up until then he'd been feeling slightly buzzed. Sobriety stormed his body on the instant. He began, then cleared his throat. I've never wanted to live forever. Maybe I would have said something different when I had something to live for. When my wife and kids were still alive, but now. That's just it. Harry, don't you see? You never started over, you just gave up, on everything. You even stopped killing for the most part. But Harry, there's so much to see. She released his hand and stood. Just think about it. Meanwhile, let's go find that bastard Kirnavar. Shaken, he followed her out of the bar and they began their search. By the way, he said, where are we going? He might be a fruit, but Kirnavar will go where everybody else is going. Everybody likes a show. They entered the theater where the funhouse of the Forsaken was practicing its routines. At the moment, it looked like a dress rehearsal was going on, the magnificent red curtains pulled back, light shining from up above. Maximilian, just below the stage, shook his head and shouted at one of the actors, but Harry suspected even that was part of the performance. The seats were far from full, because many would-be spectators were still at the pit, but once the fights were through for the night, this place would fill up fast. At first Harry didn't see Kirnavar. He and Clore wandered the aisles for some minutes before he looked up at the balcony seating on the second level, which was deserted except for 3 figures. Sitting near the front row was Kirnavar, as Clore had predicted, flanked by 2 castle guards, which was SOP for the contenders to the throne. Kirnavar hunched forward, engrossed in the action on stage. He looks like a fucking guppy, scoffed Clore. She and Harry found the stairs and ascended to the balcony, where a sloping aisle led them to the bottom. One of the guards rose aggressively. Kirnavar turned. Instead of telling the guard to retake his seat, he cocked his head at the second one, who got to his feet as well. Not a very friendly sign, Harry thought. Kirnavar, the lunatic said. Knock that shit off, Clore told him. Kirnavar, who was bare-chested and wearing only a loincloth, climbed to his feet and faced them, giving Harry a view of the werewolf's skeletal frame, smeared with feces from groin to gullet. He stank like a sewer, it was a wonder the guards put up with him. Certainly nobody sat close to him. Fuck, but you need a bath, Clore said. Go away, he said. No longer part of Death Squad is Kirnavar. King. Lord Kirnavar. But why? Harry asked, grateful at least that the creature was able to communicate, however awkwardly. Kirnavar is strong, Kirnavar said. Others are weak. Kirnavar is born to rule. Now go. Or he will kill you. Clore made a fist, which she seemed to just barely keep at her side. Harry touched her forearm. Slowly, she relaxed. Kay, don't you miss your friends? She said, trying a different tack. Come on back to us. We can be pals again, just like before. So long as you take your fucking pill. Come on, follow me back to our rooms like a good boy. Kirnavar hate pill. Pill deadens his mind, makes him calm when he does not like calm. He spat. Chaos, he said. Voices in movement. This is what Pill takes away. Now he is back and will be king. Soon all shall worship Kirnavar. Harry swallowed. Kirnavar, from what he'd heard, used to be a vagrant in New York. Why all of a sudden did he want to be a ruler? Was it because he'd only now been exposed to the idea by staying at Sarnova's castle? Or, and this is what Harry thought more likely, was it because someone had planted the thought in his head? Clar, still intent on winning Kirnavar to her side again, asked him, what about his friends, your friends? He has none. Get your goddamned pronouns right, you fucking little. Growling, she shut herself up and started over. Remember your friends in the Death Squad, Kay, the good times we used to have. You want that back, don't you? No friends, only Byron, and he does what you tell him. Also Danielle, a friend to Lord Kirnavar. Buy him hot dog. Seeming to realize she'd lost the battle, Clar sneered. You make poor friends, Kirnavar. Byron's a fool and your little girlfriend isn't as nice as you might think. She's gone off to kill her foster brother, remember all that? An odd look came into his face, as if this filled him with concern. She goes to dungeon, he asked. That's right. Harry and Clar exchanged glances. For some reason, Kirnavar didn't like the thought of Danielle going to kill a Scot, although he seemed to show little regard for life itself. A sense of urgency overcame Kirnavar. He leapt over several rows to land in the aisle. Then, walking swiftly but with a strange dignity, he marched past Clar and Harry and made for the stairs. His guards followed, and the trio descended from the balcony and disappeared from sight. Fucking weird, said Clar. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Danielle woke with a strangled gasp. She'd been hanged by the neck from a noose, she realized, and she dangled from one of the larger limbs on the tree, her hands tied tightly behind her back. But naked, she swung back and forth in the air, her feet also bound several yards above the ground. Swinging. What was making her swing? Swish crack. It hit her again, a large bone branch slapping her, whipping her, from behind. She tried to scream, but the rope had dug so deeply into her neck she couldn't manage even a squeak. She couldn't even breathe. Swish crack. The branch whipped her again. Jesus. Was this the balaclava's way of telling her that she was their slave, that she would be whipped and hanged as they saw fit? Shadow draped the room, darker than before she'd blacked out. Torches still blazed along the round earthen walls, but the light that had shone behind the green glass had faded, leaving only the flickering light of flame. This is hell, she thought. That's what they want me to feel. Fuck them. I really will be in hell before they get to me. Skulls snapped all about her, their jaws chattering, the mean little tree fruits trying to mock her. Well, you just go right ahead, snap your little teeth until they fall out. Before you lift one fucking hair on the back of my neck, you'll all be wearing dentures. Though she was naked, she didn't think she'd been sexually violated yet. That was bad. It meant they'd been saving it for when she woke up so that they could make a production of it. A painful production, most likely. Closing her eyes, she tried not to think about it. Swish crack. The branch whipped her from behind again, cutting into her back and buttocks, and she realized she'd lost a lot of blood, too much to try any mind tricks. She wished she could stop the damned branch from whipping her, at least, but there wasn't any way she could counter the power of Younger and Yagoda. She opened her eyes and tried to get a fix on her surroundings. The zombies milled in a circle around her, talking as best they could among themselves. Look, she's awake, she heard one say. Good, good. Time for the second course. I see and still taste R on me tongue. She doesn't eat enough salt. Shit. How had she gotten herself into this situation? Because of Ludwig, that's why, because she had to find out who killed him, had to deliver justice. Had to be a marshal. Was it worth this? As the swinging rope took her to new and less appetizing angles, she could see that Younger and Yagoda were sprawled out on the ground below her, their heads touching, their mouths open greedily. Her blood had spattered all over their faces. She shuddered. How long had they been there, she thought, just lying there like fat leeches, letting her blood rain down on them and lapping it up? Pleasant sleep? Yagoda called. She kicked her legs about in an effort to try and break the ropes that bound her feet, an easy task if her powers had been in full swing. The ropes held. Movement below, shadows shifting. Younger and Yagoda rose from the ground. Time for some rape, Younger said. We want you soiled, torn, desecrated. Yes, agreed the other, curling his fingers around a long black tendril shooting from his beard. The zombies will take you first, then, after a very special surprise, we will fuck what remains. He turned his eyes from her face to the rope from which she was suspended, and at this motion the cord snapped. Before she had time to brace herself, her bare pelvis struck first and hard. Pain flared through her, and she cried out. She noticed the ground was strangely warm below her and wondered if that was because the balaclava had been resting there. Quickly, she attempted to get to her feet, but the bindings made her clumsy. She fell over again. This time her breath was knocked from her so that even with the rope no longer hindering her larynx, she still couldn't breathe. Finally, after resting a moment, she found enough strength to say, "Please, don't do this." I didn't. For God's sakes, what did I ever do to you? She looked back and forth between them, hoping for one of them to budge, to waver. That's all she wanted, in all the fucking world, was just a goddamned waver. Nothing, Younger answered. You did nothing at all. We do this because your suffering makes great art. At a movement of his hand, the ropes binding her feet broke so that her legs were free to spread. Now she was wide open for assault. The balaclava stepped backwards, outside the circle of zombies that even now began to shrink in diameter, to close in like the noose around her neck. Within seconds they were only a few feet away. For a moment, some confusion gripped their ranks as they silently debated who would have her first. Then they chose, and the man nearest her feet stepped forward. Gritting her teeth, she squeezed her knees together tightly. Thoughts ran together frantically in her head, but there wasn't anything she could think of that would save her. When finally it hit home that she was actually going to die here, she tried to figure out how, in this situation, she could die with dignity, and the awful thing was that she couldn't think of a way. The creature nearest her legs, a bearded man who appeared to have died in his early 40s and who wore the remains of a dress tuxedo from the same decade, stepped forward, even as those zombies to either side of her moved in to pin her down. The bearded zombie unzipped his zipper and reached his hand inside. A thigh bone erupted from his forehead. For a second he tottered, then slowly fell forward and came to rest on his knees, his upper half sprawled across Danielle as if in worship. The others dropped her to the ground and wheeled about. Knocking the truly dead zombie off her, she crawled to the side, but Younger and Yagoda placed themselves before her. Beyond them, she saw her savior, Kirnavar, the bone thrower, wearing only a loincloth and an extra skin of his own feces. She'd never been more glad to see anybody in her entire life. At that moment, she remembered Kloar's prophetic words of just a few hours ago. For now, in whatever sick game of intrigue was involved here, Kirnavar was a player. To either side of the lunatic loomed his castle guards, their faces tense. What's the meaning of this? Younger demanded. Kirnavar scowled, scraped his hand across his belly, and threw a fistful of shit at the balaclava. Kirnavar will be king, you say. Kirnavar will be God. Well, he never say to kill Danielle who not treat him bad. You treat him bad by not telling him of this, not asking his permission. Ask his permission, said Yagoda. You fool, we don't have to ask your permission. We said we'd help you, protect you, be your allies, but you're not our master. Don't fucking forget your place again, flycatcher. Now leave us. No. Kirnavar held his ground. When Kirnavar king, he will have you killed. Killed. Unless you let go Danielle and do what he says. Throughout this interplay, Danielle wisely kept her mouth shut. Recording events, but not participating. Something big was going on here, if only she knew what. Younger growled. We're not your toadies. That wasn't the deal. Equals, Kirnavar. Equals. You understand that? Danielle seriously doubted that the balaclava considered him an equal, but she wasn't about to point this out. The lunatic snapped his fingers at her. Without a word, she leapt to her feet and made a broad loop around the balaclava to Kirnavar's side. Without her having to ask, he broke the ropes that bound her hands. If equals, Kirnavar said, then next time you ask. He shook a finger at them. Very important. Understand? Younger and Yagoda exchanged glances. After a moment's silence, they seemed to reach some sort of consensus. Fine, said Younger. Keep her. To us she was only a few hours' entertainment. The world could have benefited from the art her body would have inspired in us, but we'll let that go. Just never forget, Kirnavar, that though we three are allies, neither Yagoda nor myself will submit to you personally. For the cause, of course, but not to you. And that's an end to it. Kirnavar nodded. He pounded on his chest as a kind of salute. Kirnavar. He spun on his heel and left, bodyguards in tow. Danielle shot the finger at the balaclava and started to say something really unpleasant, but the expressions on their faces stopped her. Suddenly cold, she hurried to catch up with Kirnavar. Only then did she start to shiver. She had to stop and lean up against an old stone wall before she could go on. Kirnavar ordered one of the guards to give her his jacket. After cinching it tight, she cleared her throat and straightened. "Thanks," she said. Kirnavar nodded. "But why?" she asked. Danielle cold. "No. Why'd you save me?" Danielle. Kirnavar doesn't have friends, not like others do. Maybe Danielle a friend, maybe not. But she isn't an enemy, and that means much to one who has nothing but. He turned to continue the trek back up to the main part of the castle, but she lay a hand on his shoulder. "That why? Not 'cause you wanted to prove a point to them? Maybe both. Does that upset you?" It didn't, and she told him so, but what she didn't tell him was that she was beginning to think that his odd patterns of speech were more of an affectation than anything, that he was a lot more sane than he let on. "What's this cause?" she said. "What do you and the balaclava have to do with each other?" He scowled, clearly unwilling to talk about it, and she didn't want to press him after he'd already done so much for her, especially since she had one more favor to ask of him. "Not yet," she said, when he started to press on. "I've got something I have to do. It won't take long." She walked off through the catacombs, her 3 escorts just behind, and returned to the dungeon and the door to Malcolm's cell. "Stay here," she told Kirnavar, and entered the chamber. She saw nothing at first, but she could smell the blood. Off to the right, her dagger side gleamed dully. Directly in front of her, she could hear movement. "Malcolm? It's Danielle. I've come to get you out of here. You're forgiven and all that. Now come on." Then she saw him, although at first she didn't know quite what she was looking at. Both arm sockets were empty. It was his head and upper torso that was all that was left, nothing below the 5th rib, and it was dragging itself toward her with one arm, an arm which was attached somewhere on its bottom side. Plugged into its guts. A trail of blood marked his movements around the room. The second arm seemed to have disappeared, and she assumed that Yagoda had eaten it. "Jesus," she said. Once it was about 5 feet from her, it stopped, but it was close enough so she could see its face and eyes. It was hard to be sure, but she didn't think that this creature was still her foster brother. "Malcolm," she said. Are you still you?" No response but an amphibian glare. From deep within herself, she could feel a growl trying to work its way out. Fucking Yagoda. What, he was gonna spring this on me after they'd all raped me, that the plan? That was his special surprise? She instinctively knew that it was. Someday, she would see that very bad things happened to those two. Hesitantly, she stepped closer to her old foster brother, examining him. More than anything, this creature resembled a toad as much as it had ever resembled a human being. "Say something, Malcolm. You were a fucking braggart when I knew you. Only time I ever saw you stop talking was when you were kicking the shit out of somebody, so you better say something now or I'm gonna think you're not really Malcolm at all and pound my foot through your skull." It remained silent. "Say something," she warned. It stared at her, toad-like, and blinked its eyes slowly. Now a little scared, she took another step closer. Without warning, the creature opened its mouth. An arm shot out of it. Not just any arm, but a skinned arm, the creature's tongue. Or penis. In a flash, she realized that Yagoda had intended for Malcolm to rape her again. With a scream, Danielle flung herself backwards, out of the creature's range, landing on her side. Rapidly, using its 2 arms, the Malcolm thing propelled itself towards her, and there was no mistaking its intentions. She jumped to her feet and scanned the room for the blade she'd left here. There. She snatched it up and wheeled about, seeing the creature within an arm's distance. It drove toward her. She plunged the sword through its skull, pinning it to the floor. It lashed around with its arm and phallic tongue for half a minute before finally succumbing to whatever peace it was allowed. Slowly, almost delicately, she removed the blade, and for a long time she stood there staring down at Malcolm's remains. "You bastards," she whispered, and plunged the sword down again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Later, when she was alone in her room, Poirot was out feeding, she luxuriated in a long hot shower, then dressed in heavy black clothes and threw herself onto the bed. What the hell was going on? Mainly she just wanted Ruger to get here. Then, as a team, they would kill Younger and Yagoda and consider Ludwig avenged. But something bigger was at stake here, wasn't it? The War of the Dark Council, the Scouring, and add to that Ludwig's murder. Where did the latter fit in? Obviously to incite Melisowel's wrath so that she would attack Roche Sarnova with the weight of her army behind her. Right? Danielle couldn't think of another reason. The balaclava worked for Vistrat, had performed a few scourings, so they tied into that part of it. They said they had nothing to do with Amelia, and Danielle believed them. After what they'd done, the Kavasari would surely kill them. However, the balaclava also figured heavily into Ludwig's demise, the second employer. Or was it? Would Vistrat, the first employer, have gained anything from Ludwig's death? Not unless he wanted Melisowel to attack the castle and so wipe out the Dark Lord. Maybe clearing away the competition in Europe? Expand his empire here? No, because the Titan had yet to clear out all the competition in the States. So the Titan hadn't ordered Ludwig's death, and now the Titan was presumed dead. The sole scourer left was Amelia, but Danielle didn't see why the Commissary would want Roche Sarnova killed. Besides, Amelia wouldn't be associating with Jungerin Yagoda. What now? The assassins themselves said things were drawing to a close, right here at the castle. What close? How would a new world order come of it? And how did the scouring and the war figure into it? And, not least of all, how did Kirnavar fit in? Chapter 12. Several days passed, during which Jungerin Yagoda were often seen in the company of Kirnavar. Sometimes they took a position just behind him and sometimes they flanked him like equals. No one knew whether the Balaclava were serving the lunatic, or if he were serving them. The rumors ran unchecked. For her part, Danielle wondered whether or not to approach the castle authorities and attempt to press charges against Jungerin Yagoda. On the one hand, she desperately wanted to see them punished for what they'd done, but on the other the two were friends of the castle. Going against them officially might be damning herself. Better to deal with them on her own, she thought. Harry counseled her against this course of action, but she ignored him. The Ice Queen wasn't consulted at all, though Danielle was pretty sure what her advice would be. Meanwhile, Kirnavar continued to compete in the pit and be successful at it. On the day before the funhouse of the Forsaken opened, the competition ended, leaving 8 surviving warriors to do battle on the chessboard. Of these 8, he was the only unknown quantity. At first, public opinion swung against him, but then he began a campaign of winning favor. One at a time, he took several council members out to dinner and buried them with gifts. Some observers speculated that the money to do this came from the Balaclava, but the truth was that no one knew. Was it possible that the lunatic had a fortune buried away? What really won the favor of council members, and others that Kirnavar approached, was his pledge of loyalty. If he won the contest and became Roche Sarnova's successor, he vowed allegiance to each individual officer. By the end of this short campaign, public opinion had shifted more in his favor. This wouldn't be enough to get him elected, but it would be more than enough to prevent him from being assassinated immediately after being crowned, which is surely all he had been looking for. The state of the death squad was rapidly going downhill. Clore had effectively brushed off both Byron and Killian, isolating them from her and from themselves, which meant that the three were barely on speaking terms. Kirnavar was gone. Thus only Loro could serve as any sort of go-between, and his popularity was at an all-time low. Still, the crew continued to, barely, function, though the weight of Vistrat's unknown fate pressed heavily on them. The Commissary Amelia had taken the Titan's place, but she had not made any effort to contact the death squad as yet, and it didn't look as if she would. They were on their own. Aware of this, castle authorities had requested that the death squad vacate the luxury suites and move into the common rooms. Danielle wasn't surprised to hear Clore grumbling about it, and shortly Clore began laying the groundwork for the crew to leave the castle entirely. But even in this the werewolf seemed reluctant. "What the hell are we doing?" Killian yelled at her one day. "We're thinking," she told him. "Well, think faster." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The day after she'd put the blade through Malcolm's skull, Danielle packed her suitcase and at Sophia's invitation moved into the large warren of rooms that the funhouse had been allotted. Living there proved chaotic, but it beat staying with the death squad. The rooms in this section of the castle had no order, just yawned and spilled into each other at random, which suited the performers just fine. And the groupies. The number of damned groupies the funhouse attracted shocked Danielle. Often, she was mistaken for one, but that stopped happening after the first few black eyes. Like their drugs, the freaks distributed their groupies equally. Well, almost. Maximilian and Claude seemed to get a slighter larger share, but then Max was the boss and Claude the closest thing the funhouse had to a star. Not only that, but Claude wrote many of the pieces they performed. "He says he wants me to write something for him," Sophia said after she'd helped Danielle move in. "What should I write?" Danielle shrugged. "Don't know much about that. Written a few poems, that's it. Ruger's the writer in the family." When Danielle fell silent, Sophia squeezed her arm. "Don't worry," she said. "He'll turn up." A few days later, down in the gift shop, Danielle found a picture of Jungerin Yagoda posing in front of their tree, a publicity shot, sign and everything. Danielle bought it, tacked it to the wall over her bed and threw darts at it. It became a nightly ritual. In fact, this is what she found herself doing the night the funhouse opened. She felt a tap on her shoulder and turned to see Harry wearing a blazer that Clore had bought him, and looking worried. Not worried because they were going miss the beginning of the show, evidently, but because of the darts. Danielle, he said. I know. She tossed the darts down and slipped on her jacket. I'm all right, Harry. Come on, let's go. You sure? She narrowed her eyes. I'm not getting any better just standing here. They left. Not surprisingly, the theater was packed, probably the largest gathering of immortals she'd ever seen outside Lariba. There were definitely more shades here than at Liberty. Of course, the bulk of the audience was comprised of human servants that swarmed around their masters in force, and it occurred to Danielle, not for the first time, that to many shades here, power could be conveyed to their peers through number of slaves. She'd seen it all before both here and elsewhere, but even so it didn't fail to turn her stomach. A few more days of this and she'd go mad. Sophia had saved 2 seats for her and Harry near the front, and as she moved down the wide aisle, Danielle glanced up at the balcony. Kirnavar and his guards perched on the first row, almost ostentatious in their assumption of power. Well, let them. Before Kirnavar could catch her eye, she continued down the aisle and slid in next to the Ice Queen. Thought you were going to be late, Sophia said. Just got a little distracted. From Soph's other side, Harry grunted. This whole thing's gotten so fucking commercialized, Sophia said. Shit, I went down to the gift shop and found a pillow doll of Max, for God's sakes. T-shirts, sure, but a pillow doll? What cut does the funhouse get off the merchandise? 50. Danielle raised her eyebrows. Hell, they could make a doll of me, I wouldn't mind. Make me an action figure. She yawned and did a quick scan of the audience behind her. Looking for Sarnova? Actually, I was looking for a beer vendor, but now you mention it, where is he? Blackie. Look above the balcony. See it? Damn, there's a second balcony. It was very small. Armor-plated, too, Sophia said. Where'd it come from? Lowered it from the ceiling. They tell me Sarnova only uses it for special occasions. Usually he sits down here, just a regular guy. Guess he's trying to appear more leader-like, Danielle said. I guess. But he really fucked up, didn't he? You mean, because of the war? Before too long, Sub-Air and her band of merry men are gonna come in here and take the place. Him bringing the funhouse is just a way of pretending he's still got it together, but you know what? I think everyone knows that's just what he's doing, and they're letting him. Why? Because he's been their leader for 3,000 years and they can't think for themselves. Harry leaned in. Soph, for God's sakes. Keep your voice down. Danielle flagged a vendor and bought a beer, as did Harry. They clinked glasses. Here's to life on the edge, he said. Harry, we passed the edge a long time ago, Sophia said. Maximilian stepped onto the stage to great clapping and whistling. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You're too kind, really. You've made this our biggest opening ever, and I only hope that our performance tonight will be half as magnificent as the welcome you've given us. Before we get started, everyone please give a big hand to the man who made all this possible, our beloved Lord, His Highness Roche Sarnova. An explosion of clapping and whooping overcame the audience and did not die down for several minutes. From his high balcony, the Dark Lord stood and smiled down at his subjects. Although he seemed at ease, the guards to either side of him stiffened. Eventually, the commotion died and attention returned to Maximilian, who had been clapping along with the crowd. And now, he said, give a big hand for yourselves. As they obliged, he said, you're great. Come on now, louder. Again, he led the audience in the cheer. When the noise faded, he started off with a few jokes about the war, but he was careful not to cross the line, and the audience received the humor well. He's smooth, isn't he? Whispered Sophia, and Danielle had to agree. He was kind of like the Bob Hope of Immortals, funny and topical but never genuinely offensive. After warming up the audience, Max introduced the first act and the show really got started. To Sophia, Danielle whispered, so, did you ever end up writing anything for Claude? I wrote a little skit that they might do tomorrow, but tonight, well, I got to change a few words around, but that's about it. Still, you know, it was just fun to be involved. As the show began, Danielle found herself drawn to in. Some acts were better than others, but the ones that were good were really fucking good. Some were poignant and some were funny and some were both, and she understood why the funhouse was getting so popular. Every now and then she'd glance over at Harry to see how he was taking it in, and though he seemed to cringe at some of the darker pieces, he seemed to be enjoying the show in general. Sometimes she'd catch a little glimmer in his eyes betraying that he felt uncomfortable about sitting in the middle of all this decadence and evil, and she understood perfectly. She felt the exact same way. But the show was good. In fact, the only problem she had with it was that it was maybe a little too long. Either that or her attention span just wasn't up to it. After a long time seemed to have elapsed, she checked one of her 3 watches and was surprised to see that 2.5 hours had gone by, which was longer than she'd thought. Sensing that the beer had caught up with her, she wormed her way to an aisle and sought out a restroom. Once there, she did what she had come to do and moved to the mirror, where she stared at herself. "What the hell are you doing here, girl?" she asked, but her reflection just mimed the words back to her. She ran the faucet and splashed some water on her face, then watched the droplets slide down her smooth skin, some running down her neck and some so heavy that they fell right off her nose and jaw. Wiping her mouth with the sleeve of her jacket, she lit a clove and closed her eyes. What was she doing here? Waiting for Ruger, mainly. Thinking of ways to kill Younger and Yagoda. Drinking. Drugging. Not much else. She popped the clove out of her mouth and studied it. For some reason, it tasted too sweet today, and she realized that she'd felt that way for some time now. Maybe it was time for a change. And all those watches. Without a second thought, she tore off 2 of her 3 and threw them in the wastebasket. She stubbed out the clove in the sink. Not satisfied with that, she ripped out her pack and junked it as well. She smiled and leaned against the wall. She hadn't really been aware of it, but she'd been feeling anxious. She either had too much time to herself or not enough. She was going stir-crazy. Now, though. Now she felt better. Goddammit, Ruger, where are you? Though she could feel tears building behind her eyes, she refused to let them come. After a few minutes, they dried up. She left the restroom and made her way back to the aisle, but something was wrong. At the bottom of the aisle, about where she'd been sitting, stood 2 castle guards. Waiting for her. As soon as she saw them, they saw her. Immediately, they started moving up the aisle fast, coming toward her, oblivious to the stares that members of the audience were shooting their way. At a fast walk, Danielle fled. She made her way out of the theater, down one corridor, then another. Just as she was rounding a corner, 2 guards grabbed her. "Let me go!" she shouted. "Stop it," one said. "We're not here to hurt you." "Then let me go." Uneasily, they complied, even stepping back a few feet. "What's going on?" she said. "We're here to escort you to the dungeon, ma'am." "What?" He raised a hand defensively. "There's someone wants to see you. Someone being held in the prison." He shared a look with the other guard. "It's someone you might want to see." Startled, Danielle tried to find something to say, but even when she found it, she couldn't say it well because tears had choked her voice. "Ruger," she gasped, and without waiting for the guards, she took off down the hall. ******. The opening night of the Funhouse of the Forsaken was a wild success, and Sophia knew that there would be a big party later in the rooms that the troupe occupied. Before she could join in, though, she had something she needed to tend to. Once the show had ended, she escorted Harry Labaka to a bar. Along the way, they discussed what the guards had wanted from Danielle and concluded that if she wanted them to know about it, she'd tell them. When Sophia dropped Harry off, the she-wolf Cloar was waiting for him. Cloar gave Soph an evil smile, but the Gensiv didn't stop to trade insults. She had fires she needed to quench. She moved down to the arena, which, now that the fights were over, were dedicated solely to the slave auctions, and as she entered the room she saw what had to be 50 or 60 slaves being bound together and herded off to one corner of the room. Despite herself, she was intrigued. 50 or 60 slaves, that was a hell of a purchase. Who could be the buyers? Then she saw them. Younger and Yagoda were paying off the cashiers with big bundles of cash. When the transaction was completed, the balaclava accepted the reins of their newly acquired chattel and dragged them away. As they disappeared from sight, Sophia saw many of the shades in the room whispering to each other in shocked tones. What were Younger and Yagoda going to do with all the slaves? Most had been human, but some had been immortal criminals that had allowed themselves to become indentured servants just to get out of their cells. This was not unusual in itself, but a sale that big was very unusual. A mixed batch of mortals and immortals in one purchase was even more so. What were Younger and Yagoda planning? For the moment, Sophia didn't care. Impatiently, she sat and waited for the right human male to be brought out onto the stage. It didn't matter what sort of man it was. That is, her Gensiv half didn't care, just as long as its libido was satisfied, but her female half wanted a juicy specimen. Finally, a big strapping stud was ushered out onto the stage, and she bought him for $10,000. After she'd paid for him, she grabbed him by the leash and led him up a few floors, where she'd rented a private room. This had been the major problem she'd had with the troupe. While living with them, she had no privacy. Unchaining her slave, she named him Dirk. "So, Dirk, what do you think?" she said, taking off his clothes. Smiling a little, he said, "I'm just glad you bought me and not those others." She laughed. You damned well better be. Enough small talk. I'm aggressive and I need a good old-fashioned fuck. Think you're up to it? That's what you bought me for? Pretty much. You got a problem with that? He didn't, and was very eager to show her so. After she'd taken from him what she needed, she told him to go sleep on the couch, which he did. She smiled contentedly and made herself comfortable on the bed. Dirk had been just what she'd needed. He was just a sexual being, though, nothing more. That's all she could ever let him be. Fucking was one thing, but loving was something else. As perverted and wrong as it was to think, the only one that could love her and that she could love in return was the albino. As she thought of him, the pleasure Dirk had given her faded. Her eyes burned, and a few tears actually leaked out. Damn it! She couldn't remember the last time she'd cried. Jean-Pierre, she whispered into her pillow. Where the hell are you? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On a nearby mountain, Jean-Pierre smoked a Pall Mall and watched the snow fall through the limbs of the skeletal trees and plummet toward the layers of snow that had come before. The cigarette tasted good, and he enjoyed it despite the fact that it meant he'd failed in his attempt at eliminating vice. Some vices were worth it. A week ago it had seemed important to prepare himself for battle. He'd convinced himself to stop drinking and smoking. Drinking he'd quit, and was proud of that, but smoking had been a far more difficult addiction to overcome. He allowed himself that little luxury, but only infrequently, when his body demanded the chemicals. Besides, he thought, vice keeps you human. He crouched on a boulder, watching the snow and the trees and the soldiers that littered the ground before him. Some slept or played cards. Some discussed the possible reasons why Melissoel had not yet arrived. Jean-Pierre ignored them. He tried not to act annoyed at the 4 guards that surrounded him, but he knew that he could be far worse off, so he didn't complain. After all, he was basically a prisoner of the libertarians, but Captain Rolf d'Aguila had not seen it fit to chain him or otherwise impede his freedom. Except for the guards, of course. Jean-Pierre climbed off the rock and moved outside the shelter of the trees. Into the naked snow, the guards followed him. When he was about 20 yards from the temporary shelter, he stopped and threw his cigarette into the endless ice that stretched in all directions. As his hands became free, he could feel the sudden tension of the guards behind him. He smiled. They needn't bother. Now wasn't the time to escape. It was night, and most of the army was still awake. Pretty much the only soldiers that couldn't pursue him, if so motivated, were either passed out drunk or off hunting or scouting. He'd have to wait until daylight before he could make his move. He might wait for the hunters to return first. They were off tracking any animal that lived in this hard country, and their skills were sorely needed, because without food, the army weakened, and it wouldn't be too many days before they'd passed the point of no return. Even Jean-Pierre, one of the oldest shades here, felt the gnawing in his gut, but he knew that if it came down to it he would live. Without food, the others would grow weak faster than he would, which would make it all the easier for him to escape. On the other hand, if his escape were successful, it would mean that he'd have to spend some time in the wilderness, avoiding his trackers, before he could even make an attempt at entering the castle. At that point he knew a full belly would sure be a nice thing to have. The only animal the hunters avoided was the wolf, and that was because, according to myth, Roche Sarnova kept a finger in the minds of every wolf that ran through these regions. More than one of the Dark Lord's enemies had been hunted down and killed by these predators, or so the rumors said. The scouting parties bore the responsibility for avoiding the wolves. The animals couldn't hurt a group as large as the Libertarian Army, but they could alert Sarnova of the army's presence, and several times during the last few days the scouts had reported wolves in the area, and the army had had to retreat to the hard cold tunnels underground that were their emergency shelters. D'Aguila had revealed himself to be a good captain, Jean-Pierre reflected. A leader and protector of his people. The main problem with the bald man's rule was that it was a lone venture. Melissoel had not arrived, nor had the third of the army she'd taken with her. Presumably she'd left Carker's lodge with the intention of enlisting more soldiers at another one of Ludwig's training facilities, but she'd been scheduled to arrive just one day after d'Aguila's party and now was the third day with no word had from her yet. Jean-Pierre harbored suspicions about what this meant, but he kept them to himself. Eventually, if Malie did not return, d'Aguila would carry out the mission, with or without her. Jean-Pierre had his own problems, and he thought of them as the snow fell, scalding his face and singeing his eyes. His fate awaited him in the castle. For some reason, he had known that for a long time. He didn't know what it meant, though. Was he destined to die there, destined to redeem himself, or was something altogether different in store for him? Sophia. He'd known, even when he handed her over to the funhouse, that he would meet his end at the castle, so he had sent her along with an unconnected party whom he knew to be arriving at the place itself within a matter of weeks. He didn't know why this was, didn't even like the fact that he had known what he had, but he was cursed with a kind of foresight. For a man that wanted oblivion as badly as he did, foreknowledge was a form of living death. Above all, he wanted to know nothing, feel nothing, be nothing. Instead, fate had given him a gift that plagued him, not relentlessly or even often, but, even as infrequently as the visions came, they maddened him. They disturbed his emptiness. That was a violation he had only permitted Sophia, and, in a former life, Danielle. The visions usually came to him when his guard was down, when he let the walls lower just a little. To prove the point, the blight had struck him just when Sophia had distracted him. He wanted her back. If it was salvation he was to find in the castle, it was she. And, of course, if it was death he was to find, she might be in charge of that, as well. Whatever the consequences, he had to see her again. He turned, casually, to gauge the competency of the guards. They were not as old as he was, but they were strong. Ready. When he completed his survey, he turned his head up to the white face of the night above, felt the endless slivers of ice chip away at his face. No, he decided, now was not the time. Not just yet. But soon.